The farmer's child. Have you heard? Young Moore was struck by a horse. Poor child. If I recall correctly, he is merely 13 years old. He may very well be confined to his bed for the rest of his life. What you speak of happened a few days ago. The latest news is that Roy has awoken, but alas, it seems his mind has been affected. He stands in the yard, lost in thought all day. A group of farmers stood on the ridge, whispering among themselves. Behind them, a tall middle-aged man quietly set down his hoe, clenched his fists, his face a mask of anger and despair. He was old Moore, the farmer they spoke of, equally a humble laborer. He had spent his life diligently tending to the fields, possessing an ordinary appearance, lacking ambition, no inheritance to speak of. At the age of 23, he finally found a woman willing to marry him, despite his modest means. The couple welcomed their son Roy when they were both 25, a late blessing indeed. In this world, in this era, many became parents at the tender age of 15 or 16. Thus, they were undoubtedly regarded as older parents. They lavished their utmost care upon their child, reluctant to allow him to toil in the fields. Roy was a well-behaved boy, gentle and quiet, never prone to quarrels, always adorned with a shy smile, so different from the rascals who ran wild in the village. What a delightful child he is, Old Moore thought, his heart aching even more. However, their happiness was short-lived. Just 4 days prior, a woman on horseback galloped through the village, inadvertently colliding with the unfortunate Roy, who then fell into unconsciousness. Like a fool, the houses in the village are constructed from thatch and timber, modest and dilapidated, seemingly vulnerable to being swept away by a mere gust of wind. The entire village is rather small, comprising only about 100 households. At the far western edge of the village stands the home of Old Moore. It is midday, the sun blazing at its zenith, and a diminutive figure gazes unwaveringly at the dazzling orb above, resembling a soulless puppet. In the adjacent yard, a weathered farmer's wife bends down to feed the chickens. Staring at the sun, what if it harms your eyes? Suonfe, were you not supposed to watch the child? Look at what he is doing. In a state of agitation, Old Moore rushes into his overgrown yard, scooping up the child and placing him before the threshold. He gently ruffles the boy's black hair, a trace of affection revealing itself on his parched, sun-baked face. Little Roy, heed your father's words. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Father, the recently awakened Roy, who had previously ignored Old Moore's words, now shows signs of life. A flicker of clarity emerges in his dazed eyes, and he mutters, Yes, I am now called Roy. Is the child speaking? The farmer's wife, filled with delight, leans closer to her son's lips, finally reassured that her son, who had remained silent for 3 days and nights, had not become mute. Sushi, come quickly. Our son is speaking. Do not linger with the livestock. Upon this exclamation, the farmer's wife hurriedly rushes inside. The couple embraces Roy from either side, tears of joy welling in their eyes as they hear him call out their names. Roy regarded his parents Old Moore and Susie with a thoughtful gaze. Their features were unremarkable, clad in worn linen garments, their skin roughened by toil, and their figures, or the lean, weary marks of hard labor, exuding a rustic simplicity typical of rural farmers. These are my parents. A wave of emotion surged within Roy, causing his eyes to mist over, and he instinctively enveloped the couple in an embrace. At that moment, 2 distinctly different memories coalesced in his mind. He was both Luo E, an 18-year-old dropout from Huaguo on Earth, and a farmer's son from a small village, Lage of K, at the southern border of a foreign land known as Aedirn. As Luo E, he had faced the tragic loss of his parents, which led him to abandon his studies and succumb to a life of gaming, biding his time until he could exhaust the compensation. He received and reunite with his deceased parents. Orphaned, devoid of wealth or means of transport, ensnared in the virtual realm of games, his fate seemed grim. Yet Roy, though the son of a humble farmer and living in modest circumstances, relished the warmth of a familial bond he had long thought lost. My reckless gaming was merely an attempt to fill the void within my heart. This is a divine opportunity for recompense. Now, having inherited all of Roy's memories and emotions, he felt an intrinsic connection to the couple, as if their bloodlines intertwined. Ned, Roy, what on earth happened to you the other day? We were so worried. I I was terrified by a horse. All I remember is feeling afraid. Nothing else. Why are you asking such nonsense? Oldmore exclaimed, casting a loving glance at his wife as he gently ruffled Roy's hair. Hey, as long as the child is all right. That is all that matters. Soothing his emotionally agitated parents, Roy began to survey their new home, a faint smile of resignation crossing his lips. P.S. Surrounded by uneven walls, the entire dwelling consisted merely of a fireplace, an iron pot, and a few tables and chairs, along with 2 makeshift beds, which were nothing more than a layer of straw and cloth laid on the ground. Before long, the woman prepared lunch, which consisted of several dry and hard loaves resembling deformed taro, an egg, 2 salted fish, and a rich stew made from various vegetables, such as potatoes. Notably, there were no seasonings in this household. Even the desire for salt seemed a luxury. Roy suppressed his initial unease and took a cautious bite, musings crossing his mind. What's that a fuss about? It was not easy in my past life to obtain such natural, unprocessed vegetables. Perhaps influenced by the instincts of this body, he soon adapted to the taste of the meal, and with the pangs of hunger gnawing at him after days of little sustenance, he disregarded his earlier reservations and devoured the food voraciously. The already meager portions dwindled rapidly. Slow down, dear child. Don't choke. His parents chuckled foolishly as they watched their son, continuously serving him more, while they themselves barely touched the small pot of FOD, occasionally nibbling on a piece of salted fish. In the afternoon, as Mr. Moore and Susie discussed the plan to kill a chicken for their son's nourishment after leaving home, Roy's expression turned grave. Eldian, a name that resonated with him, how could he, once enraptured by The Witcher 3, remain oblivious? One of the Northern Kingdoms, this is a world of witchers, sorcerers, and monsters. In this world, in this era, bandits, monsters, diseases, and natural disasters wreak havoc, rendering life exceedingly arduous for the people. Without power or authority, one cannot predict when misfortune may strike. According to the memories residing in his mind, it is now the year 1260. Barring unforeseen circumstances, 3 years hence, the illustrious Emperor Imhir var Emrius of the Southern Nilfgaardian Empire, known for his remarkable prowess, will initiate the First Northern War. Although the conflict will commence in the distant west of Posada, in the Kingdom of Sintra, yet who can guarantee that no deserters will wander this way to sow chaos? Furthermore, 7 years later, in 1267, the Second Northern War will erupt, and Aedirn will not escape its dire consequences. What abilities do I possess? What course of action should I take? At the very least, I must safeguard Oldmore and Susie. At the tender age of 13, Roy finds himself with little time to spare. However, his arrival in this world was not without purpose. Like many travelers, he has been bestowed with a golden opportunity. Chapter 2. The Unveiling of the Golden Finger Personal Template Activated. Attribute Template Name. Roy Age, 13 years and 7 months. Gender, male, subsequently omitted. Identity, commoner, you are the son of a farmer. Having experienced little to no formal education or training, lacking mastery of any skills, and your innate abilities remain undiscovered. Health points, 40, healthy, strength, 4 points out of 5. Strength influences the potency of certain physical attacks and enhances your capacity to bear weight, enabling you to don or wield formidable and heavy armor or weapons. It also partially affects your resistance to strikes. Agility, 5 points out of 5. Agility determines your speed of movement and attack, as well as your neurological response rate and balance. A high agility allows you to evade, parry, and block attacks with ease, facilitating various complex physical maneuvers. Constitution, 4 points out of 5. Basic endurance. Constitution governs your resilience to impacts and dictates your stamina for prolonged running and combat. It also influences the speed of your health recovery. Perception, 5 points out of 5. Perception encompasses your auditory, olfactory, visual, and intuitive faculties. It grants you a certain probability of detecting nearby dangers in advance, allowing for quicker and more meticulous observation of your surroundings, unveiling concealed traces. Higher perception increases the likelihood of anticipating threats. With sufficiently heightened perception, you may even discern the mysteries lurking in the void. Will, 4 points out of 5. The willpower determines your resilience against states of mental aberration and the speed at which you recover from negative psychological conditions such as anguish and distortion. The stronger your will, the better you can maintain composure and exhibit your abilities in critical situations. With sufficiently high willpower, you can influence tangible realities. Charisma, 5 points out of 5. Charisma serves as a direct reflection of one's appearance, temperament, and eloquence. It primarily enhances your ability to communicate effectively with living beings, making it easier to garner their favor. When charisma reaches a certain level, it naturally fosters closeness between you and others. Spirit, 6 points out of 5. Spirit dictates your focus and enables you to engage fully with your current tasks. It also enhances your capacity to absorb, contain, and manipulate the 4 elemental forces, or chaotic energies, thereby affecting the potency of spells and spell-like abilities. Skills, none. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Other, unknown. Experience points, 100 upon reaching full experience points. You may choose to level up, with each level providing 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. This template serves as Roy's unique advantage upon his arrival in this new world. After basking in the sun for 3 consecutive days, he has undoubtedly felt the influence of this template. Absorbing the energy of sunlight aids in restoring his initially chaotic mind to normalcy, and his experience points have risen from 0 to 1. Each day provides approximately 0.33 experience points, and after 333 days of sunbathing, his experience points will be maxed out, empowering him significantly. Though this approach may seem foolish, it is undoubtedly the safest and most reliable method to enhance his experience points. Nevertheless, as basking in the sun could enhance one's experience points, he could not help but speculate that a proper diet might also yield similar benefits. Yet, reality proved to be quite harsh. With his current situation barely allowing him to sustain himself, the energy derived from food was merely sufficient to maintain his basic existence and bodily development, leaving no surplus energy to be converted into experience points. Therefore, in order to elevate his physical attributes, he must first devise a means to earn some crowns to supplement his nutrition. In the game, the circulating currency is crowns. In reality, the only currency in the Northern Kingdoms is Temerian orens, while the Kingdom of Aedirn primarily uses ducats and marks. To avoid confusion and complications with conversions, crowns and orens will be predominantly referenced henceforth. 1 crown equals 1 oren, which equals 100 copper coins. If he could earn enough crowns, he might even hire mercenaries or reputable monster hunters to help his parents escape this land of turmoil, relocating to the free city of Novigrad in the northwestern region of Redania. Redania participated in the Northern War, yet the domestic strife hardly affected the populace. Ordinary citizens there could at least enjoy several years of stability. The prospect of earning money lay ahead, but for now, he needed to explore other avenues for gaining experience. Based on Roy's gaming experience, slaying monsters and creatures held a significant probability of increasing experience points, and the world of witchers teemed with such beings. He speculated that a journey to the wilderness beyond the village, perhaps along the riverbanks, might lead him to encounter unfortunate creatures like a water wraith. Unfortunately, his current frail stature rendered him devoid of any combat prowess. Venturing out to hunt monsters would likely result in a swift demise, falling victim to wild dogs or wolves before he could even reach the outskirts of the village. It is evident that this is not a game where one possesses a second chance. I must tread carefully. Legends often rise from the most humble beginnings. Thus, let us set a modest target for the future Lord Roy. He entered his modest courtyard, his gaze fixated on the most conspicuous large white ram in the pen. However, considering that sheep provide milk, and that this formidable creature might prove too challenging for his slender limbs to subdue, he swiftly abandoned this aspiration. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Roy then turned his attention to a plump and robust gray rooster, which seemed to sense impending danger. It emitted a cacophonous clucking and began to frantically dart around the coop. Under the sun, a comical scene unfolded, a scrawny boy pursuing a majestic gray rooster. A lively chase ensued, both in hot pursuit of one another. Reflecting on his past lives, he realized he had never shed blood before, unexpectedly. His first act of killing was an unsuspecting, foolish rooster. He recalled the legendary monster hunter Geralt of Rivia, a figure renowned for titles such as the White Wolf, the Butcher of Blaviken, and the Giant Slayer. This incident must not be allowed to circulate, otherwise, when I eventually become a legend, shall I be mockingly referred to as the Rooster Slayer by wandering bards? With this thought in mind, Roy hastened his movements, awkwardly slashing at the rooster's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering a few droplets across his cheek. As the high-pitched cawing echoed, the rooster extended its claws and raised its neck, releasing a final, mournful cry of its life. Moments later, It lay on the ground, gasping for its last breath, while a faint smile crept across Roy's face. Experience points increased slightly. Truly effective. He secretly rejoiced, only to be startled by a sudden, panicked scream from outside the courtyard. Oh dear! Foolish Roy has been possessed by a monster and killed his own chicken. A snot-nosed child, no more than 8 years old, shouted in terror, his voice booming like a frantic groundhog. Yet, upon seeing him, a light flickered in Roy's eyes. Brandon, the butcher's son. As the village's designated butcher in the desolate K village, nearly every household relied on his father's expertise for slaughtering sheep and cattle. If I become an apprentice to the butcher, how could I ever worry about experience points? Chapter 3. The butcher on the uneven paths of the village. 2 children, one large and one small, made their way towards the house of Fletcher the butcher. Roy recalled that the butcher seemed to be a distant relative of Susie, and their families occasionally interacted. Perhaps his idea might indeed hold promise. Humph. Chicken killer, look at your spindly arms and legs, as thin as sticks. Do you really think you can become my father's apprentice? You should just stay at home and daydream. Brandon sniffed his translucent snot that had slid onto his upper lip, speaking with utmost disdain. Ah, that feels much better. In his previous life, he lived for 18 years, and it was not worth his while to bicker with a mere child. He shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I am already a 13-year-old adult. What significance is there in killing a chicken? Only those who lack experience would find such a spectacle astonishing. Rooster killer? He scoffed at the term, deeming it utterly unappealing and foolish. A simpleton, incapable of even tilling the land, dares to slay a chicken with his own hands? Various signs indicate a strong possibility of demonic possession, though I shall take my time to ascertain this. However, to claim I lack worldly experience? Brandon wiped his nose with his grimy little hand, then skillfully cleaned it with his pristine shirt. As the child of a butcher, his family's economic standing was considerably better than that of most households in the village, with an abundance of meat and a more splendid attire. He enjoyed a sense of superiority, having garnered the favor of several peers despite his tender age. How could he possibly endure ridicule? Oh, do you have to listen to your Uncle Fletcher boast every night? Roy inquired, observing his companion's expression. Upon hearing the words magic trick, Brandon's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he spoke with fervor, his words brimming with envy and longing. Seeing this reaction, Roy felt a sense of reassurance and suddenly halted, standing tall with an air of confidence. If you could persuade Uncle Fletcher to take me on as an apprentice, the illustrious Lord Roy shall demonstrate a wondrous magic trick to you. Rooster killer, he thought. Those lies are better suited for deceiving the naive children of Uncle Tongji. I shall not be so easily fooled. Brandon suddenly choked, his eyes wide open, and his mouth agape as though it could fit an egg. Uncontrollable mucus dripped from his nose like a caterpillar. How did you do that? Right before his eyes, under the brilliant sunlight, a stone in Roy's right palm vanished without a trace, as if it had been displaced to an unseen realm. The palm closed, then opened again, and the stone reappeared. This is what I refer to as magic. Roy was quite pleased with the little boy's reaction. In truth, the stone was quietly resting within the cubic space provided by the template, ready to be summoned or released at will with a mere thought. I don't believe it. Show me again. This time, he suggested a different prop. Do you have any money on you? Yes. Brandon occasionally pilfered a few coins from Old Butcher to take his friends to the tavern for some dried fruits, and to sample the sweet and sour fruit wine. Hand it over to me. A crown will suffice. Brandon, whether out of naivety or curiosity, genuinely pulled a golden crown from his pocket and tossed it to Roy. Then, he craned his neck, watching as Roy grasped the crown and flipped it downward. When the fist turned back to reveal an open hand, the crown had vanished without a trace. I've been cooped up at home, shut away from the world, solely to study magic. Now that I've mastered it, it's time for you to witness it. Brandon, skeptical, searched Roy's person, but found him entirely clean with no hiding places. Speechless, he acquiesced to Roy's request. Teach me the art of trickery, and I shall implore my father to take you on as an apprentice. This arrangement is certainly advantageous. Furthermore, I must issue a solemn warning. Noticing that his counterpart had not brought it up, Roy graciously accepted the crown, emphasizing that he must never again be referred to as the Rooster Slayer, nor should it be mentioned in the presence of anyone else. In the butcher's yard, a burly middle-aged man was preparing to wield his knife on a yellow cow, which was bound and suspended from a wooden frame. Just as he was about to strike, he caught sight of Roy and his companion. Ignoring Roy, he turned his stern gaze upon the chubby boy and bellowed, "You little rascal! Where have you been wandering off to again? Speak up about how many times this month you failed to report to the village chief. You're squandering my hard-earned money. With your limited literacy, what do you aspire to be, a wandering minstrel? You'd be better off learning a trade from me. Brandon, exposed in his aspirations, felt his chubby face flush in embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. The son of a butcher, he dreamt of becoming a dashing troubadour. But were the villagers to discover his ambition, they would surely mock him. In truth, in the entire village of K, there were no more than 3 individuals, including the village chief, who could read and write. The majority of villagers required payment to have someone assist them in composing letters to distant relatives. Though Fletcher, the butcher, was a robust man, he harbored no desire for his son to remain uneducated. Brandon, he continued, if you can earn the village chief's praise, I shall have Uncle Tom take you to Vangberg for a broader experience. If you learn well enough, I would go so far as to bankrupt myself to send you to Osvenford University for further studies. Your mother wished the same before she passed. Do not let her down. Initially, Roy did not find anything remarkable about Brandon's aspiration to become a bard. However, upon hearing his father's words, he was slightly taken aback. Could this fellow truly possess such foresight? The butcher's trade could provide a comfortable living, yet in terms of dignity and status, it paled in comparison to that of an intellectual. Setting aside the prospect of attending university, merely being able to read and write in the common script of the Northern Kingdom would suffice to ensure a decent life in the countryside. With a stroke of luck, one might secure a position as a scribe in a bustling city, which would garner even greater respect. As for the university mentioned by the butcher, Osvenford, it was renowned as one of the finest institutions in the world, rivaling the Academy of Nilfgaard. Gerald's closest confidants, Dandelion and his beloved, Shunny, were both alumni of Osvenford. At this juncture, Brandon, contemplating the art of magic, mustered his courage to declare, Fletcher, I wish to be your apprentice. Fletcher cast a sidelong glance at Roy, scrutinizing him with little regard. You? The uncle intends to take on an apprentice, yet you have never even tilled the soil. Do you truly think Susie would permit you to come and serve as my apprentice? Moreover, your frail physique would likely falter after merely half a day with livestock. Best to avoid causing me any trouble, stay wherever you find comfort. Although the work of slaughtering pigs and sheep may seem grimy and laborious, it remains a sought-after occupation, with a deft hand at the knife ensuring a steady flow of profit. Fletcher had once envisioned passing this trade down to his son, providing him with a life free of want. However, now that the lad had a more promising path ahead in learning the common script, he no longer felt compelled to insist. The feeble Roy had resolutely decided to seek a stable source of experience. How could he be deterred by such trivial difficulties? Counting on his fingers, he earnestly implored, Uncle Fletcher, grant me a chance. Will you allow me to explain? The butcher nodded. In truth, I have already conferred with old Moore and Susie, and this matter rests entirely in my hands. Roy paused. You mentioned the necessity of physicality in the butcher's trade, which is undoubtedly true. However, this craft places greater emphasis on skill and experience, both of which can be gradually acquired. I am well aware that, based on your expertise, you could effortlessly carve livestock even with your eyes closed. Do not be deceived by my current frail appearance. I am youthful, brimming with energy, and my strength is rapidly developing. I grasp new concepts swiftly. If you are willing to guide me closely, I assure you, I will not disappoint you. With determination, Roy added fervently, during my apprenticeship, if I prove to be inept, do not pay me. Just provide me with a piece of meat occasionally. Upon hearing this, the butcher broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, Young Roy is no longer the same. In the past, you could hardly muster a sentence. Yet now your words flow so smoothly. It seems that to refuse you would be a crime. For Susie's sake, I shall grant you this opportunity. Are you brave enough to take action? As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal a large yellow bull behind him. If you dare to send this hefty creature off yourself, suppress your nausea without retching, then I, Fletcher, shall accept you as my apprentice. He was certain that this inexperienced youth, having never witnessed blood, would surely hesitate to take action. Unbeknownst to him, within the frail form of the youth before him resided the forcibly implanted soul of a young man from an era of information overload on Earth. What gruesome scenes had he not witnessed on the screen? Roy, with an unwavering demeanor, accepted the butcher's knife from the hands of the butcher and strode resolutely towards the suspended carcass of the yellow cow. Turning around with a sincere expression, the entire courtyard fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the air. Brandon's complexion turned pale as he held his breath. Though the son of a butcher, he had never participated in the slaughter himself. Each time his father dispatched livestock, he would retreat to a safe distance, covering his ears. The slender figure before him, gripping the menacing blade, evoked an unfamiliar sensation within him. Roy no longer appeared to be the gentle, timid boy he once was. Meanwhile, the butcher, his face glistening with grease and flesh, displayed a flicker of surprise. Was this what it meant to mature? Understanding the need to consider one's family, Fletcher couldn't help but glance at the mischievous boy beside him, wiping his nose. Did a mere collision with a horse suddenly catalyze one's growth and maturity? Roy, near the cow's neck, you should observe a bulge. That is what I have just identified. Direct your blade toward that bump with precision, and the yellow cow shall endure minimal suffering. As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, Roy's eyes narrowed. He recalled the sensation from slaughtering a chicken. With a steady motion, he executed a clean and decisive strike. His wrist flicked forward, the blade lunging out and retracting. The large, dark eyes of the yellow cow gazed back at him, tears streaming down its cheeks as it emitted a feeble moo, hardly resisting before falling silent. Simultaneously, Roy's experience points surged to 7. The act of slaying a yellow cow had bestowed upon him a substantial 5 points of experience. The second drop of blood, the legendary retching, has yet to manifest amidst the heightened emotions. However, the act of slaughtering a chicken differs fundamentally from that of a cow. Roy felt not the anticipated joy of gaining experience points. Instead, he was enveloped in a subtle sorrow and a faint sense of trepidation. What is the underlying principle that allows one to acquire experience points through the extinguishment of a life? How much experience might one garner from taking a human life? Is the sole significance of life, in the context of individual templates, merely to serve as a source of experience points? By what criteria does the template assess the experience value of each life? Does size correlate with value, or is it a matter of vitality and the quality of the soul? Or perhaps there are other factors at play. Roy understood that he must engage in further slaughters to unravel these mysteries. Countless questions swirled in his mind as he stood, transfixed, clutching the bloody dagger. At that moment, the butcher's hearty laughter broke through his reverie as he delivered a robust slap on Roy's shoulder, the force of which jolted him back to reality. "You bold lad, you truly dared to take action. Has a collision with a horse emboldened you?" The butcher continued. "Consider this your pass. If you can endure the filth and toil, come to me before dawn tomorrow. If you can hold your ground, we shall not speak of wages, for the rewards will be plentiful." Uncle Fletcher, no longer young, found himself in need of a reliable assistant as his son was engrossed in mastering the universal script and showed no inclination to inherit his father's trade. Although Roy was slender, he had grown up under Fletcher's watchful eye, innocent, honest, and grateful to his parents. With the connection through Susie, their bond seemed promising. "Uncle Fletcher, I shall certainly arrive on time," Roy declared, shaking off his earlier melancholy, his gaze now resolute. Internally, he chided himself, with hunger gnawing at him and unknown threats looming. Why should he feign sympathy for a mere cow? Roy concealed his crocodile tears and gripped the sharp knife tightly. Chapter 4. A newcomer takes his post that evening. After much pleading from Roy, the elderly Moore couple reluctantly acquiesced to his request to apprentice with the butcher. The couple, intimately familiar with their son whom they had watched grow since childhood, noted with astonishment the transformation that had occurred in just a single day. He had morphed from a quiet and shy boy into a lively, talkative young man. However, the genuine concern evident in Roy's words and demeanor towards his parents was unmistakable. Thus, this simple couple harbored no doubts. Rather, they felt a profound sense of relief at their child's change. They believed he had weathered a storm and had matured significantly. The following day, many villagers of Kay were astonished to see the burly and coarse butcher, Fletcher, accompanied by a slender apprentice. The Moore boy had narrowly escaped being trampled by a horse. Could it be that he had consequently lost his sanity? How could one with such a weak disposition possibly engage in the slaughter of livestock? A country bumpkin like him, nearly crushed, would surely exhibit some change in temperament. Yet, I wager young Roy would not last a week. The butcher's trade was not suited for just anyone. Moreover, this line of work was quite lucrative. Why would the butcher afford him any leniency? Regardless of the villagers' gossip, Roy remained resolutely committed to working alongside Fletcher. After a day immersed in the tasks, he discovered that the work was not as he had envisioned. Upon the arrival of large livestock such as cattle and sheep, Fletcher would first administer a yellow powder to the animals, aiming to numb their nerves and prevent them from suffering in their final moments. According to the butcher, these powders were anesthetics gifted to him by the village's herbalist. Once the livestock had been dispatched, it was time to tackle the most challenging aspect. The meat must be sliced with precision, understanding how to separate the bone from the flesh without compromising the texture of the muscle. This necessitates a profound comprehension of the anatomical structure of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The butcher's level of education was unlikely to allow him to create a physiological diagram for Roy to memorize. Instead, he would demonstrate through action, guiding him with each deliberate stroke of the knife. Roy observed Uncle Fletcher calmly skinning the beef, extracting the entrails, and disassembling the carcass. The air was thick with a pungent stench, and he was confronted with steaming, vivid crimson. His stomach churned violently, and he could not suppress a bout of dry heaving. The initial incision into the cow was manageable, but the subsequent dissection proved to be a true test. "Hey," the butcher jested. "I didn't see you hesitate when we slaughtered the cow yesterday. Are you frightened now? This craft is not as filthy and laborious as I casually suggest, otherwise. After all this time, there would be no one in the village willing to take it on save for the ignorant little Roy. Naturally, I would not easily offer my trade to outsiders. Let's see if you possess the determination and perseverance to take my place." Recovering from his nausea, Roy felt a slight dizziness and weakness in his legs, but the butcher granted him no further respite. "Come here and take the knife. I will teach you how to apply force. Cut along here. I told you to go upwards. Where are you directing your blade? Damn it, haven't you eaten enough?" At the slightest misstep, Roy found himself subjected to a torrent of scathing rebuke. He sighed inwardly, lamenting his plight as a butcher's apprentice. Not only did he have to acclimatize to the filthy and bloody surroundings of the yard, enduring coarse insults, but he also had to wield a knife for extended periods, leaving his arms feeling weary and sore. His physical constitution was below average, rendering him more susceptible to fatigue. The pressures, both physical and psychological, momentarily overwhelmed him. "How foolish I am to willingly endure this as a butcher's apprentice." Despite his internal grievances, Roy diligently completed his butcher's tasks, discerning the urgency of each. The primary reason remained that he had already delivered the fatal blow to the animals destined for slaughter, thus gaining invaluable experience. Under the eaves of this profession, he was strengthening his physique, accumulating experience, and enjoying the fruits of his labor. What more could one desire? The arduous first day of the apprenticeship came to a close, as the butcher had slaughtered 2 cattle from neighboring villages, earning a sum of 10 crowns from the villagers. According to the butcher, such profitable days were not a regular occurrence. With only around 100 households in K, even with customers from other villages, it was not guaranteed that he would be summoned to work each day. Once the tasks were completed, the butcher generously rewarded Roy with a piece of fresh meat the size of his palm. As for his wages, the butcher did not treat him as free labor. During the week-long apprenticeship, he would receive 1 crown, a mere handful of copper coins each day. Roy felt no discontent. In the early stages of learning a trade, one naturally does not dwell on income. "Uncle Fletcher, how should we handle the entrails?" "We'll dispose of them shortly. In the world of sorcery, customs closely resemble those of Central Europe from my previous life. Not everyone embraces the consumption of animal entrails. After processing, the offal of cattle and sheep is often buried or burned in the wilderness, or cast into a nearby stream to feed the fish." Just give me these, Roy thought, disregarding the intricacies involved. Having been born in a land where an array of flavors is cherished, he had indulged in various pig, cow, and sheep delicacies before. After all, they are all meat. As dusk approached, Roy meticulously cleaned the blood from the yard, burdened by a heavy, blood-soaked sack, his experience points tallying 10. With his vision dimming, he departed from the butcher's residence. Beneath the setting sun, the village of K was adorned with smoke spiraling from dark chimneys, while weary men returned from the fields, hoes slung over their shoulders. Mud-streaked children frolicked in their small yards, chasing chickens and dogs with abandon. The lowly wooden houses gradually flickered to life with candlelight. Roy inhaled deeply. How long would this tranquility endure? He was well aware of the answer. Each month, the village of K was obligated to deliver a portion of its agricultural produce to the Lord of Lower Posada as tax, a staggering 30% of the total harvest. A rather harsh imposition. The more family cultivated marsh herbs and hops, yielding a harvest this month that amounted to 2 sacks of dried marsh herbs. These herbs bore resemblance to tobacco leaves on earth, and the villagers often enjoyed puffing on their pipes, reveling in the clouds of smoke, finding immense pleasure in the act. Regarding taxation, the entire Athenian kingdom, including its vassal states, imposed significantly higher levies on farmers compared to the other 3 northern nations. Consequently, Athens had long been beleaguered by the ravages of peasant revolts. It remains a mystery how the higher echelons of the kingdom are contemplating matters. It is no wonder that in the future, both the north and south of Aedirn will be lost, descending into a fractured state. The situation is perilous, and time must be of the essence. As for those awful scraps deemed undesirable by butchers, he unhesitatingly cleans them, disregarding any notion of filth, and seeks out some seasonal celery and wild greens, persuading the elderly couple to part with a precious pinch of salt, before hastily stir-frying everything together. What emerges is a dish of meat and offal, imbued with an oily fragrance and an inescapable fishy odor. In the past, Roy would have found it utterly unpalatable. Yet now, this body exhibits no such disdain. On one hand, food is scarce, and meat even more so, on the other hand. The locals consume but 2 meals a day, and as a growing child, he will not squander any opportunity to partake in meat. Regrettably, this meal only bestowed upon Roy a meager 0. 1 experience points, illuminating the fact that slaughter is indeed the most effective means of leveling up. Even the occasional culling of livestock would yield significantly swifter progress. Roy is filled with anticipation regarding this prospect. Chapter 5. The Tavern and Gwent. Beneath the shroud of night in the village of Kay, the majority of homes have extinguished their lights. Husbands embrace their wives in slumber, while children gaze out at the sky, counting sheep. The night watchman, Thompson, brandishing a torch and wielding a rusted steel sword, begins his patrol of the village, warding off any potential beasts, thieves, or preemptively raising alarms. The only places aglow are the home of the village chief and the dilapidated tavern at the center of the village, known as the Old Captain's Tavern. Occasionally, energetic young men, yet to marry and father children, frequent this establishment to pass the time, enjoy a drink, and, when the mood strikes, summon the tavern keeper, One-Eyed Jack, whose face is adorned with a bushy beard and who delights in boasting of his youthful maritime exploits, to engage in a game of Gwent. In the Old Captain's Tavern, shrouded in the warm glow of candlelight and the flickering flames of the hearth, 5 or 6 figures were scattered about. Roy stood before the Gwent board, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed upon the exquisite array of cards. These were genuine Gwent cards. Gwent was originally conceived by bored dwarves seeking to pass the time, but with its straightforward rules and dynamic, engaging gameplay, it quickly captured the hearts of all. Nobility and common folk alike relished the opportunity to indulge in a few rounds during their leisure hours. The cards themselves portrayed popular legendary figures from folklore, such as the great Emperor Imhir of Nilfgaard, King Foltest of Temeria, King Dimavend of Aedirn, Crowned Regent, and the enchanting Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia. Each Gwent card was meticulously crafted by skilled dwarven artisans, with impeccable illustrations and materials that rendered them nearly impossible to counterfeit. Among collectors, those produced by master dwarves were regarded as miniature works of art. Ordinary Gwent cards could be purchased for a couple of crowns, and one could find a few scattered throughout various local shops, while certain rare cards could fetch the price of an entire house in the capital of Aedirn, Vingerberg. Yet few collectors were willing to part with them. However, after observing for some time, Roy noted that the decks of Nilfgaard, the Northern Realms, and Skellige had all appeared on the board, yet he had not seen a single monster card or a squirrel faction card. Monster cards were exceedingly rare. And at this point in the timeline, the Northern War had yet to commence. The Squirrel faction, which would later assist Nilfgaard in their assault on the northern human realms in a guerrilla capacity, had not yet made its mark. Thus, there were naturally no Squirrel faction cards in existence. It is estimated that only after the Northern War will the Squirrel faction be expanded into the Gwent pool by a certain dwarf master. Young Roy, why are you wandering into the tavern at this hour instead of resting peacefully at home? Just as One-Eyed Jack's large, hairy hand was about to descend upon Roy's head, the latter deftly evaded it with a quick sidestep. With a charming smile, Roy thought to himself that at the tender age of 13, there was no shame in being endearing, as long as it proved effective. Uncle Jack, I am awaiting Brandon. He promised to let me sample some fruit wine tonight. In truth, he was fulfilling a promise, intending to teach Brandon a simple magical technique he had learned online before his journey. However, he now had a profitable idea. Longtime players of The Witcher 3 rarely escaped the clutches of Gwent addiction. One-Eyed Jack, weathered by time, displayed a rather unpleasant grin on his wrinkled face. That little chubby boy frequently pilfered money from home to indulge in drink. Had I not diluted his fruit wine with water, old Fletcher would have undoubtedly detected the alcohol on his breath and given him a sound thrashing. Do not follow his poor example. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Jack's eye as he deftly tossed a pale Gwent card onto the board. Simultaneously, his opponent's complexion paled. Take that, Frostbite. All melee units unified. Huh. 35 to 20. Old odor. This round is mine. A cascade of copper coins was piled at Jack's table. The farmer across from him wore a sour expression, lamenting that his luck tonight was worse than a salted fish from Coville. I'm done for the night, he exclaimed, swiftly exiting the door. Seizing the opportunity, Roy filled the vacant seat, engaging in a silent stare-down with one-eyed Jack. Change your seat, my old friend. He will arrive shortly. Today, I must ensure his utter financial ruin, leaving him with naught but a single pair of undergarments. Uncle Jack, feeling bored, replied, Why not indulge in a game with me as a pre-match warm-up? Upon hearing this, Jack shook his head. Do you possess Gwent? A mere child of 10 lacks the funds to amass such a collection. In this entire village, who is unaware of the illustrious Captain Jack, the renowned Gwent collector? Your collection must be abundant. Surely there are duplicates. Pray, lend me a set for my use. Roy clasped his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Alas, where has that shy, endearing little lad gone? Why does it seem as though the village mason has smeared a layer of cement upon his visage? Jack sighed deeply, raising his hand in a gesture as if to swat away the absurdity, but then seemed to recall something, his movement slowing. I shall lend you the cards as a favor, but old Jack does not partake in Gwent without stakes. Let us agree that should you lose, you will clean the tavern once. And if I win? Roy inquired. A reward of 1 crown, Jack responded. Wasn't it 2 crowns before? In the face of Jack's stern demeanor, Roy quickly covered his mouth. Before long, he received a set of 35 Northern Realms Gwent cards, 31 common units with combat power not exceeding 6 for weather cards, and not a single prized hero card in sight. The Gwent cards felt substantial in his grasp, their surface smoother than the skin of a maiden, making him reluctant to part with them. Meanwhile, the one-eyed Jack remained oblivious to the treasures held within his own Gwent collection. The game commenced swiftly and unbeknownst to anyone. Brandon stealthily approached the table, observing alongside a robust man exceeding 6 feet 4 inches, 9 meters, in height, with skin exhibiting a dark reddish hue. The two remained silent as they surveyed the unfolding situation. Initially, Roy's moves were sluggish, while Quint hesitated in his plays, and Jack, with arms crossed and an air of nonchalance, struck with the swiftness of lightning. As anticipated, Roy suffered consecutive defeats in the first 2 rounds. However, as time progressed and hands continued to be played, the tide of the match dramatically shifted. Jack's gaze fixated on the chessboard, his moves becoming increasingly arduous, his complexion darkening with displeasure. You scoundrel, you are cheating. Half an hour later, Jack roared, rising from his seat, the taut muscles of his face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged lion. Boss, I have been watching closely. I assure you the lad has not cheated, Pusig asserted confidently, though a barely concealed smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He relished witnessing his ever-victorious former superior encounter adversity. Roy cast a grateful glance at the burly man with a ruddy complexion. This fellow was Pusig, the blacksmith residing in K Village, known for repairing the villagers' farming tools. Roy had heard tales of Pusig's past as a sailor aboard One-Eyed Jack's ship, where the two once operated a cargo vessel around the Skellig Islands. After Jack's retirement, Pusig settled in the countryside of Aedirn. Though not a local, he had grown up in Skellig, possessing a forthright and courageous temperament. Little Roy, you ought to thank the horse that knocked you down. Pusig playfully tapped him on the head, adding, in the past, you resembled a delicate young lady. Now, at last, you exhibit a semblance of manliness. Incredulous as it may seem, great goddess Maritalis, how could you favor this wretched fellow so? My hand is 2 levels superior to his. Yet I have inexplicably lost 5 matches. Such a phenomenon transcends mere skill. One-Eyed Jack, still unwilling to concede, glared fiercely at Roy, who wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, pondering whether he had been too hasty. Indeed, he was cheating, still employing his storage space. Each time, unbeknownst to anyone, he would stealthily conceal 2 weather cards within the space, waiting for the opportune moment during the Gwent match to quietly swap them out. Freezing the opponent's hard-earned battle power was immensely satisfying. Fortune smiled upon me. Roy endeavored to maintain a calm tone. In the realm of Gwent, none were more favored by the goddess of luck than he. How infuriating. Jack banged his fist against the wall in frustration. If it weren't for that detestable thief, Sasha, stealing my mystic sprite a few days ago, you would never have triumphed over me. Sasha? Upon hearing this name, Roy visibly paused, suspecting he had encountered this character during his gameplay, though he could not recall the details at that moment. At this juncture, the chubby Brandon's eyes darted around before he exclaimed, Sasha, Isn't she the woman who collided with Roy while riding? One-eyed Jack, upon hearing this, suddenly fell silent. Very well. Had I not pursued that woman, she would not have panicked and crashed into Roy. I shall not hold today's events against you. Roy then understood. No wonder Jack had previously mentioned being indebted to him and agreed to lend him Gwent cards. The root of it all lay in the rare Gwent card collection of One-Eyed Jack, which had attracted the thief and ultimately led to his collision with the horse and subsequent assimilation. Little Roy, tomorrow at this time, come and play with me again. I refuse to believe that your luck will hold indefinitely. Sooner or later, I will uncover evidence of your cheating. Roy eagerly agreed. In just half an hour, he had earned 5 crowns. What reason did he have to pass up such a generous opportunity? That old captain, Jack, was no less addicted to the game than those dwarfs who had lost everything. Brandon joined in the excitement, tugging at his sleeve. Roy, teach me some magic tricks. As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of fragrant, slightly sweet yellow snacks from his pouch and stuffed them into Roy's mouth. This is cracklings. Is it delicious? Fletcher always makes some cracklings as a snack after he slaughters a pig. You teach me tricks, and I will bring you snacks every day. Looking at Brandon's innocent and chubby face, Roy smiled, unable to resist the urge to smooth down a rebellious tuft of hair atop his head. Chapter 6. New skills and upgrades. The tranquil days flowed by like water, and nearly a month had passed. The bustling routine of being a butcher's apprentice and the nightly quint games at the tavern unfolded in an orderly fashion. In this familiar yet foreign little village, Roy gradually found his footing. After a month, he had saved up 60 crowns, the majority of which he had acquired from old Captain Jack and the blacksmith, Pusick. This sum was sufficient to cover his travel expenses to Vangberg and other larger cities. However, the two had grown wary of him, no longer willing to play quint easily. And thus his windfall had come to an end. In the local context of Aedirn, a blacksmith would never consider selling Gabriel to a mere adolescent. Yet, in the simplistic worldview of those raised in the rugged environment of Skellig, amidst the chaos of life, it is ingrained that boys should be equipped with means of self-defense from an early age. Children on the archipelago, often not yet 10, begin to wield swords and practice combat. Thus, it is no surprise that Roy finds such pursuits appealing. Unlike the easily accessible crossbows in games, the handheld crossbow in reality possesses formidable power. Although this particular Gabriel is dated in design, with a limited range and slow reloading time, its simplicity of operation requires little shooting skill. Even a child or an elderly person, provided they have a steady grip, can inflict harm upon even the most elite soldiers. For Roy, a lad whose physical attributes fall short of an adult's and lacking in combat skills, the handheld crossbow emerges as the most cost-effective choice, far superior to melee weapons. His perception attribute of 5 is not inferior to that of an adult, and his field of vision is adequately broad. Roy thus stowed the dagger and this deadly weapon into his spatial storage. This storage space is remarkably convenient, aside from the limitation of not accommodating living beings. It imposes only restrictions based on volume. With a mere thought, he can instantly retrieve items. As dawn broke, the dewdrops clung to the wild grasses lining the village paths. Upon encountering a villager heading out to tend to the fields, Roy waved and greeted him, though most villagers largely ignored him. In the traditional mindset of the cave villagers, the children of farmers are expected to inherit their parents' toil, dutifully cultivating their crops. In stark contrast, Roy has taken to learning the butcher's craft of slaughtering cattle and sheep, spending his evenings reveling in taverns and forging connections with the rough-hewn folk who have migrated from the Skellig Isles. The accumulation of various actions inevitably invites the scrutiny and envy of others. In his former state, Roy might have been labeled as reclusive, yet the current version of him remains largely indifferent. According to his meticulously crafted plan, upon advancing to the next level, he intends to venture into the wilderness beyond the village, armed with a crossbow and weapons, hunting small game while selling the pelts and meat for a modest sum of crowns. In this remote countryside, the concept of hunting rights is non-existent. Once he ascends a few levels and acquires a measure of self-defense, he will devise a way to take Old Moore and Susie away from Kay to settle in Novigrad. Only after ensuring his parents are well established will he feel free to pursue power and explore this enchanting world. His mind is teeming with information. The Aretuza Academy, dedicated to training female sorceresses, is located on the island of Vaned within the realm of Gore's Velen, while the Ban Art Academy, which exclusively admits male apprentices, resides in the Kingdom of Aedirn. The secret lair of the Wolf School of Witchers, Caer Morhen, hides in the Azure Mountains to the east of Aedirn, where the venerable Vesemir dwells. All of these aspirations are meticulously noted in his plan and will eventually come to fruition. Today marks a small yet significant step in his journey. With the slaying of just one more livestock, he shall achieve the coveted level up. After enduring a month of scathing rebukes and laborious toil under the butcher's guidance, a subtle transformation unfolded within the attributes of the template. Name: Roy. Age: 13 years and 8 months. Identity: commoner. Health points: 41. Strength: 44. 2 agility: 55. 1 constitution: 44. 1 perception: 5 willpower: 44. 5 charm: 5 spirit: 6. You have unlocked a new skill, unnamed, passive, LV1. Having personally slain and dismembered over 4 different species, totaling 15 animals, your body has become imbued with an indelible sin of blood. Any hostile creature that dares to attack you within a radius of 0.3 meters will face a 1 chance of being intimidated by this aura. Should their willpower be lower than yours, they may temporarily lose control of their body for up to 1 second. You have acquired a considerable understanding of the anatomical structures of mammals such as pigs, cows, sheep, and wild dogs, learning the appropriate applications of force, weaponry, and how to deftly navigate their skin, muscle, and skeletal defenses to exploit their vulnerabilities. Your damage against animals with similar anatomical structures is permanently increased by 1. Note: this skill will upgrade as you continue to slaughter various species of creatures. Storage space: 1 cubic meter. Other unknown experience points: 98,100 through a month of rigorous training and ample nourishment. Roy's strength, constitution, and agility have all seen marked improvement. The pallor of his once wan visage has given way to a healthy flush beneath his dark hair, and his physique is notably more robust than it was a month prior, though he may still appear somewhat slender. He no longer exudes the fragile impression of being easily toppled by a gust of wind. In the realm of various attributes, the enhancement of willpower stands paramount. Regardless of who it may be, after laboring for a month in an environment replete with blood and filth, one's nerves inevitably harden. The newly acquired passive skill has bestowed upon Roy an aura of malevolence. Although the current probability and damage increase is a mere 1%, hardly substantial, it is essential to remember that he has only reached level 1. This skill allows for empowerment through acts of slaughter, as well as the utilization of skill points upon the elevation of personal levels. Acquired under the tutelage of the butcher and honed through incessant killing, this skill has been aptly named Roy's Will. As he traversed his path, Roy encountered Brandon, who came rushing forth like a small squirrel. This rotund fellow, perhaps possessing an innate talent for the art of illusion, managed to master all the tricks he had previously discovered online within a mere month. Miraculous prophecies, grass plucked from midair, and forks piercing fabric. Whether Brandon is suited to be a bard remains a mystery to Roy, yet there is no doubt that this chap is destined to become a juggler. Having been entangled for a month, Roy's promise had long been fulfilled. He lacked the patience to indulge further in Brandon's antics. I have told you countless times. I have imparted all that I can. Spare me, you little snot-nosed brat. The chubby boy's round eyes sparkled with curiosity. Then allow me to showcase my improved trick. With this performance, the future bard shall surely captivate all of K, nay, the entirety of Lower Posada. I have no interest. I must attend to my duties. I have some oil residue for you, prepared by Fletcher yesterday. Brandon's cherubic face bore an ingratiating smile. A rare sight for this pampered boy who had seldom begged anyone for anything throughout his life. Yet this time, he found himself enamored with the art of magic. A fervor coursing through him like never before. Then perform for me, Roy replied with unwavering resolve. Otherwise, go fetch your little entourage. Mindy and the others would be more than delighted to cheer you on. Am I to seek my father's approval? He would undoubtedly thrash me for it, Brandon retorted, tugging at Roy's hand, his insistence unyielding. I can't always perform for those sycophants. It's juvenile. They offer no constructive criticism, and you are the most knowledgeable among us. I am imploring you. Roy fixed his gaze upon Brandon, his tone intensifying. I have work and other pressing matters to attend to. Could you grant me a bit of space? I'll play with you tomorrow. Brandon paused momentarily, lowering his head in silence. Roy dismissed the thought of his earlier grievances and made his way to the butcher's residence. Upon arrival, he spotted 2 individuals grappling with a large white pig in the yard. Fletcher had a firm grip on the pig's head while a villager clung to its tail, both being dragged along as the creature squealed and ran amok. Roy hastened to assist them in restraining the unruly pig, and only when Fletcher administered a tranquilizer did the animal finally settle down. With an unceremonious plop, Fletcher sat atop the pig's back, seemingly unfazed by the dirt. and casually inquired, "Roy, did you just see that insufferable brat, Brandon?" Yes, he went off to flaunt his magic tricks to a few children, Roy thought to himself, lamenting that yet again he had succumbed to the whims of this stubborn yet tender-hearted boy. With Fletcher's assistance, he deftly dispatched the plump pig, and as the blood drained away, his experience points surged to a full 100%. In that moment, Roy felt a faint tremor reverberate through the entire template, prompting him to seek a secluded spot to sit down. Behind the pale green experience bar of his personal template appeared a numeral. As his focus settled upon it, new text materialized within the template, Level 1, 3500. Simultaneously, a gentle warmth coursed through him, akin to the legendary inner strength, vital energy, or chaotic power, flowing throughout his being. Each attribute and skill acquired through his slaughtering endeavors was accompanied by a distinct numeral. He gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Roy suppressed his excitement and meticulously examined his attributes. Strength 4, 2, Stamina 4, 1, Willpower 4, 5, all inferior to that of an adult. Even with a slight increase, he possessed no advantage, as long as he continued in this line of work, allowing his body to develop naturally. These 3 attributes would rise without the need to expend precious attribute points. He held no interest in the charm attribute, dismissing it for the time being. His focus lay instead on the attributes of spirit, perception, and agility. These 3 attributes already surpassed those of an adult, particularly spirit, which reached a commendable 6 points. Given the scarcity of attribute points, he preferred to amplify his existing strengths rather than diversify into mediocrity. However, at present, Roy had not mastered any spells, nor had he encountered the magical seals of a demon hunter, which influenced the potency of spells, rendering the spirit attribute temporarily irrelevant. His attention remained fixed on perception and agility. Agility enhances reaction speed and significantly improves dynamic vision, proving to be of great assistance in wielding the crossbow, Gabriel. This will greatly benefit his future endeavors. Perception allows him to more acutely sense his surroundings. It serves not only for defense and crisis anticipation, but also optimizes observation and sight, harmonizing seamlessly with the crossbow. After careful contemplation, Roy decisively chose perception. At that moment, the numeral following the attribute gently leaped from 5 to 6. A more intense surge of warmth coursed through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, skin, and the center of his forehead. In an instant, he transcended into a wondrous realm, where the world before him suddenly became vibrant. A faint scent of blood wafted from the butcher's yard, as his gaze probed the grass. He could distinctly see the dew clinging to the leaves and the vividly colored ladybugs. A warm, gentle breeze flowed past his fingertips, rushing towards him. Everything around him became more animated and extraordinarily beautiful. The level 1 span, damage amplification, and intimidation probability experienced a remarkable enhancement, soaring from 1% to 5%. While his body exhibited no notable changes, Roy's heart swelled with joy, bolstering his confidence for the plans ahead. Chapter 7. The Disappearance in the Early Hours of the Morning. Roy lay cocooned in the warmth of his blankets, blissfully dreaming of single-handedly defeating a griffin, an elder vampire, and a shadow elder, when a figure with a hooked nose and a balding head appeared as a merchant in his dream. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door jolted him awake. "Susie." "Old Moore, there's an urgent matter. Open the door quickly." Roy, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to rise, only to find his parents standing at the door, candles in hand. While the imposing figure of the butcher, visibly shaken, stammered out explanations. The night breeze swept in, thoroughly awakening him from his daze. What could have caused such disarray in the foul-mouthed butcher? A thought flickered in Roy's mind. Uncle Fletcher, could something have happened to Brandon? He donned a thin linen shirt and approached his anxious parents. Illuminated by the flickering flame, the butcher's eyes were bloodshot, his lips chapped, and he appeared as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, fraught with worry and exhaustion. Have they searched the Mindy household? Could Brandon be sleeping over at one of the boys' houses? Roy inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. And what about the old captain's tavern? He occasionally visits there. Nobody. Fletcher shook his head vehemently. I've searched everywhere and inquired with everyone. Since noon, no one in the village has seen him. That rascal, though mischievous, has never stayed out this late. Do not fret, Uncle Fletcher. Think carefully about where he might have gone. We will assist you in the search. Stay home and rest. Roy, Old Moore insisted, pressing a hand on Roy's shoulder. Susie and I will go help. Father, do not forget the work I have done this past month. I have seen more blood than most people do in a lifetime. What is it but night? I am not afraid. Roy's steady gaze shifted between his parents as he squeezed their hands. Trust me, I will take care of myself. Oldmore and Susie exchanged a knowing glance, sighed, and nodded in agreement. This month, they increasingly perceived the transformation in their son. Roy was no longer weak and introverted. He possessed his own thoughts. And once he had made up his mind, his temperament and character rendered any attempts at persuasion futile. The group surged out of the courtyard together. Fletcher grasped his hand and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my child. Roy felt the strength in the handshake and nodded. He had witnessed the care given to him over the past month and could not remain indifferent. To Fletcher, the little snot-nosed boy was his entire world. The thought of losing him would bring immeasurable sorrow. Having experienced the anguish of losing a loved one himself, Roy could not bear the thought. In the village, every household was aglow with light. Not far behind Fletcher stood One-Eyed Jack, the blacksmith Pusig, the night watchman Thompson, and 3 honest male villagers, each wielding a torch. Some bearing steel swords, others brandishing hoes and pitchforks, all thoroughly prepared. Is this the extent of our numbers? Why hasn't the village chief arranged for everyone to act in unison? Roy felt a tinge of disappointment. Sighing, One-Eyed Jack tugged at his beard, lamenting, the older I grow, the more I fear death. They say the wilds are unsafe at night, and he has only consented to send out a search party tomorrow morning. Gathering this many people is no small feat. Let us not waste time. By tomorrow, Skelly's fish will have begun to rot. Pusig calmly glanced at the butcher and offered a half-hearted reassurance. Little Brandon is likely just lost outside the village. He is a clever child, and the goddess Maritalis will watch over him. However, deep down, everyone present understood what it meant to go missing in a sparsely populated village surrounded by wilderness. Yet no one was willing to utter the truth. A chill surged within Roy, and he abruptly recalled his earlier harsh demeanor towards Brandon. What if something unfortunate befell Brandon? He could not absolve himself of the responsibility. No, he must find him. Father, Susie, do not worry about me. The blacksmith will look after me. I am quite safe. You must also take care of yourselves. The two nodded, noticing that their son's equipment was considerably more advanced. Following the order of the blacksmith, the butcher, Roy, the tavern owner, and the night watchman, the 5 of them, each wielding a torch, stepped into the darkness beyond the village. None knew what perils lurked in the shadows. After all, the wilderness of Posada was not devoid of vicious wild dogs, wolf packs, and other sinister creatures. The autumn nights in Aedirn were particularly frigid, with temperatures nearing freezing, causing Roy to shiver uncontrollably. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting its silvery glow, while strange sounds emanated from the surroundings, resembling the chirping of insects or something else entirely. The group initially searched the farmlands near Kay, continuously calling out Brandon's name. Despite the torches and moonlight, visibility remained severely limited. Most could only discern objects within a 10-foot radius. However, this was merely the case for ordinary individuals. Roy was astonished to discover that his own vision was scarcely diminished compared to daylight. He could see even objects 30 feet away with remarkable clarity. He realized this was due to the enhanced perception granted by his sixth sense, a fact he had not miscalculated. An hour had elapsed, and the 5 individuals had thoroughly searched every inch of the farmland in K Village, yet they found not a single clue. The tension in their expressions tightened with each passing moment, as they understood that the longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of locating the child became. Old Jack keenly observed the faces around him and suddenly halted, inquiring once more. Wandering aimlessly would yield no results. Fletcher, think carefully. Where might that boy have gone? The butcher, in anguish, crouched down and cradled his head. That rascal often exclaims his desire to become a bard in the big city. Yet he has never ventured beyond this quaint little place called Kay. The farthest he has wandered is to the small river by the village to fish. But he would never stray too far. I have yet to fulfill my promise to take him to Vangberg and Ozenfort. Roy, overhearing this, sighed inwardly. And after a moment's contemplation, a thought crossed his mind. Uncle Fletcher, where is your wife, Brandon's mother, buried? The butcher's expression darkened at the mention. Anna had passed away 3 years ago due to whooping cough and was laid to rest in the cemetery. What are we waiting for? To the graveyard. The resting place of K villagers was situated approximately 3 miles east of the village, connected by a narrow path shrouded in foliage. The group dashed along the path, torches held high, their urgency illuminated in the night. Roy struggled to keep pace behind the larger men, breathless and soon beaded with sweat on his forehead. His physical stamina was notably inferior to that of the adults, yet he could not afford to slow the anxious father, gritting his teeth to press on. Old Jack was no better off. His age weighed heavily upon him, and his frequent indulgence in alcohol had diminished his physical capabilities as well. After rushing approximately a mile, Roy's left eyelid twitched suddenly, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to shout, "Be cautious." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than a series of eerie green lights flickered amidst the dense, shadowy underbrush surrounding them. No, it was not mere lights. It was pairs of eyes, reminiscent of ghostly flames. Accompanied by a cacophony of low, menacing growls, several fearsome wolf silhouettes obstructed their path beneath the moonlight. Chapter 8. The arrow in the dark night. The spectral flames danced ominously. These were packs of wolves, their coats mottled and their bodies lean. Under the threat of the fire, they encircled the 5 individuals, revealing their glistening white fangs while growling ominously, poised to pounce at any moment. A rough estimate suggested there were about 20 of them, their calf-like forms inducing a chill of dread. Instinctively, the group formed a protective circle, drawing their steel swords from their waists. Roy found himself shielded by 4 burly men. Facing the wolf pack from less than 30 paces away, the stench of their decaying flesh and moldy blood wafting toward him. His pupils were filled with the bloodthirsty, savage eyes of the predators before him. No encounter with these wilderness hunters in the past could compare to the visceral shock of this moment. Involuntarily, he felt his body begin to tremble slightly. These wolves were not the drugged, bound livestock of a slaughterhouse. The sharp fangs and claws of these predators could easily rend human flesh. "Everyone, be careful. These beasts are cunning." One-Eyed Jack slowly waved his torch to fend off the encroaching wolves. The old sailor, having clearly endured numerous battles in his youth, displayed no semblance of fear upon his weathered visage, exuding an air of remarkable composure. The butcher and the night watchman, both seasoned in the ways of bloodshed, gripped their steel swords with unwavering steadiness. The blacksmith, with his piercing brown eyes glinting with menace, provocatively surveyed the surrounding pack of wolves. He held his sword firmly at his right hip, the blade angled upwards, reminiscent of a plow ready to till the earth. With a straightened spine and a relaxed posture, he slightly bent forward, his left foot poised on its toes, pointing toward the wolves, while his right foot extended backward at a 45-degree angle. This descendant of Skellige exhibited the hallmarks of rigorous swordsmanship, his grip and movements both precise and fluid. Among the group, only Roy appeared notably unwell, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Fellows, follow my lead and advance slowly," Jack urged, his voice steady. "Do not panic, do not run." The group resembled a diminutive fortress as they cautiously made their way toward the cemetery. However, after merely 2 or 3 steps, the wolves were incited, their piercing howls echoing through the night as the foremost wolves lunged forward like a gust of wind. "Get back," Jack bellowed, delivering a forceful kick to one wolf's head while simultaneously slicing through the air with his gleaming steel sword, striking the creature's thigh. With a mournful yelp, the assailant retreated, limping. "You bastards think I've lost my edge just because I'm old?" One-Eyed Jack resolved not to let the beast escape so easily. But the wolf's companions swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct his blade, 2 in total, snarling menacingly at him. This time, they had learned. Instead of charging directly, they circled Jack, seemingly searching for a weakness. Old Jack frantically brandished a torch in his left hand and a steel sword in his right, issuing a menacing threat. Yet, his advanced age rendered him unable to maintain this for long. Soon, beads of sweat trickled down his brow, and his movements grew increasingly labored. Meanwhile, the butcher, the blacksmith, and the night watchman each faced 2 to 3 wolves, preoccupied with their own battles and unable to lend him assistance. In the shadows beyond the immediate fray, several wolves lurked, pacing like spectators, poised to offer support at a moment's notice. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. In a mere 5 minutes, the eldest among them, Old Jack, was caught off guard and received a scratch to his side from a claw, instantly leaving him with a gaping, bloodied wound. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated and struck down his assailant with a single blow, but exhaustion overtook him, and a second wolf lunged at him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The ghostly silhouette of a wolf loomed over him, its gaping maw wide open. "I never imagined I would meet my demise at the jaws of such beasts," flickered through Old Jack's mind as a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by the dull thud of a heavy body hitting the earth. Struggling to rise, he squinted and saw that the creature that had pinned him was now impaled by an arrow, its life extinguished. "Old Jack, move aside," cried a young lad behind him. Kneeling on one knee, one hand steadying the crossbow, the other poised on the trigger. The weight of anxiety and fear drenched him in sweat, causing his lips to tremble. From the onset of the battle, Roy had readied his spatial crossbow. But the wolves' swift movements and the dimness of the night had thwarted him until just moments ago, when he finally seized his first opportunity. Fortunately, his arrow found its mark. As the tip struck the wolf in the flank, Roy distinctly glimpsed a flash of violet light. Was this the essence of slaughter? He could probably surmise that the gleam was the additional damage from his skill. The wolves, without a doubt, were within the slaughtering range. With this thought, an inexplicable surge of confidence blossomed within him. The tremors in his body dissipated as he drew back the bowstring and aimed at another foe entangled with Old Jack. The sharp, piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed once more, akin to the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. The second arrow found its mark, and yet another wolf fell with a mournful howl. Roy's perception had reached its zenith, his heart pounding fiercely as if it would leap from his chest. His right hand, which had drawn the bowstring, felt weak and weary, yet his experience points surged by a notable 20, rising to 23 out of 500, signifying that each wolf represented 10 experience points. The morale of the night watchman soared, while the wolf pack's assault faltered under the weight of their losses. Kicking aside the mangled remains, the blacksmith thumped his chest and roared, his face ashen. After a brief respite to regain his composure, Roy surveyed the 4 bloodied and battered men around him, a swell of camaraderie igniting within him. We have survived. Huh. It seems that after tonight, Old Jack will have yet another tale to boast about. Grimacing in pain, Old Jack clapped Roy on the shoulder with vigor, proclaiming, "You did well. I initially thought you would be so frightened that you would drag the team down. Yet, thanks to you, we prevailed tonight. I want to even hold it against you for the countless crowns you deceived me out of." A group of men shared a profound sense of disbelief as they beheld the 15 lifeless wolf carcasses strewn across the ground, nearly half of which had been felled by the arrows of this adolescent boy, who had either shot or delivered the final blow. At the tender age of 13, most of them had been nothing more than mischievous rascals, and even the likes of Skellige Pusick had never achieved such remarkable feats in a single night. He could hardly divulge his secret to others. Moreover, he had to concede that luck played a significant role in this encounter. After all, this was his first earnest application of the crossbow in battle. The swift movements of the wolves made it exceedingly difficult for him to track them with his dynamic vision. Next time, if he managed to hit a third of his targets, it would be nothing short of remarkable. He jested lightly, stating that he had been favored by the goddess of fortune, claiming that even aiming at thin air would yield success. A glance at his experience points confirmed that the wilderness was indeed the optimal setting for gaining experience. However, opportunities like tonight's, where he was shielded by 4 formidable men and could shoot without pressure, were exceedingly rare. The night watchman, Tom, cast his gaze over the compact crossbow strapped to his wrist and advised, "This must be a Gabriel, semi-automatic and operable with one hand. It is well suited for self-defense. Take good care of it and don't misplace it. Also, refrain from flaunting it in front of the soldiers." Roy nodded in acknowledgement. "How is everyone feeling?" Fletcher interjected. Concern etched on his face, a jagged wound marring his forearm. "Can we continue? I fear Brandon may not wait for us. Of course, we must press on." Psyche wiped the blood from the steel sword with his sleeve and sheathed it, victory within reach. "Abandon the child. The goddess Melitel shall bestow her wrath." The crowd rose in silence and once more advanced towards the cemetery. The remaining path was calm, devoid of further peril. "Brandon, come forth. Your father has come to fetch you." An unsettling sensation enveloped me. As the group entered the cemetery, bordered by a mound of stones, Roy suddenly spoke up. A vague sense of encountering a pack of wolves returned to him. The heightened awareness indeed proved exceedingly useful. It was too quiet. The dilapidated wooden fence enclosed a vast cemetery housing hundreds of remains. In the night, the gravestones loomed ominously, exuding an air of eeriness. At the very center of the cemetery stood a modest dwelling, the abode of the old gravekeeper, Gungar. Something was amiss. Silence prevailed. "Fletcher." The night watchman gestured for a few to cease their movements. The group lowered their voices. "You shouted so loudly, even if the child is not in the cemetery." Old Gungar must have heard. "No, the child is inside the house. He must have been taken in by Gungar. They are surely asleep." "Yes, I must go in." "What is that?" Roy suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. Following the direction of his finger, they noticed a peculiar pit appearing on the grass outside the cemetery. "This is a new grave, the burial of a villager just last month. I remember it. It belonged to that good old Chris." As they approached, they found the solitary gravestone toppled aside, and the place that once held a body was now empty. Where have the corpses gone? And what entity has disturbed the graves? Roy turned his face, noting that there was more than one pit. Several graves had been unearthed. That despicable scoundrel dares to desecrate the dead and pilfer their possessions? Pusig furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is the gravekeeper merely idle?" Yet Roy shook his head, for he observed a newfound seriousness and pallor on old Jack's face, who began to retreat quietly. "I sense this is not the work of mere mortals." A chilling dread surged within him. Chapter 9. The tongue in the pitch black of night. The flickering torchlight illuminated the violently excavated graves, revealing that, strangely, most of the pits still contained scattered white bones, while only a few graves were devoid of any remains. The vanished corpses were all from recent burials. Contemplating the scene before him, Roy's mind conjured an image of a grotesque, bloodthirsty ghoul, driven by insatiable greed. If ghouls were indeed plaguing the cemetery, the situation would be dire even for seasoned monster hunters, let alone for ordinary folks like them. "There is danger here. We must leave at once." No sooner had Roy's urgent words left his lips than an eerie hissing filled the air, as if someone were wielding a whip against the void. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, the burly butcher let out a muffled grunt, as if he were a fish snagged by a hook. His limbs stiffened and spasmed backward, stretching out before he was yanked forward, staggering a couple of steps. At that moment, the torches held by several individuals illuminated a long, horizontally spanning object in the night sky, shimmering with a flesh-like hue, which suddenly shot forth from the darkness, piercing through the butcher's shoulder like an arrow, leaving behind a gaping wound. What in the world is this? The group hurriedly formed a circle around the injured man, who was drenched in sweat and nearly grinding his teeth to dust from the pain. Desperately clutching the massive wound, blood continued to gush forth like a spring. His body began to weaken, life ebbing away swiftly. He sensed his impending doom. "I can't go on. You must flee. Don't mind me," the butcher implored, shoving the others aside and plunging into the night alone. The eldest among them, old Jack, surveyed the surroundings, a glint of ferocity flashing in his lone eye. "Flee. Every life saved is a chance to seek vengeance on this fiend." The group, spurred by his urgency, sprinted away in a frenzy. The entity circled around them, casting fleeting shadows in the dark graveyard, akin to a gust of wind, racing while emitting sharp, ear-piercing cries akin to a night owl. It mocked them, reveling in the hunt, collecting corpses, hunched like an old crone, its long tongue flicking out, dwelling in the tombs. These clues began to coalesce into a vague realization for Roy. Observing Roy's distracted demeanor, old Jack could no longer restrain himself and delivered a stinging slap across his face. "Stop daydreaming, Roy. Run. Don't think about anything else. Just run." With that, Roy summoned the last of his strength and bolted toward the cemetery's gates. It was so close, just a fraction away from escaping the hellish graveyard. A shadowy specter descended from the heavens with a whispering wind, abruptly blocking the path of several individuals. Its visage was marred by grotesque lesions and tumors, a visage both fearsome and repulsively hideous. The creature's skin, a ghastly shade of blue-black, exuded the foul stench of decay, its body adorned with mottled scales. Its limbs ended in claws resembling scythes, caked in a thick layer of blood and flesh. No words could adequately convey its terror. It was an embodiment of the wicked witch from fairy tales, an old crone scarred by flames, a nightmare incarnate. With its misshapen arms outstretched, it grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged, blackened teeth. Its repulsive form loomed like a mountain of flesh, an insurmountable barrier. Despair surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Yet surrender was not an option they were willing to entertain. Old Jack, the blacksmith, and the night watchman gripped their steel swords tightly, while Roy readied his hand crossbow. Teeth clenched as he knocked an arrow stained with wolf blood. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the shadows, colliding fiercely with the monster, catching it off guard and bringing it crashing to the ground. The butcher, drenched in blood, wore a frenzied expression, desperately pressing down on the creature's massive maw. "Run. Seek the demon hunter. Avenge me, avenge Brandon," he cried, his eyes bloodshot with fury and grief. This unfortunate father, having surmised the fate of his child, was consumed by despair. With his only family lost, he questioned the very meaning of his existence. No sooner had he uttered these words than the monster violently broke free from his grasp, kicking him aside like a mere sack of sand, leaving him sprawled on the ground, teetering between life and death. Yet the creature's insatiable hunger remained, seemingly fixated on its hatred, ignoring Roy and his companions entirely as it lunged toward the fallen butcher. Its deformed claws danced like shadows, amid flickering flames, sending blood and flesh flying. Intent on dismembering its prey, old Jack and the night watchman grasped Roy, who was struggling to aim his crossbow with great difficulty. "Come, child. Do not let their sacrifices be in vain." Roy ceased his struggle, despondently lowering his weapon, an overwhelming sense of sorrow welling up within him as he followed the two men out of the graveyard. The light burst forth like a signal flare, igniting the latent exhaustion and anguish within Roy. His mind felt muddled, like thick paste, and his legs grew weak, leading him to collapse suddenly. "Roy?" Jack hurriedly supported him. Noticing the flush on his face, his eyes tightly shut. Upon touching his forehead, he found it burning with fever. After toiling in the frigid wilderness throughout the night without sufficient rest, expending considerable physical and mental energy, compounded by the stress of the wild wolves and that terrifying creature. Old Jack understood completely. The village chief, a man in his 50s with a head of white hair, emerged with several villagers. Upon seeing the three in such a filthy and disheveled state, a deep bitterness spread across his aged face as he stammered, "Fletcher and Pusig, you're right. The night wilderness is perilous. We went to the graveyard to find Brandon, only to be attacked by a monstrous creature. You must warn everyone at once to stay away from the graveyard." Old Jack paced a few steps, exclaiming vehemently, "That monster is beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk. We must hire a monster hunter. Tomorrow, send someone to the town to post notices." Several villagers, having overheard, nodded vigorously, desperate to prevent that thing from disturbing the village. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful, as the chief awakened each household, issuing warnings one by one. The once tranquil and harmonious village of K has been thrown into disarray by this unforeseen incident. Chapter 10. Adventure after 2 days of delirium. On the morning of the third day, Roy's fever finally subsided, and he regained consciousness. The elderly couple caring for him let out a heavy sigh of relief. They had endured sleepless nights filled with anxiety, especially upon witnessing their companion, One-Eyed Jack, and the night watchman, both bloodied and wounded. Fearing they might lose the boy once more, Aunt Susie sat by the mat, clasping his hand tightly, her slightly swollen face radiating love. "We have already heard from Thompson about the cemetery. The Fletcher family met their fate. I believe they will be reunited in the realm of the goddess Meridoli. You have done your utmost, my child. Do not dwell on unfounded thoughts or seek to approach that monster. For now, focus on resting and recovering. If you were to be lost to us, what would become of me and old Moore?" Roy gazed into the concerned eyes and aged faces of his parents. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he recalled the nights spent in a haze between consciousness and oblivion, with the couple taking turns by his side, occasionally feeding him soft, cooked food. They had likely not closed their eyes for days. Yet, he was powerless, although the war in the north had yet to descend upon them. A terrifying creature from the cemetery had suddenly emerged, posing a deadly threat. In this wretched world, calamities and misfortunes abound, and unknown dangers grant him no time to develop at a leisurely pace. He must actively seek growth. "Father, what has been decided in the village?" 2 days prior, the village chief had set off in a horse-drawn carriage to seek assistance from the lord in the city. Old Moore's tone was laden with uncertainty. The three individuals present understood all too well that the Lord of Posada was no benevolent figure in such a remote village. The death of a few individuals was hardly remarkable. The Lord's soldiers were only enthusiastic about collecting taxes, and when it came to confronting monsters, they fled with greater speed than anyone else. At most, someone from K Village would come to ask a few inconsequential questions. Those who accompanied the chief posted a notice on the town's bulletin board, awaiting the arrival of monster hunters to accept the commission. Perhaps in a month or two, news would emerge, so there was no need to worry. Roy sighed, a lingering sense of unease festering within him. After lying in bed for 2 days, he felt as if he had rusted away and yearned to venture out, to visit the tavern and see old Jack. However, under the persistent insistence of the elderly couple, he remained confined until noon before finally managing to escape. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the village. A few hurried souls flitted about the streets, their faces etched with worry and fear. The familiar faces that once greeted one another along the roadside had vanished entirely, and the fields beyond the village lay barren, devoid of diligent farmers. Most villagers had retreated into their homes, nervously observing the outside world through their windows, uncertain if the creatures from the graveyard would invade the village to abduct them, forcing them to abandon their daily routines. Occasionally, the sounds of children crying or couples arguing would emanate from within the houses, further amplifying the ominous ambience. In the village center, where cobwebs once thrived. The long-neglected bulletin board had been cleared and a new commission posted. Unfortunately, Roy could scarcely decipher the common script. Upon arriving at the tavern, he found Jack sitting alone, lost in thought before the liquor cabinet. The old man's wound was dressed with pristine white bandages, emanating a strong scent of herbal medicine. His visage bore the marks of exhaustion, with bloodshot eyes reflecting a state of despair. In a single night, he had lost his longtime companion, Pusick, and the toll it took on him was evident. He appeared significantly aged, his hair and beard now a glaring white, and the spark had vanished from his solitary eye. "You have come, my child. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, all is well." Roy sat beside him, enveloped in silence, at a loss for words. For that night, he had merely been a coward. "Join me for a drink," the old Jack said, a flicker of anguish crossing his face as he poured 2 glasses of liquor. It was not a sweet fruit wine, but a potent spirit that assailed the senses. "My old friend has departed, and in Cave Village, there is no one left to share a dwarven brew with me." To Pusick, Roy's heart quivered, and he swiftly raised his glass, downing the fiery liquid in one gulp. The intense warmth ignited a fervor within his chest, prompting a resolute decision. "Another drink, to Fletcher." Roy inhaled deeply, pausing for a moment, and then to the little snot-nosed brat. As he drank with abandon, his cheeks flushed crimson. Old Jack intervened to halt his actions. They spoke of recent events. The village had dispatched individuals to the Posada military camp seeking aid, but, unsurprisingly, their pleas were met with refusal. Just as Roy had surmised. Unless there was a significant uprising of monsters or an invasion by brigands, the army would remain inactive. Moreover, there was a matter that old Muir and his wife had not disclosed to Roy, for lives had been lost in Kay. Apart from the butcher Fletcher and his son, and the blacksmith Pusick, another villager had gone missing in recent days. This reckless youth, perhaps seeking to escape life, had ventured alone to the cemetery at dusk and had not returned. Ordinary individuals encountering such a creature are destined for a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Roy hesitated. Words caught in his throat, but upon observing old Jack's dire condition, he swallowed his thoughts and departed from the tavern. More crucially, he was aware of this entity's vulnerability. Graveyard witches typically establish their lairs near cemeteries, much like the one that had outright usurped the home of the gravekeeper, Gonger. However, they possess a significant weakness, a profound fear of sunlight, which drastically diminishes their combat prowess during the day. Yet, even if he were to share this knowledge with the villagers, would anyone believe him? How could he possibly elucidate the source of his information? Gathering a dozen individuals would yield little effect, even against a weakened graveyard witch. With the blacksmith and butcher perished, no relatives stood to inherit their estates in the village, excluding distant kin like Susie, thrice removed. The properties they left behind were temporarily overseen by the village chief, and once death was confirmed, Roy speculated that a portion would likely be misappropriated, another would be surrendered to the lord of the nearby town, and the remainder would serve as a bounty for hired monster hunters, perhaps 100 crowns? The wealth and valuables of both families had been seized for safekeeping by the village chief, yet their homes still harbored other treasures. Roy stealthily infiltrated the blacksmith's residence and conducted a thorough sweep, securing over 50 crossbow bolts, a nearly new steel sword, torches, oil, and several sturdy ropes into his storage space. At the butcher's abode, he extracted dozens of pounds of preserved meat, knowing that within his storage, all items remained in a state of stasis. Food and raw meat would never spoil. He successfully discovered a small bag of yellow powder, roughly the size of a fist, hidden within the wardrobe. This powder, typically employed by Fletcher to anesthetize animals, could incapacitate a 200-pound beast within mere minutes when mixed with a fingertip-sized portion of water. This substance constituted the very essence of his plan. The storage space was crammed to the brim. Ultimately, Roy took possession of a short knife, wielded by the butcher for over a decade and responsible for the demise of countless creatures. The knife, the length of a forearm and shaped like a boat, boasted a sharp, snow-white blade, while the body and spine were stained a dark brown, marred by years of accumulated animal blood. No amount of washing could erase the lingering scent of blood. Uncle Fletcher, Little Snot, blacksmith uncle, Roy vowed silently, if given the chance. "I shall avenge you with this very knife, severing that wretched head." The battles with the wolf pack and the graveyard which had profoundly altered his perspective. He became acutely aware that he was no longer in the once peaceful world he had known. Seeking tranquility through hiding and evasion would yield only the opposite outcome. With the loss of the butcher apprenticeship, a once steady source of experience, Roy resolved to adopt a swifter approach, embracing a measure of risk. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he planned his next move in the woods west of K Village, a mere mile from the graveyard. During the day, he would survey the area, scouting for a suitable large tree and ensuring ample preparations were made. Under the cloak of night, while the old Moor slumbered, he would stealthily slip out, waiting for the patrolling sentinels to shift to the opposite end of the village before discreetly departing towards the large tree he had previously examined. He then secured several pieces of raw meat, thoroughly smeared with anesthetic powder, beneath the tree. The meat was deliberately made to ooze with fresh blood, exuding a pungent odor to better attract his target. Having completed this preparation, Roy swiftly ascended the tree, ignited the torch bound to a branch, retrieved Gabriel, nocked an arrow, and closed his eyes to rest, quietly awaiting the outcome. Throughout this entire process, Roy engaged in deep breaths, torn between the fear of attracting something terrifying and the anxiety of his efforts being in vain should no beast take the bait. The silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a dappled glow upon his youthful yet resolute face. Roy pressed his lips together, motionless as he steadied his breath, anxiously waiting for approximately an hour. When distant barking reached his ears, he knew he had succeeded. 5 or 6 ravenous wild dogs emerged from the thicket, their eyes glinting red with hunger, frantically vying for the pieces of meat tethered by the hemp rope. They devoured the flesh, saliva dripping from their jaws, leaving a scene of utter carnage strewn with blood. 2 of the wild dogs even turned upon each other in a savage struggle for the food. Once the meat had been entirely consumed, they, still unsatisfied, bared their teeth, stained with bits of flesh and blood, towards the man in the tree, erupting into a frenzied cacophony of barks. Roy felt his eyelids twitch at the sight, suspecting that these gray-haired beasts might be rabid, yet he remained unperturbed. "Come on, if you dare, come and bite me," he taunted from his elevated perch, simultaneously pulling the trigger to release his bolt, which was also coated in the potent concoction, aiming to ensure absolute accuracy. The conditions for this shot were nearly identical to those during the previous encounter with the 4-man protection detail, granting Roy an undeniable geographical advantage. After a practical encounter, his mindset had matured significantly, his grip on the crossbow steadied, and his aim improved. With 3 arrows, he dispatched 2 audacious wild dogs. When the remaining wild dog sensed danger and attempted to flee, the tranquilizer began to take effect, causing it to collapse to the ground within mere strides. Roy refrained from recklessly descending to claim his prize. Instead, he perched atop a tree, methodically releasing arrows one after another until 3 notifications of acquired experience appeared in his interface, confirming that the incapacitated wild dogs had succumbed. Level 1, 123,500, a total of 50 experience points. Both wild dogs and wolves yielded 10 points each, a far swifter gain than that of a butcher's apprentice. If he continued in this manner for just 8 more times, he would level up. Roy gazed at the carcasses of the wild dogs, arrows protruding from their bodies, a heavy sentiment weighing upon him. The risks were proportional to the rewards. His perilous endeavors had not been in vain. The operation unfolded smoothly, devoid of any grave threats. Roy even found the time to refresh himself with cool water, washing away the faint scent of blood. The experience gained from these animals had not exceeded 10 points. With the fresh meat in his space depleted, he proceeded to butcher his quarry. As a butcher's apprentice, his technique was remarkably adept. Unfortunately, despite changing locations each time he set traps, having traversed both the northern and southern woods of the village, the frequency of catches diminished uncontrollably after half a month. The rate of experience acquisition continued to decline until one fateful night, a month later, when he shot the last wild dog, Roy finally amassed enough experience. Chapter 11. The Demon Hunter. That morning, Roy awakened from his straw mat, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In addition, his 3 weaker attributes have seen improvement, albeit not as significantly as last month. Strength increased from 4.2 to 4.3, Constitution from 4.1 to 4.2, and Willpower from 4.5 to 4.6. The attributes of agility, charisma, spirit, and perception, however, remained stagnant. This led him to realize that attributes exceeding 5 cannot naturally grow without targeted training or other influencing factors. His slaughter skill remains at LV2, clearly indicating that the 40-plus animals he dispatched this month were insufficient for an upgrade. Roy focused his thoughts on the experience bar, and the text on the template momentarily flickered, transforming into personal level 2,3,1000. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. As usual, he allocated the attribute point to perception, and the exquisite sensation of mastering all things washed over him. elevating his perception from 6 to the highest attribute. Simultaneously, a new notification appeared on the template. You have unlocked a new skill, unnamed LV1. Your perception far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, evolving into a new sense that allows you to acquire basic information about a target through a unique observational method. The higher the target's perception, the stronger the suppression against you, limiting the information you can obtain. LV1 will grant you a 1-point bonus to perception during observation. Roy paused for a moment. The notion that attributes, once raised to a certain level, could automatically unlock skills was an unexpected delight he had not anticipated. This new skill possesses significant strategic implications. If he could discreetly observe the fundamental attributes and capabilities of hostile creatures in advance, he could effectively prepare and formulate combat strategies. After all, the higher the perception, the further he could see, rendering his position all the more concealed. He was filled with excitement, and images began to materialize in his mind of himself stealthily observing the weaknesses of distant foes from 1,000 feet away, while extracting a long-range weapon from the void. With a flicker of thought, the name of the skill shifted to observation. The skill points were momentarily inconsequential. He resolved to seek out a test subject to experience the effects of his new ability before deciding whether to invest in Slaughter LV2 or Observation LV1. The Night Watchman and Old Jack presented themselves as excellent targets. Roy bid farewell to the Moore couple and eagerly stepped outside. To his astonishment, he discovered an unusual number of people bustling about the streets today. Dozens of men, women, and children had congregated around the village bulletin board, engaged in animated chatter. The terrifying shadow cast by the grave which had been entirely dispelled. A spark ignited within Roy, prompting him to draw closer. The demon hunters had arrived. Salvation for Cave Village was at hand. Amidst the chaotic crowd, 3 travel-worn figures stood out, their distinctive appearances and attire leaving a lasting impression. The man on the left of the bulletin board sported a red headband wrapped around his forehead, his countenance stern and angular. To his right, another man's face was partially obscured by a gray hood, deep lines etched into his cheeks, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His features bore a vague resemblance to the headband man, suggesting a possible familial connection. Both stood at approximately 6 feet tall. The final individual was bald, his head gleaming, with a pronounced nose and deeply set eyes, exuding a serious and austere demeanor. His physique was imposing, with muscles defined like boulders, towering over 6 feet 4 inches. And his mere presence, arms crossed over his chest, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure that was nearly suffocating. 3 individuals adorned in sleek, ebony leather armor, marred by an array of scuffs and faint, dried bloodstains, stood resolutely. At their waist hung fist-sized leather pouches, while slender glass vials dangled from potion belts slung over their shoulders. Crossed upon their chests were pairs of short swords, and their thigh armor was embellished with several throwing knives, each the length of a finger. Each wore a peculiar necklace featuring a coiled serpent, intricately weaving a complex and enigmatic pattern. Behind them, a modest black scabbard cradled a sword whose blade extended nearly 4 feet 4 inches, 3 meters. Most striking of all were the eyes of the trio, their pupils resembling the amber hues of felines, both enchanting and fearsome. Roy's gaze fixated on the bald giant leading the group, an uncanny familiarity gnawing at him, as his eyes deepened to a profound black. A semi-transparent information panel, astonishing in its nature, materialized above the bald man's head. Name, Lysogender, male age, 80 affiliation, Viper School demon hunter having undergone 3 mutations during childhood and endured the trial of grass. He possesses extraordinary speed, strength, reflexes, coordination, vitality, and regenerative capabilities. He has received specialized training in swordsmanship, alchemy, and knowledge of magical creatures. His immune system is exceptionally robust, rendering him resilient against most plagues and diseases, sufficient to withstand toxins that would be fatal to an ordinary person. He wields hunter sigils akin to spells, enjoying a prolonged lifespan, though bereft of reproductive capability. Health points: insufficient perception to ascertain magic, strength, agility, constitution, perception, 19 will, 10 charm, 6 spirit, 10 skills, alchemy, insufficient perception, unable to obtain specific levels, a comprehensive craft encompassing the creation of sword oil, potions, herbal concoctions, specialized poisons, and magical explosives. Witcher sensory enhancement. Following the trial of grasses, the organs of the Witcher undergo mutations, resulting in a unique amplification of perception. The senses and intuition interlink, allowing one to visualize scents and sounds, thereby tracking traces imperceptible to the common eye. Viper School Dual Sword Style, a secret swordsmanship developed over centuries by the serpent hunters, employing dual short swords to combat formidable creatures and monsters. Witcher signs. Post-mutation, the Witchers, initially insensitive to chaotic energy, successfully awaken rudimentary, spell-like abilities. The core ability of the Witcher, the signs, requires no incantations or material components. Merely a single-handed gesture to channel internal magical energy. The signs include 5 forms. Quinn creates an energy shield enveloping the wielder, mitigating damage. Ard generates a powerful gust of wind capable of shattering obstacles and repelling foes. Igni ejects a conical flame from the palm, incinerating the target. Erdin summons a circular binding sigil, reducing the speed and reaction time of all who enter, particularly effective against incorporeal wraith-like creatures. Axii utilizes mental prowess to hypnotize and impose psychological suggestions, manipulating thoughts and actions. The potency of the signs is influenced by the wielder's mental attributes and skill levels. Roy was left utterly astonished after reading this. Is this truly the Witcher? Their physical capabilities and skills appear exceedingly extraordinary. And yet, he is but an 80-year-old man. The 80-year-old monster hunter, Lesh, appeared to be no older than 30. Beneath his fitted, slender leather armor lay a robust physique brimming with vitality, an essence so potent that it seemed on the verge of breaking through the surface. Numerous attributes and skills remained undiscovered due to insufficient perception, leading Roy to suspect that this individual might be a beast masquerading in human guise. The renown of monster hunters was indeed understated. Witnessing them in person was far more astonishing than any virtual encounter. The bald Lesh, a member of the Viper School, stood alongside 2 companions who bore striking resemblances to one another. At that moment, a flurry of information raced through Roy's mind, and he abruptly realized that these 3 monster hunters were the very assassins who would, years hence, slay the rulers of the northern kingdoms, Aedirn, Temeria, and Kedwin, a trio of regicide from the Viper faction. Why had they forsaken the southern stronghold of Nilfgaard to venture into the north? The bald giantess gaze, as tranquil as still waters, swept over the gathered crowd before he spoke, his voice resonant, deep, and magnetic. I am Lesh, a monster hunter of the Viper School. These are my companions, Saret and Ox. We have taken on your commission, but require more detailed intelligence to determine the fee. The elderly village chief, upon hearing the monster hunter's introduction, exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, the Viper School, anything but the cat school. A flicker of gratitude crossed the chief's face, as he seemed to harbor some unpleasant memories regarding the cat witchers. Just as he was about to speak, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards the monster hunters. I have seen that creature. I am here to explain. It was, of course, Roy. 3 witchers accompanied him to the old captain's tavern, where they ordered a few drinks and listened intently as 3 survivors, Roy, Old Jack, and Thompson, recounted their harrowing experiences from that fateful night. Resso's rugged visage bore no trace of emotion, as if he were recounting an inconsequential event. However, Roy understood that some unfortunate witchers, after enduring the trials of the grass, became forever stoic, their faces resembling unyielding masks, devoid of vibrant expressions. Yet, deep within, their emotions remained as nuanced and sensitive as those of any ordinary person otherwise. One could not explain the existence of the proud, yet passionate Geralt. Perhaps Roy's gaze lingered a moment too long, for the most tempestuous of the trio, Saret, coldly inquired, Boy, have you never encountered a witcher before? Do you find us utterly detestable and fearsome? Not at all, Roy replied earnestly, meeting his amber eyes with sincerity. On the contrary, I find you to be trustworthy. In a sense, witchers could be regarded as a pitiful lot. Many were war orphans taken in by the schools from a young age, while others were surrendered by their parents as a price for unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the isolated world of the Witcher School, they were deprived of a joyful childhood, their time consumed by brutal training. And they had to endure the terrifying trials of the grass, where mortality rates were alarmingly high, before they could glimpse the outside world. They accepted commissions from ordinary folk, risking their lives to slay monstrous creatures and earning bounties to survive, yet they were simultaneously ostracized by the mundane world due to their unusual appearances and extraordinary combat prowess. In truth, aside from the cat school witchers and a handful of indiscriminate killers, the majority of witchers possess a commendable reputation. Yet, the warmth afforded to them by the common folk remains woefully scant. Witchers are left to seek solace among their kind, tending to each other's wounds, and once healed, they return to their grim task of slaying monsters until death claims them. None are granted the luxury of a peaceful demise. This community is steeped in legend, burdened by a tragic and cursed fate. Roy sincerely asserted that the work of witchers has saved many innocent lives from the clutches of monsters, far more justly than those soldiers who merely collect their pay without fulfilling their duties. Sethrit seemed to find humor in this, displaying a rigid smile that belied a hint of sarcasm, as such praise had not graced his ears in quite some time. "Spare us your ramblings, lad. Speak your mind." Roy, with a serious demeanor, articulated his request. "At noon, I wish to accompany the three of you." "That is out of the question." Sethrit rose abruptly, rejecting the notion. "Hunting monsters is no trifling matter. We lack the resources to babysit you." "Please, hear me out," Roy implored, striving for sincerity. "My friends and the mentor who taught me my trade have been slain by that wretch, and I dream of avenging them with my own hands." "Surely, you can comprehend such a sentiment?" After a prolonged silence, Jack could no longer contain himself. "My lords, do not be deceived by Roy's youth. His crossbow skills are remarkably precise. If you take him to the cemetery, he need only observe from a distance, and, when the moment is right, unleash his crossbow. If you find it troublesome, how about I contribute an additional 50 crowns on top of the commission promised by the village chief?" Roy cast a surprised glance at old Jack. He had not anticipated that the other party would not only refrain from discouraging him, but would actually offer assistance. 50 crowns is not an insignificant sum. Seizing the opportunity, he earnestly assured the monster hunters, "I will not cause you any trouble. I only wish to observe from a distance and await your instructions." What could possibly embolden a mere boy of about 10 to confront such monstrous beings? Beside him, the bald giant, Rezer, with his amber gaze, scrutinized him deeply, as if attempting to see through to his very soul, leaving Roy with an inexplicable sense of unease. "For the sake of the 50 crowns, we shall acquiesce to your request." Chapter 12. The witch's skull. Throughout Rezer's decades of life, he had encountered countless storms and tribulations. Yet he had seldom met a child so utterly unpredictable. This boy did not fear the monster hunters, nor did he retreat from them as others typically would, as if they were venomous serpents. This was no jest. Many children would weep at the sight of the hunter's peculiar appearances and presence. There was not a trace of disdain on Roy's face. Instead, his gaze towards the three monster hunters was peculiar, tinged with a faint sense of familiarity or perhaps admiration. Perhaps with age comes a propensity for sentimentality, Rezer mused, momentarily lost in thought, though his countenance remained as stoic as ever. A sudden memory surged forth from years past, of when he himself was still a mere child, taken from his hometown of Gleda to the fortress of Gusviad nestled in the T.R.T. Shah Mountains, the stronghold of the Serpent clan. At that time, he had yet to undergo the trial of the verdant grass. Each day, he would observe his guide, the demon hunter mentor and founder of the Viper School, the Grandmaster Ivar the Malevolent Eye, standing upon a lofty platform, imparting wisdom and life experiences to a dozen or so apprentices of the Serpent sect below. He, too, had once gazed at him with the innocent eyes of a child. Alas, time has passed, and decades ago, Ivar the Malevolent Eye vanished while hunting a bat-winged brain demon, coupled with the cat sect's frenzied slaughter of humans at that time, which garnered considerable negative sentiment towards demon hunters. The Viper Academy gradually fell into disarray. The number of apprentices joining Gresvid dwindled. Now, the Serpent sect languishes, reduced to but a few souls. Apart from the three of them, only 2 companions remain, lost to the winds of fate. In the past 20 years, no apprentice from the Serpent sect has successfully passed the trial of the verdant grass, revitalizing the Viper School, slaying the archenemy of the demon hunters, and finding Ivar the Malevolent Eye. This is Reso's greatest aspiration and the motivation behind the trio's journey to the Northern Realms. As he contemplated this, his gaze towards Roy softened gradually. May the goddess Meridali bless them. Today is a day bathed in brilliant sunshine. Before setting off, the three engaged in meticulous preparations, all of which did not escape Roy's notice. Yet an ordinary person could hardly replicate their actions. With practiced ease, they retrieved a vial of amber-hued viscous liquid from their leather satchels, pouring it onto the blade of a short sword they had drawn from their chests, spreading it evenly with excruciating slowness, yet imbued with an inexplicable tension. The short sword, adorned with a lustrous amber sheen, was meticulously examined once more, ensuring the quantity and usage of the potions adhered to the requirements. while variously colored alchemical bombs were secured within arm's reach. As the preparations concluded and the clock struck noon, Roy stealthily followed the demon hunters after they departed from the village, adhering to their agreed-upon time, all while concealing his actions from his parents. A few inquisitive villagers trailed behind him. Half an hour later, breathless and clutching his stomach, Roy was overcome with retching. While the three demon hunters, seemingly at ease, cast their gaze towards the nearby cemetery, their pupils constricting. "Roy, you shall remain here. Once the grave which is dealt with, you will be summoned," they instructed. "Please, remember to let me be the one to slay him." The demon hunter, Leshen, remained silent, as he, along with Oix and Seret, consumed the pre-prepared brown potions. Immediately, grotesque, writhing black veins surfaced on their cheeks, their expressions turning sinister and malevolent, exuding an aura of lethal intent. A mere glance from Roy sent chills coursing through his body. Subsequently, Leshen, moving with an agility unbecoming of his stature, crouched low and silently infiltrated the cemetery like a predatory feline. Meanwhile, Seret and Oix encircled from opposite sides. Under the blazing sun, every corner of the cemetery was laid bare, revealing not only the scattered white bones in the open grave but also two desiccated, ashen corpses. Resso cautiously approached and conducted a thorough examination. From their skeletal remains, it was evident that the deceased had been a tall, adult male. However, the severe decomposition rendered his true visage unrecognizable. After completing his analysis, Resso quietly closed his eyes, his nose twitching in the air like a hound on the hunt. The overpowering stench of decay could not hinder his acute sense of smell. Soon, his gaze fixated on a low structure at the heart of the cemetery. He steadily retrieved a slender, transparent vial from his waist, meticulously searching around the tightly sealed door of the house. The necromancer's abode was constructed to shun sunlight, sealed so thoroughly that no ray could penetrate. Yet, this dwelling had originally been intended for the caretaker, thus it must possess some means of ventilation. Resso effortlessly located a former window, now entirely sealed with clay by the creature. Nevertheless, it was not as resilient as stone. The monster hunter deftly carved an opening with a throwing knife, then hurled an alchemical bomb inside. With a crisp sound of shattering glass, Resso swiftly retreated, leaping onto the rooftop with grace. Simultaneously, he signaled to his companions, Ox and Seret, who were poised on either side of the entrance, and they dashed to their positions. Seret's right hand traced two opposing triangles resembling an hourglass in the air, and with a forceful gesture, he released it. A faint white light visibly ascended, manifesting a circular magic array with a radius of approximately 10 feet upon the ground, which began to shimmer with a gentle glow. Ox deftly traced an upright triangular symbol with his right hand, refraining from releasing it, poised for action. With a resounding bang, the door was violently kicked open, and a grotesque figure, its belly bulging like a cauldron, shot forth. As it leaped through the threshold, its form was abruptly struck by an unseen hammer, causing it to tremble violently and lose its balance, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ox decisively unleashed the spell he had been holding. A blinding yellow light erupted from his palm, transforming into a fiery orange cone that scorched the disheveled figure. Prior to this, the tomb, which had been tainted by the alchemical bomb that Lesso had thrown into the room, her body coated in a slick film. Instantly ignited by Ox's spell, she was engulfed in flames, becoming a fiery specter. The blazing tomb, which emitted a series of piercing, owl-like wails, raising her claw-like arms as she charged towards the confines of the Aedirn formation that bound her. In a heartbeat, a shadowy figure leaped down from the ceiling, intercepting the tomb witch. What followed was a torrent of swift strikes, short swords weaving a dense tapestry of silver arcs in midair, their reflected light resembling two ribbons that danced and twirled around, slicing through the air like a meat grinder. From a distance, Roy strained his eyes, yet could not discern the movements of the witch hunter. They were too rapid, despite Lesso being the sole attacker. 3 afterimages of the tomb, which simultaneously emerged beside him. In mere moments, the majority of her body was charred, riddled with sword marks, and battered beyond recognition, collapsing to the ground. Only after a second did her severed limbs, dripping with dark green blood, detach from her form, leaving behind a solitary, writhing stick, gasping for breath. Ox advanced, pressing his knee against the creature's back, and with his gloved right hand, he swiftly yanked a long, thin, and horrifyingly spiked tongue from its mouth. Ignoring the monstrous wails emanating beneath his knee, he severed the entire tongue and cast it into a pre-prepared jar. Resso extracted a piece of blue cloth from his leather pouch and gently wiped the 2 short swords, now smeared with dark green blood. Strangely, despite the gruesome scene surrounding the tomb which he bore no traces of blood himself, his breathing steady and calm. As if the tempestuous figure from moments ago was not he. The battle had reached its conclusion, and Sarit, adorned with a red headband, summoned Roy, who had been lurking at a distance. This creature still clings to life. According to our agreement, the final blow belongs to you. Sarit cast a glance at the Gabriel device on Roy's wrist, inquiring, "Are you prepared to use that to deliver its end?" Roy, who had been observing the prostrate creature from afar, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to utter the fierce threats he had intended. Despite his mental preparations, the prowess displayed by the monster hunter exceeded his expectations. The entire conflict unfolded in a mere 2 minutes. While others had yet to commence their preliminary skirmishes, the hunter had already fulfilled the commission. This creature, which had effortlessly slaughtered the blacksmith and his son, posed no challenge against the might of the assassins. Perhaps it was time he offered them a measure of respect. Roy crouched down, retrieved the short knife from the small of his back, the very blade he had found in the butcher's abode, and pressed it against the nape of the tomb witch's neck. Gazing upon the lifeless forms in the cemetery, a smile more grotesque than tears crept upon my face. "Uncle Fletcher, Uncle Pusig, little Sniveler, I have avenged you." With a swift flash of the blade, the hideous head of the graveyard witch was severed from her neck, rolling grotesquely to the feet of the bald giant. And before Roy, a splendid line of words emerged: "Kill the graveyard witch, gain 100 experience points, 103, 1000. The experience from this creature was astonishingly tenfold that of an ordinary beast. Chapter 13. Persuasion. Rezo drew forth a gleaming dagger, skillfully dissecting the corpse of the graveyard witch with a precision rivaling that of a butcher handling livestock. Eyes, ears, and unknown masses of flesh were meticulously arranged upon a laid-out blue cloth, and from the creature's abdomen, he extracted several fist-sized twisted lumps, shaking them in his hand. Fortune favored him. This graveyard witch was of considerable age, and the mutations were perfect for potion making. "Master, what are these?" At the sound of the question, Rezo cast a glance of esteem toward Roy. The boy calmly delivered a final strike to the dying witch, showing no sign of distress amidst the gruesome scene of the monster hunter dismembering the spoils. Truly, he was an anomaly. Had it been anyone else, even an adult, they would have surely lost their composure. This courage and audacity stirred a ripple of admiration within the heart of the monster hunter. A promising talent indeed. Rezo pointed to the dissected objects and began to patiently explain each name and purpose to Roy, who listened intently, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. "By the way, Roy, who resides in your household?" Rezo inquired nonchalantly. "I live with my father and mother," Roy replied. Upon hearing this, Rezo felt a twinge of disappointment, prompting him to hasten the process of retrieving valuables from the tomb witch. After approximately an hour, once the alchemical vapors had dissipated entirely, the group entered what was once the home of the gravekeeper. The previously ordinary human dwelling had been grotesquely transformed by monsters, suffused with filthy clay. Its atmosphere damp and shadowy. Everywhere one looked, jars and peculiar vessels littered the space, suggesting that the tomb, which had been concocting something in her lifetime. The clay walls were adorned with the ghastly white bones of humans and small animals, presenting a chilling, horrific, and bloody spectacle. As Roy's gaze fell upon the innermost wall, he suddenly quickened his pace and rushed forward. Brandon, or rather the once snot-nosed, chubby boy who had clung to him, was now merely a decaying corpse impaled by a dark wooden stick, resembling a flag suspended in the air. The skin stretched tightly over his skeletal face, and his eyes had been hollowed out, revealing 2 pitch-black voids, his mouth slightly ajar, betraying the extreme terror he had experienced in life. Roy shut his eyes and took a deep breath, cautiously dismantling the remains and cradling them in his arms, seemingly unaffected by the pungent stench of decay and mold. "I'm sorry, if only I had been more patient with you back then." At that moment, he felt a warm hand resting on his shoulder. Soon after, Roy completed the burial of the blacksmith and butcher father and son, aided by the demon hunters in erecting a gravestone. Originally, he had hoped to locate the grave of the butcher's deceased wife, in order to inter the family of 3 together once more. Unfortunately, the cemetery had been grievously ravaged by the witch, rendering it unrecognizable and impossible to find. Thus, he could only entomb the butcher and his son side by side. Pusig K, the blacksmith and son of Skelly, validated his courage between life and death, perishing in September 1260 while valiantly battling the tomb witch. Below lies a stone bearing 2 epitaphs. Fletcher K, the butcher, great love, yet words unspoken. Brandon, the rooster killer's friend, a future star of minstrelsy and master of magic, destined to shine in the realm of the goddess, died in September 1260. The monster hunter displayed the grotesque skull of the witch to all the villagers, subsequently receiving his reward from the village chief and the one-eyed Jack. At that moment, the chaos incited by the creatures finally came to a close. Yet, all was not concluded. The villagers were astonished to discover that the three monster hunters, having collected their bounty, did not depart immediately. Instead, they rented a room at the tavern for a temporary stay. With the threat of the tomb which eradicated, the villagers' demeanor shifted peculiarly, as they began to point fingers at the hunters, hurling slanderous remarks with evident disdain. The monsters had been vanquished, the bounty dispensed, yet these three mutants lingered. "Look at their appearances. They hardly seem like virtuous individuals," one villager exclaimed. "This cannot stand, village chief. We must devise a means to send them on their way. At most, let them stay for but one night. Families with children must exercise caution. We shall not sleep tonight or tomorrow until they depart. I have heard that monster hunters have a penchant for abducting children, turning them into repulsive mutants." Roy listened disdainfully to the ignorant and prejudiced remarks of a group of villagers, shaking his head in disbelief. He promptly left the crowd and made his way to the tavern, where three monster hunters were engaged in a spirited drinking contest with One-Eyed Jack, who was fervently boasting about his Gwent skills. This seasoned captain, who had spent decades in Skellige, did not share the superstitious disdain for monster hunters that most villagers of Kay harbored. That mischievous boy Roy seemed to have been practicing Gwent since birth, having won 60 crowns from Old Jack in a row. At that moment, the erudite masters were present, and Old Jack asked, "Could you possibly lend a hand and teach this scoundrel a lesson?" An hour later, the ever-stoic Leslev's expression flickered as he withdrew a handful of golden crowns from his pouch. 15 crowns, 1/10 of the commission gone already. Well, lad, you've won enough money. Let us discuss more serious matters. You appear unafraid of us and even approach to converse. Are you intrigued by tales of monster hunters? Which version would you prefer to hear?" Leslev exchanged glances with his companions, and they instinctively gathered around the boy's table, their eyes fixed on him with an intensity that felt akin to an interrogation. Roy's heart raced, yet he did not hide his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and replied candidly, "Did you figure it out? Indeed, I possess certain thoughts. As far as I know, you enjoy a long lifespan, robust health, and boundless vitality, rarely succumbing to illness, and wielding strength beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. As a former player, who among us has not harbored a dream of becoming a monster hunter? I still vividly recall the mantra of the Witchers. I yearn for a steed as black as the night and swift as the wind. I desire a sword that gleams like moonlight. I wish to ride my black horse through the darkness. I shall wield my sword to vanquish all evil." Wait, did I hear correctly? Are you envious of the mutants? I must verify this, as Sarah abruptly interjected, her amber eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Roy, are you truly not 30 years old? Who has propagated this absurd notion to you? Those mutants are indeed formidable, resistant to illness, and blessed with longevity, worthy of envy, no doubt." Sarah suddenly let out a scoff, rolling her eyes, and took a hearty swig of strong liquor, her demeanor turning frenzied. "Let me tell you, the identity of a witcher is but a curse, an inescapable doom. You ought not to envy us. I, too, long for the carefree life of the countryside, free from the inexplicable disdain and animosity of others, where each awakening does not find me on the path of death or escape." Roy's expression stiffened, and he subtly shifted his upper body back. He was unaccustomed to Sarah's volatile temperament, her sharp words, and her vivid facial expressions. This individual bore no resemblance to a septuagenarian. Rather, she reminded him more of Lambert, Gerald's close friend. Resso and O'Kays stood with their arms crossed, resembling silent sentinels, allowing their companion to speak freely. "You appear rather agreeable, and I kindly advise you to remain in the countryside, steering clear of constant escapades and slaying monsters. There will not always be someone to shield you, severing the limbs of beasts and leaving only the head for your final blow." Sarah took another swig of his drink, and he added that in a couple of years, once you are wed and have children, you will understand that my intentions are for your benefit. Does this fellow truly believe that vanquishing the tomb, which was merely to satisfy the youthful thirst for adventure? "Sarah speaks the truth," Resso interjected, his tone laced with regret. "If your only desire is to admire the prowess of monster hunters and harbor an interest in beasts, then there is no need to continue this dialogue. The path you contemplate is fraught with far more suffering than joy. You have family, so live well and embrace an ordinary life. This is my counsel. Yet you can at least defend yourselves, Roy retorted defiantly. In contrast to the previous trepidation of merely grinding for experience, a more specialized, comprehensive, and efficient path of power now lies before him. He endeavored to grasp it firmly. Moreover, he sensed that the three monster hunters were also wavering. If one possesses strength surpassing that of an ordinary person, at the very least, they would not suffer the same fate as my friends and mentors, who were devoured by that wretched creature, leaving nothing but scraps behind. You are overthinking it. As an experienced monster hunter, I can assure you that unless another celestial convergence occurs, flooding the world with a multitude of monsters, the overall population of beasts will continue to dwindle. They cannot perpetually trouble the village of K. After this incident, the village shall enjoy several years of tranquility, free from worry. Yet, threats to life extend beyond mere monsters. There are also humans, disease, and war. Roy's words rendered the monster hunters momentarily silent. After a significant pause, Sarit resumed with sarcasm. What a peculiar child you are. What thoughts occupy your mind? You bear no resemblance to a 13-year-old, nor to your demeanor in the graveyard. Do you perhaps suffer from paranoia? I have never encountered such a fool who approaches so willingly. I am rather mature for my age. Roy took a swig of dwarven liquor, and as the alcohol coursed through him, his courage swelled. Whether you believe it or not, I have long been plagued by horrific dreams, visions of bloodshed and ominous encounters, especially in recent years, where nightmares have become increasingly frequent. Roy paused. I have a premonition. Within 3 years, chaos shall reign, and countless lives will be lost. Before the time arrives, allow me to learn something of value, for I deem monster hunters to be excellent instructors. Enough, little brat, Sarit scoffed. Stop spinning tales to deceive us. Dreaming. Do you fancy yourself a prophet? I anticipated your disbelief. Roy sighed and shook his head, yet he did not lie. In the year 1263, the First Northern War would indeed commence. Perhaps the curtain of war is already being drawn back slowly. I merely aspire to enhance my strength. And even if I do not possess your remarkable skills, I at least wish to have the ability to safeguard those I hold dear. I wish to escort old Mower and Susie to Novigrad, where they can lead a life that is safer and more comfortable. Resso's thick fingers tapped rhythmically on the tavern table. You may not fully comprehend the trials one must endure to become a witcher. I am well aware of the grass trial's mortality rate, which soars to over 70%, as well as the inherent inability to procreate. Resso's expression faltered upon hearing this, and the two other witchers shared a similarly astonished countenance. How could you be so well informed about such matters? Have you encountered other witchers? I replied, I dreamed about it. Do you believe that? Stop with the nonsense. Nonetheless, we have a general understanding of your stance. Resso stated solemnly, listen, kid, I now offer you the chance to reconsider. There is no need. I have deliberated thoroughly. Yet, within Roy's mind lingered the thought that learning alongside witchers does not guarantee his future as one of them. However, having this alternative is indeed splendid. Resso glanced at his two companions, who nodded in agreement, and then extended his substantial hand towards Roy. We shall depart from K Village tomorrow. Do you wish to accompany us? Roy grasped Resso's palm, which resembled a large fan, but deliberately hesitated for a considerable time. Not at present. I must save enough money to ensure my parents are settled. Resso waved his hand to interrupt his words, providing the answer he sought. If you trust the witchers, Sarit and Oaks will escort the elderly Moors to the destination you just mentioned, Novigrad. Conveniently, they have their own matters to attend to there. You are correct in stating that Novigrad is indeed safer than Kaer Morhen. How does this sound? Accepting this outcome, Sarit's demeanor shifted dramatically. He clasped the serpent pendant at his chest and earnestly declared, Oaks, and I will arrange a stall for the Moors in Novigrad, ensuring their stability there. We, as brothers, can guarantee this under the esteemed name of the Viper School. That would be splendid. Roy observed the expressions of the two witchers closely, feeling a sense of relief as this was the best outcome he could hope for. This assistance will undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. Resso shrugged nonchalantly. For the Viper School, wealth pales in comparison to the value of a competent apprentice. Moreover, I must confess, the school has not welcomed fresh talent in 2 decades. Any unexpected occurrences have rendered our systems ineffective. Your performance against the Grave Hag was quite remarkable, a child who proactively aligns with witchers. With such determination, your chances of succeeding in the grass trial may indeed be heightened. Though you may be a tad older, having something is better than having nothing. Chapter 14. The journey begins. Roy accepted Resso's invitation. In truth, becoming a witcher was a commendable choice, considering he had yet to awaken any magical talents as a sorcerer. It was merely a slight surprise. The school was not the one he yearned for, the familiar wolf school. Instead, it was a nearly extinct viper school, renowned in the future for its poisons, daggers, and assassination. Yet, time waits for no one, remaining in this remote village. The pace of strengthening one's abilities was undoubtedly unsatisfactory. Soon, they would face the invasion of the Nilfgaardian army, perhaps even assaults from unknown monstrosities. A fate rife with uncertainty. By following the seasoned witcher, Letho, he could, at least in the next 2 or 3 years, achieve rapid advancements in his skills and acquire a wealth of professional knowledge about witchering. Should he succeed in the Grash trial, his prowess would undergo a remarkable transformation. What of the side effect of infertility? That hardly seemed a concern. Whether before his crossing or now, he had never contemplated this issue. Persuading the old Morvay couple did not require much effort from Roy. The couple, still under 40, held aspirations for the bustling city, devoid of the reluctance often found in the elderly to leave their homes, though they were somewhat apprehensive. The Witcher's promise represented a rare opportunity, albeit with the complication that the old couple vehemently opposed Roy's departure from their side. At not yet 14 years of age, even in a less progressive society, most boys of his age remained under the protective wing of their parents, who would willingly send their child to face death alongside a witcher. Roy was left with no choice but to weave a small lie. Father, Susie, my journey with Master Letho is not as you might imagine, with weapons in hand to battle monsters. I am merely an assistant to Master Letho, akin to my previous apprenticeship under Uncle Fletcher, though the nature of the work differs slightly. Due to their lack of financial understanding, witchers often squander the commissions they earn from contracts within a matter of days, funds that would take an ordinary person an entire year to accumulate. Roy speaks the truth. The majority of witchers exhibit a chaotic approach to managing their income. Their perilous lifestyle fosters a penchant for hedonism, leading them to indulge in revelries immediately after receiving their earnings, spending it on alcohol, women, and even Gwent. The regular maintenance of their armor and weaponry, alongside the depletion of alchemical materials, constitutes a significant expense. Consequently, some witchers find themselves in dire financial straits, with Geralt of the Wolf School being one such example, occasionally relying on his beloved for assistance. Little Roy, do not deceive your father. You have never received a proper education and cannot even recognize all the letters, let alone perform arithmetic, remarked the elderly Moors, their expressions rife with skepticism. It was only when Roy, a high school student from another world, demonstrated basic mathematical operations that they were left speechless, unable to refute his claims. The Moors, now tearful and convinced of Roy's fanciful tales, spent an entire day packing all their valuable possessions, recognizing that the cultivated land did not belong to them and could not be taken. In the end, they managed to gather only a few sets of worn clothing before addressing all remaining matters. Thus, the expedition departed from K Village. The villagers predominantly emerged to witness the event, pointing fingers and speaking in tones filled with disdain and contempt. Traditional beliefs have deeply permeated the very essence of this group of Aedirn farmers. In their eyes, witchers, aside from being capable of addressing issues caused by monstrous creatures, are regarded as lowly aberrations, harbingers of misfortune. The villagers harbor a profound prejudice against witchers, rendering them incapable of comprehending the decision made by the old Moor couple to accompany the witcher on his journey. Even after deciding to move, numerous villagers approached them in a bid to dissuade them. The Moor couple, having experienced moments of doubt, found themselves reassured by Roy, who, in light of the disillusionment stemming from the butcher's affair, patiently persuaded his parents. In matters of decision-making, he exhibited far greater resolve than the elderly couple. On the eve of their departure, the only individual deserving of the title of friend, One-Eyed Jack, came to bid farewell. He patted Roy on the head and remarked on the swift passage of time, reminiscing about how, not long ago, Roy was merely an awkward, bashful lad, now transformed into a brazen and courageous young rogue. I always knew you would eventually leave this desolate and impoverished place. Gazing into Roy's deep, lustrous eyes, Jack seemed to glimpse the youthful ambition and secrets contained within. Do you have any? Roy did not perceive himself as particularly ambitious. He harbored merely a few modest desires. With a heavy heart, One-Eyed Jack entrusted Roy with a treasured set of 35 Gwent cards. This Skellige deck, which I have cherished for years, lacks hero cards, yet it contains all the rare ones. Take it with you, carrying the hopes of an old man, and let the world witness your Gwent prowess. Major cities frequently host Gwent tournaments. Use this deck to conquer them, my boy. Roy solemnly tucked the card away close to his person before concealing it within his storage space. The market value of this set of Gwent cards likely exceeded 200 crowns. Old Jack's gift was indeed substantial. If the opportunity arises, once in Novigrad, he instructed to visit room 320 by the riverside, seeking out an old man named Frank to convey his regards. Upon finishing his words, Old Jack embraced Roy warmly one last time before waving goodbye. As Roy watched the wispy white smoke above Kaer Morhen gradually fade from view, a peculiar emotion stirred within him. This body, bearing half a soul, harbored a lingering affection for the birthplace he had inhabited for over a decade. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly supplanted by an eagerness for new adventures. After an extended farewell filled with tears from the Moore couple, Roy parted from them. Sarah and Oakes then accompanied him in a carriage, journeying northward through Lower Posada, ultimately reaching the capital of Aedirn, Vingerberg. They would then transfer to another carriage heading westward, crossing the territory of Temeria and entering Redania en route to Novigrad. This journey could only be undertaken at a slow pace in the carriage, requiring considerable time, approximately a month. In contrast, Rice and Roy traveled light, riding together, as Roy had yet to master horsemanship. They sped westward through Edistburg, crossing the Mahakam Mountains towards the coastal region, aiming for Sintra, which lay across the sea from Skellige. Indeed, they kept their intentions from the Moore couple, opting not to head to Novigrad just yet. According to Rice, they needed to gather special herbs essential for the grass trial along the way, collect the mutated proteins from monsters, and simultaneously evaluate and instruct this new apprentice. Rice himself had a secret investigation to complete in Sintra. Once the elderly couple is settled, the Serret brothers will hasten to Sintra to reunite with them. In the year 1260, the young lioness of Sintra, Cyrilla Fiona Elin Rhiannon, was either 8 or 9 years old and already betrothed to Prince Christoph of the Kingdom of Aedirn. One wonders if the little girl has run away from home by now. He was curious to see if the girl resembled the homely portrait painted of her. Nonchalantly, Resso tossed a plant with orange-red petals to Roy, observing the latter's discomfort as he rubbed his thigh, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Since departing from the village of Kay, the burly man had galloped for miles, only halting in a desolate area as dusk descended. Roy's inner thigh throbbed painfully. Upon lifting his trousers, he was horrified to discover it covered in bright crimson beads of blood, a large expanse of skin raw from the rough fabric. His health points had diminished by 5, leaving him with a mere 37. His constitution was weaker than that of an adult, and it would be several days before he could ride again. Here I am, an inept horseman, compelled to ride alongside a monster hunter, truly a fate I cannot endure. Master Resso, what kind of herb have you given me? Roy grimaced in pain, biting down on the herbal remedy, which surprisingly bore a pleasant flavor. Unlike most herbs that are bitter, possessing a subtle refreshing quality. Have you heard of marigold? Resso asked, tossing a dry twig into the campfire and patiently explaining. It alleviates pain and prevents infection. You can find it in the wilds beyond the town. Roy's gaze shifted as he silently committed the Witcher's words to memory. His willingness to embark on this path stemmed, in part, from the desire to acquire this practical knowledge. The Witcher, having lived for many years, possessed a wealth of experience and memories akin to a treasure trove that he intended to pry open piece by piece to nourish his own growth. Resso tossed him several tough, dry pieces of jerky while he took swigs from the flask, gazing into the distant twilight, chewing in silence. After a short while, he unsheathed the long sword at his back, resting his arms beneath his head as he reclined on the grass. With the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mat, he exuded an air of tranquility and ease, as though this place were his home. The nomadic life of camping under the stars was a commonplace affair for a Witcher. The faint aroma of wine wafted past his nose, and Roy could not help but swallow hard. May I have a taste? His thigh, smeared with medicinal herbs, felt uncomfortably sticky, yet he instinctively accepted the flask. Taking a sip, the moment the liquid slid down his throat, he stretched his neck and widened his eyes, sticking out his tongue like a frog. What a peculiar flavor. A bizarre mix of spiciness and sourness compelled him to spit it out. Resso's expression hardened. You little rascal, if you cannot handle your drink, do not waste it. This bottle of wine was procured with great effort from Beakillen. Ordinary people might never have the chance to savor such a premium vintage. You must learn to appreciate it. I find it rather disagreeable. This wine is not palatable, Roy replied candidly. The fruit wines at the old captain's tavern are far superior, and even dwarven spirits surpass this concoction. He then shifted the topic. You mentioned Velen. If I recall correctly, that place is in the Duchy of Tosent? Have you ever visited that place? Did you encounter the Duchess Anna Henrietta? Is she truly as enchanting as the legends suggest? Toussaint is indeed the setting for the tales of blood and wine that ensued, and Roy was profoundly captivated by its fairy tale landscapes. Moreover, it is teeming with highborn vampires, intoxicating clouds of ecstasy, and the exquisite visage of the Duchess. While the lady herself was absent, her husband, Duke Raymond, did have an encounter. Resso cast a surprised glance at him, inquiring, "You, a mere peasant from the realm of Aedirn, how have you come to know the illustrious name of the Duchess?" Toussaint lies within the borders of the Nilfgaardian Empire, far removed from Aedirn. Resso increasingly perceived an air of peculiarity surrounding this young man, sensing that he harbored some hidden secret. I have long revealed the answer, yet you refuse to accept it. The Witchers are naturally skeptical of the fanciful notions of prophetic dreams. Roy, drawing closer to the fire, rubbed his palms together incessantly and asked, "Master Resso, do Witchers typically enjoy such longevity as you? Most perish during their contracts to hunt monsters, engaging in various battles. Those who reach the age of 50 are likely fewer than half." Roy smiled slightly, knowing that the Wolf School concealed an ancient being over 2 centuries old, and perhaps the other schools did as well. "Do you feel any regret now?" Resso suddenly turned to face Roy directly, asserting that this path may lead to an end swifter than that of a farmer's. To be honest, a touch of regret, yes. Oh? The imposing figure of the bald giant emanated a subtle aura of menace. Roy quickly corrected himself, stating earnestly, "Apologies, I may have had too much to drink. How could I possibly feel regret? The 2 old comrades have dutifully escorted your parents to Novigrad as agreed. Should you dare to change your mind midway? The Viper School is not as populated with lunatics as the Cat School, yet it shows no mercy to those who dare deceive or manipulate us." The implications in Leshen's tone were unmistakable. "Calm down, Master Leshen. Let us shift the topic," I suggested. "I have heard that Witchers typically carry 2 swords. Why is it that you possess only one?" Leshen's expression grew more rigid. "You must understand that each school excels in different domains. The Viper School favors the use of short swords and poisons to vanquish foes." Roy continued to gaze intently at him, prompting Leshen to spread his hands in a rare display of exasperation. "I suspect you are already well aware that these 2 swords consist of a steel or meteorite longsword and a silver sword easily wielded with one hand. The steel sword is employed against humans, while the silver sword is used to subdue creatures sensitive to precious metals." Roy inquired. Leshen shook his head, declaring, "Such a statement is overly absolute. Silver does indeed counter certain monsters, yet for others, steel proves more effective. As for why I possess but one steel sword, do you comprehend the worth of a silver sword, even if it is not forged from pure silver but rather coated steel and meteorite? Given the current dire state of the Viper School, all resources must be allocated judiciously, particularly regarding your investment and training." A pang of realization struck Roy. Being the object of a Witcher's attention was a double-edged sword. A suitable silver sword feels beyond my grasp. In truth, I am more intrigued by crossbows. Are you familiar with such weaponry, Master Leshen? Could you impart some knowledge to me? After more than a month of hunting, he still had not mastered the skills of ranged weaponry, which he found deeply regrettable. Unlike melee weapons, the bow and crossbow of ranged armaments aligned perfectly with his strongest attribute, perception. Incidentally, with his recent advancement to level 2, Roy allocated his skill point to a new skill, elevating his observation to level 2 and enhancing his perception bonus to 2 points. "You've inquired of the wrong person, lad. The hand crossbow and crossbow are the preferred weapons of the Cat and Bear schools," Leso remarked, gazing into the darkened night beyond the campfire, his eyes reflecting a distant memory of an acquaintance. "I cannot claim to be an expert, but having lived for several decades, I possess a modicum of knowledge. In a few days, I shall impart this to you." With that, Leso retrieved a pouch of brown powder from his waist and meticulously drew a circle upon the grass, encircling the horses, the campfire, and the 2 of them. Roy wrinkled his nose, detecting a faint, sour odor. "What manner of creature's excrement is this?" "Well noted, lad. It is the dung of a pterosaur. Sprinkling this around will deter common wildlife, allowing us a peaceful night's rest." Roy grimaced. The scent was far more tolerable than the stench he had encountered during his apprenticeship as a butcher. Nevertheless, the chill of the wilderness made him instinctively hunch his shoulders. "Master Leso, could you refrain from calling me lad or boy? Simply using my name would suffice." Such appellations invariably conjured an illusion of him as a snot-nosed child. "Very well, lad. Now, I must impart to you the first lesson of the Witcher apprentice. Speak less, think more. Never reveal your weaknesses to others, not even to those closest to you. Suddenly, Lyso pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Roy listened intently, his ears perked up. A long, haunting wolf howl echoed from afar, and in an instant, dozens of glowing eyes appeared in the distance beyond the campfire. Roy held his breath, tightening his grip on the crossbow. The eerie eyes fixated on the fire, shifting side to side, yet they seemed restrained by an unseen force, hesitant to approach the circle on the ground. Lyso traced a symbol in the air, drawing a protective sigil for the horses beside him. The previously restless animals, snorting nervously, were instantly calmed, standing still and obedient. The howling of the wolf pack lasted only 2 minutes, ultimately retreating with mournful cries, fading into the depths of the night. The dung of the pterosaur proved to be quite effective. Roy's mind began to race. With the demon hunter Lyso serving as a free bodyguard and the surrounding pterosaur dung warding off beasts, he realized that if he utilized these available resources wisely, he could comfortably gain experience in the wilderness. The wildlife here was far more abundant than that around the village of Kay, promising a wealth of experience points. After all, there remained some fresh meat and anesthetic powder in his inventory. Look this way, little ghost. Lyso's low voice suddenly broke the silence, and without hesitation, Roy followed his command. Then, an inverted double triangle symbol filled his entire field of vision. Roy was overtaken by an overwhelming drowsiness. As he closed his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a hazy oblivion. The words spoken around him were carried away by the night breeze, rendered indistinct. Meanwhile, Resso exhaled a sigh of relief. Releasing the spell he had been casting, his fingers cracking audibly as he pressed down upon the boy sprawled on the ground, lost in a deep slumber. Observing the youthful face illuminated by the firelight, the rugged features softened unexpectedly. It felt as though it had been over 30 years since he last took on an apprentice. A pity that child had not endured even the first round of the grass trial. Would this enigmatic little rascal prove to be different? In the skyline, a sliver of white light pierced the darkness. Dawn had arrived. Roy stretched languidly, his eyes fluttering open, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease throughout his body, akin to having soaked in a hot spring for an entire night. After more than 2 months since his arrival, he had never slept so soundly. The crisp morning breeze swept away the fatigue of the previous day, leaving him invigorated. Wait, what happened? Last night, the seal cast by Yake. How could he use such a spell against his own? Roy's complexion paled as he quickly inspected himself from head to toe. He was unscathed, his garments untouched, and he confirmed that nothing felt amiss. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the bald man had no particular inclinations in that regard. Awake, little rascal, came the unchanging deep voice of inquiry, and before Roy could fully comprehend, his gaze was drawn to a beautifully roasted golden thigh of meat suspended in midair, curving enticingly. It sizzled, scalding to the touch. In a flurry of chaos, he finally managed to catch the roasted meat, swaying from side to side as he blew on it to cool it down, while questioning, "What did you do to me last night? Just look at the wound on my thigh." To his surprise, the injury, which had previously appeared raw and gruesome due to the horse's saddle chafing, had healed overnight. Although the layer of red-brown scab looked quite unsightly and felt rigid to the touch, it brought no pain whatsoever. "Last night, I employed the arctic hypnosis on you and administered a bit of herbal medicine," he replied. "Master Lyso, that seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? A prior notification would have been appreciated." Yet, he was astonished to discover that the arctic hypnosis also had the beneficial effect of enhancing sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "You didn't give me any potion, did you?" The potions of demon hunters could inflict severe harm on ordinary individuals, and Roy was keen to avoid any damage to his still-developing body. He hastily checked his status attributes, relieved to find that his health was intact. To his astonishment, his stamina attribute had even increased by 0.1, now standing at 4.3, a single night's effect rivaling a month of diligent training. Curious about what exactly the demon hunter had administered, he felt a spark of interest. Is there such a wonderful remedy? He ceased his complaints and devoured the remaining portion of thigh meat with great enthusiasm, savoring its delightful texture, rich aroma, and satisfying chewiness. "Master, what animal does this meat come from?" Lyso's left eyelid twitched violently as he took a deep breath. This was the flesh of a wolf's thigh, the very creature that had sought to devour us last night. He chose not to allow Roy to ride alongside him, instead leading the horse at a leisurely pace across the desolate wilderness. The land was adorned with an array of peculiar flora and the muddy yellow earth. The air was both humid and invigorating. Occasionally, a furtive roe deer, honey badger, or deer would peek out from the low underbrush, startled by the two, only to scamper away with their plump hindquarters in flight. Where are we headed? The burly man had begun to acclimate to the incessant inquiries. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied enigmatically, "If you ponder carefully, the answer will reveal itself within your mind. Marigold, a biennial herbaceous plant, entirely covered in hair. Its leaves are alternate and oval-shaped, bearing yellow or orange flowers. It thrives in cool climates, shuns heat, and withstands cold, promoting digestive health and accelerating wound healing. Sage, an annual herbaceous plant with upright stems, exhibiting a clumping growth habit and soft hair covering. It prefers warm conditions with ample sunlight and good ventilation. While it is drought-resistant, it cannot tolerate waterlogging, possessing detoxifying properties and the ability to combat plagues. Nettle, henbane, and other herbs such as bougainvillea, crepe myrtle, and chamomile were also on the list. Having departed from Cave Village for a day, your wounds have nearly healed, and it is time to acquire new knowledge. Lyso, leading the horse ahead, spoke at a measured pace. Last night, I used a magical seal to ingrain some common herbs into your memory. Remember them well, for their abilities to invigorate blood circulation and detoxify will prove invaluable in the future." Roy was taken aback. In a single evening, this bald demon hunter had presented him with a multitude of surprises, ranging from enhancing his physical constitution to imparting knowledge of over 30 herbs, the majority of which were completely unfamiliar to him. He was certain that none of these had ever appeared in the game. Yet, upon reflection, this was to be expected. The real world was far more expansive than the confines of a game, and the number of things he did not comprehend would only continue to grow. With the guidance of the demon hunter, he found himself akin to standing on the shoulders of giants. The demon hunter's mastery in the development of magical sigils was indeed profound. Roy had never considered that the Yaxis sigil could be utilized in such a manner, similar to the legendary technique of enlightenment. "Master, why not instill more knowledge within my mind? For instance, alchemy. Might we continue this evening?" Rizzo, his expression inscrutable, replied, "If you are untroubled by the prospect of lingering side effects, such as a lifetime of headaches, I can oblige." As he spoke, he paused before a lush thicket in the wilderness, surveying the clusters of diverse plants before him. "Now, retrieve the herbs that dwell in your mind. Which one did you feed me last night? I wish to gather more." "That was the fruit of the juniper stem," Rizzo remarked. "Finding it is commendable. Consuming it daily will gradually improve your frail constitution." Before embarking on the herb collection, Rizzo emphasized several critical points of caution. If one did not understand the structural characteristics of the herbs or the specific parts suitable for medicinal use, carelessly harvesting them could easily compromise their efficacy, rendering a once valuable and rare herb utterly worthless. For instance, the valuable part of the barberry fruit you seek is concealed beneath the earth in a grotesque, crimson mass. The pristine, beautiful leaves that emerge above ground possess no medicinal value whatsoever. One cannot simply uproot it with brute force. Plants, as living entities, possess an instinct for self-preservation. When subjected to significant external pressure, they secrete a hormone within their leaves that obliterates the medicinal properties of the fruit. Therefore, my dear, your movements must be executed with utmost care, neither too forceful nor too gentle. As the magnetic voice of Lyso flowed gently, Roy gradually tempered his initial disdain. Amidst the thicket, a delicate layer of white frost and dew rested upon the sprawling branches and leaves. As the northern climate is characteristically frigid, it is now late autumn. And in the northern regions of Aedirn, snow has already begun to blanket much of the land. Roy's face was flushed from the cold, yet he persevered in his quest, meticulously searching among the diverse flora surrounding him. Fortunately, the barberry plant is not particularly rare. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a considerable bounty, albeit the gathering process proved somewhat cumbersome. By the time Roy had worked up a sweat, he had successfully collected a substantial quantity of the plump, glistening barberry fruits, which resembled strawberries in their vibrant red hue and exuded a delightful fragrance. He placed the majority of the fruits into a spatial storage and popped one into his mouth, only to discover a slight state of poisoning reflected in his life gauge. Curious, as both his life and attribute values appeared normal, and he felt no discomfort in his body, he pondered how he could be experiencing mild poisoning. Contemplating the medicinal properties of the berberis fruit for an extended period, Roy suddenly had an epiphany and remembered a skill from his skill panel, Observation LV2. He seemed to have fallen into the trap of preconceived notions. Having always believed that observation was applicable solely to humans, animals, and magical creatures, could it not also be utilized to observe herbs? With renewed determination, Roy swiftly located a vibrant berberis sprig, his gaze deepening like the vastness of the galaxy. An information panel materialized above the sprig. Berberis perennial herbaceous plant age, 2. 5 years habitat, regions of the northern kingdoms, where the average temperature is below 20 degrees Celsius. Uses, 1. Direct consumption of the fruit. Ingesting 1 ounce of berberis fruit daily for a month can gradually enhance physical attributes, with the cumulative effect capped at 1 point. And a maximum enhancement of no more than 5. Consumption beyond this limit proves ineffective. 2. As an ingredient in potions and elixirs. Negative effects. Contains mild toxicity. After each consumption, one must wait for the toxicity to completely dissipate before resuming intake. Otherwise, it will progressively damage the consumer's sense of taste. Should toxicity accumulate for over 2 months, the individual will ultimately lose their sense of taste entirely. A vitality score exceeding 15 grants immunity to this toxicity. From that moment forth, Roy prioritized the enhancement of his observation skill. He stowed away the remaining berberis fruits into his storage space and began a thorough foraging of the entire patch of plants. In the lush thicket, Roy spent an entire morning exploring, discovering a total of 12 herbs from his memory. Among them, aside from the berberis fruit, a herb known as dandelion sunflower offered a slight enhancement to his strength attribute. The cumulative effect of both herbs would not exceed a mere point, rendering their impact seemingly negligible. According to Roy's observations, consuming these 2 herbs for a month would elevate his weakest attributes, constitution and strength, to a level equivalent to that of an average adult, which is 5. However, there was a downside. The ingestion of herbs was a double-edged sword. Alongside their benefits, they also possessed mild toxic side effects, impairing taste and smell. Fortunately, these effects were temporary and brief, well within his threshold of tolerance. After finishing the berberis fruit, he placed a small cluster of white dandelion sunflower petals into his mouth, savoring them slowly for optimal digestion. Relying on herbs to enhance attributes was undoubtedly the most effortless form of exercise. As dusk approached, the duo, accompanied by their horse, arrived at a murky river, approximately 3 meters wide, seemingly endless in its expanse. Suddenly, Lesso halted, his amber eyes narrowing into slits. Roy, observing his tense posture reminiscent of a cat on edge, wondered about the source of his unease. What's wrong? Is there danger here? It seems prudent for us to find a safer spot to rest. The water appears contaminated. Your point is well taken, Roy noted as he became increasingly exhilarated by the sight of the murky water's surface. Beneath the river lurked a water spirit, Lesso, who cast a scale into his palm. Observe, he remarked, the scales of a water spirit differ remarkably from those of ordinary fish. They are thicker, adorned with a small protrusion at their center, and carry the faint scent of decay, perhaps due to a lack of heightened perception and acute olfactory senses. Roy failed to detect this odor. Do you know that the water spirit possesses an alias within the demon hunter community? Lesso stated coldly, the newcomer slayer, specializing in eliminating inquisitive and meddlesome younglings like yourself. Roy instinctively recoiled. He noted the other's demeanor, as if faced with a formidable adversary, and found it somewhat perplexing. Was such caution truly warranted? The combat prowess of water spirits seemed rather unimpressive. Through countless encounters, he had discerned that these creatures were comparable to ordinary humans in strength, perhaps slightly swifter in movement, and aside from their remarkable swimming skills, they did not exhibit any particularly striking abilities. Thus, youngling, be mindful of your demeanor. One must maintain utmost vigilance, regardless of how feeble the foe may appear. A demon hunter possesses but one life. To perish due to underestimation is a fate unworthy of sympathy. This is your second lesson. Lesso retrieved a bloodied wolf's leg from his saddlebag and deftly sliced it with his short sword. Understood. I assure you I shall not repeat the same mistake. Roy, filled with shame, lowered his gaze. The demon hunter had reminded him, with his current abilities, what right did he have to belittle a water spirit? Such a dismissive attitude would inevitably lead him to his own demise. Reflecting on his past adventure, he realized this lingering consequence. It was time to awaken. Master Lesso, what should I do? How can I assist? Roy retrieved his hand crossbow, skillfully knocking an arrow in preparation. You merely need to conceal yourself and observe the spectacle. Lysadin paused momentarily, his expression impassive as he regarded him. If you wish to assist, are you well aware of the water spirit's vulnerabilities? Roy's lips twitched slightly before he fell silent. adopting a demeanor of attentive listening. Lysatin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his companion had finally recognized the significance of humility in accepting guidance. Remember, poison and blood loss have no effect on the water spirit. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Roy. He had indeed contemplated using the butcher's anesthetic powder against the water spirit, and in doing so, he might have become the first traverser to be devoured by such a creature, a source of shame. The water spirits, lacking in intellect and as foolish as footwear, were similarly resilient against the arcane seals. However, their vision was notably poor, even in daylight, if the distance from their target exceeded 40 paces, approximately 12 meters. They were akin to half-blind beings. Yet, this was contingent upon one's ability to outrun them. Additionally, they harbored an intense fear of fire elements and anything associated with flames. Lysatin retrieved a glass vial, roughly the size of his fist, from his alchemical pouch and tossed it to Roy. Through the translucent glass, one could faintly discern the swirling, iridescent gases within. This was Dragon's Dream, a variant of alchemical bomb. It contained highly flammable and explosive gases. Lysatin remarked, "Your hand crossbow is quite adept, and your aim should suffice. Once the water spirits are drawn out, heed my command and hurl the Dragon's Dream towards the area where they congregate most densely. I shall then initiate the detonation. Do you understand?" "I understand." After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, the previously tranquil river suddenly surged with ferocity, resembling a pot of boiling water, continuously releasing bubbles as the surface rippled with enormous waves. Emerging from the depths were 5 grotesque humanoid figures, their heads breaking the surface as they emitted strange, guttural cries and rushed toward the shore. They appeared to be corpses dredged from the bottom of a pond, their skin displaying hues of blue and green, with every pore oozing a mix of slime and mud. Their limbs were covered with dark, slippery scales, and webbed appendages were visible between their fingers and toes. Flanking their faces were fan-like gills and whiskers reminiscent of catfish. Their gaunt chests and skeletal cheeks were pallid, revealing a jagged row of large white teeth. As they stared about with bulging, nervous eyes, their squat noses twitched, and the entire family screeched in excitement as they lunged toward a pile of shredded flesh. Their peculiar running style reminiscent of ostriches, with hands clasped behind their backs. Roy cast a glance at Rizzo, but saw no gestures in response. His gaze then shifted to the most aberrant of the creatures, his expression growing contemplative. Water ghost gender, none age, 12 identity, none health points, 70 strength, 5 agility, 6 constitution, 7 perception, 3 will, 2 charisma, 0 spirit, 0 skill, body modification LV10. Some believe these beings are the transformed dead of the underwater realm. However, their anatomical structure is entirely dissimilar to that of humans. They are likely magical creations or foreign species resulting from celestial convergence, possessing immunity to toxins and blood loss. With an allure of 0 and a spirit equally devoid, Roy mused inwardly, questioning whether these were merely corpses. No wonder the Ard sign had proven ineffective. As he turned, he noticed Resso's gesture, inhaled deeply, and with a forceful motion of his right hand, the dream of the dragon etched a perfect arc through the air, landing precisely amidst the 5 water ghouls. With a crisp shatter reminiscent of breaking glass, a dreamlike cloud of colorful smoke erupted, enveloping the 5 gluttonous water ghouls entirely. Almost simultaneously, the monster hunter surged forward like a gust of wind, raising his hand to unleash an Igni sign against the alchemical gas before swiftly retreating. The conical flames ignited as though set ablaze by cotton, rapidly spreading forth. Roy, holding his crossbow, stood transfixed, witnessing a grand display of fireworks in the distance. The orange flames flickered amidst the kaleidoscopic alchemical gas, accompanied by resounding explosions, painting a portion of the sky with a rainbow-esque luminescence. The 5 smoke-emitting figures of the ghouls desperately emerged from the blast, 3 fleeing towards the riverbank, while the monster hunter darted after them with lightning speed, his short sword poised. 2 others, however, charged toward Roy. Remaining composed, he loosed an arrow that pierced one ghoul's eye socket, while deftly knocking another arrow. Yet, the second flaming ghoul had already closed the short distance that separated them, advancing toward him. Its pallid and grotesque visage bore not a single hair. As the orange flames danced wickedly across its features, the acrid scent of charred flesh mingling with the fetid stench emanating from its jagged maw, overwhelming Roy's senses and momentarily stealing his breath away. The Grim Reaper greeted him and then turned with a graceful departure. The water ghost, in a sudden burst of speed, seemed frozen in place as if ensnared by a spell, its immense inertia propelling its blazing body toward Roy, who stood within arm's reach. The scenario was undoubtedly peculiar. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Roy summoned his dagger and fiercely struck it upon the creature's forehead, causing it to topple backward, before swiftly embedding a crossbow bolt into its eye socket. The water ghost trembled violently, ceasing its struggles. Slaying the water ghost awarded him 20 experience points. Experience level 2, 143, 1000. Roy exhaled deeply, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Beads of cold sweat trickling beneath his garments. That was a close call. He nearly met his demise, had it not been for the sudden trigger of intimidation. He shuddered to think of what fate awaited him, embraced by the suffocating grasp of a smoke-emitting water ghost. He would have likely lost a significant portion of his life, if not his very existence. Little demon, do you now comprehend why this entity is dubbed the Rookie Killer? Unbeknownst to him, a towering demon hunter had approached his side, leaving no water ghost behind. Each had been severed in two. Would he dare to underestimate them again? Roy stood in silence, surprised by the cold, stoic countenance of the bald man, who surprisingly possessed a penchant for lecturing. What should be done with these half-finished corpses? Should they be discarded back into the river or burned once more? First, we must extract their brains. Allow me to instruct you on the process. The brains of water ghosts were crucial ingredients in concocting the potion swallow, and some spellcasters were known to purchase such materials. Beneath the setting sun by the riverbank, two figures, one large and one small, stood shoulder to shoulder, dragging 5 half-formed corpses of water spirits into a line. It would be ideal to find a red aberration, otherwise the costs of the dragon's dream would be deducted, leaving us at a considerable loss. As night fell, the chilling winds swept across the desolate wilderness. Gathered around a warm campfire, after relishing a steaming meal of roasted rabbit, Lyso took a sip of East and suddenly spoke. I recall you mentioned yesterday your desire to learn crossbow techniques. Now that we have some free time, I shall share my insights with you. Roy, as an amateur sharpshooter with no formal guidance, had long yearned for professional instruction. Since embarking on his journey with the monster hunters, he increasingly felt the limitations of his compact crossbow, Gabriel. While it sufficed for dealing with ordinary wildlife, it appeared inadequate against monstrous foes. He could only hope that progress in his shooting skills would alleviate this predicament. The burly man prompted him to retrieve his hand crossbow and began to elucidate using the physical object for demonstration. I won't delve into the techniques of the Viper School. Instead, I will focus on the experiences shared with me by a friend from the Cat School. Master Lyso, do you know someone from the Cat School? Roy inquired with curiosity. In his mind, due to the unique potion formula for the grass trial, the Cat School hunters, having undergone mutations, exhibited certain flaws in character, often tending towards extremities. The nature of their profession, witnessing the world's ugliness, inadvertently exacerbated these extreme tendencies, potentially leading to madness. Among the 6 known schools of monster hunters, bear, wolf, griffin, cat, viper, and wyvern, only the Cat School overtly accepted contracts for the assassination of humans. For various reasons, the Cat School ultimately faced scorn from the 5 other schools and the secular world, finding itself in a position akin to that of a despised rat. Furthermore, the Cat School shares intricate ties with the Wolf School, being the sole institution that accepts female apprentices. Although society often labels all cats as lunatics. Resso touched an old scar on his right forearm, a flicker of nostalgia shimmering in his amber eyes. This, however, is a blatant falsehood. There are indeed many Cat School witchers capable of engaging in peaceful dialogue and reasoning. Now, let us shift our focus to the main topic. Firstly, what are your thoughts? When employing Gabriel, what do you consider to be the most crucial aspect? Roy casually held the crossbow, adopting an aiming posture. Aiming to shoot. Indeed. The most pivotal moment is when the index finger pulls the trigger, a process referred to as firing, correct? This moment ultimately determines whether the target is hit. Little one, you possess a modicum of talent. As you rightly mentioned, all preparatory work and steps in crossbow technique culminate in the act of pulling the trigger to release the arrow. Resso circled the campfire, his voice deepening as he elaborated. The steps involved are quite intricate. Crossbow technique primarily encompasses 5 components: holding the crossbow, shooting stance, drawing the string and knocking the arrow, aiming, and firing. We have time, so let us proceed slowly, beginning with the simplest aspect, holding the crossbow. Start by lifting it in a manner that feels comfortable to you. Although Gabriel is somewhat smaller than the authentic crossbow, Roy typically prefers to wield it with one hand. However, gripping it with both hands is also entirely feasible. He followed instructions meticulously, standing upright with his left hand supporting the lower part of the crossbow and his right hand gripping the stock. Resso's palm, reminiscent of a fan, began to press against him, articulating key points as he did so. For those who have distilled experience have likely shot 1,000,000 times. The fundamentals of the movement sounded deceptively simple. Executing them as instructed was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in the necessity to maintain this posture over an extended period, to practice these motions incessantly until they became instinctual. The process was excruciatingly monotonous. Roy could only encourage himself internally, persisting through the ordeal, reminding himself that this was merely a small step toward gaining strength. If he could not endure the current situation, how could he claim to withstand the more arduous trials that lay ahead? After more than an hour, drenched in perspiration, Roy's stance finally began to resemble the standard form. Resso then resumed his explanation of the nuances of drawing the string and knocking the arrow. According to him, to master shooting, one must first excel in the preparatory tasks, how to hold the crossbow and how to knock the arrow. By the time these two steps were completed, 3 hours had elapsed. The moon hung high in the sky, and Roy felt dizzy with fatigue. Surprisingly, the method Resso taught for drawing the bowstring involved the use of foot pedals. It was, indeed, safer and more efficient than relying solely on hand strength, albeit more taxing on one's stamina. Throughout the entire process, the demon hunter heard not a single complaint from the boy, who, despite being soaked in sweat from head to toe, remained utterly focused. This elicited a sense of satisfaction and a flicker of confidence in Resso. Perhaps this lad could endure. Tonight's training was thus concluded. As Roy washed away the sweat and dried his clothes by the campfire, Resso posed a question, suggesting it was time to rest. Especially since Roy had made a request that morning. I hereby present to you 2 choices. 1. To allow me to use the arcane seal of hypnosis to induce a profound slumber, swiftly rejuvenating your energy and alleviating muscular fatigue, perhaps even bestowing additional benefits upon you. Or 2. To rely solely on the quality of your own sleep. Roy, recalling the exquisite comfort of his slumber the previous night, hesitated and inquired, Master Resso, are you about to inundate my mind with yet more knowledge? Did I not mention that unless you wish for my head to explode? Resso, pinching his fingers thoughtfully, replied, if you consent to the first option, then relax your body and strive not to resist my forthcoming actions. Otherwise, the efficacy will be significantly diminished. After a brief moment of contemplation, Roy reasoned that given Resso's formidable prowess, would resistance truly be of any use if he intended harm? The very fact that Resso had forewarned him was a testament to his respect. Consequently, he acquiesced and soon found himself enveloped in a blissful, deep sleep. The ensuing week passed in serene tranquility, devoid of any encounters with malevolent creatures. During the day, while on the journey, the monster hunter imparted his knowledge of herbalism using the readily available herbs by the roadside. In the evenings, Roy employed his newly acquired crossbow skills to hunt wild game, gaining experience while simultaneously preparing dinner. As night fell completely, the two gathered around the campfire to continue their crossbow training. After shedding copious amounts of sweat, Roy gradually mastered a crucial element, the technique of breathing. He could distinctly sense his improvement in marksmanship, yet he lacked practical experience, preventing him from fully realizing his potential. Ultimately, before succumbing to slumber, he would enter a deep sleep under the influence of the monster hunter's arcane seal, relishing the sensation of awakening each morning as though reborn. A week had passed, and Roy's experience points had reached LV2, 280-1000. Under the influence of herbal remedies, his constitution had increased by 0.1, now totaling 4, while his strength had also risen by 0.1, reaching 4.3. He could vividly recall the characteristics, growing environments, medicinal properties, and processing methods of over 50 types of herbs, and he had expanded the range of animals he could hunt by 5. Roy began to relish the enriching and gradual process of growth. That night, the two finally departed from the desolate area, clearly observing a majestic fortress wall stretching across the endless plains, within which several towering structures stood, interspersed with flickering lights and wisps of white smoke rising. This was Edsburg City, the last bastion in the southwest of Aedirn, adjacent to the Mahakam mountain range. They estimated they would arrive by the next day. As Roy gazed into the distance, he noticed a colossal mountain range looming behind the city, its peaks piercing the clouds, sprawling endlessly before them like a slumbering ancient beast. The boundless snow atop the mountain and the faint glimmers of green were merely embellishments on its skin. This was the Mahakam mountain range, a formidable natural barrier separating Temeria from Aedirn, the homeland of the dwarves, where legends spoke of gnomes residing. To reach Sintra, they would have to traverse Edsburg city and then cross this towering mountain. However, as night had fallen, they decided to set up camp. After a hearty dinner of roasted meat, Rizzo quietly squatted on the ground, facing the distant mountains. The silence and urgency of their journey dissipated, and a sense of calm strength emerged on his face. Roy gazed at Lesso's broad back, an aura of enchantment emanating from it that allowed him to relax completely. A voice echoed in his mind. Meditation, a practice conceived by the original sorcerers, serves as a means to communicate with and manipulate the chaotic forces, namely the elemental powers. This technique was later bequeathed to the demon hunters by their creator, Cosimo Malaspina, as a legacy. However, for those innately sensitive to magical energies, meditation enables them to perceive elemental power, extracting magical strength from the air, water, earth, and flames. Upon awakening, if these sensitive individuals are not promptly taken to a sorcerer academy for training in harnessing elemental forces, they risk succumbing to madness due to uncontrolled magical energy, leading to a collapse of reason. Alternatively, they may suffer a more tragic fate, with their bodies grotesquely distorted by the torment of magic. Thus, my dear boy, I need you to engage in meditation voluntarily and reveal whether you are an ordinary person or a magic-sensitive individual. Roy's heart raced. Was this the moment he had been anticipating? Confusion washed over him. How was he to proceed? How could he enter into meditation? He recalled that Lesso had never previously uttered a single word about meditation to him. In truth, if given the choice, he would hope to be a magic-sensitive person. For demon hunters are undeniably creations of sorcerers, and their power levels are, without doubt, inferior to those of sorcerers. Yet, in his personal template, there existed no talents or skills related to magic, elements, or chaotic energies. He had not even managed to unlock his magical potential. A sense of foreboding settled within him. In response to his bewilderment, Lesso calmly stated, "Every night before you sleep, I will hypnotize you using the mark of Yaxi. Isn't that intended for deep sleep? When I presented you with the options, did I not mention that there might be additional benefits, to which you agreed?" Leisua emphasized that, to be precise. You have engaged in meditation 6 times, and your body has established a solid foundation, thoroughly acclimatized to the meditation process. However, it has all been passive, and you have been unable to retain any memories. Today, you must make an effort to meditate actively and share with me what sensations you experienced during the process. The other benefits, as this bald man alluded to, could be seen as a reward for trust. Roy began to feel grateful for his initial choice. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of any recollection of the so-called meditation, only recalling that he slept soundly each night. There is no need for doubt. Assume my posture. Roy obediently mimicked his stance, intertwining his fingers into an unusual mudra. Everything proceeded smoothly, as if repeated countless times before. The sounds of the wind whistled around him, and the crackling sparks of the campfire faded into the distance. His gaze transcended Edsburg, fixating upon the Mahakam Mountains, where the clouds swirled majestically at the peak, shifting unpredictably, gradually forming a vortex that drew him in. Air, water, earth, and fire circled around him and ultimately drifted away. Unsurprisingly, you are merely an ordinary person, one who has not been unexpectedly thrust into the realm of demon hunters as a prodigy nor possesses a quarter-elf lineage or exceptional magical aptitude. If I wish to establish myself in this world, it can only be through my own efforts. In this moment, he slightly fortified his resolve to become a demon hunter. Moreover, following the initial act of proactive meditation, a new notification appeared within the template. You have successfully unlocked a new skill. This skill, upon each enhancement, would permanently augment both physical and mental attributes. Roy slightly parted his lips, for this was the first time he had encountered a skill capable of enhancing attributes. Undeniably, he felt a surge of excitement, yearning to ascend a level immediately and allocate skill points. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he quickly regained his composure. Without unlocking the mana points, he would be unable to unleash the hunter's sigils. Thus, any enhancement of the mental attribute, which influences spell potency, would be rendered futile. Rizzo had been quietly observing from the side, his acute perception revealing that an imperceptible transformation seemed to be occurring within Roy, something that was difficult to articulate. What a mysterious little imp he was. Yet, he belonged to the Viper Academy now, and his secrets would ultimately be claimed by the institution, contributing to its revival. On the following dawn, the two mounted their horse and departed from the wilderness, embarking on a path leading to Aidsburg. The trail bore the imprints of wheels and hoofprints, flanked by dense woodlands. As the morning breeze swept through, the branches and leaves rustled, releasing a fragrant blend of earth and vegetation. The wind intensified, and the burly man appeared to receive some unspoken signal. He abruptly halted, gripping the reins tightly, crouching down to trace the marks upon the ground. He then raised his gaze towards the empty expanse ahead, a glimmer of vigilance flickering within his amber eyes. "Roy, ready your crossbow and prepare for battle." Roy pressed the bowstring made of sinew, swiftly drawing it back and nocking an arrow. He felt little turmoil within, unsure whether it was the effect of meditation or the imposing figure ahead that instilled confidence in him. The two continued their forward march, while Roy discreetly attuned his ears, his body gradually tensing. After a mere 200 paces, Resso halted abruptly, a fierce gust of wind lifting the dark cloth draped over his shoulder. A sharp whistle sliced through the forest, and almost simultaneously, a ragged group of haggard men emerged from the underbrush on either side. Were they farmers or some disorganized militia? Their tattered clothing left much to be desired, and their weapons appeared almost comical: rusty shovels, hammers, and even pitchforks. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a green hat, a yellow jacket, and black trousers, with a notable mole on his face, stepped forward. He stood tall and proud, akin to a rooster flaunting its magnificent plumage. "Lay down your weapons and lie on the ground," he commanded. Roy, adhering to his training, gripped his crossbow, silently counting the assailants surrounding them, approximately 13. The burly man, seemingly unfazed by the command, crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, "How does a farmer's rebellion turn into banditry?" Roy pondered this, realizing that it should be a farmer's revolution, not a band of thieves. He had heard whispers in K Village about a peasant uprising in Aidsburg. Could these be the very individuals? Their fervor akin to that of a battle-hungry beast? Nonsense. What do you mean by bandit? That is a slanderous accusation. The leading man, his face flushed with indignation, shouted fervently, "We fight for the great revolution, to overthrow the tyranny of the Mavi and Tavek. This is a righteous cause. If you are indeed men of justice, lay down your weapons and contribute your wealth to support this noble endeavor. Should you resist, you will stand alongside the tyrants as their executioners, and must accept the retribution of the revolutionary brothers." Roy felt a jolt in his cheeks. He had never encountered such shamelessness, where robbery was cloaked as a noble act, and those defending themselves were branded as villains. Only those from the West could exhibit such brazen audacity. Resso furrowed his brow in the vast expanse of his memory. Few dared to seize money from a monster hunter. In the past, he would have charged forward without hesitation, but now, with another by his side, it seemed inappropriate to unleash a massacre. Resso grasped the pendant around his neck, displaying it to all present. "Do you know what this is?" The leader's eyes gleamed with greed. "Is it made of silver? Toss it over here." "Boss, he is a monster hunter." A lanky farmer with an elongated chin suddenly pointed at Resso, his face betraying a flicker of terror as he stammered, "What? This man is a freak, a mutant? Look at his eyes, amber, like a cat's." At this revelation, a group of farmers instinctively took a step back, and Roy was taken aback. He had not anticipated the formidable influence of the words monster hunter. "Boss, monster hunters can slay even the fiercest beasts. We are no match for him." Another farmer quivered. "What is there to fear?" The leader, witnessing the cowardice of his subordinates, turned crimson with rage and bellowed, "They possess but a single demon hunter and a mere child. What do we have to fear with our numbers?" He retreated a couple of steps, his voice tinged with bluster as he declared, "Let us all charge together. I refuse to believe they possess extraordinary strength. One blow from each of us will surely pierce them through. Indeed, what is there to fear?" The farmers, invigorated by his words, raised their hammers, forks, and shovels, pointing menacingly at the two individuals encircled before them, yet none dared to strike first. Ultimately, one among them proclaimed, "Drop your weapons. Then will you allow us to be slaughtered?" Resso lowered his gaze, shaking his head, while Roy, observing this, gradually circled behind him. Realizing he was no demon hunter, for the sake of safety, it was prudent to let the towering figure take the lead. "I sense a pungent odor of blood emanating from you. I surmise you are no strangers to violence and thievery," Resso stated in a low, emotionless tone. "Scoundrel, they brought this upon themselves through their rebellion." The leader retorted, still attempting to justify his actions. "For the sake of our great revolution, sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable." At last, Resso fell silent. His right hand moved with the agility of a serpent, swiftly forming a magical seal before anyone could comprehend his intent. A triangular beam of red light shot forth, striking the leader squarely in the eyes. A horrifying scream echoed through the air as one farmer clutched his abdomen, staggering backward in disbelief. Opposite him stood the leader, adorned with a green cap and exuding arrogance, his eyes vacant, resembling a marionette as he clutched a bloody longsword. Alas! The leader has succumbed to the control of the demon hunter. Riel has been slain by the leader. In the terrified gaze of the farmers, Resso slowly unsheathes the steel sword from his back, rather than his customary twin short swords. The broad blade glistens with a chilling radiance. The demon hunter, akin to a merciless predator, leaps forward with ferocity, plunging into the flock. In terms of strength, reflexes, combat skills, and experience, the inept farmers are no match for Resso, who transforms into a human meat grinder, leaving severed arms and legs, scattered chunks of flesh, and splattered blood that stains Roy's vision crimson. On the narrow forest path, each flicker of the sword light elicits a gasp, claiming a life. The terrified farmers flee desperately, yet how could they possibly escape the agility of the Viper School demon hunter? The woods echo with a continuous chorus of wails and pleas for mercy. Roy stands frozen. He has taken the lives of many animals. Yet they were merely livestock and beasts. Never had he ended a human life. Now, a group of individuals is being slaughtered one after another, completely defenseless. Regardless of the farmer's anguish and despair, Resso remains utterly indifferent, coldly wielding his steel sword. He does not employ potions or magical seals, relying solely on instinct. Is this truly the same individual who meticulously instructed him in herbalism, crossbow techniques, and guided him through nightly meditations? Perhaps this is the very essence of a demon hunter's approach, relentlessly hunting down the malevolent, showing no mercy even to certain humans. Roy gripped the crossbow, inhaling deeply as he spread his feet apart and extended his arms, assuming the standard stance of a marksman as though he had practiced it countless times. A fortunate soul staggered and stumbled, managing to evade the onslaught of Resso, his face smeared with blood, his expression a blend of despair and hope, rushing towards him. He sought to seize the child, to use him as leverage against the demon hunter for survival. His body tilted precariously, striving to maintain balance while one hand trembled, reaching forward as if to grasp the child's neck. One step, 2 steps, he was almost within reach. Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air. The farmer was struck as though by a battering ram, his entire frame jolting backward. He raised his head, arms outstretched, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. His wide eyes fixated on a quarrel, adorned with fletching, that had pierced his skull. Experience points gained, 20, LV2. Roy exhaled the breath he had been holding, then inhaled again, drawing back the string and knocking another bolt with deliberate precision, aiming towards a different target. 10 minutes later, the merciless slaughter came to a complete halt. Resso produced a blue cloth, methodically wiping the blood from his steel sword. Meanwhile, Roy sat beside him, his expression vacant, his dark hair and clothing stained with crimson. After an indeterminate period of silence, he finally took a deep breath. Noticing Roy's continued daze, Resso sighed, "I can smell the rich aroma of human blood on them." These individuals were no paragons of virtue, having committed their fair share of robbery and murder. "Do you feel any better now?" "I am perfectly fine, merely a bit unaccustomed," Roy sincerely remarked, showing no pity for the group of individuals. After all, who would extend sympathy to the innocent souls who perished at their hands? "Well done," praised Lyso. "And your arrows just now were quite commendable. You haven't forgotten the lessons I imparted." Roy had dispatched 3 wounded farmers fleeing for their lives. In truth, he could have claimed more lives, yet he hesitated, unable to adopt the heartless disposition of Lyso on his inaugural act of murder. Each life taken granted him 20 experience points, akin to the value of a water ghost. Following the demise of 3 lives, his experience points surged to 340 out of 1,000. An absurd realization struck Roy. To some extent, in the eyes of the template, all beings were equal, mere cold data. Shortly thereafter, the corpses of the assailants were moved by the 2 into a large pit within the forest. Lyso then applied a bit of dog fat onto them, igniting it with the Igni sign until they were reduced to ashes. This was to prevent the nurturing of plague and the attraction of ghouls. The bounty amassed by the bandits, nearly 100 crowns, was likewise claimed by Lyso. The substantial gains in both wealth and experience surpassed all expectations, however. Roy had no desire for a repeat occurrence. "Young one, considering the brain of the water ghost, you are entitled to almost half," Lyso unexpectedly divided 50 crowns with Roy. Lesson 3. Spoils must be distributed fairly, he stated solemnly. When you become a monster hunter, if you wish to avoid enmity with your partner, never let greed cloud your judgment. Roy had initially intended to refuse, but an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed there was a deeper significance to Lyso's decision to share the spoils with him. Towering over 30 feet high, the formidable walls encircle the southernmost bastion of the Kingdom of Aedirn, known as Edsburg. To the east, the cities of Lyria and Livonia stand sentinel, while the natural barrier of the Mahakam Mountains provides protection to the west. The impregnable terrain of Edsburg serves as a significant impediment to the northern campaign of the Nilfgaardian army. Before this fortress flows a meticulously excavated moat, spanned by a heavily guarded bridge leading into the city. On the bridge, a throng of individuals bustle about, farmers hastening to the market, caravans laden with goods, and travelers queuing for inspection. Behind them, the vast expanse of fields is dotted with numerous small villages, which supply Edsburg with sustenance. Is the Witcher from the Serpent School with you? Yes. Is this child accompanying you? Indeed. His name is Roy. He is my employer from the village of Lower Posadike, here to seek his relatives in Edsburg. Perhaps it was Roy's youthful countenance and slight frame that rendered him seemingly innocuous, prompting the soldier to forego further questioning and grant passage. This rural boy, embarking on his first venture into the grand city of Edsburg, finds himself amidst a fervent revolutionary spirit that, while palpable, has not diminished the city's inherent vibrancy and bustle. Beyond the towering gates lies a bustling commercial street, where the air is filled with the cacophony of vendors' calls, and the eye is met with a kaleidoscope of shops as a continuous stream of people flows by. The shortest house here towers over the residence of the village chief of K, exuding grandeur and elegance, typically adorned with pointed arches and intricately carved windows, complemented by lofty, imposing circular domes. The walls are embellished with complex and varied curved patterns, as exquisite as works of art. Having grown accustomed to the tranquil atmosphere of the wilderness, Roy found himself momentarily entranced, feeling as though he had stepped into post-Renaissance Europe. Alas, during the First Northern War, the city of Edsburg would face the impending invasion of the Nilfgaardian army. How much of such splendor could possibly endure? Resso shook his head, mistakenly believing Roy was merely awestruck by the opulence of the metropolis. As the two traversed the streets beyond the city gates, their surroundings suddenly opened up, revealing a striking sight. In the center of the cobblestone-paved road stood a small fountain square, featuring a stone pedestal upon which rested a statue of a venerable old man, draped in simple cloth, with wise eyes and a thick beard, standing at a height of 7 feet. Surrounding him was a bustling crowd, engaged in animated discussions, most of whom held books, seemingly exchanging scholarly ideas. They were dressed in attire far more lavish than that of ordinary citizens, adorned with hats and numerous exquisite trinkets, their meticulously polished shoes spotless. Nearby, squads of fully armed soldiers patrolled the area. Who is this statue? It is the prophet Lebiuter, symbolizing vast wisdom. He boasts a multitude of followers in Edsburg. Resso remarked, devoid of any emotional inflection, that the majority gathered here were the progeny of merchants and minor nobles. The true common folk continued to toil tirelessly for their livelihoods. Roy swiftly sifted through the memories in his mind, recalling the prophet Rebiaud, whom he had previously studied. Initially, he was merely a wandering orator, disseminating his philosophical thoughts and wisdom far and wide. With his extraordinary charisma and eloquence, he attracted countless followers who revered his teachings. His reputation resonated throughout the northern kingdom, garnering admiration not only from humans, but even from dwarves. Gradually, he became venerated as a saint, a prophet, and a seer. Now, many years after his demise, he is worshipped as a deity within the prophetess temple. When religion was mentioned, Roy could not help but think of a notorious church in later times. Was not the most renowned religion in the north the Church of Eternal Fire? Reiser patiently elucidated that the Church of Eternal Fire predominantly flourished in the capital of Temeria, Vijima, and the free city of Novigrad. In recent years, the doctrines of the Eternal Fire had increasingly discriminated against non-human races, becoming more extreme. While it had a multitude of supporters, it was equally scorned by many humans, as well as dwarves and elves. Roy was well aware that under the iron-fisted rule of Radovid, the entirety of Redania would be enveloped in the glow of the Eternal Fire, during which time the church not only discriminated against dwarves and elves, but also mercilessly hunted witchers and sorcerers. However, that was a matter for years to come. Edinburgh was adjacent to the Mahakam Mountains, the ancestral home of the dwarves. The dwarves brought minerals and goods from the mountains into the city for substantial trade, thus forming a formidable influence. Reiser stated that the dwarven power would never permit the eternal fire to take root in their vicinity. Not bad, Roy murmured. Where shall we go next? After a week's journey, it would be prudent to rest for a few days in the city and assess the situation. In the heart of Edsburg, at the Vole's Tavern, Resso boldly ordered a selection of exquisite dwarven spirits, cherry liqueur, and mandrake liquor. A colorful array of a dozen or so glasses lined up on the table. Yet, he savored each sip slowly, closing his eyes in delight with every taste, as if indulging in the most delectable of treats. Occasionally, he would open his amber eyes to scan the raucous crowd within the tavern. Laborers, farmers, small merchants, and rascals mingled freely, seeking merriment without regard for status. And where was Roy? Upon entering the tavern, he found his desires stirring within him. The craving for Gwent had awakened. He retrieved the Skellige deck gifted to him by Old Jack and approached a table of boisterous players, with the Witcher, his formidable bodyguard, by his side. He felt emboldened to reveal his prowess. Hey, fellows, if you lose this round, let me take a turn, he proposed. Scram, who let this brat in? Sneered a middle-aged man in a headscarf, casting a disdainful glance at Roy, until Roy displayed a neatly arranged set of rare Gwent cards. The rare cards drew the attention of all the players like a magnet, their gazes igniting with fervor, akin to that of wolves eyeing a tender lamb. Roy took a seat, a sly smile gracing his lips as he provocatively proclaimed, "Do you desire my rare cards? If so, they are all yours. Come, let us play cards. I have placed all the cards here, awaiting your triumph." This time, he intends to win a substantial amount, for the cost of living in the metropolis is quite exorbitant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Resso, after consuming nearly 20 cups of liquor, each a liter, bore a faint rosy hue upon his visage. Even for a physically robust demon hunter, the relentless onslaught of various potent spirits dulled his gaze. Yet, no one could ascertain whether he was genuinely inebriated, not even himself. The demon hunter, adorned with a long sword and possessing feline-like eyes, instilled a sense of reverence in most ordinary folk. Some regarded him with disdain but dared not approach him. Resso's imposing physique and appearance were undeniably formidable, exuding an aura that warned others of his ferocity. Not everyone was as audacious as the attackers from outside the city, willing to risk their lives to provoke a demon hunter. Except for one. A woman, sashaying towards him with a flirtatious demeanor, boldly entwined her arm around the bald brute's. She whispered something sweetly into his ear. "Hey, kid," Resso suddenly called out to the crowd. At the bewildered gaze of the youth who turned around, he flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Why don't you stay downstairs for a while?" What could Roy say? With a resigned nod, he watched the two leaning against each other ascend the stairs. This woman certainly possessed a unique taste, showing interest in the muscular bald man. No, she likely caught a whiff of the aroma of coin from Resso. He seemed oblivious to the presence of his apprentice. However, upon reflection, Roy could understand. In just this brief week, they had vanquished water wraiths and slaughtered a dozen individuals beyond the city limits. It is inevitable to feel pressure, necessitating a means of relaxation and release. Roy chose Gwent, while Rizzo opted for drinks and women. Such is the simplicity of their choices. Observing Rizzo, the formidable bodyguard, ascend the stairs with a woman, Roy no longer dared to gamble recklessly as he had before. He had grown wiser, winning a few rounds only to deliberately lose a couple, ensuring his adversaries did not become overly eager and creating the illusion of minimal winnings. In reality, he had amassed a considerable sum, having won 20 crowns in less than an hour, all while maintaining the secrecy of his success. However, Roy was utterly unprepared for the audacity of a man in his 30s, who brazenly cheated right beneath his nose. Yet he refrained from making his discovery known. With Rizzo absent, he felt vulnerable. Provoking the local ruffians could disrupt Rizzo's reverie. "Hey there, you've won quite a bit. How about treating us to a drink?" said a man with a distinct mustache, growing increasingly bold as he extended his hand towards Roy, effortlessly claiming 10 crowns. Roy stood there, stunned, receiving a scornful glance in return. The mustached man understood that fortune had favored him today, having stumbled upon an unsuspecting lamb. A timid boy who would be easy to exploit. "Just wait until I make a substantial profit," he thought, extending his hand once more, not for money this time, but for cards, the tantalizing Skellige deck. The expressions of those present varied, yet none rose to defend the unfortunate young man. "Per brother, he has attracted the attention of the Sparrow Gang," He should not have lingered alone in the tavern. It would be wise to seek out that monster hunter. With a resounding bang, the crowd was momentarily dazzled, only to behold a dagger, stained with dried blood, lodged ominously into the gaming table, perilously close to the fingers of a man with a handlebar mustache. How did this dagger come to be here, and why had it gone unnoticed? He realized he had lost his composure, a grown man, intimidated by a mere youth with spindly limbs. Enraged, he snapped, "You little brat, do you know who I am? How dare you provoke the Sparrow Gang? Are you courting death?" Roy paid him no heed, swiftly sweeping his left hand across the chessboard, causing a pile of crowns to vanish before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. He then retrieved the dagger, raising it before his face and blowing gently upon it. After having taken a few lives outside the city, his demeanor had shifted slightly. He had slain beasts, humans, and fiends alike. The blusterous figure before him appeared inexplicably comical. "Absurd. Apologies," Roy said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Traveling alongside the monster hunters, one often encounters creatures such as wild dogs, water ghosts, and ghouls. Thus, I have grown accustomed to carrying a weapon for precaution. After all, when faced with such entities, one must sever their heads to ensure the end of the matter. Roy squinted at the man with the handlebar mustache, his youthful visage marred by an adult's ferocity, creating an unsettling juxtaposition. "It is indeed my demise." With a startled gasp, the man with a bushy mustache rubbed his reddened eyes. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an apparition of thick, blood-red tendrils erupting from the small child before him, reaching out towards him. Yet, as he steadied himself to look again, that sanguine illusion had vanished without a trace, leaving him with an icy dread, convinced that the child was steeped in malevolence. "Well, you certainly possess audacity. Today, I am unarmed, so I shall spare you, for now. However, do tread carefully upon your departure. The Sparrow Gang will be watching over you." He spat these words, retreating hastily. Just as he was about to exit the tavern, he felt a chilling breeze against his ear as a cold object grazed his head. He reached up to find a bare patch where a tuft of hair had once been. With a sharp intake of breath, he turned to see a dagger, which had nearly severed his finger, embedded in the wall behind him, its hilt still trembling. "Leave me my 16 kronor, came Roy's icy voice. After the mustached man hastily tossed down the coins and fled in disgrace, the remaining patrons lost all interest in their card game, seemingly apprehensive of retribution from the Sparrow Gang. In mere moments, the tavern emptied completely. Roy rubbed his tingling arm, stowing away the dagger. That throw had drained him of nearly all his strength, nearly slipping from his control. That was close. He almost misfired and blasted that scoundrel's head off. That would have led to complications. He recognized the repercussions of his uneven physical development. Had his agility been somewhat greater and his bodily coordination more refined, that dagger would not have landed so clumsily. The tavern keeper observed Roy, who was lost in thought with his head bowed, mistakenly believing him to be frightened. He earnestly advised, "Young man, you should leave quickly. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot contend against a group." At that moment, a resonant and gruff voice interjected, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind Roy. "Permit me to introduce myself." A stout dwarf adorned with a circular headdress, his chest exposed and clad in a tunic that fell to his knees, approached Roy. Indeed, a genuine dwarf. Roy's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with a non-human race, or rather, an ancient one, since arriving in this otherworldly realm. The dwarf before him bore deep-set eyes, a rotund figure, and a bushy brown beard that cascaded down to his waist, indicating he was a seasoned dwarf over the age of 55. Standing at less than 5 feet tall, he was even half a head shorter than Roy. Nonetheless, he could be considered quite tall among the dwarf populace. "I am Seville Hogg, a purveyor of fine wines residing in Edinburgh." "Good day, Mr. Seville. My name is Roy," Roy replied, a glint of curiosity in his eye. "Let me guess. You are not here specifically to seek me out." Seville, with his protruding belly, spoke in a deliberately gravelly voice, imbued with a rugged, rock-like quality. "You are indeed correct. I have received word that a monster hunter has entered Edinburgh, and I have come to request a favor from that esteemed master. May I first inquire, which school does this monster hunter belong to?" "Certainly, regardless of the circumstances, I shall rid you of that detestable coward, the Sparrow Gang member. Rest assured, he does not belong to the cat school." Roy has grown somewhat weary of lamenting the loathsome nature of the cat school. The dwarf visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That is good. I shall not disturb your repose today. I shall return to pay a visit early tomorrow. I will resolve that little scoundrel on your behalf as a gesture of goodwill." Grell, Please charge all expenses incurred by our esteemed guests today to my account." After instructing the tavern owner, Seville left without any hesitation. Roy observed his retreating figure, his gaze becoming profound, only to quickly revert to normal. It is astonishing that Seville Hogg is already 70 years old, yet his appearance belies this fact. Indeed, dwarves are, as the rumors suggest, a long-lived race. His attributes are unremarkable. However, Roy detected 3 intriguing abilities within him. Resilience. Passive solidification dwarves possess an extensive lifespan and formidable vitality, with adult dwarves boasting 20 additional health points compared to humans. Strength. Passive solidification dwarves excel in the wielding of dual-handed weaponry, their ample stamina enhancing their prowess. Adult dwarves innately possess 1 additional point of strength and constitution over humans. Diminutive stature. Passive solidification. The dwarves' short stature and rotundity render their movements slower than those of average humans, and their appearance is often met with disdain rather than admiration from other races. Agility -1, charisma -1. These 3 skills, Roy mused, could undoubtedly be classified as racial traits. This led him to wonder, if dwarves possess such innate gifts, why do humans not? No, he reflected, humans do possess their own racial gifts. Otherwise, the long-lived and robust dwarves would not have been relegated to a mere corner by the surging tide of humanity. At this moment, the voice of the tavern owner, Goro, interrupted his contemplation. "Young man, fortune smiles upon you. Mr. Seville has come to inspect the wine accounts today, since he has intervened in this matter. You need not worry about the Sparrow Gang. Isn't he merely a merchant of fine wines? Does the local underworld truly owe him any deference?" Roy inquired with curiosity, noting that the local wine market was predominantly monopolized by the dwarves, renowned throughout history for their brewing and forging craftsmanship. Mr. Seville, being the nephew of the venerable Bro Velhog, an elder of the Mahakam dwarves, oversees the entire beverage trade in Aedirn. If the Sparrow Gang wishes to continue thriving in Aedirn, they must accord him the respect he deserves. "What troubles him then?" Roy asked. Goro sighed. "Mr. Seville has been plagued by nightmares for months now. He suspects that something sinister is at play." The following morning, after a night of deep meditation, Roy arose feeling invigorated. By replacing sleep with meditation, he only required 5 hours of rest, awakening each morning brimming with energy. This newfound routine was a stark contrast to his previous life, where insomnia had often led him to the brink of neurosis. Despite his youthful and slender physique, his constitution was surprisingly resilient, even superior to that of his former existence. In another room, Lesso had departed earlier, seated on the tavern's first floor, sipping wine and consuming pastries, his expression as impassive as ever, offering no hint of last night's revelries. "Shall we not indulge in a bit more slumber? Relaxation is indeed essential. Yet a witcher must not forsake the fundamental principle of self-discipline." As the two conversed over their meal, Roy casually mentioned the matter concerning the dwarves, and to his surprise, the subject of discussion promptly arrived. Compared to yesterday, Seville appeared even more haggard, with pronounced bags under his eyes, exuding an aura of profound fatigue. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. He recounted his troubles to the 2 men, who, being witchers, would never scorn an abundance of commissions. Thus, Rice lent a patient ear. "Since 3 months ago, I have been ensnared by nightmares. From midnight until dawn, they assail me relentlessly, like a demon that grants me no respite. Can you fathom this? Once, I, Seville Hogg of Mahakam, could go 3 days and nights without slumber, brimming with vitality. Now, the slightest distraction sends me into a slumber. I feel as though I am no longer the robust dwarf I once was, but rather a goblin lurking within the Tisha Mountains. I have scoured the entirety of Aedirn. Physicians could detect no affliction, leaving me utterly helpless. My home has been turned upside down, yet I find no peculiar signs. However, I possess a foreboding sense that something foul lurks within my abode, cursing me, eroding my peace, leaving me in torment. Ordinary folk are incapable of unraveling my plight. Hence, Master Rice, I implore you to assist me." The sincerity etched on the dwarf's face was unmistakable, his gaze directed at the witcher devoid of the discrimination often observed in human eyes. After absorbing the dwarf's narrative, Rice lowered his head in contemplation, his carrot-like fingers gently tapping the table. Meanwhile, Roy pondered whether he could correlate this predicament with any known monstrosities in his mind. 200 crowns. Rizzo announced the final price, which had doubled compared to the bounty on the witch from the K-Hunt. The dwarf before them was evidently a man of means, as employers varied from affluent to impoverished, necessitating the witchers to adapt their pricing accordingly. Indeed, Seville Hogg did not engage in haggling and readily accepted the terms. Now, let us proceed to your residence to assess the situation. As the general distributor of Edisborg beverages, Seville Hogg possessed substantial wealth, and his estate was nestled in the affluent district to the west of the city, encircled by 4 towering spires. This prosperous area was vast, home to the notable figures of Edisborg, such as Baron Tavek, arms or merchants, and beverage traders. The density of patrolling guards and the lush landscaping in this district far surpassed that of the commoners' quarters. Beyond the high walls to the west lay the boundless Mahakam Mountains, which some bards amusingly claimed were erected by the nobility of Ur to prevent their armies from fleeing. Seville's estate, with its high walls and green tiles, was diligently guarded by numerous dwarven sentinels wielding whips, massive axes, and heavy hammers, patrolling with vigilance. Upon sighting Seville, the guards bowed in respect, their eyes reflecting genuine admiration. It appeared that this individual held considerable esteem among the dwarven folk. Roy also noted that the outer walls were adorned not only with totem-like, enigmatic patterns but also featured intricately carved effigies of the prophet Rebiolda. As the two entered through the grand doors, Seville waved away his other attendants, granting them a serene atmosphere free from interruption, before stifling a yawn. Upon completing their examination of the courtyard, the two individuals informed the guard of their intent to enter the interior of the house. Feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue, I fear I must first indulge in a brief slumber. Nightmares have rendered Seville's quality of sleep exceedingly poor, compelling him to seize moments for rest whenever possible. Once Seville departed, the two swiftly commenced their investigation. Resso conducted a general observation of the courtyard's layout. At its center stood a modest fountain, bordered on 3 sides by meticulously arranged ornamental plants. Numerous towering green potted plants formed a labyrinthine structure, creating a series of winding paths. A flicker of unusual light danced within his pupils as he began to search slowly in a specific direction. Roy understood that the giant had quietly activated his Witcher senses, effectively transforming into a radar that emitted waves outward. Intrigued, he leaned closer and inquired, "I have always been curious about how Witchers detect traces of monsters." Resso, displaying remarkable patience regarding the specialized skills of Witchers, elaborated, "Due to mutations, our perceptual abilities differ significantly from those of ordinary people. Precisely. We can reconstruct and present all the clues gathered through sight, smell, and hearing. These elements coalesce into a vague ribbon of gas, invisible sound waves, and shallow footprints, all of which provide guidance." He paused briefly, emphasizing that a Witcher's perceptual capabilities are extraordinarily acute. They see farther, hear more distinctly, and detect scents imperceptible to the average person. For instance, the lingering scent of blood from months past, the distinctive odor of monsters, the pungent aroma of perfume, and even the exquisite fragrance of fine wine sealed within a cellar. Roy could not help but interject. Indeed, by following these clues, one could naturally uncover the true culprit. After finishing his statement, Lesso suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly addressed Roy, advising him that before discovering any suspicious traces and commencing the pursuit of leads, it would be prudent to ascertain the nature of the adversary one faces. Is it an enemy one can contend with, or merely gaze upon in awe? A misjudgment could lead to an encounter with a terrifying presence, potentially resulting in the forfeiture of one's life. The accuracy of assessing the target relies heavily on the experience of the demon hunter. For instance, water ghosts emit a distinct scent of aquatic plants and fish, while the presence of ghouls is often accompanied by the stench of decay from corpses. The White Widow disrupts the ground's integrity and leaves behind a green, viscous residue at tunnel entrances, and griffins are found solely atop lofty mountains. The demon hunter patiently guided Roy, employing practical demonstrations alongside thorough explanations, while Roy fervently listened, absorbed, and committed the information to memory. After such extensive discourse, Lesso posed a challenge to Roy, asking him if he could provide an assessment or a conjecture based on his words and the clues present in the courtyard. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, reviewing the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, and hesitantly replied, "My observations pertain solely to the courtyard. The recent search uncovered no peculiar footprints, which allows us to initially dismiss the suspicion of a catachan, a creature adept in invisibility and hypnosis." "Quite an impressive memory," Lesso remarked, uncharacteristically offering a compliment. Having ruled out catachan, let us proceed to search the house for other possibilities. As two individuals traversed the corridor adorned with a bearskin carpet, the resplendently decorated hall illuminated by flickering candles lay before them in all its glory. Within arm's reach, meticulously maintained suits of armor gleamed enticingly from their display cases, each few steps embellished by softly hued porcelain vases. The walls were adorned with over a dozen exquisite oil paintings, most of which depicted portraits of prominent figures. Roy, intrigued, discerned one particular portrait that captured the likeness of Emperor Enlil, the sovereign who had, several years prior, vanquished the usurper and reclaimed dominion over the Nilfgaardian Empire. Roy marveled at the audacity of displaying the portrait of an enemy ruler in Aedirn, pondering how Seville had indeed mastered the art of flattery. Given the dwarven influence, as long as he refrained from treason, the local military could do little to challenge him. It was only natural for the dwarves to harbor a favorable view of Enlil, considering he did not discriminate against non-human races. "I beg to differ," Roy murmured, shaking his head subtly. "The Emperor of the Southern Empire merely seeks to exploit non-human races. Both the Witchers and the Squirrel faction are destined to become the sacrificial pawns in Enlil's northern campaign." However, now that Roy had arrived, he would not allow the Viper School to be foolishly exploited. With that, the conversation ceased, and the pair continued onward. The hall led to the staircase ascending to the second floor, where two maidens were tending to the flowers in the vases. Upon catching sight of them, Roy's eyes widened in disbelief, stifling a laugh. They were two dwarven maidens, clad in skirts, stout of stature, yet boasting thick, impressive beards that rivaled those of adult men. "One must respect the customs of every race," Resso whispered softly, retrieving a pouch of white powder from his alchemical kit, and began to sprinkle it throughout the room. As he scattered it, he explained to Roy that it was dried black goosefoot flower powder, capable of provoking certain mischievous entities, compelling them to reveal their true forms. Roy curiously leaned forward, inhaling the air. The subtle fragrance was delightful to humans, yet intolerably foul to certain creatures. "Have you discerned the source of the disturbances plaguing Seville?" The two gentlemen exchanged glances, while the awakened dwarf rubbed his darkened eye circles and yawned. Breathing in the faint aroma of the goosefoot flower, he felt an unexpected lightness, his long-standing irritability dissipating. "As of now, there are no findings. By the way, aside from the room on the third floor, do you have any hidden chambers within your abode?" Seville furrowed his brow in silence. Resso spoke with a stern tone, unyielding in his demand. "This matter is crucial for uncovering the perpetrator. You must divulge it to me. Otherwise, should we fail to capture the creature, no reimbursement will be provided." The dwarf tightly rubbed his beard, and after a moment, sighed deeply. "Very well, I trust the reputation of the Serpent faction's demon hunters. It was not that I was unwilling to speak earlier, but the matter is of great significance. There is a secret door by the shelf in the kitchen on the first floor, leading to the wine cellar. The wine merchant's cellar is indeed his Achilles heel. Be exceedingly cautious during your search. Under no circumstances should you damage my barrels of wine." His eyes flickered slightly as he emerged from the room, cradling a key with great reverence. "I resolved to accompany you all to inspect the wine cellar." A flash of surprise crossed Roy's face. "Did you hypnotize this fellow?" he inquired. Resso replied nonchalantly, "He lied in the presence of the demon hunter. Sometimes, to uncover the truth, one must learn to adapt." With the authority of Seville's edict and the key, the two moved unhindered to the kitchen and seamlessly entered the cellar. This expansive cellar was far larger than the rooms above, and Roy speculated that it potentially encompassed the entire underground of the dwarven estate's courtyard. Torches aligned along one wall illuminated every corner of the vast space, revealing an abundance of wine. Rounded wooden barrels were stacked in pairs for two a group, prominently marked with labels clearly indicating the year and variety of each batch. Roy marveled, his eyes darting around. 1259, red wine. 1258, mead. 1257, nut wine. The front displayed the younger vintages, while the deeper recesses housed older treasures. 1200, mandrake wine. 1158, elvish wine. Could it be that Seville had moved the entire dwarven clan's exquisite brews into the cellar? There were even wines aged over a century. "Alas, I do not partake in alcohol." The palm of Riizuo struck Roy's shoulder with the force of a fan, causing the latter to wince in pain. Riizuo then spoke with a gravity that commanded attention. "Only when you truly become a man will you appreciate the essence of fine wine." "I have no desire to become a drunkard," Roy retorted. The expansive wine cellar seemed endless, and the two had walked for nearly half an hour without reaching its conclusion. However, less than 10 minutes later, Riizuo suddenly halted beside a row of 1198 vintage dwarven spirits. His nose twitched with the acuity of a hunting dog, and he paused, his sturdy hand gently tapping on a barrel. Thud, thud, thud. Roy could not discern the significance of the sounds, but his keen sense of smell had detected something unusual. There's an odor, Roy remarked, his heightened perception allowing him to notice what others might miss. Around these barrels, a faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Ryuzuo turned to him in surprise. The average person would not have caught this scent. Yet, what he detected was even more precise, the scent of a corpse. That of a human, steeped in dwarven spirits for 50 years, the potent aroma masking most of the foulness. Unfortunately, it could not deceive a demon hunter. Roy's heart raced as he pointed to the barrel. Are you suggesting that a body is hidden inside? Ryuzuo nodded, his thick brows furrowing like blades. No wonder this Seville hog wanted to accompany us to the cellar. He feared we would uncover the secret within the barrels. Upon entering the room, Roy had suspected a prank by the Little Earth spirits, but it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Who could be concealed within the barrels? Roy, perplexed, caressed the cool wine barrel, seemingly contemplating whether to pry it open. Concealing a corpse in the wine cellar was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Given Seville Hog's stature, there was no need to resort to such methods to ensure a commoner's complete disappearance. Resso fell silent for a moment. Perhaps the body within the barrel was intertwined with the nightmares plaguing Seville. Of course, it could also pertain to an entirely unrelated secret, one he would vehemently wish to keep hidden from all. Shall we not pry it open and take a look? Roy clenched his fist, a look of eagerness upon him. Acting impulsively would undoubtedly provoke Seville. Even the arcane seal would prove inadequate in erasing his and his servants' memories entirely. For a mere 200 crowns, such actions were unwarranted. Control your curiosity. Let us pretend we have never entered the cellar. Shortly, I will employ other means to probe Seville. You must adhere to my instructions. If the target lacks psychological defenses, he will surely be caught off guard. The arcane seal was more versatile than several other sigils, rendering it exceedingly convenient, a quintessential skill for domestic life, travel, and even nefarious deeds. When the dwarf awoke, he retained no memory of the events that had transpired, though the weariness on his face had significantly diminished, replaced by a refreshing vigor from a restful slumber. He glanced at the clock. Have I truly slept for an hour? It has been ages since I slept so soundly. His eyes widened like brass bells, and he excitedly waved his fists, undoubtedly because there were demon hunters present. The foul entity that had plagued him dared not emerge to wreak havoc. Today, the two individuals undoubtedly gained something substantial. In response to the dwarf's anticipation, Resso maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, that entity is exceedingly cunning, concealing itself profoundly. I hope Mr. Seville can furnish us with additional clues. Could you perhaps share the details of your nightmare? Suddenly, a pallor washed over Seville's face, as if he had recalled some horrifying matter. The typically carefree dwarf exhibited signs of discomfort, hesitating and resisting as he stammered. My nightmare is terrifying and bizarre, beyond description. If you cannot cooperate openly, even the Witcher cannot save you. I truly do not wish to discuss this matter, he continued. The capture of monsters has nothing to do with my nightmare. Resso exchanged a knowing glance with Roy, who immediately grasped the cue, and, adhering to their prearranged narrative, declared, of course it is related. Mr. Seville, are you familiar with a creature known as a shim? The dwarf shook his head in bewilderment. Roy then began to vividly describe the shim, a manifestation born from the convergence of celestial spheres, devoid of a tangible form. It can only survive by parasitizing living beings. It resides within the human body. The dwarf's complexion gradually paled, his fists clenched tightly. Its choice of host is quite discerning, typically targeting those who have committed wrongdoings or transgressions, or other creatures. The shim feeds on their fear, remorse, and guilt, constructing nightmares based on their real-life experiences, incessantly provoking these beings' negative emotions, ultimately corroding and destroying their sanity. Seville, upon hearing this, felt his lips quiver slightly, accompanied by a noticeable tremor in his thick beard. Good heavens, an invisible demon! How could I have attracted such a thing? Fear not, Roy urged with renewed vigor. Allow me to finish. The whispers of him could only be heard by the host. It employed nightmares to create illusions, inflicting mental anguish upon the host, and indirectly siphoning away their vitality. Those afflicted by the parasite often find themselves unable to enjoy a restful sleep, tormented by relentless nightmares. These nightmares grow increasingly frequent and vivid, ultimately driving the host to madness or even suicide. With this revelation, Seville appeared on the brink of collapse, gripping Lesso's right hand tightly, his face drained of color, reflecting the terror of one who has been ravaged. My lord Lesso, it is this devil, him, that is tormenting me. Please, you must help me eradicate it. Thus, I implore you to candidly share your innermost thoughts, the crux of your troubles, and the mistake you have committed. Suddenly, Seville shut his eyes tightly in anguish. I need to contemplate this. The mere mention of nightmares seemed to pull him momentarily from his fear, restoring a semblance of clarity as he regarded the two with a hint of vigilance, wary of their probing into his secrets. It is getting late. I shall summon the servants to prepare dinner. Let us discuss this matter further when you return tomorrow. The two expressed some regret but did not press the issue. Had I known, Lesso, you ought to have delivered another blow to draw forth his words. It is not as simple as you might think. The likelihood of successfully casting the arcane seal 3 times on the same target within a short period is considerably diminished due to resistance. Now, he harbors a sense of caution and is more prone to failure in his spellcasting. Observing Roy's slight disappointment, Lesuwa shook his head. Young one, remain calm and be patient. A skilled hunter will wait patiently for the opportune moment before delivering a fatal strike to their prey, thus reaping the greatest sense of accomplishment. Is it not so? The monster hunters toil tirelessly to resolve others' troubles. Is it merely for sustenance? They too seek the fulfillment that comes after completing a commission. Perhaps to atone for his lack of cooperation, several hosted a lavish dinner for the two, featuring an array of delicacies from the water, sky, and land, alongside numerous specialties from Mahakan. The sheer variety of exquisite dishes was dazzling, constituting the finest meal Roy had enjoyed since his arrival. As the moon ascended and Roy departed from Several's residence, he felt a significant portion of his discontent dissipate. What now? It was time to continue the lessons on the traces of monsters that had been left unfinished during the day. You participated personally in your first commission today. Seize the moment to learn as much as you can. As the two conversed, they exited the affluent district and entered a dark, quiet alley. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared abruptly before them. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, revealing a boy of about 13 or 14. With an ugly scar beneath his right eye, roughly the length of a finger, his voice was charged with fervor and indignation. Innocent people, behold the atrocities of Tavik. The revolution shall undoubtedly triumph. Having spoken, he thrust a notice into Roy's hands and swiftly vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Roy, under the moonlight, sought the aid of the inebriated Rizzo to decipher the message. It proclaimed that the great revolutionary leader, Vernon Ryan of Edsburg, had tirelessly labored for the welfare of the people, only to be cruelly captured and imprisoned by the Baron Tavek for 3 long months. It urged all individuals of conscience to gather at the Prophet Rebuta Square at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to partake in a protest march. The pioneers of revolution shall endure eternally, and the pure flame shall consume the decadent and ignorant lordship of the Baron. The Witcher shall refrain from entanglement in politics. With a single utterance, Rizzo made a decisive statement for Roy, swiftly tearing the notice asunder. Roy had no intention of participating in the so-called march. The atrocities committed by the revolutionary army outside the city filled him with abhorrence. Furthermore, regardless of how the revolutionary forces and the government troops clashed, it was always the common folk who bore the brunt of the suffering. He could almost envision the scene of tomorrow's civilians, wailing as they were seized by soldiers and thrown into prison. After a night passed, the following morning, the duo arrived at the estate of Seville Hogg. Upon entering through the gates with the guards, they were met by the dwarf merchant who had been waiting, who waved away the guards and attendants. Can you provide me with a guarantee, a solemn oath that you shall not divulge what I am about to say to anyone, including ancient races and any being? Seville suddenly lifted his head, his gaze tinged with a hint of desperation. Rizzo and Roy exchanged glances, without a written contract. How could this dwarf place his trust in their word? Seville seemed to perceive the thoughts of the two individuals. I can no longer endure the torment inflicted by that creature, referred to as Shim by you both. At this rate, I shall perish. His eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with desperation. It appeared that he had not rested well since the demon hunter's departure the previous night. Moreover, despite the oath taken, should one offer sufficient generosity, I believe no one would remain unmoved. I require a guarantee from you, merely for my own peace of mind. He offered a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Rizzo raised an eyebrow sharply. As one of the last remaining members of the Viper School, his pride would not permit him to deceive in such matters. Money could sway many, but certainly not a demon hunter. Before accepting the commission, you did not declare the necessity for us to swear an oath. An oath is far from an ordinary guarantee. It intertwines with the forces of fate as if governed by an unforeseen law, and fate is notoriously difficult to defy. Thus, a demon hunter's oath is never to be taken lightly. Rizzo extended a single finger toward the dwarf. More funds are required. The dwarf's face twitched at this, but felt a flicker of delight. The more solemn the demon hunter's demeanor, the greater his credibility seemed to grow. Seizing the opportunity, Roy raised 5 fingers, proposing 50 crowns. Indeed, with a payment equivalent to half of Master Rizzo's share, one could secure the oath of an apprentice from the Viper School. The 3 reached a consensus, and the total remuneration for the commission soared from an initial 200 to 350 crowns. A sum entirely manageable for the affluent dwarf merchant. I, Resso of Guletta, swear by the esteemed name of the Serpent Academy that I shall never divulge the secrets of Lord Seville Hogg to any soul, ancient race, or other beings. Should I falter, may the divine punish me, rendering me unable to witness the resurgence of our school in my lifetime. I, Roy, pledge by the goddess Maritalis that I shall not disclose a single word I have heard today from Lord Seville Hogg. Otherwise, I neither believe in the prophet Rebiota nor worship the goddess Maritalis. Yet, my oath is sincere, and I shall remain as silent as the grave. Half an hour later, Resso and Roy followed Seville Hogg into the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Resso first cast the Igni spell, igniting a roaring fire in the hearth, and then lit 4 towering torches, placing them at the corners of the dwarf's bed. The entire chamber illuminated, banishing any trace of shadow. Mr. Seville, please recline upon the bed, he instructed. The dwarf complied, nervously covering himself with the blanket, when Resso's voice whispered beside him, "Now, it is only the 3 of us. You may share your nightmare, that secret." The dwarf shut his eyes, his face contorting in discomfort as he began to recount his tale. "This is a story about my dear brother, Aiken. Aiken hails from Redania. His father was a half-elf, and his mother a human. Indeed, he is what many deem a naturally extraordinary quarter-elf, and thus his appearance bears no distinction from that of a pure human. He is a sage who often articulates. Alcohol erodes one's reason, thus he abstains entirely from it. Upon arriving at the Mahakam Mountains, he frequently devised strategies for me, transforming me from an inconspicuous nephew of Borval Hogg into a sought-after figure, ultimately enabling me to triumph over formidable rivals such as Zoltan Chivery and secure the rights to distribute beverages in Edsburg. He is both my benefactor and a dear brother. However, his innate disposition prevents him from remaining subordinate for long. After joining me in Edsburg, he swiftly set new ambitions and departed from my company. Perhaps his childhood experiences in Redania, witnessing his father suffer discrimination due to elven lineage, instilled in him a profound disdain for injustice and prejudice, compelling him to take action against it. Undoubtedly, the exorbitant taxation throughout Aedirn is a glaring injustice. Thus, he employed his intellect to clandestinely rally all citizens willing to resist. Regardless of race or past, anyone who harbors a heart yearning for freedom and justice is welcome to join Aiken's ranks, receiving free food and lodging, with part of the funding graciously provided by me. Perhaps the revolutionary spirit lies within the blood of the Aedirn people, as the movement grew rapidly, soon reaching a scale that demanded the attention of Baron Tavik. Alas, the prophet once proclaimed, "The wrath of the honest can ignite the entire Mahakam," and the Baron, incensed by his relentless audacity, issued a warrant for his capture. Upon hearing this, Roy's eyes sparkled with revelation, as he had already deduced the true identity of the Aiken. In a bid to evade capture, Aiken had secretly sought my assistance, and as a loyal brother, I felt compelled to shelter him. I swore on the sacred mountain that I concealed him in the most secluded corner of the entire Seville estate. Roy and the demon hunter maintained their composure, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. The basement was replete with an endless supply of barrels, and the soldiers searched incessantly. Furthermore, I forbade them from opening the barrels and ruining my exquisite wines. The Baron dared not offend the might of Mahakam, thus allowing the soldiers to act in such a manner. Naturally, they did not discover that Aiken had hidden himself within a barrel of over 60-year-old dwarven spirit. Aiken was indeed safe, yet a bitter smile crossed Seville's face, for I had overlooked one critical detail. He abstained from alcohol entirely, having never partaken in its consumption. His tolerance was akin to that of a newborn babe. He was dead. Seville sat bolt upright in bed, seizing Resso's massive paw, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. It was utterly absurd. Truly, the heavens conspired against the gifted. A sage, who had never tasted a drop, had met his demise in my wine cellar. Night after night, I dreamed of Aiken, confronting me with the question of why I would choose fine wine to extinguish his life. I had betrayed his faith in me. As Resso absorbed the entirety of the tale, a sense of absurdity welled within him. How could one so resolute in abstinence perish in a barrel? I am a scoundrel. I deserve to be haunted by nightmares. I have wronged him. Yet, I did not murder him. The stout, pando-eyed dwarf wept inconsolably, resembling an oversized child lost in a dream. Observing this, Roy could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Well, we have come to grasp the entirety of the situation. Lord Seville, please compose yourself and accompany us to the wine cellar to assess the circumstances. According to your own words, the wine cellar is undoubtedly the place you dread most, where, without a doubt, Shim will manifest. Can I not go? Seville quivered in fear, his emotions torn. He yearned to witness the entity that had entangled him for months, yet was unable to suppress the terror within. Meanwhile, Resso feigned contemplation for a moment, instructing, "You shall remain near the entrance of the wine cellar and observe us. Here are the keys." Descending the stairs to the wine cellar, Resso ignited several torches, illuminating the dwarf in their flickering glow. "Roy, you stay here to accompany Mr. Seville while I confront that creature." Resso fixed his piercing gaze upon the dwarf, solemnly advising, "Maintain your composure and endeavor not to succumb to fear. Otherwise, Shim will siphon your terror and grow stronger, making my task all the more arduous." Seville, upon receiving the command, resembled a startled hedgehog frozen in place, nearly holding his breath. "Roy, you must reassure him." The latter nodded, adopting a similarly tense demeanor. Seville Hogg truly was a peculiar character. To have reached his current position, it seems, as he himself claimed, much of the credit must be attributed to his brothers who had turned into corpses within the barrels. Until the imposing figure of the bald demon hunter vanished behind a cluster of wine barrels deep within the cellar, the two men stared at each other with wide eyes, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. "Mr. Seville, indulge me in a game," Roy proclaimed, his mouth stretching into an honest and hearty smile. "Let us engage in a wholesome activity, an exhilarating duel of Gwent." The dwarf merchant, though not lacking in wealth, found himself lacking in leisure. Seville lifted a finger to his thick lips, framed by dark brown whiskers, casting a glance towards Resso, seemingly disinterested in the proposal. The more one fretted, the more likely it was that Shim would come around. In this circumstance, could one truly suggest a more entertaining pastime than Gwent? At the mere mention of Shim, the dwarf instinctively pressed himself against the wall, his pupils contracting, only to discover that the innocuous-looking young man across from him had inexplicably produced 2 decks of Gwent cards. "I apologize, but I do not partake in Gwent," the dwarf replied, shaking his head in polite refusal. Undeterred, Roy continued to smile and insisted, "The rules are quite simple. I assure you, once you learn, you will find that there are delights beyond mere drinking." His attention was evidently captivated by this statement, no longer craning his neck to furtively glance at Resso. "But you are mistaken. Aside from exquisite wine is the true passion of the Mahakam dwarves, and Gwent is merely an occasional diversion. Heed my counsel," the dwarf advised. "Assist Master Resso diligently in his endeavors. Once you have amassed a modest fortune, consider embarking on a small business venture and perhaps take a wife to carry on your lineage. Do not dwell solely on Gwent. Otherwise, there shall come a day when you find yourself stripped of even your undergarments in defeat. If you choose not to engage, so be it." Roy shrugged, not wishing to impose, and murmured softly, "What a pity. I had hoped to witness the squirrel faction deck." "What?" Seville suddenly exclaimed, rising with the ferocity of an enraged lion, his dark, bushy brows nearly standing on end. "Where did you hear about the squirrel faction?" His tone was imbued with curiosity and urgency, momentarily overshadowing the dread he felt towards him. "The squirrel faction, is it not a coalition of non-human races opposing humanity?" Upon uttering these words, Roy's countenance stiffened. Prior to the First Northern War, the squirrel faction remained shrouded in secrecy, operating from the shadows. He had inadvertently revealed too much. Seville's features contorted in an expression of utmost peculiarity. A few years prior, an organization known as the Squirrel Faction had seduced many dwarves of Mahakam with its extreme nationalist rhetoric, leading to a fierce discord with the neutral Mahakam dwarves under Elder Brove or Hogg's leadership. Yet, this secret had only circulated among the ancient races. "I find it unsurprising. But from where did you acquire such knowledge?" Suddenly, a sharp and forceful impact interrupted their standoff. The sound, imbued with an indescribable magic, evoked in the dwarves the image of a battering ram colliding with city gates, causing the very ground of the wine cellar to tremble slightly. Both men felt a surge of exhilaration. "This is the seal of Alder. Him is about to suffer," Roy shouted, seizing the opportunity to abandon Seville and darted to the front row beside the barrels, peering into the depths. Seville, momentarily interrupted by this unexpected turn, ceased his inquiries into the squirrel party, and looked on with anxious trepidation. The repugnant fiend, before me, your tricks are of no consequence. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the cellar, as the lithe figure of the bald lacer emerged from behind the barrels, whether intentionally or not, casting a fleeting glance at the two. Terrifying. Lacer's smooth visage was marred by a network of twisted black veins. Ah, Seville shrieked, his rugged face contorted with worry and fear. Has Lord Lacer been harmed? Has he fallen victim to him's curse? Roy lowered his gaze, exhaling in relief. There is no need for concern, Sir Seville. The facial anomaly is merely a side effect of the demon hunter's potion. This devil is no match for Lacer. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding spark erupted from behind the barrels, concealing the demon hunter and the fiend, the sparks dazzling like meteors and fireworks. Yet the intense heat warped the air nearby, rendering the torches deeper in the cellar less distinct. The mark of agony, Lacer is unleashing his full power. Roy exchanged a reassuring glance with the dwarf, who immediately gazed expectantly in that direction. Then, a thought struck him, and a deep bitterness washed over his bearded face. His voice a mere whisper akin to that of a forlorn maiden. Lord Lacer, do take care of my wine. It is a 50-year-old dwarven spirit. With a swift motion, the figure of Lyso re-entered the sight of the two, merely a shadow cast upon the wall by the flickering light. The dark silhouette of the demon hunter darted about with an agile grace, lunging deeper into the abyss, as his two elongated blades sliced through the air, creating countless afterimages. Akin to the fangs of a viper, both nimble and lethal. Then came a series of razor-sharp, ferocious shrieks that pierced the silence, each cry resonating like a drumbeat against Seville's heart, causing his skin to quiver. However, this cacophony soon shifted in tone, evolving into a mournful lament, evoking in the dwarf an instinctive image of a wounded wild dog with its tail tucked in. The outcome was all but decided. Roy, with unwavering certainty, rendered his final judgment, and almost simultaneously, a peculiar shadow fell upon the wall. It was a creature with limbs as slender as dry branches, towering nearly to the ceiling of the cellar. It bore a rudimentary human form, yet its head was a triangular prism, adorned with numerous twisted, spiraling antlers. At that moment, Roy revealed a look of astonishment as he gazed in that direction, his mind swirling with thoughts. The enigmatic presence of Ignis Fatuus from the depths of the mist. The voodoo doll of the swamp witch, the forest spirit of the primordial woods, and the stag-headed beast, all were inadequate to encapsulate its strangeness. It was ethereal, its form continuously shifting, distorting, and quivering, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind. In mere seconds that felt like an eternity, its bizarre shadow emitted a prolonged scream directed towards the hidden demon hunter behind the barrel, and then, with one final tremor, its body slumped to the ground like ice melting in the sun. Seville, witnessing the scene, let out a long sigh of relief, his slightly hunched back quietly straightening, as if he had cast off an immense burden, radiating a peculiar brilliance. It is over. A foolish yet serene smile graced his face. Indeed, moments later, the monster hunter, Resso, emerged slowly from the shadowy depths of the wine cellar, his footsteps echoing with a rhythmic tap, tap, tap. Resso appeared subtly fatigued, with faint scratches visible on his muscular frame. Shim is dead. He extended a hand towards the dwarf, revealing a palm filled with a grayish powder, still exuding a faint, warm scent of blood. Beside him, Roy inhaled the familiar aroma, a slight curve of a smile forming on his lips, his expression one of unsurprising acknowledgement. Master Resso, I am profoundly grateful. The dwarf clasped a handful of Shim's remains tightly in his fist, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, finally releasing the tension that had weighed upon him for months. Undoubtedly, the terror that had haunted him was now vanquished. What a relief. He joyously scattered the ashes into the air, eagerly retrieving a banknote from his pocket, presenting it to Resso with heartfelt gratitude. This is the promised reward. Redeemable at any of the Vivaldi, Giancardi, or Zion Vanilli banks. Resso glanced at the figure printed on the note before securing it close, well aware that these dwarf banks had branches in nearly every major city. The monster hunter, Resso, and Roy understood that the dwarves had long been discreet supporters of the revolutionary forces, seeking to balance the power of Edisburg. Whether commoners or merchants, all stand to gain the utmost benefit from this. Should this secret be divulged, and the knowledge that the revolutionary leader, Vernon Ryan, perished in the dwarven wine cellar become widespread, the Mahakam dwarves would inevitably be branded with the insignia of the baronial power. The delicate balance would be shattered. Thus, I implore you to safeguard this secret. Of course, Laso replied solemnly. I shall not tarnish the honor of the Viper School. I assure you of that. At this moment, the dwarf bowed deeply to the two men. Mr. Seville, you exaggerate. It is merely a fair commission, and you have rendered payment. All is settled. Leso, however, did not accept the dwarf's flattery, but agreed that another meal would certainly be acceptable. Upon returning to the hall, during Seville's brief absence, Roy regarded the Witcher with a newfound curiosity, as if he were seeing this bald giant for the first time. It was only when he noticed the other's perpetually stoic expression beginning to betray a hint of irritation that he quietly inquired, "Is there truly a devil in the wine cellar? The ashes of Shim are, in fact, the excrement of a pterosaur, are they not? That odor is unmistakable. I have caught its scent for several nights." Roy was nearly certain that the so-called remnants of Shim, which Leso had entrusted to the dwarf, were indeed the same droppings of the pterosaur Leso had used to fend off beasts during his recent sojourn in the wilderness. If he sought to eliminate the devil for peace of mind, was it not rather unjust that I should manufacture a devil for him? Should he fail to uncover the devil, he would never find solace. Leso paused thoughtfully, and in due time, when you are older, you will come to understand that the negative emotions harbored within a person's heart can, at times, be far more terrifying than any monster. At the very least, we have successfully completed the commission, and from this moment forth, Seville Hogg should be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Resso gazed up at the brightly lit ceiling, his tone imbued with an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Can the removal of this phantom Shim truly grant him the tranquility needed for restful sleep? Roy felt a significant doubt linger in his heart. Yet, as an experienced monster hunter, the master possessed greater wisdom and judgment. I have another question. How did you conjure the reflection of that Shim? Even I was nearly deceived. Upon hearing his inquiry, the burly man quietly extended his hands, his calloused fingers intertwining gracefully in the candlelight, dancing with an agility reminiscent of jubilant butterflies. Resso, once you retire from the life of a monster hunter, you might consider pursuing a career in the theater, relying on your acting prowess to earn your keep. In the opulent banquet hall, 3 individuals were partaking in a meal. Seville, having shed a significant burden, was unusually loquacious, animatedly recounting various experiences and amusing anecdotes from Mahakam. Whether it was the eastern region of Aedirn, the western expanse of Temeria, or the northern campaigns against Nilfgaard, none had managed to extract any benefits from them, aside from its renowned wines. Mahakam is rich in mineral resources, with a substantial portion of the North's mines, foundries, and smithies located within its borders. Countless skilled artisans produce the highest quality steel and weaponry in the north. Any nation attempting to infringe upon the autonomy of the dwarves of Mahakam shall face their wrath and retaliation, forever barred from acquiring any arms or equipment from Mahakam. This is not merely a mining district, it is akin to a veritable treasure trove. Fortunately, the reproductive capacity of dwarves pales in comparison to that of humans. They require a full 55 years to reach maturity. Hence, their ambition for expansion and conquest is hampered by a lack of demographic foundation, leading them to contentedly reside in Mahakam. In this era, dwarves enjoy a relatively prosperous existence among all non-human races. However, some dwarves have ventured far from home, joining the clandestine squirrel faction, engaging in a life of murder and plunder, or traveling to human cities to partake in banking and metallurgy. Though often scorned by their kin, they perhaps thrive due to their inherent talents. At this juncture, a note of pride and a hint of envy tinged Seville's tone. Ultimately, his authority over the beverage trade pales in comparison to that of weaponry and ore. As the dwarves indulged in hearty conversation, they spoke at length, occasionally inquiring about the Witcher's life experiences, interspersed with flattering compliments. When the matter of how Roy came to know of the Squirrel faction's clandestine affairs arose, it was mentioned vaguely. Upon observing the Witcher's nonchalant demeanor, the topic was swiftly abandoned. The meal concluded with mutual enjoyment, weapons aimed at foes, fine wine offered to friends. Let us toast together once more. After the feast, the dwarf approached, feigning hesitation for a moment, before revealing a rather uncomfortable request. You wouldn't be asking us to help with that corpse, would you? Roy jestingly suggested. To his surprise, Seville's eyes lit up as he responded, Indeed. You are truly the assistant of Master Lethal. That is precisely my intention. Assist him in transporting the body of the revolutionary leader? Roy shook his head vehemently, inwardly lamenting that even after sharing a meal with the dwarf, he could not engage in such reckless behavior as to risk his own safety. I have heard that this afternoon, the Revolutionary Army is preparing for a grand parade, compelling the Baron to release the individual confined within your wine barrel. Undertaking such a task now would be tantamount to courting disaster. The dwarf, undeterred, shifted his gaze towards Rizzo. With a bitter expression, he stroked his beard, acknowledging that although the Baroness forces had already searched the premises, there was no guarantee they would not return. To speak candidly, I have been designated as a primary target for the Baroness surveillance. Once I leave the estate, every movement of mine will be scrutinized by his watchful eyes. Moreover, I wish to keep this secret from a fourth party. I do not trust them, and this matter must be entrusted solely to the two of you. Roy suggested. If it comes to it, find a place to incinerate that corpse on the spot. The dwarf hurriedly shook his head, expressing that having inadvertently caused the death of Aiken, further desecrating the body of such a dear friend would leave him with an unbearable conscience. I seek to make amends. It would be best to return Aiken's remains to the Revolutionary Army, provided that I am not implicated in any way. That is impossible. The heavily bearded dwarf lowered his head, adopting a submissive demeanor. The earnest expectation in his eyes sent shivers down Roy's spine, prompting him to ponder a clever scheme. Let me consider, what is the exact size of the wine barrel containing the corpse? Seville, without hesitation, provided a measurement, having been familiar with the dimensions of the barrels in the cellar for decades. What, do you have an idea, my lord? The dwarf was perplexed. If even Master Lesso was at a loss, could this seemingly ordinary youth possibly possess a solution? Roy pondered for a moment, relying on his previous life's mathematical knowledge to swiftly calculate the volume of the barrel, discovering that the storage space could barely accommodate it. However, he was uncertain whether it was appropriate to intervene in this matter, so he cast a glance at the bald giant, who gently shook his head in response. I am truly powerless, my apologies, Lord Seville. The dwarf could not conceal his disappointment. I shall no longer insist, but should you change your minds, you are always welcome to return. If you can help me resolve this pressing issue, I shall treat you both as brothers. I know you are resourceful and wish to assist Seville Hogg in addressing this troublesome predicament, Lesso urged Roy once more after they left the dwarf's residence. But heed my advice this time. Do not involve yourself. A witcher should remain neutral, refraining from any political conflicts. This is a principle, a way of conducting oneself and surviving. As Roy listened to the giant's earnest admonition, he found it somewhat amusing, for it was well known that Lesso and the Ox brothers would later shatter this very principle, assassinating the monarch of the Northern Kingdom and engaging in the most formidable political struggle, exemplifying a cautionary tale. Even though the bald giant still clung to his principles, Roy did not perceive this as a positive attribute. Perhaps this very principle of neutrality was one of the inevitable reasons for the decline of the Witcher Order. In tumultuous times, who could remain untouched? If he were to successfully navigate the trial of the verdant plains, Roy contemplated, he would strive to instigate some changes within the academy, thus ensuring it evolves with the times. The afternoon sun cast its last struggles of deep autumn warmth. On the path from the affluent district to the Wolves Tavern, they chanced upon the Prophet Rebbe Oda Square, where a haunting wail halted their steps. According to the proclamations disseminated by the Cloaked One the previous night, those self-proclaimed aspirants were expected to have congregated for a grand procession. However, as Roy passed by, he was met not with the anticipated throngs of fervent supporters, but with a scene of utter desolation, reminiscent of a once bustling tourist attraction now left littered with refuse after a horde had surged through. Amongst the debris was a woman in distress, a disheveled middle-aged lady. Her hair unkempt and her dress in disarray gazed vacantly at the sky, her eyes devoid of focus. The well-maintained features of her face bore the traces of tears, flushed and smeared, rendering her both comical and pitiable. In that moment, she resembled a madwoman, collapsing to the ground, her hands gently patting the shoulder of a man leaning against her thigh, murmuring incoherently in a soft lullaby. A few passers-by observed the scene, their whispers mingling with a blend of sympathy and schadenfreude. Truly, the soldiers could be ruthless. A dark shield was brought down upon that fellow's head, surely shattering bone. Participating in the procession, boldly confronting the Baron, wasn't that akin to courting death? While others fled hastily, that unfortunate soul stubbornly refused to escape. It is surprising to see such an ordinarily honest individual muster the courage to join the rebels. Let us refrain from making cynical remarks while he was alive. He treated everyone well. Moreover, without the resistance, would our taxes truly decrease? The man has perished. Show some respect. The poor woman, bereft of her husband and childless. How can she continue to live? Roy's gaze wandered over the lifeless face of the man, and he found himself unable to meet the woman's eyes, filled with despair and confusion. Alas, having become cannon fodder for the revolutionaries, he has left behind a widow, oblivious to whom her fate may benefit in the future. As the two departed the square, a man pushing a unicycle arrived late, carrying away the corpse amidst the woman's wails. Upon returning to the tavern room, Rice placed a pouch of coins upon the table. This commission cannot proceed without your support. According to the Witcher's principles, you shall receive your share of the reward, 50 crowns, neither more nor less. Are we to divide the spoils again? Roy was taken aback by this unexpected generosity. Throughout the entire commission, Rice had undoubtedly been the principal actor, while he himself had merely played the role of a supporting character. Let it be. You may keep it. There is no need for such precise accounting between us. Since joining Rice on this journey, all expenses have been borne by the Witcher, and he has not spent a single crown. The spoils taken from the peasant army, combined with his winnings from 2 days of Gwent at the tavern, amount to approximately 30 crowns, leaving him with a total of 120 crowns in his possession, thus temporarily alleviating any financial concerns. I mentioned that this is a matter of principle. The spoils must be distributed fairly. Resso fixed his gaze upon him unwaveringly. And I hereby formally notify you that starting tomorrow, all your expenses for food and lodging will be borne solely by you. I shall not pay a single penny more. Are you jesting? Roy's expression stiffened, realizing why the demon hunters had previously distributed their earnings so liberally. It was all part of this scheme. He could not comprehend the reasoning behind this. Was it merely to bring me to Edsburg, only to abandon me? What does this signify? We will prepare herbal remedies and other necessities for you, which will incur considerable costs. Presently, there are several rare medicinal herbs and mutated monster tissues that remain unaccounted for. Resso, undeterred by the questioning, patiently elucidated, do you not sense it? Your training now deviates significantly from the century-old traditions of the Viper School. The robust man awkwardly gestured in the air. Had we continued with tradition, we could certainly provide you with the means to survive. However, you would be confined to the austere and harsh training at Gethswade for years, devoid of any semblance of enjoyment in life. Both Ox and Sarid, along with myself, firmly believe that prolonged exposure to such conditions would weaken a trainee's will to survive. The fact that no one has endured the trials for the past 2 decades is not without its reasons. Before the complete annihilation of the Viper School, it is time to reform. Previously, hunters would only begin accepting commissions to sustain themselves after passing the trials. Now, this has become part of the trials themselves. By relying on your own hands for sustenance, you will come to understand the hardships of life, and thus learn to appreciate and cherish it. Only by forging a profound connection with the realities of the world can one withstand the perils of the herbal trials. Lyso delivered his closing remarks. Roy fell silent for a moment. Although he recognized the other's argument as fallacious, he nevertheless sensed a certain validity in it. The two methods of training apprentices could be likened to free range versus confinement. Yet, a lingering dissent brewed within him. How could one expend time on work and still find the energy for training? Hadn't he been performing admirably throughout this journey? Lyso patted him on the shoulder, saying, "My boy, I believe you can discover a balance. Do not forget the knowledge you have acquired. It is sufficient for your survival." Was this to be considered a challenge? If you wish, you may regard it as such a trial. Roy acquiesced, after an initial surge of irritation. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. Could he truly survive in a vast city like Edsburg solely through his own capabilities? Are you planning to abandon me? Roy pressed, detecting an unusual undertone in Lyso's voice. A wry smile crossed Roy's face. Perhaps it was indeed his own inadequacies that led to his being left behind. What do you mean by the preliminary potion? It is an adaptive elixir with a lower toxicity, to be taken before the full-strength herbal concoction. It is essential, as it gradually enhances the body's resistance to toxins. Consider it. One cannot start with a deadly potion. Otherwise, no apprentice would survive. At this point, Roy began to grasp the Witcher's decision. Ordinary individuals consumed potions, while Witchers utilized magically refined brews and tinctures. This also laid a solid foundation for future studies in alchemy. Little ghost, Lyso said, patting his shoulder, time is of the essence. You are a disciplined individual. Do not let me down. After a moment's contemplation, Lyso handed Roy another green glass jar. You won't be able to utilize the Igni sign, and possessing the dragon's dream will be of little use to you. The dancing star is far more suitable, once shattered. It will instantly unleash a blazing inferno with a radius of 10 paces, capable of burning for an extended period even underwater. Lyso cautioned, exercise extreme caution when using it. Furthermore, this is the last of the stock. The material costs alone amount to over 100 crowns. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to conserve it as your trump card. As long as you remain in the city, I will be able to locate you. The Witcher's graceful silhouette vanished from sight, and Roy stowed the dancing star in his storage space, feeling a newfound sense of assurance. However, when he opened the black leather-bound, worn notebook, the densely packed, tadpole-like script overwhelmed him. He realized a grave issue. His vocabulary in the common tongue did not exceed 100 words, including Old Moor, Susie's name, and the dozens of herbs Laso had taught him. How would he teach himself? Chapter 15. Outside the city, Roy calculated the expenses. In a large city like Edsburg, inns were not meant for the average traveler. Daily costs for lodging and meals amounted to approximately 3 crowns and 40 copper coins. If Laso were to be away for a month and a half, the expenses would exceed 100 crowns, and the money he carried was already stretched thin. Roy decided to forego the exorbitantly priced lodging, meticulously laying out his plans in his mind. Firstly, he aimed to rent an inexpensive dwelling, ideally one that did not exceed a single crown per day, and it was essential that it be situated near a sufficiently spacious and secluded area to facilitate his daily training. He had no intention of seeking assistance from the dwarf tavern owner, having just rebuffed the man's second request. To do so would reflect poorly on his own capabilities. Secondly, he needed to secure a short-term job that would provide him with an income, for he could not afford to expend resources without replenishing them. He had to prepare himself for a prolonged struggle. Lastly, he must find a reliable instructor to master the common script, striving to minimize tuition costs. Throughout the afternoon, Roy inquired at 5 households in the central district regarding potential room rentals. Most landlords, taking advantage of his status as an outsider in his youth, quoted exorbitant prices, with the cheapest asking for over 1 crown a day, excluding food. Realizing that finding a reasonably priced room within the city was an unrealistic endeavor, he ventured directly beyond the gates of Edsburg, asking the surrounding residents for assistance. To his surprise, before sunset, he discovered a suitable place. Behind the southern gate of Edsburg, a man in his 30s, slender with a short beard, dressed in white garments and donning a soft white hat, led Roy across a golden expanse of wheat fields to a grand watermill and several adjoining houses. This man was Henk, the proprietor of the mill. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the 4 houses surrounding the mill, while the scent of wheat and the gentle autumn breeze enveloped the grass and fallen leaves. With the melodious sound of flowing water, the water wheel turned slowly, transforming the riverside mill into a living tableau, breathtakingly beautiful. Roy followed the miller, appreciating the serene pastoral scenery surrounding them. However, his gaze shifted to the livestock pen not far to the right of the mill, where it suddenly halted. A young girl, clad in a white apron with chestnut hair tied back, was bent over, her back turned to them. One hand held a trough, while the other scattered chaff to feed the chickens. Though her stature appeared diminutive, it was not this that captured Roy's attention. Rather, it was the alarming curvature of her spine that was strikingly evident. She was hunchbacked. The miller, noticing Roy's gaze, offered a forced smile and said, "My dear brother, my daughter suffers from a grave illness, which has rendered her rather unattractive. Has she frightened you? I shall send her away at once." Indeed, his daughter's appearance was unsettling. No one dared to rent the miller's vacant rooms, regardless of how low the price was set. Today, a Navi youth had finally come along, and Henke did not wish to forfeit this opportunity for income. "Please, no," Roy shook his head, for he was not the sort to mock others for their shortcomings. "I do not mind such matters. Just take me to see the room." As he spoke, the girl by the chicken coop sensed the commotion and turned to glance in their direction before hastily retreating into the nearby barn, her movements awkward. One leg appeared longer than the other, and her shoulders were uneven, causing her body to sway as she moved, reminiscent of a hobbled old crone of 70 or 80 years. The miller's rental room was simple and unadorned, apart from a straw mat and a blanket. It was devoid of furnishings, though the floor was surprisingly tidy, in stark contrast to the suite of an inn that boasted velvet quilts, exquisite furniture, large windows, and a dressing mirror. It was exceedingly modest. Since his arrival in this world, he has drastically minimized his expectations of living conditions. Fortunately, the previous owner was not a pampered or fastidious individual, enabling him to swiftly adapt to this arduous existence. Only the lifestyles of nobles and sorcerers could remotely resemble the environment of his former world. His greatest satisfaction lay in the weathered wooden window, overlooking a spacious area adjacent to the pond, perfectly suited for honing his crossbow skills. Additionally, a complimentary dinner was provided, and Roy, with a sense of resolve, paid the rent for the entire month in one go, 15 crowns, which amounted to 50 coppers per day. As night fell, Roy encountered the miller's family at the dining table. Aside from the lean figure of Henk, Another individual sat beside him, a corpulent woman adorned in a flamboyant long dress, her lips painted a shade reminiscent of blood. Roy, allow me to introduce you to my wife, Una, who usually assists at the mill, the miller remarked. The woman greeted him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "No wonder I heard magpies calling this morning. It must be because of our esteemed guest. Young brother, you have an excellent eye. I assure you. There is no other establishment nearby that matches ours, affordable and pristine. Settle in with peace of mind. I guarantee your satisfaction." As she spoke, she occasionally covered her mouth with a hand, emitting a raspy, flirtatious laugh, while the flesh beneath her long dress undulated like waves. Unable to resist, Roy cast a glance at the miller. With such a wife, it was no wonder the miller had become so gaunt. "By the way, young brother, your face seems unfamiliar, and your accent does not suggest you are a local. Where do you hail from, and what brings you to this area?" Mana inquired, as she eagerly helped herself to a golden-brown roasted pork knuckle, greedily licking the grease from her fingers. "I hail from a quaint village in Lower Posada, and it was a relative who introduced me to this place, claiming it would broaden my horizons. Little did I know that upon my arrival in the city, you would vanish without a trace." Roy sighed with a hint of meaning, then unapologetically seized another pig's knuckle, devouring it voraciously. Alas, how could such a heartless relative exist? The plump woman wiped her greasy mouth with a napkin, a flicker of sympathetic pain crossing her eyes. "However, do not fret, young brother. Edsburg is a grand city. And as long as you are willing to endure hardships, opportunities for work about, I am confident that you shall reap rewards in no time. Do you have any recommendations?" Roy's gaze flickered between the miller and his wife. Beneath the dim glow of the fireplace, Hank shook his head thoughtfully, adopting a serious demeanor. The butcher's household is not an option. He would never entrust a foreigner with the apprenticeship of a butcher. No, that would be too ominous and could bring misfortune upon the entire mill. Young brother, let me tell you, when seeking your first job in a big city, do not set your sights too high, the plump woman chimed in. Hank, too, was of your age. He left home at 13 or 14 to work here and toiled for a decade before saving enough to rent the mill. He started with the dirtiest and most laborious jobs, hauling slops and guarding vegetables. I believe you could try your luck at the downtown market area, where there is a significant demand for workers. But I must caution you to be wary of certain individuals. The miller, Hank, took over the conversation. Mana is correct. Should you encounter those who distribute revolutionary proclamations, steer clear of them and do not be swayed by their nonsensical rhetoric. What folly it is to incite revolution. For one shall inevitably lose their head. Are they not striving to alleviate the burdens of taxation on the peasantry? Roy quietly devoured the entire pig trotter. Savoring the taste and licking his lips, the miller's dinner was indeed delectable, rich yet not overwhelming, enhanced by a hint of honey. The roasting skills were on par with those of Rizzo, though the portion was regrettably meager. It is likely that such abundance was only afforded on the first day. You may not be aware, but Baron Tavik has already made a concession once. In my opinion, the revolutionary forces should know when to retreat. Yet their leader has inexplicably vanished, unjustly placing the blame on the Baron and threatening him for an explanation. Is this not sheer nonsense? Roy knew well that the revolutionary leader was languishing in the dwarf merchant's wine barrel, and indeed, the Baron was a victim of circumstance. Little brother, Hanky continued. Aside from the revolutionaries, you must also be wary of the Sparrow Gang in Edsburg. These scoundrels are filled with malice, resorting to all manner of deception and trickery. Best to avoid the lower districts. That is the realm of the Sparrow Gang. They particularly relish preying on outsiders, especially young boys of your age, who appear vulnerable and are rather handsome. Exercise caution. The miller suddenly grinned mysteriously. Some nobles do have a penchant for such antics. Thank you for the warning, Roy nodded, filling his bowl with potato soup once more. By the way, Uncle Hanky, the girl I saw earlier, was she not your daughter? Why isn't she joining us for dinner? As soon as Roy's words left his lips, the lively atmosphere at the dining table abruptly froze. A plump woman, her mouth smeared with grease from her meal, suddenly choked, her face turning a deep crimson as she patted her chest. Hank also set down his fork. Brother, calling her over is rather unappetizing. Just focus on your meal. She can fend for herself. Humph. The plump woman finally regained her composure, her cheerful demeanor shifting to one of discontent. Do not mention that ugly girl again. How we treat her is a matter between Hank and me. It is not for you to meddle in. She did not attempt to conceal the disdain and loathing in her voice. Providing her with a meal and a roof over her head is already quite generous. She should not even think of joining us at the table. What is her name? That ugly creature? You may call her Toya. After dinner, Roy noticed a frail figure seated on the threshold of the barn, braving the chilly wind, holding a plate as she dined. This time, he finally discerned her features. The flickering light cast upon the wall revealed a petite, round face, adorned with delicate features, thin brows and cherry-red lips, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Judging solely by her visage, she appeared to be merely 13 or 14, as tender as a blossoming flower. The young girl possessed a keen awareness. After Roy lingered for a couple of seconds, she caught sight of him and darted away like a frightened creature. Am I truly that terrifying? Roy mused inwardly, moving closer to inspect her abandoned plate, in stark contrast to the lavish dinner enjoyed in the parlor. The remnants left behind by the girl were meager and monotonous, just a heap of pale, watery mashed potatoes. He found it perplexing how the Miller-S family could treat their own daughter with such cruelty, solely because of her physical deformity and unappealing appearance. However, as a newcomer, Roy felt it inappropriate to directly interfere in the affairs of others. He resolved to wait until he became more familiar before making any plans. Beneath the luminous moonlight, in the open space by the pond, a slender yet upright figure with raven-black hair and eyes knelt on one knee, arms cradling a crossbow, aiming at a crooked tree 50 paces away. His posture was impeccable, shoulders level, left leg bent with the entire foot grounded, right knee and toes also touching the earth, forming a sturdy triangular support. His hips rested lightly on his right heel, while his left elbow rested upon his left knee. As he aimed, Roy inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. At the moment his breath grew heavy, his right index finger deftly pulled the trigger. The bolt flew true, striking the target with precision. In a dazzling display of agility, he executed a series of movements, completing the draw and knocking of the arrow within 4 seconds. Roy dashed to the side several paces, regained his balance, and transitioned to a standing shooting stance to take aim once more. This relentless cycle of sprinting, halting, repositioning, and alternating shooting stances continued as he retrieved arrows, culminating in the release of over 500 bolts. As 3 hours slipped by unnoticed, muscle fatigue set in and breathlessness enveloped him, marking the conclusion of his tedious yet essential crossbow training. The night breeze cut through the air like a blade, yet his spirit burned with fervor. You have unlocked a new skill, unnamed LV1, under the meticulous guidance of a master demon hunter and through thousands of shots. You have gained an initial mastery over the use of ranged weapons such as the crossbow and hand crossbow. When employing similar weapons, your shooting accuracy, effective range, power, and penetration will receive a 5% enhancement. You may actively activate this ability, which will double the shooting enhancement effect, yet simultaneously. It will also double the physical consumption and reduce your movement speed by half. This state will persist for at least 30 seconds. Roy exhaled deeply, a trace of a smile breaking through the perspiration-drenched visage, as the long hours of diligent training finally bore fruit in weapon proficiency. The unnamed skill evolved into crossbow specialization. The penetration and damage enhancement stands at a mere 5%, but when combined with the level 2 slaughter skill, the enhancement escalates to 10%. Having previously vanquished 3 peasant soldiers, humanity has now entered the hunting range of the slaughter skill, significantly augmenting its applicability. Should he actively trigger the skill again, its potency would be considerable. Roy contemplated procuring a crossbow at the earliest opportunity. The compact version, Gabriel, was now somewhat insufficient. Chapter 16. The marketplace and bullying. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with most individuals still lost in slumber. However, the marketplace of Edsburg had transformed into a bustling hub, where the most industrious citizens of the city toiled tirelessly. There were bare-armed laborers shouting slogans as they strained to maneuver carts laden with fruits and vegetables through the market. Vendors, shivering from the morning chill, swiftly and methodically arranged their goods on the shelves, their hands moving as if knitting. Young men with bearded chins brushed spices onto skewers of meat. Amidst the swirling smoke of burning charcoal and the alluring aroma of roasted delicacies, and merchants selling livestock, bargaining fiercely with customers whose faces were reddened by the cold, gesturing toward the mournful creatures within wooden pens. Roy struggled to squeeze past several large boxes filled with freshly harvested, mud-stained parsley and watercress, approaching a stall selling herbs. "Young man, what can I assist you with?" The merchant's gaze flitted across Roy's youthful, unblemished face, and with a conspiratorial yet lewd gesture of his fingers, he inquired, "Perhaps a remedy for hemorrhoids or fistulas?" "Hemorrhoids and fistulas? Why do you say that?" Roy paused momentarily, contemplating whether the merchant might have mistaken his expression for one of distaste. "I am not here to purchase herbal remedies. My name is Roy, I have recently arrived in Edersburg and am seeking employment. I heard that there is a high demand for workers in this market, so I came to inquire. Oh, I see, the merchant replied, nodding his head while crossing his arms, his scrutinizing gaze appraising Roy anew. You appear somewhat frail, which eliminates most physical labor. Are you proficient in arithmetic? Can you read? What other skills or strengths do you possess? Do tell. Arithmetic poses no challenge. Though I am not familiar with the common script, Roy responded, his eyes scanning the merchant's shelves, taking stock of the numerous herbs displayed. A faint smile graced his lips. Furthermore, I possess considerable knowledge of herbal medicine. For instance, I can identify that the oldest herb on your shelf is the mandrake root located in the center of the display, aged 5 years. The mandrake root is notably effective for rheumatism, ulcers, and coughs. The merchant appeared taken aback, astonished that this young lad possessed such keen insight and knowledge. Take a closer look. What herb is this? He inquired, gesturing towards a soil-colored, conical tuber in the compartment to the left of the mandrake root. This is aconite. The shopkeeper Roy winked. It has been around for approximately 3 years and is remarkably effective in treating impotence. The merchant, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about various herbs displayed on the shelves, to which Roy responded with ease. Can you also recognize the flowers of this ghost needle grass? The shopkeeper praised him. Extending a hand, you truly possess exceptional knowledge. You are Roy, correct? You may call me Tross. I have been managing a herbal shop at the market for over a decade, and both my reputation and that of my establishment are commendable. Would you consider assisting me? Noting the distinct accent that indicated Roy was not from Edensburg, Tross added, the other vendors are not as amiable as I am. Could you be more specific? Roy asked, feeling a sense of relief as he maintained his composure. What would the job entail, and what is the remuneration? The primary responsibility involves keeping watch from 4 in the morning until 8, awaiting my arrival to take over. If all goes smoothly, the weekly wage would be 5 crowns and 50 copper coins. Rising before 4 in the morning was not a challenge for Roy, as he had mastered the art of meditation to replace sleep, needing only 5 hours of rest each night. However, a weekly salary of 5 crowns, amounting to a mere 22 crowns a month, would scarcely cover the rent outside the city. Uncle Tross could not assume that due to Roy's youth and outsider status, he could easily be deceived. Roy pressed his lips together and stated firmly, I can commence work immediately for a weekly wage of 10 crowns. My young friend, you cannot demand such a high price. When I was your age, I worked tirelessly for a month and earned far less, Tross replied, narrowing his eyes. How about this? I will increase your weekly wage to 7 crowns and provide you with a meal from the barbecue stall nearby. I assure you, you will not find a better deal elsewhere. Roy fixed his gaze upon the merchant's eyes, and after a considerable pause, just as the merchant was on the verge of losing his patience, he nodded. Uncle Tross, shall we commence counting the days today? Pray, enlighten me on the specifics of how to proceed. What is the current market situation for herbs? Roy spent the entire morning at the herbal stall, meticulously inquiring about the price of each type of herb. Given the frequent fluctuations in herb prices, Tross diligently recorded the latest information each morning on a piece of parchment affixed to the shelf for Roy's reference and memorization. He also imparted to Roy the fundamental weighing tools and several essential precautions. Finally, he instructed him to arrive by 4 o'clock the following morning to take over, after which he was permitted to leave. Roy continued to meander through the market, as the work at the herbal stall concluded at 8 o'clock, leaving him ample time to seek additional employment. The most desirable position would undoubtedly be that of a butcher's apprentice, allowing him to gain both experience and coin. Yet, as the miller from outside the town had remarked, Edsburg was not K-village, the butchers here were not kin to him, and it was implausible for them to extend any generosity to an outsider. The opportunity to work in the slaughtering of pigs and sheep beyond the town was not available to him. However, Roy had set his sights on a similar role within the market, assisting a vendor who specialized in processing live chickens, ducks, and geese for the townsfolk. The experience garnered from handling poultry was merely a single point, equivalent to 1/5 that of ordinary livestock, but the sheer volume made up for it. The poultry stall was conveniently located beside the wooden fence enclosing livestock, and the vendor, an elderly local named Rul, had hair that was grizzled with age. With a resolute demeanor, Roy approached him, showcasing his adept cutting skills by swiftly dispatching a squawking, plump goose. After efficiently removing the feathers, blood, and entrails, Rul consented to take him on as an employee. The remuneration is exceedingly low, a mere 50 copper coins for processing 30 poultry, yet the labor remains entirely voluntary. One may depart at any moment should fatigue set in. Roy did not engage in bargaining. This laborious task primarily served to accrue experience points. According to old RUL's assertion, one ought to handle at least 15 fowls in a single morning, yielding 15 experience points. Calculations reveal this to be a higher return than Roy's previous hazardous endeavors. This is one of the advantages of the metropolis: abundant opportunities and diverse avenues for gaining experience, devoid of constant peril to one's life. Roy exhaled deeply, setting down the bloodied knife and brushing off the disheveled feathers that clung to him. Throughout the afternoon, he dispatched 20 squawking fowls, earning 20 experience points along with an enhancement in his butchery skills. More importantly, having secured a foothold, he could survive in this grand city even without the aid of monster hunters. Once his work stabilized in a few days, he intended to seek further education. 100 paces from the mill, Roy abruptly halted. His curiosity piqued as he observed a dilapidated wooden warehouse in the distance. Surrounding a pile of hay and firewood were a group of boys and girls, their faces betraying an uncharacteristic malice for their age. They jeered and pointed at a diminutive figure seated on the ground within the circle. "You grotesque creature, looking like a camel. Why don't you just hide away in your house instead of wandering about? Seeing you utterly ruins my appetite. How can one eat?" A tall, lanky boy, his face speckled with freckles, incessantly poked at the person's hair with his finger, spewing venomous remarks. "Humph. She is certainly not a camel. Camels are far too endearing." Instead, a petite girl with 2 small braids, her delicate features framed by chubby little hands gripping a forked branch, struck heavily against the high, bulging back of a figure before her. The individual shuddered at the impact, enveloping their knees with trembling hands, their face pressed firmly against them. She is nothing but a monster, harboring nothing but venomous filth within her. Should she harbor hatred for anyone, she would surreptitiously poison their food. My grandmother must have perished by her treachery. Even her own mother fell victim to her own venom. She is an ancient hag, a grotesque aberration, as described in the tomes. Each day, she curses others, unleashing her malevolent sorcery. It would be wise to summon a demon hunter to rid us of this abomination. Only mutants can confront such freaks. Amidst the turmoil, the person in the center suddenly gasped. "Freak, aberration, and yet she dares to weep as if we are the ones tormenting her." The freckled boy abruptly slapped the back of her head, declaring, "This is an act of justice, akin to the revolutionary forces, while she belongs to the vile lineage of the Baron. Strike her." Some children yanked her hair, others punched and kicked her back, while others wielded branches to lash out, hurling stones and mud. "Hey, a bunch of little rascals, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Her pristine white apron was sullied with footprints and mud, and beneath her brown hair, her exposed neck bore the marks of bruises and contusions. "Your name is Toya, is it not, daughter of the miller? How does it feel? Did that pack of rascals hurt you?" Roy approached, crouching beside her and extending a hand. The hunchbacked girl merely turned her face to glance at him, her gaze timid yet vigilant. On her fair, delicate visage, 2 vivid red handprints marred her skin, as if 2 buckets of filthy paint had been splashed onto an exquisite oil painting. Her hands, marred by frostbite and calluses, pressed against the ground, silently propelling her frail, emaciated body, stooped under the weight of her enormous hunchback, into the warehouse with a painful limp, before shutting the door. Roy could hardly fathom the hardships she endured to wear such an expression, yet he felt compelled to offer assistance. Thus, he retrieved some prepared marigold from his belongings, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it outside the door. "Toya, I have left some herbs for you outside. When you have a moment, crush them and apply them to your wounds. Trust me, it will be quite effective." At the dinner table, Roy indignantly recounted the incident to the miller and his wife. "I witnessed a group of vile little rascals tormenting Toya, 5 or 6 of them surrounding her, tugging her hair and beating her with sticks, leaving her face swollen. Are you not going to intervene? Oh dear, young man, you do not understand. That girl has tough skin and thick flesh. A few blows do not faze her, and they keep her compliant in her work," Mana replied, gnawing on a greasy piece of meat, her corpulent face betraying a sense of complacency. Roy inhaled sharply, convinced that this rotund woman was undoubtedly his stepmother. "I understand your intentions are good," Hank interjected in support, "but we are just an ordinary family. We cannot treat Toya like a princess. In this world, it is simply impossible. With her appearance, how could she escape the whispers and gossip wherever she goes?" Enduring a few more setbacks and grievances, and experiencing a bit more hardship, is essential for Toya's survival. Over the course of more than a decade, she has grown remarkably resilient. a mere hint of grievance or adversity. Roy has come to realize that those who do not even allow Toya to join them for dinner have never regarded her as a daughter. She is likely perceived as nothing more than a free laborer, subject to their whims. Setting aside thoughts of that girl, the younger brother, Mana, inquired with curiosity. Have you found a job after spending most of the day in the city? This question piqued her interest even more than that of Toya. Upon hearing that they had indeed found work, joy illuminated the eyes of the couple. Stability in employment meant that this young man could continue to afford his room. He seemed to have discovered a means of communicating with the young woman. Chapter 17. Faywin, what shall we have today? Beef brisket seasoned with basil? At the barbecue stand. A youthful man in his 20s, with fiery red hair and a prominent nose, swiftly brushed spices onto the skewers sizzling on the grill, the savory aroma wafting through the air. The nearby youth could not help but twitch his nose in response. Then I shall choose what you recommend. Emil. Remember to add plenty of chili. This infernal weather is growing ever colder. Roy, his cheeks flushed from the biting cold, brushed the feathers off his attire and glanced at the overcast sky. 3 days have swiftly passed, and the 1st of November, marking the new year in the elven calendar, draws near. During these 3 days, Roy has fully acclimated to the bustle of the market, where the poultry stall yields approximately 30 points of experience daily, and his work at the herbal shop proceeds smoothly. He also became acquainted with Tross, Emil the butcher, and old Rul, who operated the poultry stall. His life had settled into an extraordinarily regular rhythm. Apart from the nightly training sessions, he was merely an ordinary youth venturing into the bustling city. The traces of the monster hunter seemed to have vanished from his existence. Here you go, your meat is ready, Emil said, handing over a sizzling skewer of roasted meat, glistening with fat. You've become quite the regular customer. I've added a bit more for you. By the way, Roy, Tross casually remarked, there's a laundress named Sualine who ordered a bundle of honeysuckle. Could you take it to her? She lives in the lower district, and I need to tend to the shop. All right. Roy traversed the market of the central district, heading towards the impoverished eastern quarters. The sky was overcast, with dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon, obscuring the once orange-hued sunset. Crossing a narrow, murky drainage ditch, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of dilapidated shanties, the very embodiment of a squalid slum. After merely a few steps into the slum, Roy furrowed his brow and pinched his nose. Most of the houses were in disrepair, clustered together, with sewage spilling from the gutters and contaminating the ground. Refuse was haphazardly piled up at the dimly lit alleyways. The passers-by wore tattered clothing, their faces pale and expressions tense. A gust of cold wind reddened their cheeks, momentarily casting a look of bewilderment upon them. Some of the young men appeared burdened by the weight of labor, their spines beginning to curve under its strain. The air was thick with the stench of fish and the mingling odors of human and animal waste, creating an indescribable miasma. In stark contrast to the pristine and orderly affluent district, this place resembled the chasm between hell and heaven. The chaos and filth barely scratched the surface, even surpassing the disarray of Cave Village. Yet, this dismal scene epitomized the prevailing norm of the era. Roy, suppressing the urge to turn back, arrived at his destination and handed the herbs to a gaunt woman meticulously washing bed linens in the yard. However, as he made his way back, an unsettling premonition surged within him, a sensation akin to prickling needles against his skin. Roy deliberately approached a corner, discreetly stealing a glance over his shoulder towards the path he had traversed. As anticipated, 2 flamboyantly dressed men, exuding an air of roguishness, trailed him from a distance. What could these individuals want? Why are they following me? Roy recalled the warning from the miller, Hank. Was it truly his misfortune to encounter such trouble on his first visit to the lower town? Taking a deep breath, he feigned nonchalance and continued onward. The 2 pursuers remained oblivious to the concealed secrets harbored within their seemingly harmless target. In the midst of the disorderly street, a curious tableau unfolded. A youth hurriedly walked ahead, his head bowed, while 2 grim-faced men stealthily stalked him from behind. On the 2nd floor of a dilapidated house, a resident on the balcony, gathering laundry, noticed the peculiar scene but merely rested her chin on her hand, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, other hurried passers-by cast fleeting glances in this direction, quickening their pace as if they resented the time spent lingering. Indifference reigned supreme. Roy silently focused his attention on the concealed crossbow, gauging the available space, and suddenly quickened his pace, darting forward. Hey, little brother, come here. A sudden voice interrupted his plans. Roy looked up to see a beautiful young woman not far ahead, waving at him. Is she calling me? He approached the woman, and a faint fragrance enveloped him, momentarily darkening his vision as her warm and delicate arms wrapped around him. "Don't be afraid, little brother. With me here, those two scoundrels wouldn't dare to harm you." The woman winked at him, and as she spoke, the two men who had been following them indeed halted in their tracks. One of them, adorned with large tattoos around his neck, spat disdainfully at the ground. "You're lucky this time, kid." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the two men cursed and departed. "Well, thank you for your help." Roy's expression was stiff. He was unaccustomed to the soft touch on his arm. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" The woman released his arm and affectionately ruffled his hair. She stood approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall, in her mid-20s, her emerald green blouse and pleated skirt accentuating her exquisite figure. Her wine-red hair was tied back, and a silver pendant adorned her elegant neck. Her legs, straight and fair beneath the skirt, were complemented by a cinched waist that emphasized her alluring silhouette. Most captivating were her luminous eyes and slightly full lips, which lent her face an enchanting allure. As she smiled radiantly, it seemed as if the heavy clouds had dispersed. "I'm Faywin. And you, little brother? What brings you to the downtown area alone? Haven't you been warned that it can be quite perilous here? The Sparrow Gang will do anything for money." The woman's voice was remarkably gentle, her demeanor surprisingly pleasant. When Roy was momentarily captivated by her bright eyes, he quickly regained his composure, for this body had yet to fully mature. He smiled gratefully at her and said, "Sister Faywin, you can just call me Roy. I'm delivering a package of herbs, and I didn't expect to run into such trouble on my first outing." "Oh, I thought those two scoundrels were waiting specifically for you," Faywin murmured softly. "Where are you headed now?" "I'm just passing by to buy a few things." "Let us go together," Roy replied, feeling assured that he was not under the threat of the two ruffians. The two walked side by side, and it wasn't long before Roy noticed that the woman's hands were far less delicate than her facial skin, marred by frostbite, dead skin, and calluses. "Sister Faywin, does this sort of incident happen often in the lower district? Is there no one to oversee it? Recently, the revolutionaries have been causing quite a stir, and the authorities are overwhelmed with issues in the central and affluent areas. The lower district is essentially left unmonitored. You must be cautious, never wander here alone." Roy, concerned, inquired, "You helped me just now. Do you think those two ruffians will retaliate?" Upon hearing this, the woman abruptly halted, a glimmer of reassurance flashing in her beautiful eyes, as though she were looking upon a younger relative. "Do not worry, they wouldn't dare to touch me." Roy was taken aback, sensing an inexplicable fondness from her. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the herbal shop. Faywin waved at Roy, urging him to hurry inside, and then gracefully turned to leave. Chua observed Roy and the woman accompanying him, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossing his features before his expression swiftly returned to normalcy. "Has the delivery arrived?" Roy paused, then continued, "Uncle Chua, do you know Faywin, the woman we just saw?" Chua tilted his head back, narrowing his small eyes into slits, as if lost in reverie. "Faywin is a remarkable girl," he mused, his hands drawing a gourd-like curve in the air, moistening his parched lips. "She surpasses 99% of the women in this city in stature, does she not? She is also warm-hearted and kind. I was once followed by two shady fellows in the lower district, and she came to my aid." A glimmer of admiration flickered across Chua's weathered face. In the northeast corner of the central district, adjacent to the lower district, stands a 3-story building known as the Cadale House. It charges a minimal fee to teach the children of the Edsburg commoners to read and write, providing them with free lunches as well. Faywin is the teacher there, greatly cherished by the locals. No matter how many rascals from the Sparrow Gang there may be, they would not dare to provoke her. With a sigh, Chua lamented, "It is often the case that kind-hearted individuals lead unfortunate lives. How pitiable that her mother suffers from moments of confusion, and she must support a drunken father. To care for her family and assist those impoverished students, her life is filled with hardship. One must wonder how such a benevolent beauty could dwell in the squalid lower district." With an expression of concern, Tross seemed eager to alleviate her burdens, prompting Roy to chuckle softly. In their casual conversations, the proprietor of the herbal shop had previously divulged that he enjoyed a fulfilling family life, complete with a wife and children. "Uncle Tross, may I have the opportunity to study at the Cadale House?" Roy inquired, his heart slightly stirred. This idea had long been nestled in his plans, and now that his work was stable, he could spare his afternoons. "You are still quite young. It should pose no problem," Tross pondered, stroking his chin. "The tuition may be a bit more expensive for outsiders, but it is certainly more economical than hiring a scribe or relying on others." Chapter 18. Distorted Talent at the Dinner Table. Roy broached the subject of Faewyn with Hank and his wife, their accounts aligning closely with Tross's. He subtly probed why they had not considered sending their daughter to the Cadale house. Given Toya's tender age and her disability, she belonged to a vulnerable demographic, and perhaps the Cadale house would accept her as a student. However, the couple merely deflected, citing their inability to afford the tuition and dismissing Toya's mental acuity as insufficient for such endeavors. Roy gained a deeper understanding of their limitations and chose to refrain from further discussion. An oil lamp hung on the wall, casting light upon a petite figure standing at the door, her back turned to him. She was slightly hunched, one shoulder elevated higher than the other, meticulously cleaning blueberries and gingerly placing them into a bucket outside. Suddenly, she froze, her small, round face displaying a fleeting smile that quickly solidified into a look of distress as she lowered her gaze, her entire form beginning to tremble. Yet this time, she did not flee. "Don't be afraid, Toya. I harbor no ill intentions," Roy said, offering her a gentle smile as he maintained a respectful distance. Rather than approaching her recklessly, "I merely wish to express my gratitude. The fruits you have brought me over the past few days have been exceptionally fresh and delightful in flavor." The girl fell silent for a few moments, then suddenly inhaled deeply as if summoning great resolve. Her face flushed as she hesitantly stammered, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Her voice was as melodious as a lark, imbued with a hint of childlike innocence and palpable anxiety. "Why do you ask?" Roy inquired, deliberately locking his gaze with hers. "I believe you are no different from other girls." Toya felt her breath catch in her throat, her heart seeming to halt in its rhythm. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Not even her dearest father had uttered the words she longed to hear. It was as though sand had been rubbed into her eyes, a wave of emotion overwhelming her. Roy continued, "That group of morally bankrupt rascals only knows how to run amok, causing chaos and playing pranks at the expense of others. Yet you have begun to tend to livestock and poultry, to cultivate gardens and fields. You sustain yourself through your own labor, friend," Toya mused, feeling that word drift farther from her reach. In her youth, she had a few companions, but as her physical condition deteriorated and her unsightly hunchback became more pronounced, those friends gradually distanced themselves, even avoiding her as if she were a venomous snake. She struggled to recall their faces, her mind now filled with the cruel mockery and scorn of others. She dared not hope to forge another friendship. The flickering flames illuminated her bewildered face as Toya entered a state of emptiness, her once tense body gradually relaxing, shedding its vigilance. "Shall we change the venue for our conversation? Do not be anxious. It is merely mundane topics, such as what you had for lunch." Roy's gaze wandered, searching the surroundings as the moon ascended into the sky, casting its glow beside the open space where he perspired every evening. The surface of the pond rippled gently in the night breeze, the silvery moonlight swaying softly, becoming hazy. Roy noticed the girl sitting not far from him by the pond, and he exhaled in relief, having feared she might flee. For he had never interacted with such a sensitive soul and was concerned about inadvertently touching upon her wounds. Yet, he had finally taken a successful first step. The girl appeared profoundly uncomfortable in this setting, her head bowed, her fingers nervously twisting together, her gaze avoiding the boy beside her and the reflection in the pond, as if it harbored some malevolent creature. "Toya, relax. Have you ever seen a magic show?" "What does no magic mean?" she cautiously inquired. "It is akin to a trick. You know about tricks, don't you? Allow me to perform one for you right now. Watch closely." Roy spoke with a tone of slight command, startling the girl, who instinctively turned her attention towards him. "Do not blink." Roy extended his right hand, revealing the empty palm and the back of his hand to the other party. He then began to rotate his wrist, once, twice, thrice. Toya silently recited the mantra in her mind, her lips slightly parted as she widened her glistening eyes. Suddenly, a delicate card materialized in the once barren expanse of Roy's palm, depicting a woman adorned in a fiery red dress with flowing crimson hair. She exuded an enchanting beauty, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Roy continued to rotate the card, and after several spins, it vanished without a trace. "How did you do that?" The girl's attention was wholly captivated. Though it was merely a rudimentary trick, she had never ventured beyond Edsburg since birth, nor had she ever witnessed any such illusion. "Where did you hide the card?" Revealing the principal would diminish its magic. "Why don't you guess where I've concealed it?" Upon hearing this, Toya propped her chin on her hand, allowing her chestnut locks to cascade to the surface of the pond, deep in contemplation. In that moment, she momentarily forgot her insecurities and anxieties. However, Roy abruptly approached her, halting just 30 centimeters away, interrupting her reverie. The girl froze, cold sweat beading on her forehead and pallid cheeks, her heartbeat thundering, not from shyness or any other emotion, but from sheer tension and fear. Years of torment had ingrained in her the belief that those who drew near would only inflict pain, whether through blows or insults. "I apologize for startling you," Roy said. His eyes filled with regret as he spread his hands and retreated 2 steps until the girl regained her composure and came back to life. "I merely wished to come closer to retrieve the card." He pointed at the girl's white apron and said, "Toya, believe it or not, that card is now quietly resting in your pocket." The girl hesitated and reached into her pocket. Then, in her palm, calloused and frostbitten, appeared a card, the very same one that had materialized in Roy's hand. "Isn't that intriguing?" Roy remarked. "This card is a gift for you." "Why?" Toya asked, perplexed. The herbs and food he had given her over the past few days had already left her astonished. "I cannot accept this. It is far too precious." "It is merely a common Gwent card," Roy replied candidly. "Most tavern keepers have them for sale. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, you can simply bring me some fruit tomorrow." Toya held the card, her expression one of reluctance. After a long pause, she finally conceded, tucking the card away into her pocket with great care. Who is the woman depicted on the card? "Sabina Jerwicheg, a sorceress from the capital of Kedwin, Ardkore." "A sorceress?" "Trust me, you will come to understand the significance of that in due time. Now, let us discuss something else," Roy said, settling beside her. This time, the girl did not exhibit her previous strong aversion. Perhaps in an effort to relax, she gently mirrored Roy's movements, swaying her feet. In the moonlit boat upon the water, 2 new passengers had joined. "What tasks do you typically perform at the mill?" "In addition to what you mentioned, one must also tend to the pigs, clean the house, and weed the crops." "Alas, at your tender age, you should not bear such burdens." Typically, girls of around 10 years either marry or assist with farming at home. Yet their lives are not as arduous as yours. "Do you have any hobbies?" "Painting, singing, dancing, perhaps playing Gwent." "I am not familiar with Gwent, but I might sing. However, I lack the courage, for Una would chastise me for singing as poorly as a rooster crowing, and others would likely mock me." "Do not heed their foolishness. Your voice is truly suited for singing," Roy sincerely praised. "If you were to venture to a larger city, you might very well become an opera singer. It is too late now, but should the opportunity arise, might I have the honor of hearing your melodious voice?" Her hunchback was not congenital, but rather a slight symptom that emerged abruptly 8 years ago, gradually worsening over the years. Her mother, consumed by worry, passed away 5 years ago, and then that cruel, rotund woman, her stepmother Una, arrived. From that point onward, Toya's life descended into a relentless cycle of labor, and her father grew increasingly distant. Yet, Toya could sense that in his eyes, there was neither disappointment nor disdain, nor the hatred of her stepmother, nor the scorn and discrimination from the local children and residents. Instead, she felt an abundance of patience and understanding. For the first time since her mother's passing, she experienced a longing for respect. However, not today. The moon has risen higher, and an hour has quietly slipped away. "Roy, do you truly wish to be my friend?" She brushed her skirt and stood up. The silvery moonlight illuminated her figure, revealing the contours of her back and the unevenness of her shoulders. "You are mistaken." Roy chuckled heartily. "We are already friends." "Then may I chat with you tomorrow?" The girl sighed deeply, limping towards the dilapidated warehouse. Roy watched her retreating silhouette fade into the distance. Toya gender, female age, 13 years and 10 months status, commoner health points, 30 magic erosion, magic points, 120 magic erosion, strength, 3 agility, for constitution, 3 perception, 6 willpower, 6 charm. For spirit, 12 skill, source of magic, passive solidification self-awareness. A sensitive conduit of chaotic energy, favored by the elements of earth, fire, water, and air, her body perpetually absorbs magic. After professional and systematic training, she can manipulate magic and unleash spells, achieving feats beyond ordinary capabilities. Clearly, the miller's daughter, Toya, is one of the unfortunate souls. Heaven bestowed upon her a rare gift of magical potential, but failed to teach her how to harness such power. The deformity of her body is undoubtedly a result of uncontrolled magic rampaging within her. If left unchecked, her lifespan would be considerably shorter than that of an ordinary person. Initially driven by compassion, Roy now entertains additional thoughts, though he cannot become a sorcerer himself. Forming a friendship with a future sorceress could prove to be a wise long-term investment. Having not forged connections with several spellcasters, what right does one have to call oneself a demon hunter? However, the situation is rather intricate. He must devise a plan and proceed step by step. Chapter 19. The House of Kaidel in the northeast corner of the Central District stands a 3-story building, its roof adorned with green tiles and white window frames, exquisitely decorated. The lower level is encircled by a wooden fence, creating a remarkably spacious courtyard, above which leans a sign, askew and worn. To the left of the courtyard lies a cultivated plot of farmland, flourishing with seasonal vegetables. The side wall of the house is overrun with withered vines, through which one can glimpse the vibrant, erratic graffiti crafted by the innocent hands of children. At the center of the courtyard rises a hornbeam over 40 years old, its lush branches casting a shadow over half of the yard and roof. Beneath the tree are several long rectangular tables, weathered by rain and wind, capable of accommodating 20 people. Roy paused beneath the hornbeam, observing it for a moment, and reached out to touch its coarse bark, his expression shifting. This tree has likely thrived for over a century, its trunk etched with peculiar symbols, the handiwork of some mischievous student. Roy gently pushed open the wooden door on the first floor of the house. Through the crack, a warm female voice reached his ears, and his gaze fell upon a group of children sitting upright, alongside a slender middle-aged woman who was diligently writing and drawing on a small blackboard with a charcoal pencil. Our homeland, Aedirn, is nestled to the east of the Mahakam Mountains, neighboring Temeria, bordered to the south by Laria and Livia, and to the north by Codwen. Its eastern boundary is defined by the Azure Mountains. Since ancient times, Aedirn has been a hotbed of agrarian revolutions. The revolutionary forces, seeking to amend the excessively harsh and cruelly high taxation, engaged in fierce struggles against the nobility and the upper echelons of the kingdom. Roy, upon overhearing this, could not help but furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. Teacher Cardell, there is someone eavesdropping at the door. Suddenly, a slender, small-bodied boy with a disproportionately large head and tousled blonde hair, seated at the back of the classroom, raised his dark little hand, interrupting the woman's discourse. Instantly, over 60 pairs of curious and bright eyes turned in unison toward the figure at the door. The group of children was nearly evenly split between boys and girls. The youngest merely 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest around 14 or 15, dressed in simple, worn clothing, appearing quite lean. In the last row of the classroom sat an unusually tall individual who, upon seeing the newcomer, could not conceal her delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Roy hesitated for a moment before taking a seat beside her. Uncle Tross said you were the teacher from the Cardell family, and I happened to be seeking knowledge. So I came here, he explained. Faywin nodded slightly, her enchanting gaze filled with approval. You have made a wise decision. Only knowledge can alter one's fate. Welcome to the Cardell residence for your studies. I am Tom. Pleased to meet you, Roy. The boy who had just raised his hand greeted him enthusiastically. His features contorted into a grin that showcased his prominent front teeth, exuding both sincerity and a hint of playfulness. Roy shook his hand in return. Children, remain quiet. We shall now review the content learned in history class. The teacher has stepped out to attend to some matters. The middle-aged woman then led Roy to an office on the second floor. Child, you may call me Teacher Cater. And what is your name? Let me guess. You have come to Cater's home to learn the universal script? I am Roy, not a local. Am I permitted to enter the school? Roy nodded, feeling a slight nervousness. He certainly did not wish to have made a futile trip. We welcome any student under the age of 16. You appear to meet the criteria. You will need to pay a monthly tuition fee of 20 kronor and cooperate with me to complete a detailed registration of your identity. Do you understand? The school primarily consists of children. Cater's gaze was gentle, yet her prominent hooked nose, deep nasolabial folds, and thin lips lent her an intimidating severity. I have one more question. Do you have sufficient funds? There was a hint of skepticism in Cater's eyes. It was uncommon for students to arrive alone, as they typically had relatives accompanying them. I have work at the market that provides enough to cover the tuition. By the way, Teacher Cater, due to my job, I will only be able to attend school in the afternoons. The 20 kronor was surprisingly affordable for Roy. His original funds were more than adequate without needing a part-time job. You may come in the morning or afternoon, whichever you prefer, as long as you can keep pace with the curriculum. After assisting Roy with his registration, Cater tucked the form into a cabinet beneath the desk. As Roy took his seat, he felt several unfriendly gazes directed at him. It seemed not everyone was welcoming of his presence. Above him, a few robust boys, upon noticing his arrival in the classroom, immediately fixed their gazes upon him with an aggressive intensity reminiscent of ravenous wolves, particularly the eldest among them. Around 14 or 15 years of age, whose eyes glimmered with a mixture of jealousy and a warning, akin to a child whose cherished toy has been snatched away. Roy dismissed their hostility, considering it trivial to engage in rivalry with a handful of immature boys. The monthly fee of 20 crowns seemed a pittance, particularly for local children. Was the Cater House a charity? Such a sum would hardly suffice for the cost of a child's meals in the city center. He roughly counted that, apart from himself, there were 65 students and 2 teachers in the classroom, Velen and Cater. The expenses for meals alone would amount to a significant sum, while the education was nearly free, with accommodations provided for special children. What are you pondering, Roy? Velen's concerned gaze drifted towards him. Are you struggling to adapt to this environment? I find it rather agreeable. Roy replied in a hushed tone. Are all the other children from the lower district? Indeed, they are all from ordinary families, the woman jested. Make sure to get along well with everyone. Do not take advantage of your age to bully them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Roy nodded and immersed himself wholeheartedly in his studies. This so-called school offered exceedingly rudimentary teaching conditions. There were no desks or chairs, and the students sat side by side on a thin layer of carpet. There were no quills or ink. They relied solely on charred remnants from the fire for writing. They used crumpled, inferior paper or simply wrote directly on the ground, erasing and rewriting as needed. The conditions were arduous, yet the opportunity was hard-won. The vast majority of students listened intently. After accommodating the newly arrived students, Kydell commenced teaching the fundamentals of the common tongue prevalent in the north, a novel language that emerged after the convergence of celestial spheres. With its letters and grammar resembling those of the Slavic linguistic family, Roy, having survived in this world for over a decade, possessed a certain comprehension of the indigenous language, which, to some extent, enhanced his learning efficiency. His mature intellect and foresight served as significant advantages, and his remarkable 6 points of focus allowed him to maintain concentration for extended periods. Most crucially, he had previously endured the rigorous trials of a harsh compulsory education system as a high school student. In terms of memory retention, he was on par with anyone in this world. The convergence of several factors triggered an astonishing chain reaction, enabling Roy to master this new script with increasing ease. As noon approached, beneath the expansive branches of a towering tree in the courtyard, several long tables were surrounded by eager individuals. The chilly wind stirred the steaming dishes on the tables, and as the enticing aromas wafted through the air, a group of quietly seated children instinctively swallowed hard. However, none dared to reach for the food. Their longing gazes were fixated upon the commanding middle-aged woman at the center. Cardle stood upright, resembling a commander poised for battle, surveying the eager students around him. With a satisfied nod, he commenced his address. The prophet Rebi Orda ignited 3 flames for the masses, one named justice, another equality, and the final one, the flame of ideals. The children present all harbored their own aspirations, their forebears having toiled as farmers, cherishing every grain cultivated through sweat and labor. With a sudden flourish, Cardle signaled, and the dining table erupted into a fervor akin to boiling water. The fare consisted merely of meager rations, coarse bread made from barley and other grains, vegetable soup, pickled vegetables, and salted fish. Yet, the ravenous students accepted it all with fervor, desperately shoveling food into their mouths as if fearing that a moment's delay would leave them with nothing. Roy, who had been leisurely nibbling on his bread, was startled by the frenzied competition among the students. Succumbing to their fervor, he inexplicably quickened his pace. In less than 15 minutes, the entire spread was devoured. Even the soup licked clean, with leaves that had fallen from the nearby tree onto the plates consumed by some mischievous little rascal. However, Roy found himself only 6/10 satisfied, aware that most of the other students were in a similar predicament. Nearby, the blond-haired Tom, with his small arms and legs powdered in frustration, unable to compete for food, despite his central position at the table. Yet, it must be said that this meal was the most delectable Roy had enjoyed since his arrival, surpassing even the exquisite delicacies served by Seville Hawk. Indeed, the food that one must fight for is often the most delightful. Roy suddenly felt that Cattle's earlier remarks held deeper significance, proclaiming ideals of fairness and justice. Yet the dining table was a scene of children scrambling for food based on their own merits. Was this an early lesson in the harsh realities of life? He could scarcely fathom that amidst the tumultuous and fantastical world, where revolutionaries thrived, there existed a sanctuary like Cattle's house. This school indeed possessed elements worthy of his admiration. Yet, within this paradise, there lingered discordant notes. In every group, there were inevitably those who were favored and those who were overlooked. The boy named Tom, who had initially greeted him with warmth, was one such unfortunate soul. He stood alone in a corner of the yard, his expression forlorn as he played with his fingers, casting envious glances at the lively scenes around him. "Roy, why don't you join them?" A fragrant breeze wafted by as Faywin quietly approached. Her beautiful eyes filled with encouragement. He was a neglected child. Roy nodded. Bullying was a thorny issue, even in modern society, let alone in this backward and dilapidated school. "Come on, Roy, let's go keep him company." Faywin suddenly grasped Roy's hand, leading him towards Tom with an insistence that left no room for dissent. After playtime, there was a half-hour designated for a nap. The afternoon belonged to Faywin, who would teach simple arithmetic, basic life skills, interspersed with definitions of common vocabulary. A strikingly beautiful woman, with a sweet smile, narrated the dry and tedious knowledge in a gentle tone, transforming it into something engaging. At least Roy and the group of boys listened with rapt attention, their eyes fixed and unblinking. "Is it safe? Will the Sparrow Gang's traffickers not target this group of children?" Roy inquired curiously, gazing in the direction the students had departed while moving closer to Faywin. 5 years prior, the Sparrow Gang had abducted a girl from the school, and the following day, her lifeless body was discovered in a foul drainage ditch. The distraught parents exhausted their savings to procure kerosene and, under the cover of night, ignited a stronghold of the gang. They rushed into the flames, perishing alongside the slumbering thugs. The vivid image of over 20 charred corpses being retrieved from the ashen ruins remains etched in my memory. Years later, when Faywin recounted the incident, there was still a trace of shock in her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, the school and all the residents of the lower district exerted pressure on the Sparrow Gang. Even Baron Tavik was stirred, prompting the gang to relent. And from that point onward, they refrained from crossing boundaries again. "Come now, Roy." Faywin suddenly grasped his arm, drawing him inadvertently towards the classroom. "On your first day, you must have found many things incomprehensible, right? Allow me to review the material with you once more." Roy felt utterly flabbergasted. Since their initial encounter, he had sensed an inexplicable warmth in her attitude towards him. However, he found no fault in it. If he could learn the universal script sooner, he would gladly oblige. Faywin seized his ear, pulling the frail boy down until he yelped in agony. "Little Tom, since you have voluntarily offered yourself for a review of today's lessons, let us proceed together." The boy's expression turned rigid, and like a lively little squirrel, he struggled desperately, yet he was still dragged into the classroom by Faywin. "Aren't you usually complaining about having no one to play with? After school, you should accompany Roy to learn a few things." The desolate autumn breeze carries the boy's lament far away, while the towering trees in the courtyard sway, their branches trembling as withered yellow leaves cascade to the ground. The entire school seems to wither alongside them. Chapter 20. Patterns, the gloomy market day. Roy's prominent veins in his left hand tightly grasp the elongated neck of a white goose, while his other hand wields a short knife with a sharp, slender tip, poised to strike the artery in the goose's neck. In a flash, he slashes through. Blood spurts forth like a fountain, filling a wooden barrel with thick coagulated clots. He exhales in relief and glances at the information within the template. Roy age, 13 years and 10 months status, commoner life, 50 strength, 5 agility, 5, 1 constitution, 5 perception, 7 willpower, 4, 8 charm, 5 spirit, 6 skills, slaughter LV3, hostile creatures that attack you within a radius of 0.3 meters have a 10 chance of being intimidated by your presence. If their willpower is lower than yours, they will lose control of their bodies for a maximum duration. Your damage to 10 types of creatures you have personally slain is permanently increased by 10. Crossbow Mastery LV1 Meditation LV1 Observation LV2 Personal Level LV2 700-1000 Others Unknown Personal Space 1 cubic meter. Roy had been laboring in the market for a fortnight, and due to the fact that he only worked in the mornings, he averaged the slaughter of 20 poultry each day. This cumulative quantity had engendered a qualitative change, as his butchering skills finally ascended from level 2 to level 3, not in vain for enduring the pungent aroma of foul excrement for half a month. During this period, he had also earned 20 crowns and accumulated over 300 experience points. The dandelion and burdock root he had been consuming had completely lost their efficacy. His originally weakest attributes, strength and constitution, were enhanced to the level of an average adult, a transformation evident in his physique. Compared to the time he departed from K Village, he had grown 2 inches, 5 centimeters, reaching a height of 5 feet 6 inches, 1.68 meters, with a faint outline of muscle forming beneath his clothing. his frame transitioning from gaunt to well-proportioned. He now possessed strength and constitution comparable to that of an adult. His facial features had become more defined, imbued with a youthful vigor. Once he had drained the blood and plunged the goose into boiling water to pluck its feathers and eviscerate it. The time had come for midday. Roy set down his knife, removed his apron, cleaned off the grime from his attire, and greeted the drowsy old Rul sitting nearby before departing the market for the Cadale household. In the yard, he found the lovely Faye glistening with perspiration and handed her a prepared bag of herbs. "Roy, what is this?" Faye inquired, catching the bag with a puzzled expression. "It's honeysuckle, an herb that, when steeped in water and consumed daily, is quite beneficial for women's health. You know I work at the herbal shop in Tross. Acquiring this is rather convenient. Why the sudden gift?" After listening, Faywin fell into silence. "Roy, understand this. My assistance is not motivated by the desire for gifts. I can sense it. But what, then, is the reason?" Roy inquired further. "Sister Faywin, I have always been curious as to why you take such special care of me, helping me with my studies as if you were my own elder sister." Faywin suddenly took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously entwining with her wine-red hair. A flicker of melancholy passed through her beautiful eyes as she softly replied, "You are right. I have a younger brother, and you remind me of him. There is a striking resemblance. Thus, I occasionally find myself under the illusion of seeing him in you." Roy was taken aback by her words. He had never encountered Faywin's brother at school, nor had he heard anyone mention him. Could it be that he was no longer alive? Moreover, there was a peculiar uncertainty in her tone. "How old is your brother? Did he attend school at Cardale House?" Roy probed further. "Well, if you are reluctant to speak of it, I shall not pry into old wounds," he decided, yet a thorn of curiosity had been planted within him, urging him to uncover the truth. That evening, Faywin unusually did not insist on his continued revision after class. Perhaps their midday conversation had struck a sensitive chord within her. Beneath the night sky, in a small warehouse beside the mill, a boy and a girl whispered softly by the flickering candlelight. "Do you remember the 10 words Toya taught you yesterday?" "Yes, I remember," came the reply. In the glow of the fire, the hunchbacked girl scrunched her nose, her small round face tense, her big, dark eyes shimmering with anticipation and nervousness. "According to convention, allow me to test you first. Please write down the words: bread, fish, potato, morning." Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head, lifted the dry hay from the ground, and with her frostbitten and calloused hands, grasped a rudimentary charcoal pencil. The trembling tip of the pencil swiftly sketched a series of crooked characters across the uneven surface. Quite good," remarked the boy with black hair as he examined her work. "Toya, you are indeed clever. No, you surpass the majority in intelligence. Especially those little brats who take pleasure in bullying you. Those fools have no right to mock you." The hunchbacked girl felt a faint blush graze her pale cheeks at his praise. "No, that's not true. It is your excellent teaching, Roy. All of this credit belongs to you. Lift your head, Toya. You should possess more confidence." As she absorbed his encouragement, the girl instinctively straightened her posture. Although her pronounced hunch rendered her form peculiar, a rare smile, albeit somewhat stiff from lack of practice, curved her lips. "No. Remember my words. If they dare to come again, wield the broom fiercely against them. You cannot always submit to their whims. Such acquiescence merely fuels their arrogance." Roy uttered these resolute words as he leaned closer to her, their shoulders touching. After weeks of companionship, the girl had grown accustomed to normal contact, no longer reacting as intensely as she had at the outset. "Let us set aside our daily vernacular for now and learn something new." Roy lifted the haystack and, using charcoal, inscribed the words Temeria, Gos Vilren, Synod Island, and Arethusa sequentially upon the ground. "Roy, who drew a pentagram on your sleeve, leaving it only half finished?" However, Toya's attention was captivated by a design on his left sleeve, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Roy cast a glance, more precisely at a half-formed, smudgy black pentagram drawn with charcoal. He fell into contemplation. "I cannot recall," Roy mused after a moment of deep thought, shaking his head. "Perhaps it was a mischievous little sprite from the Kader household who, while I was distracted, stealthily marked me. Today, let us speak of Temeria, a nation to the north of Aedirn. Temeria is separated from Edsburg by a single Mohican Toya. Have you ever thought of venturing to another country for a visit?" "Oh, may I?" The girl trembled slightly, her lustrous eyes reflecting both trepidation and hope as she vehemently shook her head. "No, I have not left the mill for many years. Temeria is far too distant. I must feed the chickens, water the flowers, and sweep the floors, an endless array of tasks. Hank and Una do not permit me to leave. You need only to imagine, Roy said, twirling his index finger beside his head. They cannot decipher the thoughts within your mind. Toya's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 21. Brothers in the courtyard. The corner tree began to shed its leaves once more, yellow-green foliage swirling through the air. A group of children chased the falling leaves, their laughter resonating throughout the entire school. Not far from the classroom door, Roy leaned against the weathered wall, staring blankly at the half-star on the left sleeve of his shirt, his brow furrowed in a manner that seemed discordant with his surroundings. Roy, I was feeling rather down yesterday, which is why I didn't stay after school. Faywin suddenly approached him, her charming face adorned with an expression of apology. Shall I assist you with your review after the afternoon class ends? Roy nodded, his expression still taut, his mind entirely elsewhere. By the way, miss, Cardale has asked you to find her on the second floor. The deep lines of her face made it seem as though she were interrogating him. Faywin was a beloved teacher, cherished by all in the school. Had she not devoted so much energy to caring for her parents, she would undoubtedly excel even further. Speaking of Miss Cardale, I have a question. Roy hesitated. Does she have a biological brother? Cardale shook her head. Faywin had no siblings. Only a father who was a slave to alcohol and a mother whose mind was clouded. Both were unable to work and depended on her for sustenance. It was also for this reason that Faywin had never married. Roy's confusion deepened. Yesterday, Faywin had not conveyed this to him. I thought she had a younger brother, which is why she treated me with such care. Cardale shook her head, her demeanor serious. Roy, Faywin has been assisting me with school affairs for the past decade. I regard her as my own daughter and know everything about her. I can assure you she has no siblings. She cares deeply for every student. And your recent arrival at the school has drawn her attention more. Roy ceased his inquiries, appearing to accept the outcome. Cardale smiled and affectionately patted his head. Several adolescent boys at the school harbored affections for the young and beautiful Faywin, fantasizing about her bestowing upon them a special regard. She believed that Roy was among them. Cardale opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved several framed portraits to show Roy. The lifelike oil paintings featured the slightly innocent faces of youths, aged around 10 to 13. As Roy's gaze swept across one particular piece, he suddenly froze. Helheim, graduated on December 20th, 1259. It depicted the face of a young boy, seemingly 13 or 14, with black hair and a sprinkle of faint freckles across his nose, appearing rather unremarkable, easily overlooked in a crowd. However, a prominent scar, the length of a finger, marred the area beneath his right eye, leaving a lasting impression. Roy was certain he had encountered him before, yet could not recall where. Where had the distinguished graduates found their vocations? Cardale's expression turned proud at the mention, as teachers in Aedirn still wielded some influence. They were all promising talents, yet required refinement. Thus, I recommended them to other cities, such as Lyria and Livia, Upper Posada, Lower Posada, and even the capital, Vangberg. Most engaged in occupations related to literature, becoming historical researchers, scribes, and librarians. Roy feigned a look of longing and aspiration. Yet a subtle suspicion lingered within him that Cardale was not entirely truthful. The school's purpose in nurturing its students seemed far from innocent. After school, Faywin was elucidating several complex vocabulary words to Roy when a corpulent, disheveled middle-aged man abruptly intruded. His face was bloated, clad in a dark brown shirt sullied with stains of alcohol and remnants of food. His hair was tangled and unkempt, coated with an indeterminate layer of grease that had not seen soap for days, emanating an odor reminiscent of mildew. He appeared utterly dejected, akin to a beggar. Faywin quietly drew Roy behind her, positioning herself in front, her delicate features taut as she coldly declared, I have no money to give you. Is he your father? Roy cautiously inquired, observing Faywin's ashen countenance. Indeed, he is Bob, my father, Faywin replied softly. Isn't it rather frightening? Roy hesitated, unable to reproach another's elder. He must be inebriated, he murmured. Do not fret. Feel free to berate him. I am indifferent. This man has never been sober, nor has he ever cared for anyone in our family. He begins drinking at the break of dawn and is surely intoxicated by nightfall. Faywin's face bore an expression of numbness, her tone laced with a subtle sarcasm. Anyone cursed with such a father, a slave to alcohol, must have been doomed for 8 lifetimes. Bob had never fulfilled the duties of a father, showing no concern even when his son went missing. His son? Faywin's biological brother? The one who had been denied by Cardale, a figment of non-existence. Roy gazed at Faywin again, his expression turning peculiar. Are you serious? The woman's brows arched, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. As far as I know, the color and shape of your eyes differ from those formidable demon hunters. as I am still an apprentice. I remain indistinguishable from an ordinary person until I have successfully endured the trials of the verdant grass. Roy proceeded to recount some of his experiences alongside the demon hunters. Faywin pondered for a moment. Very well, Roy. I believe you. Although I cannot fathom why an apprentice demon hunter would work at a herbal shop in the marketplace. Since you are willing to listen to my confessions and possess relevant experience, it is of no consequence to share. At least you won't dismiss me as a madwoman as most do. It is quite astonishing. Even I am uncertain of what my brother truly looks like, his age, or where he might be. Faywin chuckled bitterly, her delicate features reflecting a complex array of emotions, as she found her own words absurd. When I first declared this truth to others, everyone around me believed I had lost my mind, whether it was the esteemed Principal Cardell or the merry, mischievous students. None had ever seen my brother, nor did they remember that I once had one. I attempted to convince that drunken man of his own flesh and blood, showing him the clothes of the extra boy in our household. Yet, he accused me of having an illegitimate child outside, while my mother remained utterly bewildered by my words. Eventually, I realized that if I continued to proclaim such things, everyone would likely conclude that I was possessed by a demon, leading to my purification upon the pyre. Since then, I have kept this matter concealed within my heart, pretending that all is as it should be. It has been nearly 2 years since I last mentioned it to anyone. Faywin fell into a brief silence, leaving Roy with an even heavier sense of bewilderment. Faywin. It is quite strange that no one remembers him. How can you be so certain of the existence of such a relative? I possess evidence, as I mentioned earlier. I discovered some boy's clothing at home, which, had it not been for that drunkard, would still be intact for you to examine. A flicker of regret crossed Faywin's eyes, soon replaced by unwavering resolve, evidently believing wholeheartedly in this notion. Furthermore, since I commenced my tenure under Principal Cardell, I have cultivated a habit of penning a diary every fortnight or month, chronicling the significant events that left an impression on me, be it at school, at home, or during serendipitous encounters on the street. I have meticulously documented my experiences for an entire decade. From time to time, I revisit these entries. I hold myself to high standards, aspiring to become a person as revered and cherished as Principal Cardell. Thus, I frequently use those records to amend my less than appropriate words and actions. Sister Faywin, you have already achieved that. Everyone at school adores you, including the parents of those children, Roy sincerely remarked, feeling an immense pressure from the woman before him. I am still far from it, Faywin replied, shaking her head, her gaze lost in the air as she mused. The year before last, while perusing my diaries, I stumbled upon some peculiar entries. Pausing for emphasis, Faywin's tone intensified. In addition to myself, that drunkard, and my unfortunate mother, there exists a fourth person in our home. Roy instinctively recoiled, experiencing a sensation akin to listening to a ghost story. Faywin removed the silver necklace from around her neck, gently pinching it to open the square pendant and extracting a crumpled piece of paper folded into a small square. She unfolded it, laying it flat. It was roughly the size of a palm, adorned with crude and simplistic lines depicting two figures, one tall and one short, holding hands. On the left stood a statuesque woman, while on the right was a young boy, both with rosy cheeks that seemed to radiate innocence. Their faces were illuminated by bright smiles, exuding a sense of endearment that unmistakably marked them as siblings. Later, I rummaged through my home and unearthed a collection of the boy's clothing, the sizes evidently much smaller than that of the inebriated man. Coupled with the inexplicable drawing that had surfaced within the pendant, I felt a resolute certainty that I had once had a brother, yet the reasons for his absence eluded my memory. Faywin's delicate features contorted with confusion and frustration, and after a brief pause, she continued, that day in the slums. When I came to your aid, the sensation was particularly profound. I know there must be many similarities between you and him, although I cannot visualize his appearance. My instincts assure me of his existence. This revelation elucidated Faywin's unexpectedly warm demeanor towards Roy upon their first encounter. However, Roy sensed an underlying disquiet, prompting him to cautiously align with her narrative in an attempt to probe deeper. Faywin, may I inquire if I could have a glimpse of that portion of the diary? Should you wish to see it, I would have no objections. If there are unfamiliar terms, I can elucidate them for you, Faywin replied, her expression taut and cautious. But until we have definitive proof, please refrain from disseminating its contents. This is for your own benefit. Do you understand? Chapter 22 Diary. The woman led him into the house, which appeared far more dilapidated and shabby on the inside than it did from the outside. The walls were riddled with cracks, and unsightly black mold was visible in various corners. The furnishings were sparse, consisting only of a table and chairs, a wall clock, a dressing mirror, and a large brown wooden chest placed against the wall beside a wooden bed draped with a blanket. F1 unlocked the chest with a key and retrieved a stack of crumpled, yellowed sheets of poor quality paper. She then separated a small portion from the stack and spread it out on the wooden table. After reading these few entries, one might begin to grasp a fragment of my sentiments. Roy nodded silently, commencing his reading, while F1 sat beside him, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she occasionally clarified the vocabulary he had previously learned. The handwriting on the paper was originally delicate and elegant, yet it had been marred by the use of the most inferior quill and subpar ink, resulting in the letters occasionally smudging together into an unsightly, inky mass, which significantly detracted from the diary's neatness and aesthetic appeal, though it did not hinder comprehension. May 12th, 12:56 today, that drunkard turned the house upside down. Yet he could not find a single crown. Without money for drink, the tavern owner refused to extend him further credit. For once, he remained sober for an entire day, and it seemed as though his conscience, long ravaged by alcohol, might be showing the faintest signs of recovery. It was a scene straight out of a dream. Our family of four sat in the dark, damp little room, celebrating my poor mother's birthday with a single smoked fish. Merciful Prophet Rebuyout. Grant me compassion and bless us to celebrate such a birthday again next year. A family of four? Roy rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had read correctly. Velen. Her inebriated father, her mentally unstable mother, and the guests in your home at that time? Roy glanced at Velen, pondering if this was merely a typographical error. To the best of my recollection, my mother has never hosted any guests on her birthday. More precisely, since my memories began. Apart from those seeking to collect debts for alcohol, no one ever graced our doorstep. Regarding your mention of a typographical error, Velen maintained her composure, asserting that I have always been responsible for the arithmetic lessons at the Cardale household. If I cannot distinguish between 3 and 4, what face would I have left to remain? Continuing with the narrative, on January 20th, 12:57, he had a quarrel with Miffen, as Miffen had insulted our father, who, during school hours, drunkenly stumbled into the school seeking money from me, spewing vulgarities before everyone. He was more repulsive than the thugs of the Sparrow Gang or any human traffickers. I concurred with Miffen. That drunkard was a complete scoundrel. Roy was curious about whom he referred to. From the information conveyed, he, like Velen, referred to that drunkard as his father, suggesting that he could indeed be Fewen's biological brother. On August 19th, 12:57, today, Principal Cardale, my most esteemed elder, engaged me in conversation. He first acknowledged my contributions to the school over the years, then encouraged me to persist in my efforts to cultivate more outstanding students. My ultimate aspiration is to see an exceptional graduate enter Ozenfort University, a feat that even Principal Cardale had not accomplished. Subsequently, the principal broached a matter with me, subtly suggesting that I should exhibit a degree of concern as a family member. I realized, with a sudden jolt, that my alcoholic father, my often confused mother, and I had, unwittingly, overlooked him. Have you noticed? Fewen's delicate fingers abruptly pointed to a particular line in the diary, indicating a conspicuous absence of content. These two blanks were evidently left intentionally, suggesting that there should have been two names recorded. Fewen exhaled in relief. Clearly, I was not alone in this observation. It was evident that the missing content could only pertain to my brother's name. Look again, there are several more entries. Fewen unearthed a total of 8 diaries, most of which shared a common trait, a mysterious figure that pervaded throughout. Strangely, not one of them mentioned his specific name or described his physical characteristics or age. Yet, it was abundantly clear from the diaries that he maintained a close relationship with Fewen and her family, having once attended school at Cardale House. The final entry of the diary was dated October 4th, 12:58, less than half a month prior to the present date. That drunken man had again overindulged, erupting in a fit of rage, striking me across the face, and gripping my neck, demanding money. I truly felt he might choke the life out of me. In my struggle for breath, I desperately pushed him away, sobbing as I fled the house. Concerned for my safety, she followed me, and together we ran to the school, where we conversed throughout the night. That evening, many leaves fell from the corner tree. Roy reclined in his chair, closing his eyes and massaging his temples as he endeavored to organize the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. His initial impression was that the contents of a diary starkly contradicted Principal Cardale's assertions from the afternoon. Cardale outright denied the existence of Fewen's biological brother. So how could he possibly advise her to care for a person who did not exist? Suddenly, an idea emerged in Roy's mind. Principal Cardale, Uncle Tross. Hank from the mill, and the diary all substantiated the existence of Feywin's father, a drunken abuser, and her mother, whose mental state was unstable. When these two factors were combined, one could question whether this seemingly impeccable woman, both in demeanor and character, harbored some form of psychological affliction. If this were indeed the truth, then everything would align seamlessly. Rather than entertain the notion of a mysterious brother, Roy found it more plausible that Feywin was grappling with issues pertaining to her mental health. Observing the woman before him, he noted her heaving chest and rapid breaths, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Had he appeared again in the diary entries following October 4th, 1258? No, he had completely vanished from my world. Feywin lightly shook her head, her delicate features betraying disappointment. The earliest reference to him could only be traced back to before the year 1256. Yet she believed that the gap in the diaries prior to that was far too extensive to hold any significant relevance. Roy tapped his index and middle fingers on the table, pondering the date of the next closest diary entry after October 4th. It was November 1st, the day of the new year. Roy took a deep breath after listening, realizing that it was quite possible that the incident occurred between October 4th and the new year, a span of less than a month. Yes, I share the same sentiment, Feywin replied, her voice trembling. Roy, what are your thoughts now? From the perspective of an apprentice demon hunter, do you believe me? Or do you, like others, consider me a madman, fabricating a ludicrous relative that exists solely in my imagination? Roy pondered for 2 seconds, deciding against provoking her further. There were indeed many strange occurrences in this world that defied rational explanation. So, Feywin, I trust you. I will allocate time to investigate his whereabouts. Although Roy had formed a rough idea in his mind, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. After all, he had only Feywin's testimony and needed to uncover more substantial evidence to support his hypothesis, proving that this was merely a figment of her imagination. The woman sighed deeply, a hint of emotion glimmering in her beautiful eyes as she grasped Roy's hand tightly. I have heard of the Demon Hunter's Code. I will prepare a reward. No. Let us discuss the matter of compensation later, Roy responded. Although he did not wish to be seen as a foolhardy benefactor, he felt compelled to assist someone like Feywin, who selflessly dedicated herself to the Cade family, provided that the risk was not too great. He recalled the principles of demon hunters to avoid targets that were insurmountable. He needed to conduct a preliminary investigation first. Then I entrust this to you. Let us work together to locate him. But you must prioritize your safety above all else. Do not disclose this to anyone else. I understand. Chapter 23 Inquiry. Roy was prepared to delve into the matter and investigate thoroughly, which meant postponing his morning tasks. Taking a day off tomorrow? Certainly, that poses no issue. He had performed splendidly over the past fortnight, and a day's rest would not affect his wages. Tross readily agreed, yet curiosity piqued within him. What could be so pressing? Could it be that Roy had found a young lady in Edsburg and was eager to meet her? Young man, as someone who has traversed this path before, I must advise you, spending money on women is akin to casting it into an endless abyss. A woman's vanity is insatiable. Uncle Tross, please refrain from jesting, Roy replied candidly. As for girlfriends, they're a distant notion for me. Tomorrow, I must venture into the lower district to seek someone. As for who that may be, it's best if you remain uninformed. Oh, do take care, Tross said, his wrinkled visage turning serious as he earnestly cautioned him. After spending a night at the mill, the following day dawned gloomy, and Roy set out early for the lower district of Edsburg. In his mind, to validate Feywin's words, he first needed to locate the old drunkard who had sought money at the school the previous day, Feywin's father. No matter how intoxicated he might be, it was implausible for him to forget whether he had a young son. Over the past fortnight, Roy had already discerned Feywin's family address, a dilapidated wooden house situated at the far eastern end of the lower district, easily identifiable. He chose to act early in the morning, concerned about encountering the ruffians from the Sparrow Gang once more. Yet sometimes, what one fears most is precisely what one encounters. As Roy stepped onto the bustling street of this area, an unsettling sensation prickled at his back. A glance over his shoulder revealed a burly man, clad in a thick yellow coat, black trousers, and knee-high boots, adorned with a tattoo around his neck, trailing closely behind him. A fleeting glance at the man's face bore a resemblance to Rizzo, yet his features and expression were entirely dissimilar, where Rizzo exuded an air of indifference. This man was infused with an aggressive scowl, as if his chest were a cauldron of pent-up fury, ready to erupt at any moment. Towering over 6 feet 4 inches. With a thick, short neck, his coat bulged ominously, resembling a bear standing upright. At around 6 o'clock, The biting wind sliced through the air like a steel blade. And the streets of the lower town were notably deserted, with most inhabitants still ensconced in slumber or laboring at the market. Roy feigned ignorance, refraining from shouting or seeking help to draw attention. Instead, he quickened his pace, veering away from the spacious, well-paved street into the narrow, shadowy alleys rife with stagnant water. The bald man hastened his steps in pursuit. Gradually, both men broke into a jog, weaving through the labyrinthine passages for 5 minutes, venturing deeper into obscurity, until they reached a dead end. A weathered wall, cloaked in moss and grime, mercilessly barred Roy's escape. The pursuer, pulling a drug-laced handkerchief from his pocket, approached with a sinister grin aimed at Roy's back. "I haven't wronged you, have I?" Roy turned around, a timid and forced smile adorning his face, as he displayed his empty hands to the burly man, standing 30 paces away, conveying a message of no threat. "Can you spare my life? I can pay any price." The man, now less than 20 paces away, hesitated momentarily, a glimmer of greed flickering in his slitted eyes. In a voice as grating as a rasp, he replied, "Once I subdue you, everything you possess will naturally belong to me. However, feel free to call for help and see if a benevolent soul comes to your aid." In comparison to the imposing figure, Roy appeared like a child beside an adult, completely devoid of any visible weaponry. To the brute, he posed not the slightest threat. Akin to a slab of fat on a chopping board, offering a few parting words seemed a trivial matter. Suddenly, a delightful chime resonated through the air as Roy unexpectedly tossed a gleaming gold crone onto the filthy ground at the feet of the bald giant. The latter, seemingly unaccustomed to such a peculiar assault, paused momentarily, then instinctively crouched down to retrieve the crone. "You are from the Sparrow Gang, aren't you?" Seizing the opportunity, Roy inquired further, "Is it truly the case that thugs are so dedicated nowadays? It's not even 7 yet, and you're lurking at the entrance of the lower district. Aren't you cold? Kid, blame yourself for your foolishness. You trusted the wrong people." The burly, bald man hastily stuffed 2 handfuls of crone ore into his pocket. Suddenly realizing his folly, he sprang to his feet and charged forward. Upon arriving at the mine, the resounding echo of his powerful voice and movements abruptly ceased. His final sensation was a sharp and fleeting pain in his right eye, followed by an unsettling silence. The massive body, initially propelled forward with aggressive intent, was carried by inertia, stumbling 2 more steps before crashing heavily to the ground. His knees buckled, and his face struck the earth, as if he were bowing deeply before the nearby youth. Then, a pool of blood gushed forth from the 2 gaping wounds in his skull, staining the surrounding ground. The notification of killing Fossa flashed before him, granting 20 experience points. Roy exhaled, the crossbow disappearing from his grasp as he approached the corpse, giving it a pat before it too vanished. Now, when he beheld the human remains, they appeared no different from those of the deceased animals. He pressed forward a few more steps, collecting the remaining crone ore from the ground, along with the bloodied and bone-laden arrowheads, both of which were absorbed into his spatial storage. The entire space was nearly filled to capacity. Roy felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, an arrow shot through a human eye socket would inevitably become lodged within the brain, but this time, at less than 10 paces. The activated crossbow mastery combined with the additional damage from his slaughtering skills allowed the arrowhead to cleave through the man's skull with astonishing ease, indicating that the skill enhancements were far more potent than he had anticipated. The reason behind his elaborate discourse with the man was primarily to unravel a particular question. Only a handful were aware that he would be venturing into the lower city that morning, and when recalling the motives from his previous expedition to the lower city, a suspect began to emerge clearly. It appears that the other party has contacted the Sparrow Gang, intending to sell him to a private mine in Mahakam. Roy sighed, suddenly feeling disheartened. The taste of betrayal was bitter. After more than half a month of companionship, he had come to trust that individual, believing him to be a friend. Was I too naive? Moments later, Roy departed from the alley, leaving behind only the pool of murky blood, a silent testament to an unknown slaughter. Navigating through narrow lanes rife with flowing sewage, he arrived at a modest house nestled deep within the lower district, encircled by a fence of twisted branches. Phelan's home was even more dilapidated than Roy had imagined. The exterior walls were cracked and stained, with the roof leaking and draped in tattered black cloth. At that moment, a corpulent man with a bloated visage sat vacantly on a tree stump in the yard, his cheeks flushed with a sickly hue and his murky eyes clouded with a hint of inebriation. "Hey, kid, who are you looking for? What brings you to this forsaken place?" Bob glanced at a youth outside the fence, impatience lacing his voice. He had a nagging feeling he had seen the boy somewhere before, but the persistent assault of alcohol had dulled his memory. You must be Feywin's father, correct? Roy stepped into the enclosure, wearing a bashful smile. I am a student from the Cardale family. My name is Roy. I wish to inquire about a matter. This is quite peculiar. What could a mere lad like you possibly want to know from me? Bob emerged from his stupor, his eyes wide with astonishment. If you were to inquire about the tavern in town with the finest reputation and the least watered-down spirits, I could certainly provide you with an answer. As for other matters, do not trouble me, for I possess no knowledge. Bob paused, noting the early hour. Shouldn't he be attending class at the Cardale house? Suddenly, he twitched his nose, licking his lips and swallowing hard, revealing an insatiable hunger. Unbeknownst to him, Roy stood opposite, a green bottle of liquor appearing in his hand, deliberately brandished before Bob's gaze. The seasoned drunkard, having imbibed for decades, instantly recognized it as his beloved dwarf spirits. Deprived of alcohol for 2 days due to financial constraints, the familiar, pungent aroma overwhelmed him, erasing all resistance. Satisfied, Roy nodded, knowing that to extract an answer from the inebriate, he must cater to his desires. All right, just wait for me, don't leave, Roy teased, shaking a glass of clear, transparent liquor in front of Bob, who immediately fidgeted restlessly on the wooden stump, his hands flailing comically towards the bottle, an embodiment of impatience. 3 people, he blurted out. Old Bob, my maddening wife, and my daughter, who has yet to learn the virtue of respecting her elders. Think carefully, Roy urged, bringing the glass closer, only to swiftly withdraw it as Bob reached out. Give it to me. I said 3 people. Bob, with his hands clasped together and his sagging facial muscles quivering, spoke to Roy in a subservient tone. I assure you, Roy, I swear there are only 3 people in my household. If I am lying, I shall never taste another drop of alcohol in my life. After finishing his drink, Bob exhaled deeply, appearing blissfully euphoric. Observing Bob's disheveled demeanor, Roy silently admonished himself to take heed. Regaining his composure, he pressed on with his inquiries. Seeing a flicker of anger cross Bob's face, Roy continued. Does Miss Feywin have any siblings? That wretched girl is an only child, Bob replied with firm conviction. She has no brothers or sisters. Even if I've had a few too many drinks, I am not so dim-witted as to forget how many children I have. Then, did you and your wife have any children who passed away? Did Feywin lose any siblings to misfortune? Why are you asking such peculiar questions, little brother? Bob, resisting the allure of the wine, retorted. What is your motive for probing so deeply into my family? Well, let me tell you, Bob sighed heavily. That old woman of mine has only borne 1 child, Feywin. I had hoped for more, but alas, my indulgence in drink has led to health issues. Do you understand? Would you like me to elaborate? A quarter of an hour later, having drained an entire bottle of potent liquor, Bob leaned against a tree stump and drifted into slumber. Even in a state of half-drunkenness, he vehemently denied the existence of another son. Roy pondered whether, in such a condition, one could truly fabricate lies. Leaving the drunken man in the yard behind, Roy stepped into the dilapidated cottage. There, at a round table by the door, sat a woman with disheveled hair, a sallow complexion, and a figure as slender as a reed, engaging in a peculiar soliloquy with the air around her. Roy stood silently at the entrance for a moment, observing her before taking a seat across from her. The woman showed no reaction. Even as her gaze drifted over Roy, it was as if he were invisible to her. His words unheard, she appeared lost in her own ethereal realm. Her face, lined with fine wrinkles and sagging skin, would occasionally break into a blissful grin, only to shift to wide-eyed fury or droop into sorrow. Roy found himself bewildered by the rapid changes in her expression. My little Lori, my cherished gem, how have you grown so lean in just a week? Is the work at school too taxing? I've prepared your favorite dish. Do eat heartily, he said. The woman gazed intently to her left for a while, then broke into a gentle smile, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. As she tenderly reiterated her sentiments to the air, she then ladled several generous spoonfuls of steaming vegetable soup from the iron pot at the center of the table into a plate on her left. A lady must chew slowly, otherwise, how will she ever find a husband? Lori? Roy mused, surmising that this must be the diminutive form of Feywin's name. Suddenly, the woman placed her hands on her hips and glared at the air to her right, exclaiming, Old Bob, what's the matter with you? You look like a beaten fool. Yesterday, you indulged in drink and revelry, engaging in a brawl? You reek like a pile of refuse. Do not expect to ascend to my bed today. Should this happen again, I shall demand you vacate this household. Humph. She ladled another spoonful of rich soup into the plate on her right and began to eat, while across from her sat an empty plate accompanied by a soup spoon. Unable to communicate, Roy took his leave from the house and wandered around the neighboring residences, seeking out a few elderly gentlemen leisurely smoking in their yards to inquire about the situation at Fewen's home. As anticipated, they all asserted that only 3 individuals resided there. Roy pondered, could it be that everyone is lying? Chapter 24. No such person exists. There was still a considerable time before noon. Fewen sat all alone in the last row. The timing was impeccable. At that moment, apart from him and the plump cook who remained in the kitchen, everyone else was occupied in the classrooms. Roy quietly ascended to the principal's office on the 2nd floor, only to find the door firmly locked. He then made his way to the far left of the corridor, half of his body leaning over the railing to observe the windows on the 2nd floor of the building. The window stood wide open, not far from the corridor and not high above the ground. Roy took a deep breath, crouched on the railing, estimated the distance, and performed several squats. Then, like a coiled spring releasing, he launched himself forward, arms outstretched, successfully grasping the windowsill. With a swift motion of his waist, he agilely flipped into the room, a feat not challenging for one whose physical prowess rivaled that of an adult. The room remained exactly as it was on the day Roy first arrived. He hurried to the desk hidden behind the bookshelf, tugging at several drawers and cabinets, only to find them all securely locked. Reluctant to leave empty-handed, he began to search through the room, examining the bookshelf, the sofa, and the pencil holder. After half an hour, Roy joyfully discovered a brass key nestled in the corner of the bookshelf, concealed within a poetry collection titled The Lunar Age. Inserting the key into the lock of the cabinet near the desk, he heard a satisfying click, and the rectangular cabinet beneath the desk swung open, revealing several neatly stacked sheets of paper. Among them was the personal information registration form he had filled out on his first day at school. According to Cardale's earlier statement, every new student was required to complete a similar registration, detailing the specific date of enrollment, name, gender, age, home address, familial relationships, and a brief physical description, including hair and eye color, as well as any birthmarks or scars. Roy surmised that if Fewen's brother indeed existed and had attended Cardale House, there must be a corresponding record. Every passage leaves a trace. Even if no one remembers him, the written word cannot deceive. The registration forms had been sorted by Cardale according to the year of enrollment, with each year's documents neatly piled. Upon a cursory count, Roy found an astonishing 13 slender stacks, indicating that Cardale House had been in existence for at least this many years, beginning in 1248. The initial year contained only 2 or 3 forms, with numbers gradually increasing each year. In recent years, the count had stabilized at approximately 30 new students annually. He sighed softly, reflecting on the seemingly inconspicuous stacks of paper before him, which encapsulated the history of the Cardale House. These documents chronicled the evolution of a school dedicated to serving impoverished children, steadfastly upheld by unwavering belief, as it navigated through an era rife with chaos, gang violence, and revolutionary turmoil, gradually expanding to its present scale. The fragile sheets of paper bore an unspoken weight. Roy meticulously turned each page, not reading every word in detail, for that would be too slow, and some terms eluded his comprehension. He focused solely on the enrollment years, names, and familial relationships, specifically within a span of 6 to 7 years, as the Cardale House permitted students to remain for a maximum of 5 years. The entries for Hill were incorrect, as were those for Frick's relatives and the Calt's family's address. In a quarter of an hour, he perused over 200 registration forms, some of which were interspersed with blank sheets, perhaps a means of self-consolation for Cardale. He then checked them a second and third time. After the third review, Roy exhaled deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he neatly stacked the registration forms and locked them back in the cabinet. He found not a trace of information regarding Fewen's brother. This conclusion left him feeling as though the investigation was largely complete, and while the outcome was anticipated, it weighed heavily on his heart. Did Fewen indeed suffer from some form of psychological ailment? Among the 10 or so stacks of records, he recognized a number of names, those of children still attending the school. 2 entries particularly struck him, documenting a boy who had featured in Fewen's diary and had once been in a scuffle with Mephin, the boy with a scar beneath his eyes. The exceptional graduate Heilheim, who had once been portrayed by Cardale, glanced at the clock. There remained an hour until noon. After lunch, he intended to inquire about Mephin, seeking to gather a final piece of evidence. Before exiting the room, Roy hesitated. Driven by curiosity, he used the brass key to unlock another drawer. Inside, he found books, a quill, ink, and cosmetics. It was quite unexpected to discover that the seemingly stern and serious Professor Cardell was also a woman who cherished beauty. What is this? To his astonishment, Roy unearthed a crumpled notice in the farthest corner of the third drawer. The great revolutionary leader Vernon Ryan of Edsburg, tirelessly working for the people's welfare, was cruelly captured and imprisoned by Baron Tavik for 3 months. The righteous individuals who protested were met with violent suppression by the Baron. Yet the revolution shall never compromise. New forces are gathering. A glimmer of light dispelled the fog in Roy's mind. He finally recalled the identity of the distinguished graduate, Heilheim. This scarred boy was none other than the cloaked figure he had encountered while departing from the dwarven estate, distributing revolutionary notices, a member of the Revolutionary Army. With such a notice hidden in Cardell's drawer, while she claimed to have sent outstanding graduates to work elsewhere, it became evident that this esteemed principal had intricate ties to the revolutionary forces. Roy even speculated that Cardell might hold a significant position within the Revolutionary Army, suggesting that the entire school had been established by her to cultivate elite talents for the cause. He recalled the history lesson narrated by Cardell on his first day at school. A peculiar sensation washing over him as the principal seemed to lean towards the Revolutionary Army's perspective, critiquing Edsburg and even the elite of the Athenian kingdom. Everything began to make sense. The supporters behind the Cardell household were indeed aligned with the revolutionaries. Judging by his current demeanor, if he lingered a bit longer, Cardell might just reveal his true intentions. Roy inhaled deeply, his emotions in turmoil. He had merely come to investigate information regarding Faywin's brother, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon Cardell's connections. Was Faywin's biological brother somehow entangled with Cardell, clandestinely drawn into the revolutionary ranks, akin to Helheim? Roy quickly dismissed this notion. No matter how elevated Cardell's status within the Revolutionary Army, she was still human, unlikely to erase the memories of Faywin and his family or their neighbors. Even Helheim had left behind a portrait and a registration form. Yet this individual remained conspicuously absent. Old Bob's testimony, coupled with the missing registration form, sufficiently indicated that the person mentioned in the diary did not exist. Should the me-phone in the diary deny it once more, then Chapter 25, The Forgotten One, would restore all items in the room. Roy seamlessly blended into the classroom on the first floor, observing all 60 individuals within the school, including Faywin and Cardell, spending the longest time scrutinizing the esteemed principal. All their data fell within the realm of normalcy, including Cardell, who was neither a master of the gaming world nor a mysterious entity. However, Roy was somewhat taken aback by the fact that Kater, a woman over 40, possessed physical prowess that surpassed that of an adult male, with an average attribute value of 7, complemented by her well-honed skills in dagger specialization. It was hard for Roy to believe that she had no ties to the Revolutionary Army. After lunch, Roy located Miefin among a group of boisterous boys on the playground. This stout, acne-faced youth, on the cusp of graduation, initially regarded Roy with indifference, lifting his chin in disdain, his round face unmistakably expressing contempt. Deep down, he harbored jealousy towards the beautiful female teacher for her affection towards Roy. However, upon receiving 2 crowns from Roy, Miefin's demeanor instantly transformed into one of eagerness to respond to any inquiry. Faywin's biological brother? Upon hearing Roy's question, Miefin's face, dotted with acne, radiated astonishment. You know, I have been at this school for 4 years, making me somewhat of a senior among the 60-plus students. I have secretly observed Teacher Faywin during this time, and I can assure you, she has no siblings of any sort. There are several admirers like myself. See those 3 greasy little rascals over there? They are of the same ilk. Don't lie, you must have feelings for her too, right? A fight? Roy, have you lost your mind? Don't you find that utterly absurd? I have never even seen Teacher Faywin's brother, so how could I possibly engage in a fight with him? Though, I do have a strong aversion towards her drunken father, given the chance. I might just cover his head and turn him into a pig's head. Is anyone among them lying? Roy was uncertain. He did not possess the witch hunter's seal of truth, which compelled individuals to divulge their secrets. Yet, it was improbable that such young children could lie without betraying any emotion. Their words bore considerable credibility. Roy glanced at Faywin, who was beneath the corner tree in the courtyard, her sweet smile illuminating her face as she played with a group of boys and girls. A sense of regret washed over him. The preliminary investigation had reached its conclusion, and he intended to find a suitable moment to engage her in a more profound discussion, to ascertain whether any additional clues might emerge. Standing outside the common room on the 3rd floor of the school, Roy and Faywin were buffeted by the chilly breeze. observing the joyful pairs of students and parents departing under Principal Cater's organization. Sister Feywin, I have made some progress regarding your brother. Have you uncovered any leads about him? Feywin's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, her delicate face reflecting tension as she grasped his hand, pulling him towards the room. Is there an important discovery? Roy pinched his temples, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts directly. Have you inquired about him among the students at school? What are your thoughts? Roy endeavored to soften his tone. If he truly exists, why does no one at the school seem to retain any memory of him? Even your biological parents do not recall the existence of him. This phenomenon defies all logic. Yet I have been conducting my own investigation for 2 years. Feywin clenched her hands tightly, anxiously pacing the room several times. The light from outside spilled onto her fair and flawless face, creating an eerie sense of sanctity. After dismissing various possibilities, it now seemed to me that there could only be one explanation for this phenomenon. The memories of him in all our minds had been erased. This is precisely why I sought your assistance. Haven't you, as a monster hunter, encountered numerous bizarre and convoluted events? Is there not some mysterious force that could have taken my unfortunate brother away and subsequently obliterated all memories of him from everyone's minds? All memories erased? Roy's pupils constricted at this thought, the answer he least wished to entertain yet could not entirely dismiss, though he possessed contradictory evidence. But have you considered that even if people's memories were obliterated, some things would remain? What do you mean? Feywin's expression stiffened. That enrollment form. Roy fixed his gaze on Feywin's eyes and spoke in a low voice. According to your diary, he once attended the Cardale Academy. Every student leaves behind such a record. I shall not hide this from you, Sister Feywin. I have already investigated the principal's office at Cardale and found a total of over 290 enrollment forms from the past decade, including the 60 or so students currently at the school. Yet, conspicuously absent is the record of your dear brother. Do you understand what this implies? The registration form you mentioned. Feywin lightly shook her head, her delicate face barely concealing disappointment. This does not signify anything, Roy. I am the assistant to Principal Cardale, and I have unrestricted access to those documents. I have long been aware that there is no sheet belonging to him among them. But what does it matter? Feywin retorted. If human memories can be obliterated, how challenging could it be to erase a mere record? Roy found himself at a loss for words. This lady was far more obstinate than he had anticipated. Persuading her was a laborious and thankless endeavor. To simply erase something as if it were the work of the goddess Maritalis or the prophet Rebiota? Where's the evidence? Feywin continued to articulate her thoughts. Roy, do you not recall? In the few diaries you have perused, there are peculiar instances where his name inexplicably vanishes. Surely, you do not believe I left those spaces intentionally? It was evident that his name, along with the memories it evoked, had been erased. Only then could the diaries have blank spaces. Isn't that sheer nonsense? What leads you to such a conclusion? Roy opened his mouth, momentarily stunned as a lightning bolt struck his mind. If it has been erased, it will result in emptiness? He pondered this statement, becoming lost in thought. As he reviewed the registration form, he distinctly recalled the multitude of detailed entries interspersed with several blank sheets. At the time, he had given it little thought, assuming they were merely a way for Principal Cardale to inflate student numbers, a self-soothing oversight. Yet now, upon hearing Feywin's assertion, if it has been erased, it will result in emptiness, the notion took root in his mind. Is it possible that the blank forms initially held records, which were subsequently erased along with the memories of the missing students, ultimately transforming into mere ordinary sheets of paper, devoid of any concern? Roy, who drew a half-formed pentagram on your sleeve? Toya inquired with curiosity. I cannot recall. Perhaps it was some mischievous spirit from the Cardale house who marked me while I was distracted, Roy replied, glancing at his left sleeve where a half-formed pentagram, sketched with charcoal, now appeared almost entirely faded, leaving only a faint point. The surrounding areas seemed to have been scrubbed countless times, with not a single dark spot remaining. Such a degree of erasure could not simply be attributed to the routine wear and tear. No, that is incorrect. This star was not meant to be a half-formed shape. It should have been complete. Within a mere few days, this rudimentary mark was on the verge of vanishing entirely, presenting an unexpected piece of evidence. The traces left by the missing would also be obliterated, which explains the absence of any clues. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart, causing his breath to quicken. This also indicated that since entering Cardale House, I had unknowingly forgotten a student who had left their mark on my sleeve. Now, even this solitary trace was nearly lost. Chapter 26. The true culprit on the second floor of the school. Roy and Feywin hurriedly sifted through documents, while Cardale stood behind them, arms crossed, observing them with a cold gaze. She sought to comprehend the peculiar motives of these two individuals who insisted on examining the registration forms. In the years 1256, 1257, 1258, 1259, and 1260, they unearthed 5 blank registration forms from a total of 13 stacks of documents, precisely from the last 5 years, one for each year. This indicated that there had been 5 missing individuals, one lost each year. Roy whispered to Faywin, noting the distinctive pattern that suggested this was no mere coincidence. What exactly have you two discovered? Shouldn't you elucidate it to me? Professor Cardale, he continued, you have been responsible for safeguarding the enrollment information. Have you ever encountered these blank registration forms? The middle-aged woman took one, scrutinizing it twice, her brows knitting tightly. These papers are specially made. Each student is allotted precisely one, and they do not come cheaply. I am not so wasteful. However, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that I might have inadvertently misplaced one. They were not originally blank, Roy clarified. They recorded the information of a certain student, but regrettably, the text has been erased, along with the student who was described, effectively vanishing. To be precise, the perpetrator took them. Why do you, like Faywin, begin to speak in riddles? What could possibly exist that dares to abduct my students in the vast city of Edsburg, home to thousands, without anyone noticing? Even the Sparrow Gang would not have such audacity, Cardale retorted. Unless you can present further evidence, Roy, if you dare to deceive me, prepare for expulsion. You seek evidence? Then we must wait a while longer. Only he bore witness to the transformation of the marks on the garment, rendering his testimony unverifiable. Nevertheless, he has now formed a rough idea in his mind. The last diary entry of teacher Faywin, what was the specific date? Over the past 2 years, I have perused the diary dozens of times and can recite it from memory. Faywin stated, on October 4th, 1258, that night, Bob struck me across the face in a drunken rage, and in a mix of anger and fear, I fled to the school, and he followed. Today is October 7th, 1260, marking the time when the symbols on Roy's sleeve began to fade, coinciding with the disappearance of the student who inscribed the symbol, all falling within this temporal span. With both incidents occurring within this time frame, it cannot merely be dismissed as coincidence. Roy's thoughts raced like lightning. Around October, the mere observation of this monotonous date holds little significance. Yet, less than a month later, the new year approaches. As the 8 days draw nearer, the essence of magic intensifies, resulting in a greater propensity for magical phenomena and mysterious occurrences. Should the perpetrator choose to commit their crime during this period, it is highly plausible that they are being acutely sensitive to magical energies. Roy noted the first line. Since 1256, the perpetrator has committed 1 crime each year, with the timing closely aligned with the new year, likely indicating a creature sensitive to magic, a magical beast, or a human endowed with magical aptitude. The perpetrator gradually erases most traces left by the missing individuals, including the memories held by those around them, the handwritten words of the missing, their artistic creations, and any direct descriptions of them. Faywin, I recall you mentioned in your diary that you and your family unconsciously neglected him. I believe this to be true. I must ensure fairness, thus distributing my attention evenly among all students at the school, which inevitably leads to overlooking and neglecting him. Faywin's delicate face was clouded with sorrow, while Bob, the old drunkard, was perpetually preoccupied with his quest for alcohol, leaving him no time to attend to him. Their mother, in a state of confusion, was often unable to engage in normal communication. Thus, he became a person overlooked by everyone. Even though the 5 missing individuals had their memories erased from the minds of those around them, and their written traces obliterated, none of their families, unlike Faywin, seemed to notice the peculiarities and pursue the clues. Roy noted the third point. The perpetrator's targets may well be children overlooked by all, including orphans. Perhaps it stems from some mysterious selection criteria, or it could be a manifestation of the perpetrator's cunning nature, in contrast to those who attract significant attention. If the missing are individuals who are already frequently disregarded by those around them, the impact and alterations on the real world would undoubtedly be far less pronounced. They would also remain more concealed, harder to detect. Roy presented these 3 conclusions to Faywin and Cardale. The former was somewhat taken aback, for she had noticed these aspects long ago, clear in her mind, yet had not articulated them with such specificity and depth. The previously indifferent expression of Cardale finally underwent a transformation, yet he remained skeptical. Roy, these 3 conclusions appear rather intimidating, but as I always say, without evidence, they hold no ground. Perhaps the reality is the complete opposite of your deductions. There may not be any missing individuals at all. If evidence could lead us to the perpetrator, that would indeed be the most compelling proof. Roy exhaled deeply. Professor Cardell, I implore you not to doubt me just yet. Trust me for the time being. The murderer has emerged year after year, right around the new year, claiming a victim from the Cardell household. Roy inquired. Do you not have a sense that the killer is concealed within the school? Could it be that they strike only as the new year approaches? That is impossible. Cardell shook his head. I am intimately familiar with everyone in this institution, including the kitchen staff. I would swear before the Oracle of Rebiao that there is certainly no murderer among them. I never suggested that the killer must be human, Roy interjected. Having already surveyed the entire faculty, student body, and support staff, all of whom were ordinary individuals devoid of memory-altering abilities. A more plausible theory is that there exists some dark entity residing within the school. Do you have any leads? Perhaps, Roy replied. Please wait a moment. Though Roy's memory did not contain any creatures that matched his conclusions, it did not imply he was entirely at a loss. He turned and exited the room, wandered the corridor for 2 minutes, and then retrieved the notebook left for him by Rizzo before departing, re-entering the room once more. The notes contained records of herbs, potions, and knowledge of magical creatures. However, during the past half-month, engrossed in the study of universal script, he had yet to fully delve into these notes. What is this? Faywin and Cater cast curious glances. It is an experience journal left by a master demon hunter, detailing various creatures that may hold the key to our quest. The trio soon perused the substantial sections of the journal dedicated to magical beings. The more Roy read, the more his heart raced. He realized that most of the creatures described were entirely unfamiliar to him, revealing that the depths of this world were far greater than he had anticipated. After examining a dozen distinct forms of magical beings, they came across a particular entry. That night, the wind howled fiercely outside, making my bladder feel as if it would burst. I ventured into the yard to relieve myself when suddenly the pendant around my neck began to vibrate faintly. The residual magical energy was not potent, yet there was no doubt that a new quarry was calling to me. Hunting magical creatures was far more exhilarating than pursuing a grizzly bear, especially in such an entirely unknown circumstance. That moment of relief was a harbinger of my destiny. Nearby, I discovered an oak tree over 500 years old, inscribed with intricate symbols whose meanings eluded me. The magical energy emanated from this ancient tree. The roots of the oak seemed to painfully part, revealing a deep, dark hollow. I roused Sarite, and we descended into the abyss for a fierce confrontation. The creature lurking within the hollow, which I named the Stripper, Child of the Hunt, or Tree Demon, was a slender, humanoid entity with an indistinct visage. Its skin was rough and hardened like bark, armed with sharp, venomous fangs and claws. A single bite would gradually paralyze the limbs and nerves of its victim. The accompanying illustration depicts a creature whose speed and strength are akin to that of an ordinary human, capable of rapid regeneration, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against it. However, it harbors a profound fear of flames, salt, and the oils of carrion-eating creatures. After swiftly dispatching it alongside Sarit, we extracted a total of 15 remains from the hollow of a tree. The following day, we engaged in a fortnight of dialogue with the villagers of the mountain settlement. And after extensive investigation, we gathered the following intelligence regarding this fiend. It spends the majority of its time in slumber within the tree hollow, awakening only as the new year approaches, stirred by unusual fluctuations of magical energy to hunt nearby creatures. Its preferred targets are young human children, particularly those who are isolated and lonely. It ensnares its incapacitated prey in its own vomit until suffocation claims their lives, after which it feasts. Remarkably, its vomit possesses a peculiar efficacy, gradually severing the prey's connection to the realm of reality. Upon death, this severance is complete. Most traces left by the prey in the physical world vanish, and all memory of the unfortunate soul is obliterated. This is a specter that slumbers beneath ancient trees, devouring those who are overlooked and forgotten. Novice, by the time you read this account, you may not yet have passed the Grash trial. Should you confront this entity, ensure you are equipped to exploit its vulnerabilities and dress warmly. If you succeed in slaying it, take its most valuable tongue and preserve it by drying. Written on October 6, 1204, in Nilfgaard, province of Vicovaro, by Ox, atop Bear Mountain. The three of us exchanged glances, pondering for a considerable time. So, it seems there is something dwelling beneath that horn tree in the yard? Cardell wore an expression of disbelief, his voice raspy with astonishment. How could it be possible that after residing here for several years, he remained utterly oblivious? You shall see for yourself, Faywin declared, her fist clenched, her delicate visage etched with determination and disdain. I recall there being an ample supply of salt in the kitchen. Roy inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the fading mark on his left sleeve. The individual he had forgotten might still be alive. Would he dare to venture forth, novice? Chapter 27. Beneath the horn tree, what is that rustling sound? It is the sound of salt grains slipping through fingers. The waxing moon cast its ethereal glow upon the Cardle household, where beneath the towering horn tree in the courtyard stood 3 figures enveloped in thick cotton garments. They leaned intently towards the horn tree, which could be embraced by several individuals, each wielding a torch, allowing the pristine salt to traverse the rugged bark of the tree. Moments later, the intact bark ominously split open, swiftly enlarging until it resembled a wide, unblinking eye, its corners stretching apart, forming an oval-shaped cavity at the base of the horn tree, nearly human height. Roy directed the torch toward the opening, revealing a gently sloping path descending into darkness, overrun with vines, fallen leaves, twigs, and soil, while a potent earthy aroma wafted forth from the hollow. What shall we do next? Roy inquired, glancing back at the 2 ladies clad in pink cotton coats. He too donned a similar garb, appearing rather comical, yet there was little choice. The entire school housed but 2 women, and it was indeed generous of them to share their garments with him. He felt compelled to heed the monster hunter's counsel. If you remain silent, then I shall speak. 3 cannot descend simultaneously, Roy said in a low voice. One must remain outside to keep watch. We shall encircle this horn tree with a ring of salt to prevent whatever lurks within from escaping. I must descend. Roy inhaled deeply, for within his domain lay a formidable weapon. According to the demon hunter's notes, he possessed a genuine opportunity to vanquish the creature. This is my territory, which that wretched beast has occupied for far too long, stealing away several of my children. This reckoning shall be addressed. The middle-aged woman, her expression grave, uttered a terse remark before crouching down and sliding into the slope. Then you stay outside, Roy interjected before Faywin could speak, hastily entering the tree hollow. Fear not, Sister Faywin, I shall ensure he returns safely. With a torch in one hand and bracing himself against the soft incline, Roy navigated through the pitch-black passageway. He glided downward for less than 10 feet before landing safely. In the next moment, he felt his boots soaked. The ground beneath the tree hollow was surprisingly waterlogged, submerging his ankles in ice-cold water. Roy couldn't help but gasp, his body shivering involuntarily. It was no wonder the demon hunter had advised him to wear extra layers. The temperature within the hollow was a good 7 to 8 degrees lower than outside. As he swung the torch around, Roy discerned Kydell not far ahead, crouched in a vigilant posture, beckoning him silently. They found themselves in a dimly lit subterranean chamber, the walls encrusted with sticky mud and slippery moss intertwined with vines, while the waterlogged area was littered with bizarrely shaped rocks. Roy could scarcely fathom whether this space had originally existed beneath the horned tree or if it had been conjured by the creature known as the Child Hunter. He waded through the murky and frigid groundwater to arrive behind Kydell, casting a glance at the various openings, a horrifying thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that each hole harbored a child-hunting demon? No, a monster hunter would not so cruelly betray his apprentice, if such were the case. It would certainly have been noted in the journal. Thus, the child-hunting demon must be lurking within one of these cavities, suffocating its latest prey with regurgitated remnants. Roy exchanged a glance with Kydell, who silently nodded toward the nearest opening, subtly withdrawing a dagger from his waist, its surface evenly coated with fine grains of salt. While his other hand gripped the torch, he crouched low and slipped inside. Roy followed closely behind. The tunnel within was narrow and constrictive, its height scarcely exceeding 2 feet. As soon as they crawled in, the icy water soaked through the fabric of Roy's trousers. The walls, lined with sticky, damp earth, pressed tightly against their shoulders, rendering movement exceedingly cumbersome. The 2 men stifled their breaths, carefully inching forward, intermittently disturbed by hissing cries and erratic gusts of air echoing from the passages ahead and behind. This unnerved Roy greatly. His face tightened in anxiety, and he dared not draw a breath, pondering how he might defend himself should a creature ambush him from behind in such an awkward position. Before long, they safely reached the innermost recess of the tunnel. A spherical nest adorned with twigs, scattered leaves, and the bones of small animals, slightly drier than the surrounding dampness. Though the child-hunting demon was not visible, the remnants of its feasting were evident within the lair. Human bones, delicate skulls, leg bones, and vertebrae lay haphazardly strewn in various corners. Their size is far slimmer than those of an adult and tinged with a peculiar pale yellow. They unmistakably belong to children. Cattle grasped a bone, her face a mask of murderous intent, her teeth nearly shattering from the pressure. Though her motives for establishing the school might be shrouded in mystery, her treatment of the students was undeniably unreserved. They swiftly searched 2 holes, marking each site by placing the remains of the deceased at the entrance. Upon reaching the 4th hole, halfway through their ascent, they were startled by a distinct gurgling sound, reminiscent of something retching. They held their breath, and as the flickering light advanced, a ghostly figure emerged from the darkness. A gaunt, elongated shape, its skin encrusted with black sludge and moss. Its limbs as slender as twigs, crouched like a dog in the corner of a nest, intermittently spewing yellow liquid towards a bulging mass. When illuminated by the firelight, it abruptly turned its face toward them. Its cheeks were as gaunt as a skull, with 2 sunken, dark nostrils, and its pallid eyes were bloodshot, brimming with malice and madness. Its mouth was devoid of both upper and lower lips, exposing raw gums, and having just vomited, its teeth glistened with translucent saliva. The 2, brandishing torches, hurried in pursuit, yet the creature eluded them. Roy remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, while Cattle frantically excavated the vomit. To her astonishment, she unearthed a golden-haired little head. "Hello, child, can you hear me?" Cattle inquired, wiping the grime from his face to reveal a frail yet delicate visage. The boy blinked twice, realization dawning upon him. "I remember now. It was you who went missing, little Tom." He was the same boy who had greeted her on the first day, the one with the radiant smile and 2 prominent front teeth, an orphan residing within the school. Having spent over half a month at the Cardale residence, this fellow would accompany me every day after school for our studies, and we had developed a certain camaraderie. "I nearly forgot all about you." He ruffled the child's hair, a smile involuntarily curving his lips, as the earlier tension and fear melted away, replaced by exhilaration. "Thankfully, I arrived just in time. How do you feel, young Tom?" "Roy, Principal Cardale, what is happening to me?" Tom, still dazed, opened his eyes weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "What did you say?" "Be careful above." Suddenly, a ghostly figure plummeted from the ceiling without warning, knocking Roy down and rolling him into a heap, rising and falling. It gained the upper hand, perched atop Roy, raising its right claw. In the flickering light, its elongated, pointed nails glinted ominously, swiftly slashing towards his neck. With a swift motion, Roy's left hand, veins bulging, seized the assailant's claw, while his right hand conjured a specially modified crossbow bolt, gripping it tightly and thrusting the arrowhead into the creature's eye socket. A chilling wail erupted from the creature, reminiscent of an infant's cry, as smoke billowed from its eye socket, mingling with dark green blood. With a sudden surge of strength, it broke free from Roy's grasp, shrieking in madness as it darted towards the side and vanished into the tunnel. "Roy, take Tom outside first. I will handle this creature." Cardle, having uttered a few words, pursued the trail of blood, armed with a dagger and a torch. It was a close call, nearly leading to his downfall. Roy exhaled heavily, having narrowly escaped the razor-sharp claws that almost severed his throat, a fate that would have rendered all else meaningless. "Are you hurt?" came a faint voice from beside him. "Tom, fret not. I am perfectly fine." Roy wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly extricated the boy from the viscous vomit, which bore an unsettling resemblance to overcooked cheese in both taste and appearance. Without hesitation, he stuffed a fist-sized clump into his spatial pouch and, hoisting Tom onto his back, ascended from the tunnel. The journey was uneventful. The child hunter had evidently been driven into another passage by Cardle. Roy reached the entrance of the tree hollow without incident, grasped a vine, and climbed the slope, handing Tom over to the awaiting Feywin outside. The woman, both startled and relieved, hurriedly draped a coat over the trembling boy. "Roy, did you find him?" "There is no time for explanations. The monster remains unvanquished. I must assist Cardle, take good care of him." With that, and before she could inquire further, Roy re-entered the tree hollow. Following the trail of blood, he discovered the 2 adversaries at the deepest recess of the 5th cave. Both Cardle and the child hunter bore injuries. The former clutched his abdomen, which bled profusely, while the latter brandished a torch for protection, his pallor indicating his imminent collapse. The child hunter was not without his own suffering, having lost an eye and sustained numerous precise cuts from Cardle's dagger, though these wounds had ceased to bleed. Evidently, the minuscule amount of salt on the weapon was far from lethal. Roy, lost in contemplation, summoned his crossbow. A sharp arrow whizzed through the air, striking the knee of the child-hunting demon. It shuddered violently, bending forward, and unleashed a menacing growl, baring its teeth in a threatening snarl, poised to pounce. Undeterred, Roy nocked another arrow, targeting the creature's other knee. Within mere seconds, the child-hunting demon was rendered a cripple, even if it possessed the ability to heal. It would require time, thus limiting its speed for the foreseeable future. Principal Cardell, retreat to my rear, Roy commanded as he continued to shoot at the monster's legs while stepping back. Cardell's expression revealed bewilderment, yet he complied, adopting a defensive stance and moving slowly in unison with Roy. The scene transformed into a retreating duo navigating the tunnel, while the child-hunting demon lurked deep within its lair. Its skeletal visage grimacing at the two from a distance of 20 paces, its ghoulish claws flailing wildly in the air, exuding an aura of menace. It resembled a rabid dog, provoked by human presence, brimming with rage yet restrained by the weapons and torches wielded by its adversaries, thus refraining from charging forward. As the distance between them extended to 30 paces, a green glass jar materialized in Roy's hand. With a brief moment of concentration, he hurled it forward. The jar traced a straight line through the air before shattering against the child-hunting demon. In an instant, a brief yet violent explosion ensued, illuminating the lair with a dazzling blaze. Fiery serpents danced and writhed, as if the very air had ignited, causing the temperature to surge dramatically. In the center, the child hunter transformed into a humanoid torch, emanating an astonishing heat and radiance, as it approached Roy and Cardell with agonizing howls. However, its legs were severely incapacitated, rendering it incapable of catching up to the retreating duo. The power of the dancing stars was truly formidable. Even the sparks falling from it ignited the surrounding dry branches and leaves with alarming rapidity. The flames grew increasingly fierce, and soon the entire lair was engulfed in fire. It trudged through the inferno for approximately 2 minutes before expending all its strength and collapsing into a heap of charred remains. The child hunter was slain. Experience points gained, 100. Having retreated to the entrance of the tree hollow, Roy exhaled in relief. We must hasten to retrieve the remains of those unfortunate children. Chapter 28. Conclusion. In the courtyard of the Cardell residence, the moonlight illuminated 4 incomplete skeletons, most of which were slender and tinged with a pale yellow hue. Despite having vanquished the creature, why could I not recall anything? Aside from Tom, what were the names of these 4 children? Although the notes made no mention of it. Roy pressed his lips together, pondering that such forgetfulness seemed irreversible, even with the child hunter's demise. Only those like Tom, who survived, could restore their traces in the real world. The pentagram on Roy's left sleeve had returned to its original state. Cardell shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome. At least we saved little Tom, Roy remarked, and from this day forth, the children at school shall no longer be threatened by monsters. It is indeed remarkable that merely an hour after the 2 individuals extracted the bones from the tree hollow, the aperture at the base of the horned tree sealed itself once more. In that moment, Roy attempted to sprinkle salt upwards. Yet he could no longer summon forth that hollow. The horned tree seemed to have entirely lost its magical essence. Regrettably, it appears that the opportunity has slipped away. 2 years of endeavor seem to have been in vain. Can we discern the identities of these children? Faywin covered her face, inhaling deeply, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In truth, upon perusing the notes, I had already suspected he was no longer with us. I simply found it difficult to accept momentarily, yet you are correct. His soul must have surely ascended to the realm of the prophets. I shall find a proper resting place for his remains. After a brief silence, she suggested, let us speak of something cheerful. How is that little rascal Tom faring? I just gave him a warm bath and applied some ointment. He has drifted off to sleep once again. When the subject of the survivor arose, a glimmer of light returned to Faywin's beautiful eyes. He is rather fortunate, with only a few scrapes and a bite mark on his neck, and he retains no memory of the entire abduction, only recalling that he took a nap and awoke to find you and that monster. The child hunter may provoke a few nightmares for him over the coming days, but otherwise, he is unharmed. Wait a moment, Roy, Cardell suddenly inquired. Where did you acquire the bomb you used against the child hunter? Roy sensed the anticipation in Cardell's eyes and understood. This member of the revolutionaries must have been contemplating the notion of the Star of Dance. That is a specially crafted alchemical bomb designed for demon hunters, Roy replied. Fabricating a story, only those recognized by the demon hunters can activate it. This is considered a defensive gift from the teacher, unique in its existence, destined to vanish once used. Is that so? The disappointment on Cardell's face was palpable. Upon returning to the mill, Roy found Toya by the pond, where the girl was lost in thought, gazing at her reflection on the water's surface, her expression melancholic, her back exuding a sense of solitude. Roy pondered that had she been at Cardle's abode, she would undoubtedly have met a predatory fate. "I apologize for my tardiness today," Roy said as he sat beside her. The girl shivered slightly, her round face illuminating with an uncontrollable joy. Her voice trembled as she replied, "It's all right. I understand you have work in the city and must be quite busy today." Toya felt every cell in her body release a sigh of relief. The following morning, after concluding his meditation, Roy awoke promptly at 4 o'clock and first dealt with the corpse of the bald man in the space. He then hurried to the market within Edsburg, where he had yet to settle accounts at the herbal stall he had served for over half a month. However, as he squeezed through a throng of bare-armed laborers to reach the herbal stall, he was dismayed to find it deserted. Reluctantly, he approached Emil, the barbecue vendor, who provided a surprising answer. "You're asking about Uncle Tross? I thought he had informed you. After finishing his stall yesterday morning, he left Edsburg with his entire family and belongings." Moved away with his family? He had been running his business in Edsburg for over a decade. Could he truly abandon it all? Is he so fearful of a mere adolescent like me? How utterly unreasonable. Who on earth is this individual? A professional swindler? Roy pondered for a long time, only recalling that repugnant smile, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Let it be. The Cardale house in the afternoon remained as serene as ever, children frolicking beneath the corner tree, seemingly oblivious to the solitary boy gazing at them from the entrance of the classroom, coming and going. Those who are overlooked continue to be so, and nothing has changed. If one desires attention and wishes to forge more friendships, one must take the initiative. Merely gazing like a fool will yield no results. Who dares to bully you again? If necessary, one can simply confront them. In a sudden motion, Roy pushed the astonished boy towards the crowd, watching as he awkwardly greeted the students around him. His face flushed. Cardale quietly approached Roy, her expression far from pleasant. The injury she sustained last night would take time to heal. The principal had concealed all information regarding the corner tree and the creature dwelling beneath it. The traces of the deceased children remained unrecovered, still forgotten by the world. Even if revealed to the public, what could it bring other than skepticism and trouble? In reality, 100 crowns would not suffice for the materials needed for the Dance of the Stars. Yet, this was perhaps all that Cardale could afford. This meager amount is insufficient. Roy glanced at the boys and girls running in the courtyard, an unexpected stir of tenderness awakening within him. "Let me exchange this for a meal. Then, please do accept this gift, Roy." Faywin quietly emerged from behind Ka Dyer, removing the silver pendant from her chest and placing it around his neck. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude as she assured him, "Trust me, it will bring you good fortune and blessings." Heartfelt thanks were extended to the King of Night, Zhuang Mingxin, for his generous rewards and support through monthly contributions. Acknowledgements were also made to all supporters. Chapter 29. The Corruption of Magic on a Night a week later. Roy sat in the barn of the mill, his mind focused on the template before him. Personal level, LV3, 0-1500. Skill points, 1. Attribute points, 1. In the past, he would have concentrated his resources to enhance his advantageous attributes, allocating all attribute points to elevate his perception to 7. However, his perspective had shifted recently. He recognized that every increment of strength gained should be devoted to preparing for the green grass trial. No matter how high he raised his perception, if he were to perish during the trial, all efforts would be in vain. According to Lesua's words before his departure, an apprentice's will to survive and the body's resistance to toxins significantly influence the survival rate in trials. The higher, the better. The corresponding attributes for these two metrics were willpower and constitution. Roy's willpower stood at a mere 4.8, falling short of the average benchmark of 5, while his constitution had just barely met the standard due to the herbs he had consumed. Therefore, from this point on, the attribute points and skill points gained from leveling up would be primarily invested in enhancing these two attributes. Roy's gaze swept across the skill panel. Note, each enhancement of this skill will permanently bolster both constitution and mental attributes. The demon hunter Lesua, who could easily be his grandfather, had not managed to elevate his meditation training to level 10, underscoring the skill's formidable challenge. The most crucial aspect is its ability to permanently enhance both mental acuity and physical constitution. With this thought, Roy's focus sharpened on the plus sign behind the meditation, and in an instant, the inscription of level 1 faded into obscurity, transforming into level 2 mere seconds later. Roy promptly allocated his attribute points to willpower. In that fleeting moment, a warm surge coursed through his limbs and core, activating every inch of his skin, muscle, bone, and blood vessels, akin to roots penetrating the earth, swiftly absorbing nourishment and growing more resilient and robust. Meanwhile, the brain, nestled within the cranium, the most enigmatic region, was also nourished in some manner, enveloped by a refreshing aura. As if countless gentle hands caressed it, each cell rejoicing in ecstatic comfort. Roy abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliance akin to stars flickering within his gaze. Yet, it lasted but a fleeting moment before returning to its usual state. Meditation level 1 to level 2, with mental acuity at 66. 5. Physical constitution at 55. 5. And willpower at 4. 85. 8. A total increase of 2 attribute points in an instant, imparting upon Roy an unprecedented sense of formidable strength. His complexion flushed. An exuberant spirit surged within him, filling his chest with inexplicable courage and confidence. In a daze, he felt as if he could run tirelessly for an entire day and night, ready to face any challenge head-on. Taking a deep breath, Roy clenched and then relaxed his fists, suppressing his restless emotions. He seated himself upon a haystack to meditate for a quarter of an hour, allowing his body and mind to regain tranquility. While it typically requires years of training and countless efforts for an ordinary person to gradually enhance their attribute value by a single point, he had achieved an increase of 2 points in just a few minutes. It was entirely normal for his body to experience some discomfort. Roy was reminded of the grass trial, where the transformative effects of the herbal concoction would far exceed those experienced thus far, reaching a level that could only be described as terrifying. This discomfort would likely escalate into extreme pain, which explains the remarkably low success rate of the trial. At the other end of the barn, a faint muffled groan suddenly emerged from a simple grass mat. "Toya, you are awake. How do you feel?" Roy inquired as he sat beside the mat, reaching out to touch the smooth forehead of the girl nestled under the covers. He sighed in relief. Her temperature was normal, indicating that the herbal remedy was taking effect. "Roy, what happened to me?" The girl, still wearing her work apron, appeared haggard, her eyes dim, and her lips frighteningly pale, as if she had endured a severe illness. "You fainted while sweeping today and developed a high fever," Roy patiently explained. "Una and Hank found you and brought you in. But do not worry. I administered some herbs, and the fever has subsided." "I see," Toya replied, stubbornly propping herself up with her hands. With Roy's assistance, she managed to sip a few mouthfuls of water and gratefully said, "You've gone to such trouble for me. You must be tired from taking care of me. Perhaps you should rest first?" However, Roy shook his head, gazing intently into the girl's eyes. "Toya, we are friends. Please be honest with me. This is not the first time you have fainted, is it?" The girl squatted on the grass mat, gripping her knees tightly, resting her chin upon them. A flicker of confusion and fear crossed her small face as her voice trembled slightly. "I do not even know what is wrong with me. The body harbors numerous ailments. It is not merely the despised hunchback that troubles me, but also the inexplicable fainting spells, high fevers, and ramblings. Even my biological father regards me with disdain and chooses to ignore me." "Roy," Toya suddenly murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "am I a burden in this world?" "Toya, you are in no way a burden," Roy replied earnestly. "The past half-month spent in your company has been exceedingly pleasant. It is ample proof that you are a commendable listener. You are also remarkably diligent and intelligent. It is simply that you find yourself ensnared in a prison-like mill, surrounded predominantly by narrow-minded and short-sighted individuals, which has hindered the formation of friendships and led you to harbor such misguided notions. Is that so?" The girl's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope upon hearing this. "Indeed," Roy nodded. "How do you feel now?" "I wish to delve deeper into the nature of your affliction." "I am fine," the girl replied, taking a deep breath. "Feel free to ask. When did this fainting condition first manifest? Has it become more frequent?" The girl furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. "It probably began after my body started to deform. It occurs annually. Initially, it was once a year, but now it happens 4 or 5 times a year." Toya's voice faltered as she lamented. "I always fear that after one of these fainting episodes, I might never awaken again. However, if this is the destiny that the goddess Maritalis has prepared for me, then I shall accept it. To slip into eternal slumber without pain and in blissful ignorance would not be so bad. Indeed, as I have surmised. The closer one draws to the magical nexus, the more susceptible your inner magic becomes to resonance, leading to a loss of control and potentially inflicting harm upon your body." Roy sighed. his gaze towards the girl imbued with profound compassion. Observations indicated that after this episode of unconsciousness, her constitution had diminished from 3 to 2. 8. Her vitality visibly waning. What does the magical nexus signify? Toya inquired, both curious and apprehensive. And why do I possess magic within me? Do not fret, Toya. I shall elucidate everything, Roy reassured her. Do you recall our previous discussion regarding the Academy of Arethusa on the Isle of Sened? I remember every word you uttered with utmost clarity, the girl responded. It is the institution dedicated to nurturing female sorceresses, is it not? From beneath her pillow, she retrieved the quaint card that Roy had once gifted her, depicting a striking woman adorned in a fiery red gown. Her admiration was unmistakable, reminiscent of Sabina Grevishik, who wielded astonishing magic, far surpassing the illusions you perform. Roy inhaled deeply. However, do you realize that many female sorceresses, in their youth, do not resemble the enchanting figures portrayed on the cards? Toya suddenly held her breath, her expression frozen in trepidation. She felt an overwhelming premonition that he was about to reveal a truth that would instill fear within her. Initially, most of them were much like you. Roy continued after a moment of contemplation, softening his tone. They suffered from the torment of uncontrolled magic within them, setting them apart from others. It was only after attending the Magical Academy for training that they gradually corrected their path. In the preceding fortnight, Roy had subtly introduced the girl to a mysterious facet of the world, significantly enhancing her capacity for acceptance. You mean? Toya's teeth began to chatter. An unprecedented and frenzied thought surged within her, nearly suffocating her. If you could become a sorceress through the transformative power of magic, your body would undoubtedly return to normal. Ugh, Toya suddenly stifled a sob in her throat, dejectedly leaning against the damp, moldy wall of the barn, tears the size of beans cascading down her pallid cheeks. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, akin to sorrow yet tinged with joy. No, Roy, you must be deceiving me. Toya still could not bring herself to believe it. You are my friend. You cannot lie to me. I swear, Roy solemnly replied, I would never mislead you. I merely wish to offer you another option. No. A flicker of hope crossed Toya's round face, only to be swiftly dismissed as she shook her head. I am just an ordinary country girl who has never left the mill. I cannot go anywhere. Hank and Una would never allow me to. Moreover, you mentioned that Arethusa is far from Edsburg, 1,000 miles away, so distant that I could never reach it. Roy fell silent. Toya spoke the truth. The majority of sorceresses' parents categorically refused to send them to the so-called Sorceress Academy, for to join such an institution meant a complete severance from their original families, offering no benefit to the parents. These avaricious guardians would rather exploit their daughters as free labor until their very last breath. I will devise a plan for you, Toya. Since the initiative has already been set in motion, it is not in Roy's nature to abandon it midway. He has conceived a general solution in his mind, inspired just recently. Toya, I must reveal the truth to you. Each time you succumb to unconsciousness, it signifies further erosion of your body by magic, inflicting harm upon you. Surely, you can comprehend this? Your physical state is deteriorating. Without timely access to proper magical training, Roy licked his parched lips. I cannot ascertain if you will reach the age of 20. Do you not yearn to explore the world beyond? In this benighted era, a deformed country girl may endure a brief life filled with suffering and torment. Yet, Roy firmly believes she deserves a chance. Once an idea has been birthed, it must be transformed into a plan and put into action. This is his creed. Moreover, granting Toya an opportunity may very well yield a chance for himself in the future. Trembling with excitement or perhaps fear, the girl's shoulders quivered. Roy, you are not an ordinary person, are you? How do you possess such knowledge, and why share it with me? Who I am is of little consequence. If our circumstances were reversed, would you assist me? Roy countered, and in the depths of the girl's yearning eyes for freedom, he glimpsed the answer. A firm, strong hand clasped with her frostbitten little one. Friends ought to support one another, Toya. Await the dawn over Arethusa. I assure you, it shall come. Chapter 30. The Return of the Corpse. Roy could not possibly embark on the trial journey of the Witchers with Toya by his side. It was impractical to reach Sintra and then divert to Arethusa. Moreover, Resso would never consent to carry an additional burden. Thus, he was compelled to seek assistance from others. Among the prominent figures in Edsburg, the only individuals he was acquainted with were the dwarf vintner, Seville Hogg, and the headmaster of the Kedwin family, a member of the Revolutionary Army. To facilitate Toya's journey to Arethusa, 1,000 miles away, and secure her admission to the academy, he had to rely on these two individuals. In the affluent district, at the estate of Seville Hogg, on a sunny morning, the dwarf merchant reclined on a sunbed, basking in the warmth. Nearly a month had passed since the Witcher dispelled the demons for him, and he appeared to be thriving. His dark circles had all but vanished. His waistline had grown more ample, and his thick beard and hair gleamed with an almost oily sheen. Roy, lounging in a nearby wicker chair, sipped on honey mead. Its delicate sweetness and smooth entry prompted him to compliment Seville. Indeed, the dwarf's fine wines were incomparable to the inferior, watered-down imitations. "How have you been?" he inquired. "Have you experienced any nightmares since the defeat of Shim?" "Thanks to you and Master Resso," Seville chuckled heartily. "The nightmares have largely dissipated. I have once again become a vigorous and robust Mahakam squirrel." He awkwardly turned over in the wicker chair, one hand propping up his furry chin as he gazed toward Roy. Occasionally, in the stillness of the night, he would reminisce about his poor brother Aiken, who remained trapped in a barrel, unable to eat the following day. "By the way, Roy, why haven't I seen Master Rezer today?" "Roy, if I am not mistaken." Sevilla stroked his thick beard, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Are you suggesting that someone, unbeknownst to anyone, assisted me in delivering Aiken's body to the upper echelons of the revolutionaries?" "Indeed, Mr. Sevilla," Roy replied with bright eyes and a steady voice, appearing remarkably confident. "Are you willing to entrust this task to me?" Half an hour later, in the wine cellar, a pale male with closed eyes lay unnaturally contorted, half reclining on the ground in eerie silence. Simultaneously, the potent scent of alcohol mingled with the faint yet overpowering stench of decay, nearly obscured by the aroma of wine, wafted into Roy's nostrils. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared unblinkingly at the renowned figure before him, the leader of the revolutionaries, Vernon Ryan, who was none other than Aiken's dear brother, the sage who abstained from alcohol yet succumbed to its allure. The male corpse was clad in a simple gray linen garment reminiscent of a farmer's attire, paired with tight black trousers. His long limbs and slender frame, coupled with pointed ears, a hooked nose, a heart-shaped jawline, and pronounced cheekbones, hinted at a trace of elven heritage. Perhaps the agony he endured in his final moments was so profound that his visage still bore traces of fear and grimace. His hands lay limply at his sides, as if yearning to grasp something, yet finding nothing to hold. The body, steeped in liquor for an indeterminate duration, exhibited skin riddled with creases. An unsightly livor mortis was occasionally visible between the chest and abdomen. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the specimens preserved in formaldehyde from a previous life. Yet it was more visceral, bizarre, and terrifying. The dwarf merchant's eyes reflected sorrow tinged with nostalgia as he instinctively pinched his nose. "Roy, you have now fulfilled your request by extracting Aiken from the barrel. What are your plans next? If you intend to secretly transport him away tonight, that may prove unfeasible. I have heard that the Revolutionary Army intends to launch a second protest march at the onset of the new year, and 2 Baron's men are vigilantly watching outside. Mr. Seville, shall I perform a magic trick for you?" Roy approached the corpse, examining the limbs, and tugged at the pant leg, revealing a peculiar tattoo, a circle of dense, curled hair on the right heel. A squirrel's tail? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought, yet did not mention it to the dwarf. Instead, he reached out to touch the body, and Vernon Ryan instantly vanished. "What is this?" The dwarf gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "Roy, how did you accomplish that? Could it be that, in addition to being a Witcher apprentice, you are also a concealed sorcerer capable of casting teleportation magic?" "Dear Sir Seville, I implore you to allow me to keep this secret," Roy earnestly declared. "Very well, the dwarf respects the secrets of friends," Seville replied with a hint of regret. "Moreover, I extend my apologies for having previously questioned you. Your capabilities are beyond what that pack of sycophants surrounding the Baron could ever fathom. Let us discuss matters further once I have completed the assignment." "Not a problem," the dwarf responded cheerfully. "As long as you fulfill this task, you shall be regarded as my brother, Seville Hogg. I shall not treat my brothers poorly." For Cardale, the recent days had been a tumultuous ordeal. First, she had to confront the odious creature that had abducted several of her children, resulting in significant injuries to her abdomen that continued to ache persistently. So far, the number of individuals who could be rallied did not exceed 50. With such a meager assembly, taking to the streets would be more akin to performing a circus act. Sighing, Cardale mused, if only everyone were as dependable as that new student. Intelligent, courageous, and possessing commendable skills, he shows no fear in the face of monsters. Alas, he is merely an apprentice of the monster hunters and will soon depart. Yet, as she pushed open the door, a potent scent of alcohol assailed her senses. Frowning, she followed the aroma to her desk. Her pupils constricted into mere slits as an overwhelming shock washed over her. Beneath the desk lay the lifeless form of a man, his face pale, swollen, and eerily familiar. Cardale was instantly rendered speechless. My great leader, my spiritual mentor, Velen, is dead. In the courtyard below, Roy caressed the corner tree beside him, watching as the headmistress entered the room. Soon after, she emerged with a face full of indignation, clutching a letter, and exhaled deeply. I do not wish to frighten you. However, I must apologize, for you are the only stalwart of the revolutionary army I know. Consider it as a debt for the meal you owe me. The dwarf extended his hand toward Roy with gravity, proclaiming, I am a man of my word. I once promised that the one who resolves this predicament is akin to a brother. There is no need for formality between brethren. What is it that you desire? Money? Liquor? Weaponry? Speak freely, Roy inquired. The dwarf had long perceived that Roy would accept a commission at such a juncture, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Do you require any assistance? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly lend you a hand. Roy was taken aback that a commission he had reluctantly set aside upon arriving in Edinburgh would prove useful at this moment. However, he realized it did not demand much effort on his part. It was akin to delivering a parcel. Mr. Seville, no, Roy from now on. Simply call me by my name. Otherwise, it would imply that you look down upon me as a brother. Ah, Seville, Roy promptly corrected himself. Although he could hardly fathom how he might address a 70-year-old dwarf as a brother. Yet, it seemed the other's words were laced more with politeness than anything else. Do you know any sorceresses? Preferably one residing near Edinburgh, ideally a graduate from the Aedirn Academy. The dwarf, upon hearing this, stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment and replied, I apologize, Roy, but to my knowledge, there resides no spellcaster near Edinburgh. However, there is a dark-haired sorceress over at Vanger Castle, though she is quite distant. But may I inquire as to why you seek a sorceress? The dwarf continued. If you trust me, perhaps you might share the details of your predicament. There may be alternative solutions to your dilemma. In this city, I do not mean to boast, but I possess a modicum of influence. Roy pondered briefly, finding no reason to withhold the truth, and thus recounted the tale of Toya from the mill outside the city. Upon hearing this, the dwarf's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, as if he were appraising a rare creature. Roy, he said, if my memory serves me well, you are an apprentice witcher, destined to become one in due course. Why would you go to such lengths to assist a rustic, unattractive girl? To escort her to Aedirn is no small feat, and after years of training, she may hardly remember you. Is it merely out of pity? Seville, Roy replied earnestly. Do you not see? There exists a certain kinship between witchers and sorceresses, a tragic childhood, lives constrained by circumstance, devoid of choices. I believe she deserves an opportunity to choose her own path. I also hope that someday, should I find myself in dire straits, someone might extend a hand in my favor. The dwarf, moved by Roy's words, felt a flicker of admiration. He suddenly realized that while the face of the human youth before him was not as handsome as that of a dwarf, it was nonetheless quite pleasing. With a hearty laugh, he said, Roy, you are indeed an intriguing individual. The vast majority of witchers I have known would scarcely concern themselves with such trifles. Yet here you are, taking action. In light of your previous statement, I shall assist you. I will arrange for a carriage accompanied by dwarven guards to escort the child to the Isle of Synod, granting her the opportunity to choose her own path in life, just as you suggested. As for her admission into Aedirn, that shall depend solely on her own abilities and fortune. However, it will take a few days. The dwarves, straining on their tiptoes, embraced Roy's shoulders. Little brother, with the new year approaching, surely the coachman deserves to celebrate as well? I hope the revolutionary forces will quiet down. Receiving the leader's corpse unexpectedly, one cannot predict whether they will stir up further tumult. In truth, besides the body, I also left a letter for Lady Cardiel. Roy remarked that it was a threatening letter penned in the tone of the Sparrow Gang, not anticipating that Cardiel would be deceived, but at least it might divert attention, preventing the revolutionaries from blindly demonstrating against the Baron, lest they be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Chapter 31. Departure and Return November 6, 1260. Roy, clad in a thick, earthy-hued cotton coat, perched on the edge of the terrace of the Wolves Tavern, his feet dangling in the air, cradling a painting in his hands. It depicted two smiling faces huddled together, Roy and Toya. On that very day, November 1st, he had secretly taken the girl to the grand residence of the dwarven merchant, enjoying a lavish New Year's feast together, a scene that lingered vividly in his mind. Having indulged in copious amounts of honeyed wine, the two sang a cacophony of songs. Posing as models for a rather inept painter, they joined a gathering of bearded dwarfs, hand in hand, dancing around the bonfire at the heart of the courtyard, reveling in the distinctive furnace dance of Mahakam until the early hours of dawn. The following day, Toya, awakening from her very first hangover, was ushered into the carriage bound for Aretuza. "Roy, how shall I contact you once I arrive?" As she leaned out of the carriage window, grasping his arm, her cherubic face bore the traces of unshed tears, her dark, glistening eyes shimmering with excitement, anxiety, and a hint of nostalgia. The Witcher, a wanderer by nature, patted the girl as head playfully, jesting, "In a few years, should the opportunity arise, I shall visit you in Aretuza. I do hope you will showcase for me true magic by then. It's a promise." Her voice carried a playful lilt for the first time. "Once I return to normal, if you do not come, I shall traverse the world to find you." Beyond her recollections, Roy stowed the portrait within his dimensional space and toyed with the silver necklace around his neck. The new year in Edsburg passed peacefully, devoid of parades, protests, or street brawls. Roy vacated the mill room, abducting the miller's daughter without leaving a single coin behind, as retribution for the couple's mistreatment of her. Should they seek him for vengeance, they were welcome to try, provided they could locate him. Descending from the rooftop, he entered the tavern's hall, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Although the new year had come and gone, the atmosphere of revelry in the tavern lingered on. Leaning against the wall, a minstrel clad in a striped bodysuit strummed his lute, weaving enchanting melodies. In the dance floor, a group of robust men clutched frothy mugs of beer, swaying their bodies in exuberant rhythm to the music. Foam splattered amidst the interplay of light and shadow, while several heavily made-up women, adorned in tight corsets revealing ample porcelain skin, lifted their voluminous skirts, occasionally retorting with playful rebukes to the men's banter, their laughter ringing as they flirtatiously extended enticing fingers. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the tavern, one figure stood in stark contrast. At a table surrounded by four others, laden with a myriad of drinks in varying hues. Only he raised his glass. Beneath the gleaming dome of his head, a stern visage suggested he was ensconced in a confining chamber. His imposing frame, burdened with a longsword, emanated an aura of impenetrable solitude. "Drinking in solitude? Allow me to keep you company," a melodious voice chimed as a captivating figure pressed against his right arm. Resso turned to glance at the woman. Her familiar smile thawed his demeanor slightly. "Apologies, I lack the enthusiasm today. Perhaps I shall indulge you another time. You are truly heartless. A month apart, and you have grown so distant. I still vividly remember your formidable physique. Hee. Why is your arm so rigid? Relax. Allow me to take care of everything." The woman sweetly nestled her head on his shoulder, suddenly extending her neck as she noticed the dried bloodstains on his leather armor, still emanating a peculiar odor. However, Witchers are accustomed to such behavior, and women are no longer surprised. As her gaze descended, she noticed a large, bulging package on the ground by the Witcher's right hand, seemingly on the verge of bursting. The blue surface displayed faint streaks of crimson moisture, prompting her to curiously inquire, "What is that?" She reached out towards the package, but her hand was swiftly restrained by another muscular arm. "Madam, curb your curiosity. Some questions should remain unasked." Leso's tone remained calm, yet the unfamiliar warning in his gaze caused her to tremble like a mouse in the presence of a cat. Anxiously, she rose to her feet. She bit her lip, casting a reluctant glare at the Witcher, pulling up her trousers with a huff, declaring, "Don't expect me to accompany you next time." With that, she swiftly vanished into the dance floor, laughing and frolicking with other men. Leso felt no anger. Women would always be mere passers-by in his life, a form of diversion. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his amber eyes traversing the dance floor until they collided with another's gaze across the way. "Little rascal, has it been a year since we last met? You've grown remarkably fast," the Witcher remarked as he observed the approaching youth, gesturing to his own chin with a sturdy hand. His keen intuition informed him that this child had undergone significant transformation. Once frail, his physique now appeared balanced and vibrant. His eyes gleaming and complexion rosy, exuding a vitality clearly elevated from before. Such a remarkable change would typically require a layperson 6 months to a year of relentless training to achieve. Before the young lad before me, it has scarcely been 2 months since he departed from K Village. I recall it has been over 2 years since our last encounter, 1 month equating to 2 years. Roy settled beside Resso, lifting a goblet of sweet and sour fruit wine, savoring a couple of sips. "So, After living alone in Edsburg for such an extended period, have I passed your test? You appear to thrive quite well on your own. The monster hunter nodded in acknowledgement. Roy's gaze fell upon the peculiar package that had captured the woman's attention earlier, his nose twitching like that of a hound. You abandoned me for over a month for this? He inquired. Care to guess what lies within? A glimmer of challenge sparkled in Resso's eyes. Although you have taken great care to manage it, masking most of the foul odor, a lingering scent of blood cannot escape my senses. The package contains, the organs of a magical creature, am I correct? With a swift motion, Resso tossed the package toward Roy, who clumsily caught it and pried open a small seam, nearly dropping its contents in the process. The first thing to greet his eyes was a large eyeball, the size of a fist, its surface meticulously smoothed and dried. Upon reaching behind the eyeball, he felt slender, crimson nerves and capillaries, reminiscent of a sandworm. Roy surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before discreetly inserting the eyeball into his possession. He then carefully extracted a fluffy, yellowish beast's claw from the package. The base of the claw was adorned with a supple pad akin to that of a feline, while the front extended 3 sharp, hooked toes, their ebony sheen catching the light. The claw's length was comparable to that of a fully outstretched human hand. Roy could almost envision how effortlessly the claw could slice through the protective skin of a human, eviscerating the innards. Alongside the eyes and claws, the package contained an oval-shaped heart and a bloodied beast's skull, stripped of its brown, lion-like mane and elongated beak. The enormous bundle of the griffin was filled with the most valuable tissues of the creature. Roy's lips stirred slightly. Had he truly spent over a month hunting a griffin? Was this preparation for a potion intended for me? He felt a twinge of emotion, realizing this individual had dared to confront the griffin alone. The griffin, a proud and formidable beast, possessed keen senses, a robust physique, and claws and beak as formidable as steel, with no apparent weaknesses. It posed a lethal threat to any monster hunter. Roy felt a pang of regret, while he had not participated directly. Witnessing such a battle up close would have been an invaluable experience. Were you injured? Chapter 32. The potion the monster hunter first secured a room at the tavern. And after placing his belongings upstairs, he meticulously processed the griffin's materials. You were fortunate. That creature's combat prowess and danger level are comparable to that of a water wraith, making it a suitable challenge for a novice like you, Resso remarked solemnly. As long as you avoid its venomous fangs and claws, and effectively utilize fire and salt, you can dispatch it with relative ease. Although employing Dancing Star against it might be somewhat extravagant, your survival and its demise render it worthwhile. Kid, you handled the affairs of the Cadle family splendidly, Resso praised earnestly, referring not to Roy's performance in the battle beneath the tree hollow, but rather to the analytical process of uncovering doubts and discovering clues throughout the entire affair. A cunning demon hunter lives longer than one who merely relies on brute force. Subsequently, Roy presented a lump of yellow, cheese-like vomit that he had fortuitously brought along. The demon hunter meticulously analyzed it, considering its scent and appearance, exclaiming in astonishment that the demon child was exceedingly rare. Among his acquaintances, only Oxus and Sarid had hunted one over 50 years ago, but regrettably, they had failed to procure sufficiently fresh vomit. He furrowed his brow, acknowledging that its specific composition was unknown. Yet he sensed that its presence greatly impeded the flow of magical energy within him, rendering him incapable of casting even a simple spell. Roy's eyes lit up at this revelation, only to be followed by a pang of regret for not having the foresight to collect all of the vomit back then. However, he did not require an earthen jar for preservation. He possessed a more sophisticated method by storing it in his spatial pocket. After exchanging pleasantries, the demon hunter led him outside the city to a vacant plot of land, where he assessed Roy's crossbow skills and herbal knowledge. Roy had already unlocked crossbow mastery level 1, and his nightly training had never faltered. His shooting posture, accuracy, and reaction speed were impeccable, especially considering the brevity of his training period, much to the demon hunter's satisfaction. As for his knowledge of herbalism, it had expanded significantly, not only through the magical seals imparted by the demon hunter, but also from the practical experience gained while assisting the charlatan Tross at the herbal stall in the marketplace, where he had learned about over 50 different herbs. Every day, one encounters common plants such as sage, marigold, belladonna, and mandrake, while also becoming acquainted with rare herbs like bidens, blood moss, ruscus, and four-leaf ginseng. Currently, Roy has mastered over 80 varieties of herbs, understanding their growth environments, medicinal properties, and distinctive appearances. This achievement leaves Lyso speechless. His theoretical foundation in herbalism is sufficiently solid, and it is time for practical application. You mentioned that you have spent most of the past month studying general texts at school? Lyso rubbed his bald head, acknowledging his oversight in forgetting your limitations in this area. Since you have yet to begin researching the potions in your notes, it is fortuitous that I can guide you step by step. After all, I have exhausted all my potions and alchemical explosives and need to brew some to replenish my stock. By the way, there is also the troublesome task of preparing herbal tinctures. I will require your assistance with that. Herbalism is a branch of alchemy. The potions, decoctions, sword oils, and alchemical bombs produced by alchemy necessitate magical synergy, with some being exclusively usable by demon hunters. In contrast, the products of herbalism can be crafted and consumed by ordinary individuals. Virtual alchemy allows one to gather all necessary materials and, with the press of a button, have the finished product appear in one's inventory. Alas, such convenience does not exist in the real world. Alchemy is an extraordinarily intricate art, and its branch, herbalism, is equally complex, involving materials, tools, instruments, and techniques. The materials are categorized into bases, primary herbs, adjuncts, neutralizers, and more. The tools and instruments for crafting are even more elaborate, and all these elements combine to form what is known as the alchemical platform. Resso dedicated an entire day to procuring various herbs and an assortment of containers in Edsburg, subsequently renting a room and transforming it into an alchemical chamber. Upon entering the laboratory, Roy was utterly astounded. How was this any different from a kitchen? The first thing that caught his eye was a central stove equipped with a manually operated bellows, upon which rested a conspicuous large iron cauldron. Positioned at waist height in front of the cauldron were a mortar, a grinding bowl, plates, and a gooseneck distiller set upon a smaller stove. On the uppermost shelf to the right, a clock ticked away, meticulously recording the time for boiling the herbs, while adjacent to it lay an array of dried herbs necessary for concocting potions. The second shelf on the right housed a pestle for grinding the ingredients in conjunction with the mortar. To the left, beyond the pull cord for the bellows that heated the central iron cauldron, the uppermost shelf displayed various vessels filled with dwarven spirits, water, oil, and other liquids, each contributing a unique base for the brews. The second shelf on the left contained an assortment of containers of varying sizes meant for holding potions and elixirs. This is not at all what I envisioned. Roy hesitated, expressing his disbelief. What were you expecting, little one? Have you encountered a different sort of alchemical setup elsewhere? Resso queried in confusion. I merely thought it seemed rather rudimentary. Is it possible our school, Gressvade, employs this same antiquated equipment? Roy found it hard to believe that such rustic apparatus could be utilized for alchemy. In his mind, alchemy ought to be somewhat aligned with chemistry. At the very least, there ought to be some transparent glass test tubes, alcohol lamps, and iron stands, don't you think? Are you not satisfied? A flicker of surprise crossed Lyso's eyes. He couldn't quite comprehend the source of his confidence. Yet he patiently elaborated that the alchemical instruments found in the Snake School were indeed of a superior caliber, complete, and aesthetically pleasing. However, you must understand that under external constraints, fulfilling the fundamental requirements for alchemy is already quite a challenge. Nevertheless, this set is entirely adequate for a beginner like you. Suddenly, the Witcher reached out and tapped Roy's forehead, emphasizing, now focus your attention. I shall demonstrate the process of concocting the most elementary and straightforward potion, the marigold potion. Roy rubbed his forehead, invigorated, and began to observe attentively. Lyso first took a pouch of marigolds and nettles, placing it on the platform to his right. He measured a precise amount using a balance scale, sequentially placing the ingredients into a mortar, and commenced grinding them with a pestle. He then presented the sample to Roy for inspection. The degree of grinding is crucial. Insufficiently fine particles can impair the potion's efficacy, while overly fine ones may lead to overcooking and subsequent failure of the concoction. As for how to gauge this, in the current rudimentary conditions, one must rely solely on experience. Once Roy had observed sufficiently, Lyso added a quarter of water to the large central cauldron, pouring in 1 ounce of the ground nettles and 2 ounces of marigolds, stirring the mixture until it transformed into a pale yellow suspension. He then pulled the bellows drawstring, igniting the charcoal at the bottom of the cauldron, while casting a glance at the clock, awaiting patiently. At this moment, Roy seizes the opportunity to inquire about the quantities of the previously mentioned ingredients, specifically the amounts of nettle and calendula, as well as the quantity of the base water. The Witcher elucidates each detail and, through probing questions, assesses Roy's understanding of the 2 herbs involved in alchemy. As the clock ticks away a quarter of an hour, The concoction in the cauldron has yet to reach a boil, releasing a faint, delicate fragrance. Resso promptly extinguishes the flame, grasping the handle of the iron pot to pour the liquid into a translucent serpent-necked vial of finger length. His muscular arms remain surprisingly steady. Not a single drop of the potion spills, akin to a burly man meticulously knitting, each stitch executed with precision. Finally, he deftly seals the vial with a cork. To Roy, the entire alchemical process can be succinctly summarized as adding water and ingredients to the large cauldron, pulling the bellows cord, igniting the fire, brewing, and finally, decanting the essence. An amusing thought crosses his mind. If one were to observe the entire procedure from behind, they might mistakenly believe that the bald giant before him was a chef, concocting some exquisite delicacy. The calendula potion, effective for both internal and external use, accelerates the healing of wounds and prevents infections far more effectively than merely applying or ingesting the flour. Resso shakes the serpent-necked vial, appearing quite satisfied. As one of the most fundamental and widely applicable potions, mastering it is essential. After all, your fragile frame cannot yet withstand potions like swallow. Rather than a mere potion, Roy muses, it resembles a medicinal broth. He gazes at Resso with anticipation, eager to learn about the potion's specific effects. You will understand once you have been injured and consumed a vial. The Witcher remarked that, should the wound not be too severe, it might be possible to have your healing time. Shall I give it a try? The Witcher relinquished his position at the alchemical platform. Roy rolled up his sleeves, deftly retrieving a pouch of calendula and another of nettle from the side, approaching the alchemical table to commence the replication of the process etched in his memory. He measured the ingredients, grinding the two herbs into a fine powder with a mortar and pestle. Convinced he had committed the procedure to memory, he felt no sense of difficulty. However, troubles soon arose. Utilizing the balance to measure the appropriate quantities of the herbs proved to be quite laborious, and his pace lagged significantly behind that of the Witcher. After a considerable effort to gather the herbs, it was time to grind them. But how finely should they be ground? Perhaps a coarser texture than flour milled in a mill? As he pounded the herbs, he seized a moment to glance at the bald man beside him, hoping to glean some insight. The man, however, was well prepared, his expression impassive as he nodded for Roy to continue. Alas, no amount of anxiety would aid him. Roy decided to wholly abandon his trepidation and follow his instincts. A quarter pot of water would suffice, pouring it for approximately 10 seconds. A gentle heat, with the blower fanning 3 times, was all that was needed. After a quarter of an hour, a pot half full of steaming herbal concoction was completed, exuding a pungent yellow hue and a sharp, burnt odor. Roy's face was solemn. The last time Lyso had brewed a potion, it had been a delicate yellow, fragrant, and pleasing. The disparity was stark, yet he remained undaunted. Failure was a natural part of the first attempt. Gritting his teeth, he began to bottle the potion, but during the process, his fingers were misplaced, resulting in a scald from the iron pot and a sudden splatter of the potion. He feigned ignorance, continuing to slowly pour the remaining potion into the serpent-necked flask. After a slight shake, he elegantly sealed it with a cork and placed it on the alchemical table with a semblance of ceremony. Is this the marigold tincture, known for its anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties? Lesso, with an expressionless demeanor, took the potion bottle, scrutinizing it closely before uncorking it to take a whiff. His facial muscles twitched noticeably. Young lad, I dare say the sole effect of this concoction is to facilitate bowel movements. Subpar. Proceed. Chapter 33. Drinking the pain. 2 ounces of dried marigold and 1 ounce of nettle were to be added to the mortar. With a gentle force, he stirred and ground the herbs, counting 2 strokes per second, totaling 1,000. A quarter of water was poured into the iron pot, followed by the crushed herbs, and the mixture was simmered. The procedure was not overly complex. However, each of his movements appeared meticulously measured, precise, succinct, and perfectly balanced. After 15 minutes, he extinguished the flame beneath the stove, grasping the handle of the iron pot. With a flick of his wrist, he ensured an even mixture before slowly pouring the still unboiled potion into the serpent-necked flask. This time, his movements were steady and swift, not a drop spilled. When he lifted the pale yellow potion and inhaled the delicate fragrance of chrysanthemum, he cautiously presented it to the burly bald man beside him, who stood with his arms crossed, observing intently. Lesso, do take a look at the outcome of this endeavor. The man inhaled deeply, then dipped his fingertip into the potion, tasting it before closing his eyes to savor the moment. Roy wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his hands tightly clasped together, resembling a condemned man awaiting judgment. his entire being radiating tension. "Young lad, congratulations." The youth exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He stretched his arms wide and spun around in delight, nearly moved to tears. No one knew the trials he had endured over the past 3 days, aside from his regular training. He immersed himself in alchemy with his eyes open and meditated with them closed. How he longed for a moment when he could master a skill instantaneously. Although the quality of this marigold potion may not rival that of most rural herbalists, its efficacy was undeniable. The Witcher advised him that through relentless practice, he could produce hundreds, if not thousands, of competent potions, thus naturally improving his craft. By the way, leshen. Since the marigold potion proves more effective than mere herbal remedies for wounds, Roy voiced a lingering doubt. Would it be feasible to sell it? Would there be a market? A chance for profit? The Witcher shook his head, explaining, "If you can conceive of such a notion, others are not fools either." The impoverished masses would find the potion too costly, preferring to purchase readily available, inexpensive herbs that suffice for their needs. Meanwhile, the affluent have no use for the marigold potion, as renowned physicians attend to their medical needs, and in every city, there exist intricate webs of vested interests and deep-rooted entanglements. Should you dare to hawk potions indiscriminately on the streets, you might be fortunate enough to sell a few before being reported, landing you in a prison where you could dine on rats for a month. Cast aside any unrealistic aspirations, the most suitable use for the potion remains for personal consumption. Roy felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. Yet he believed that with diligent networking, one could indeed profit. However, the time invested would be substantial, making it more prudent to simply pursue a path as a merchant. If preserved correctly, this vial of potion had an efficacy period of nearly a month. Lissow, ever the impatient one, urged them to proceed, suggesting they concoct around 5 vials to suffice for their journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. Under the stern supervision of the Witcher, Roy, after numerous attempts, successfully brewed 5 vials of marigold potion, though their quality varied considerably. His progress in alchemical efficiency was painfully gradual. Initially, he might succeed once in 10 attempts, but now he managed to achieve success nearly 9 times out of 10, a stark contrast to Lissow's own proficiency. Roy understood this, as he had only spent a few days actually crafting potions, which could hardly compare to the decades of experience possessed by the Witcher. Furthermore, he had yet to grasp the fundamentals of alchemy, lacking the skills developed through systematic practice. It was evidently a long and arduous journey ahead. The Witcher took over the alchemical station, personally crafting potions, alchemical bombs, and the herbal tinctures prepared for him. He remained industrious, with Roy assisting in the preliminary processing of herbs. 5 ounces of dried white nettle were ground into powder, and 1 ounce of water ghost brain was similarly pulverized, all while keeping in mind the precautions I had previously emphasized. Lissow maintained a stern demeanor, issuing commands with relentless precision, his features as chiseled as stone, while his large hands deftly maneuvered various delicate alchemical instruments. Before the alchemical platform, his imposing figure and agile fingers created a striking juxtaposition. The Witcher resembled a masterful oil painter, crafting a breathtaking masterpiece. Roy became akin to a marionette, tightly wound and perpetually in motion within the narrow, dimly lit alchemical chamber from dawn until dusk, while an ordinary individual might have succumbed to confusion. His extraordinary mental fortitude enabled him to maintain unwavering focus for extended periods without succumbing to fatigue. It was through his direct involvement in the entire process that he discerned the distinction between potion creation and elixir brewing. Taking the most elementary and commonly utilized potion by Witchers as an example, the swallow, it comprised only the materials of white aconite and water ghost brain. However, the procedure entailed dozens of meticulous steps, including air drying, grinding, heating, distilling, and a secondary heating phase. Each stage required the utmost precision. Even the slightest error, such as a tremor in his fingers, would result in a substandard product. A crucial step involved bottling the brewed potion, after which the Witcher cradled it in his hands and entered a meditative state. At this moment, Roy sensed an intangible connection forming between Lessow and the vial of potion, one that resonated with the essence of magic. In truth, Lessow was harnessing his internal magical energy to harmonize the potion, ensuring the liquid within the bottle achieved stability. Without this vital element, the potion could only be regarded as a half-finished product. Amidst the relentless alchemical endeavors, Roy began to lose track of the passage of time. Initially, when he was concocting the swallow potion, he managed to familiarize himself with several steps. However, as they progressed to crafting sword oil, alchemical bombs, and the preparation of precursor mixtures. He found himself utterly bewildered, his mind turning to a muddled mass. The multitude of intricate procedures surpassed his current understanding of alchemy, prompting him to relinquish independent thought and simply follow the Witcher's directives. Although he had only mastered a single potion of marigold, his time assisting the Witcher significantly enhanced his familiarity with alchemical instruments. This would lay a solid foundation for his future studies in alchemy. Time passed, perhaps 5 days, or a week, after the Witcher concocted 2 vials of swallow, 2 anti-magic metal bombs, and a variety of other potions. He unexpectedly allowed Roy to leave the alchemy chamber and enjoy a day of leisure. Roy was liberated from the suffocating tension of his demanding work, and his mind began to awaken. However, the following day, the Witcher presented him with a slender glass vial filled with a certain liquid, which he had retrieved from a row of similar bottles. "This is a precursor potion specially crafted for you," he stated, his amber eyes locking onto Roy's dark ones. "Long-term consumption will enable your body to gradually acclimatize to the toxicity of the potion, preparing you for the herb trial." Upon hearing the word toxicity, Roy's complexion paled. No wonder he had been granted a day of respite. Even condemned prisoners are afforded a final meal before execution. Although he feigned indifference towards the dangers of the herb trial, his instinct for self-preservation instinctively recoiled at the thought of ingesting such deadly substances. "Do not worry, my young friend," the Witcher reassured him, observing his expression closely. "Given your current constitution, you can certainly withstand the toxicity of the precursor potion. Apart from a brief period of discomfort, it will not leave any lasting effects. This is the conclusion drawn from countless experiments. If I drink this, will it truly enable me to endure the herb trial in the future?" Roy raised the transparent glass vial to the light, only to discover that the pre-medicine, unlike ordinary potions, was not singular in color or pure in form. Instead, it was filled with a dense mass of algae-like, parasitic green filaments, presenting an overall murky and heavy blackness, thick and viscous, inducing a sense of unease within him. "In this world, is there truly any absolute rationale?" Resso stated candidly. "I can only inform you that once you endure this slow and agonizing process, your chances of surviving the subsequent trials will significantly increase." "How excruciating will it be?" Roy inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose his thoughts. "Are you aware of the pain of childbirth? Why do you inquire about that?" According to the experimental records from Visturli, the agony of consuming the pre-medicine is roughly akin to that of a woman giving birth. Roy fell silent, instinctively suppressing the notion of childbirth in his mind. He began to doubt whether he could withstand it. With a willpower of 5, 8, and a physique of 5, somewhat above average, surely he would manage? The Viper Academy had not seen fresh blood in nearly 2 decades. If this trial were to fail again— Resso's voice grew softer as he placed his warm, substantial hand upon Roy's shoulder, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that swiftly calmed his emotions. "Thus, I implore you to muster your courage and consume the pre-medicine. In truth, according to the original plan, your initial use of the pre-medicine was scheduled for 6 months hence." Resso's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. "Perhaps you have matured too quickly, as your physical condition has reached my standards 6 months in advance." Roy was well aware of the reason. Ordinary individuals lacked attribute points. He should not burden himself with excessive psychological weight. He was granted an additional 2 days for preparation. Could he abstain from drinking? It was merely a jest. Roy managed a wry smile, his complexion regaining a hint of color. At this juncture, there was no room for regret. Besides, this was inherently part of his plan. He had chosen the path of a monster hunter, and regardless of the pain, he must endure. The previous potion could enhance his survival rate in the grass trial. How could he possibly forego it? There was no need to wait another 2 days. The time was now. Under the watchful gaze of the monster hunter, Roy retrieved a vial of potion and gently shook it, yet he refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, he crouched on the ground, entering a meditative state to clear his mind and relax his body. After half an hour, his energy fully restored. He cast a glance at the clock in the room to note the time. With a decisive pop, he calmly removed the cork and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. In an instant, a potent blend of bitterness, fishiness, and saltiness overwhelmed his palate, akin to swallowing an oyster, raw pork, and freshly dug herbs. Even as the potion merely glided past his lips and tongue, descending into his esophagus and stomach, that peculiar flavor lingered in his mouth, refusing to dissipate. His features contorted in distaste, and his fists clenched tightly against his chest as his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The effects of the potion were just beginning. The liquid fermented in his mouth for a moment before surging through his nasal passages into his brain. Roy felt as though he had collided head-on with the wall. His consciousness blurred instantly, and he shook his head in confusion, his eyes rolling back as the meditative posture was abruptly shattered. He collapsed to the ground. Even more terrifying was the strange chemical reaction occurring within his stomach, releasing an overwhelming surge of heat. The area between his chest and abdomen became unbearably searing, as if a furnace were roasting him to perfection, charring him until he was reduced to ashes. Instinctively, his fingers clawed desperately at the cold, hard ground, rolling from side to side in a futile attempt to dissipate the heat. He clenched his eyes shut, his complexion flushed and taut, as if ensnared in a nightmare. After a while, when the agony reached its zenith, he abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes, a hoarse and chilling cry escaping his throat. His neck and temples were grotesquely engorged, veins bulging and twisted. "Hold on, little one. The longer you endure this torment, the greater the reward that awaits you." Chapter 34, Contemplation and Departure Awakened. Little one. "How do you feel?" In a low, raspy tone, Roy struggled to open his swollen eyes, surveying his surroundings with a body aching all over, only to realize he was lying in a tavern room. It was nearing noon, and the sunlight streaming through the window was blindingly bright. The tables, chairs, and cabinets around him appeared shrouded in a haze, rendering everything unclear. He closed his eyes once more, shaking his dizzying head, and after a considerable time, the overlapping shadows faded, restoring clarity to his vision. "Resso, how long have I been unconscious?" He furrowed his brow, shielding his eyes from the glaring reflection of light bouncing off the polished surface at the bedside. "Could you possibly sit somewhere else? You're dazzling me." The demon hunter shrugged in resignation, shifting his weight to the chair and handing him a bowl of water. "You have been in a state of unconsciousness for a day and a night, a duration shorter than I had anticipated, indicating that your physical constitution is remarkably robust." The Witcher's tone was devoid of emotion, akin to that of a physician delivering a diagnosis to a patient. Roy greedily drained a bowl of water, feeling a semblance of refreshment course through his body, yet contrasting that with the recollection of the extreme degradation he experienced after consuming the precursor. At that moment, "You ought to have admonished me with a more severe tone," Roy's voice tinged with dissatisfaction, as an indistinct shadow of fear began to loom in his mind. He never wished to endure such a sensation again, one that felt akin to a fate worse than death. Indeed, this diverged from my initial assessment. The Witcher's eyes narrowed slightly as he forced a semblance of an apologetic expression. "I had presumed that in such an excruciating state, you would succumb to unconsciousness swiftly. In reality, over the past century, the vast majority of apprentices who ingested the precursor did not endure beyond 5 minutes, with 90% succumbing within 3 minutes, losing consciousness entirely. Their suffering lasted but a fleeting moment, whereas you persevered for 6 minutes." Rizzo produced a dusty notebook, flipping through a few pages, and solemnly declared, "Throughout the entire ordeal, there were no indications of incontinence, delirium, convulsions, or hematemesis." Roy suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, profoundly grateful for having previously bolstered his physical attributes. "Why did you not inform me of these unforeseen circumstances beforehand? Is everything not well now? You have successfully endured." Rizzo patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, young one. Only the initial consumption of the precursor drug induces such intense suffering. Subsequent doses have the agony, gradually diminishing it until one merely furrows their brow in discomfort." "I thought it was just a single vial." Roy swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. "Even if it were only half, it would still be excruciating. How many more must I consume?" "A total of 3 months, 1 vial per week, leaving 11 remaining." Roy inhaled deeply, rubbing his sweat-soaked cheeks, sticky with cold perspiration. "Given the circumstances, if I do not continue, would not the prior suffering be rendered meaningless? Your willpower and physical resilience surpass that of 99% of the Serpent Sect apprentices." Lesso observed his expression, relieved by the absence of rebuttal, and swiftly shifted the topic. "Perhaps due to your greater age and more developed physique. Other apprentices begin their precursor treatment before the age of 10, and you are not far from 14, correct? If, as you suggest, age confers an advantage, why do the demon hunters prefer to train younger apprentices?" Roy suppressed his curiosity. "Children are like blank slates brimming with potential, allowing mentors to sketch the future demon hunters upon them. The demon hunter appeared notably patient. A child's body has not yet fully matured, enabling systemic reshaping under the influence of herbal concoctions. In contrast, the bodies of fully developed adults have already taken shape, making the process of reshaping significantly more arduous, often leading to the unfortunate outcome where they do not survive the mutations, their bodies collapsing prematurely, resulting in death. Reshaping collapsing? Roy has now begun to genuinely comprehend the profound significance of the grass trial, transcending the simplistic notion of a mere 70% mortality rate he encountered at the outset. To falter would mean the corporeal form would shatter. Yet, what if one perseveres? Is mutation a singular event? Roy articulated a question that had long lingered in his mind. If one were to consume the Serpent School's grass elixir and successfully endure, could one then partake in the elixirs of other schools, such as the Wolf or Griffin schools? From his prior understanding, each school's formula for the grass elixir is distinct, with mutations reshaping the body and emphasizing different attributes. The Cat School, clad in lightweight leather armor, possesses agility and stealth, with mutations primarily enhancing dexterity. The Wolf School exhibits a balanced augmentation across various attributes. The Griffin's arcane seals wield formidable power, predominantly enhancing mental faculties, while the Bear School, donned in heavy armor and wielding a great sword, can consume greater quantities of potions in a short span, focusing on physical resilience. What would become of one who could endure the grass trials of multiple schools? Theoretically, after surviving one trial, the body's resistance to toxins would significantly increase. Would the second trial be less arduous? Yet, it is also plausible that hidden within the various grass elixirs lie certain fatal contradictions. For now, this remains merely a conjecture of Roy's. Are you suggesting the possibility of undergoing multiple mutations? Resso's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he sternly warned, "Child, why would you entertain such an audacious and ignorant thought? I have lived for decades and have never heard of anyone daring to consume two different herbal concoctions. Even if taken one after the other, such foolishness does not exist in this world. If it did, that individual would surely have become nothing more than a pile of bones." Change. Roy momentarily set aside his fantasies, directing his attention to the template. Health points, 3055, poisoned, a direct decline of 20 points, indicative of the severe toxicity of the previous potion. In comparison, the toxicity of the barberry fruit and dandelion was negligible. As his gaze descended, he couldn't help but blink in surprise. Among all attributes, his willpower had undergone a transformation, increasing to 586, a rise of 0.2. After enduring such excruciating torment, it was only natural for his willpower to be tempered. However, it was likely that this effect would only manifest once. Beyond this, there were no further changes in the template. Could it be that my constitution has surpassed that of ordinary individuals, hence the lack of enhancement? He had initially anticipated the emergence of a capability related to toxicity. Was the previous potion insufficient? Indeed, there was a slight transformation, Roy remarked. He could sense his thoughts and were becoming more resolute and solidified. Once Roy had recuperated for 2 days and his health was fully restored, he prepared to embark on a journey with the demon hunter, leaving Edsburg. He had no intention of bidding farewell at the cattle house, as it would only serve to evoke unnecessary sorrow. Suddenly, a dwarven merchant approached him, exhibiting the exuberance of a long-lost relative. With his large, hairy hands, he clasped Roy and Resso's hands tightly. Roy waved his hand dismissively. In truth, the benefits he had reaped from this transportation deal were already quite substantial. The dwarf continued, "You and Master Lyso are journeying westward, about to cross the Mahakam. However, in recent days, peculiar creatures have been causing disturbances in the mountains, and there are numerous checkpoints established by the elders. To venture forth unprepared would surely invite numerous obstacles along your path. But how could I allow my friends and brethren to face undue hardship? Here is a personal letter of recommendation. With this, you shall traverse Mahakam without hindrance. I, Seville Hogg, still possess some influence." As he spoke, he winked at Roy, who accepted the envelope, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Seville, you do not harbor ulterior motives, do you?" He couldn't shake the feeling that the dwarf's wink held a deeper significance. "What nonsense! I am not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Nor would I entertain any schemes against friends and brothers." With the dwarf's repeated assurances, Roy felt somewhat reassured and glanced at the letter's contents. "Brothers of Mahakam, the 2 gentlemen before you hail from the Viper School, masters of their craft and adept hunters of demons. They assisted me in resolving a grave concern in Edsburg, and have become my esteemed friends. I implore you to extend them the respect and kindness they are due, allowing them to pass through Mahakam without impediment. With respect, your brother, Squirrel of Mahakam, Seville Hog, November 1260. It was indeed a simple letter of recommendation, and thus Roy chose not to dwell on it further. In the end, he hesitated only to request the dwarf merchant to look after the children and teachers of the Cadale household. The dwarf readily agreed to assist. Shortly thereafter, the two individuals completed their packing and sat in silence for a moment, closing their eyes to gather their thoughts. Their belongings were minimal, consisting only of a few changes of clothes for Roy, along with potions and alchemical tools. 2 bundles sufficed. In the past, Reese had traversed the world alone, hardly requiring any excess garments. In the wilderness, traversing through water and mud, going days or even weeks without bathing was commonplace. When the fortnight was complete, a visit to the tavern for a refreshing wash and the company of a woman for a night's revelry was hardly different from the lives of laborers like sailors, drivers, and bodyguards. However, Roy was far more particular than the average citizen of this era, frequently bathing and preparing for what lay ahead. This level of fastidiousness made Reese feel slightly out of place. As they exchanged pleasantries, they exited the gates of Edisburg and followed a narrow path to the west, heading toward the mist-shrouded Mahakam. Chapter 35. Blood in the Mountains. In the deep of night, a radiant full moon hung in the sky, its silvery light filtering through the gaps in the trees, illuminating a visage of terror. The man's face was marked by stubble of a bluish-gray hue, grown to the length of a fingernail, with skin that sagged and swelled, glistening with sweat. Dark circles encircled his eyes, which were bloodshot and wide, resembling brass bells. As he twisted his neck restlessly to survey his surroundings, he wore a pale yellow linen shirt tightly tucked into his trousers, which were caked with mud, black slag, and coal dust. His faded leggings were tattered from the sharp branches of the forest, with 2 large holes worn at the knees, smeared with clumps of a faint reddish residue. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of footsteps reverberated through the dense coniferous forest, causing the ground beneath the man to tremble lightly. Delicate, slender leaves cascaded from the branches above, landing softly upon him. In an instant, terror seized him, and he instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hands, curling into a tight ball like a hedgehog. He crouched behind a grand tree, holding his breath, his ears straining to capture the faintest sounds around him. Each resounding vibration felt like a dagger piercing his heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably, his fingers tightening around his mouth and nose as if to suffocate himself. He envisioned some profoundly horrific scenes, his gaze growing increasingly frantic. After what felt like an eternity, marked by the relentless pounding of his heart, a long, mournful sigh echoed throughout the mountain forest, and the colossal footsteps finally receded from his side. When silence enveloped him, the man collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently, akin to a parched fish on the verge of death, struggling to breathe. Desperately, he inhaled the fresh air. Breathe, breathe, as tears of anguish trickled from the corners of his eyes. In a trance-like state, he began to murmur to himself, and within his once hopeless and vacant gaze, a flicker of hope and vitality gradually ignited. Without a sound, a vine as thick as a child's arm slithered down from the oak tree behind him, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, deftly coiling above him. The vine abruptly lifted its midsection, the tip rising from the ground like the head of a snake, twisting and curling in a menacing display of preparation. With a sudden rustle, a man, caught entirely off guard, was yanked 10 feet into the air, his face turning crimson as he desperately clutched the vine constricting his neck. Blood foam bubbled from his lips, while his legs flailed helplessly in the void. In an instant, his body slackened, akin to a deflated balloon, as several coarse, branch-like objects pierced his flesh. Accompanied by a bizarre gurgling sound, warm liquid gushed forth like a fountain, marking the end of his life. The man's sweat-drenched face paled, and with a final, reluctant twitch of his lips, his legs kicked out, and he ceased to breathe. A lifeless, pallid body hung from the intertwining branches, suspended 3 meters above the ground. Under the moonlight, several bloody intestines mischievously slipped from the abdomen, swaying gently in the cold night breeze amidst the dense woods. Drops of blood scattered, eagerly absorbed by the earth, and a satisfied sigh echoed through the profound darkness. Hilori took a deep breath, drenched in sweat, as he rose to his feet, smoothing out his crumpled garments and brushing off the leaves and grass. Had he been plagued by nightmares? The monster hunter tossed a handful of soil into the smoldering campfire, extinguishing it completely, before offering a steaming roasted rabbit leg. It felt as though someone had gripped his throat, rendering him breathless. The youth fiercely bit into the roasted meat, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, reassuring himself that the chill of the weather was the cause of his body's alarm. However, since he had replaced most of his sleep with meditation, this was the first dream he had experienced, albeit a nightmare. Roy furrowed his brow, reflecting on this unsettling vision. After walking for half a day, the two arrived at the foot of Mahaka Mountain via a narrow path on the western side. Looking up, they found the summit completely shrouded in mist and frost, obscured from view. A small boy clad in a blue cotton jacket darted through the woods like a little rabbit, collecting things. Just as Roy and his companion were about to approach him for directions, a robust farmer woman burst forth from the thicket, seized the child, and turned him upside down, delivering a series of sharp smacks to his backside. Running around heedlessly and risking being captured and devoured by malevolent spirits is better than letting you run wild. You little rascal. Watching this farcical scene unfold, both Roy and the monster hunter were left in a state of bemusement. "Excuse me, madam, does this path lead to Mahakam?" Roy inquired. "Who are you? I have not seen you around here before." The farmer woman responded, casting a wary glance at the two strangers. Noticing their unfamiliar faces, she instinctively clutched the sobbing boy closer, as if they were a dire threat. "Madam, we are not traffickers. What is there to fear?" Roy managed a gentle smile, though his lips twitched slightly. His appearance was rather unremarkable, and during his time at the Kedwin household, he had been quite well received by women and children alike. So he wondered why he would instill such fear. The farmer woman remained silent, her gaze lingering apprehensively on the tall, bald monster hunter behind him. He then turned to her, saying, "Madam, have you heard of monster hunters? If a monster hunter were not somewhat fearsome, how could they possibly keep the creatures at bay? Please do not worry. We merely seek directions and will leave once we have our answer. Don't run away." The two individuals exchanged puzzled glances and slowly followed her through the pine forest. As they traversed the drifting white smoke, a quaint village came into view. Beneath the sign marking Spansol, a man with a felt hat and a nose reddened by drink led 5 or 6 honest village women, who stood at the village entrance. A few adolescents shyly peered from behind the women, their bright, dark eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized the newcomers. The inebriated man discreetly glanced at the serpent-shaped pendant adorning the monster hunter's chest, rubbing his hands together and forcing a disingenuous smile as he warmly invited, "If you do not mind, please join us for a meal in the village. We have a matter we would like to discuss with you. Do come with us." Chapter 36. The fallen miner's Spansol, nestled at the foot of the Mahakam Mountains, is home to scarcely 200 households. The vast majority of able-bodied men and women having forsaken agricultural pursuits to work in the mines established by the dwarves. This tradition has endured for over 50 years. The village's architecture deviates from the typical earthen structures found in rural locales, constructed instead from an array of rich mineral stones, resulting in buildings that are both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Roy sat on the carpet of the village chief's home, sipping a bowl of thin vegetable stew, and stroked his smooth chin. The business of monster hunting seemed to flourish excessively. Hardly had he departed from Edsborg when he was approached once again. "Village Chief Casselite," he remarked, "is it true that there have been 4 murders in the village over the past 3 months?" He lamented. It has been over 2 decades since Spansol has witnessed such heinous acts of violence. The village was enveloped in a palpable sense of fear, with the locals whispering about the malevolent spirits haunting the mountains. Each person was on edge, dreading the day when calamity might befall their own kin. "Please, assist us in uncovering the true culprit. We can negotiate the reward," they implored. The monster hunters waved their hands dismissively, stating that financial compensation was not their immediate concern. They needed to gather more information first. "Why, upon entering the village, did I notice that the populace consisted mainly of the elderly, the weak, and women? Where have all the men gone?" Casselly pointed towards the sun, explaining that at this hour, the majority were laboring in the mountain mines, with still 4 or 5 hours remaining until their shift concluded. With such a grave situation unfolding in the village, how can they focus on work instead of safeguarding their wives and children? Roy inquired, astonished. The village chief rubbed his large nose, offering a resigned smile. "There's little we can do. I have already conferred with the elders in the mountains regarding your concerns. They have slightly reduced the villagers' working hours, ensuring that everyone can return home before nightfall. Furthermore, they have vowed to apprehend the perpetrator. However, they are not professionals. 3 months have passed with no progress in capturing the culprit. It appears that the resolution of this malevolent disturbance rests solely with the monster hunters." As he spoke, His eyes glimmered with hope, albeit cautiously directed at Rysat. The elders of the mountains? Roy pondered this phrase with intrigue. To his knowledge, in the current societal context, ancient races such as dwarves and elves were significantly disadvantaged compared to humans. Yet in Mahakam, the dynamics seemed to be inverted, with humans laboring in the dwarven mines and addressing them as elders. He could sense the profound reverence that the village chief, Cassili, felt when mentioning the dwarves. Could it be that the Grand Elder of Mahakam, Brovar Hogg, is a tyrant? Meanwhile, Resso, seizing upon the chief's words, inquired directly and without hesitation. Delving into the matter at hand, we need to comprehend the general circumstances surrounding these four mysterious deaths. Cassili, filled with indignation, declared, as the village chief of Spansol, I rushed to the scene at the first opportunity, and the horrific sight of their deaths is etched in my memory forever. The fiends are nothing but a pack of savage beasts. The man laid bare his observations, prompting the Witcher and Roy to lapse into contemplation. The victims perished in the wilderness, each with their abdomens grotesquely slashed open, their faces turned toward the ground, suspended from high branches, their corpses pecked by birds and gnawed upon by beasts. The Witcher exchanged a glance with his partner, who, attuned to the unspoken communication, articulated his assessment. Based on your description, I can almost certainly conclude that they did not fall victim to the hands of the fiends, as the villagers claim. I must emphasize that under normal circumstances, the fiends do not wander about indiscriminately harming others. They abhor open woodlands, preferring the confines of tombs and other shadowy, narrow spaces. What you have described resembles an ancient ritual. We will need to personally examine the bodies of the deceased for further clues. What, then, could have done this if not the fiends? He inquired, his expression tinged with concern. It seems that inspecting the bodies may not be feasible. Fearing that the young men might be infected by malevolent spirits and transformed into abominations, the villagers resorted to cremating their bodies. Although this act may have seemed a desecration of the deceased, there was no alternative. It was done for the sake of the living. Roy was rendered speechless, a sense of unease subtly creeping over him. After a moment, he spoke with a complex expression. Who informed you that malevolent spirits can infect humans? This is not a virus or a plague. How could it possibly spread? You have incinerated the bodies, making the investigation exceedingly difficult. Cassili was momentarily taken aback by his words. Who initially claimed that this is the work of malevolent spirits? The adults from the mountain, Roy replied thoughtfully. Resso clapped his hands and rose to his feet. Ordinary people lack understanding of such creatures. Do not be too harsh on the youth. Here is what we shall do. Village Chief Cassili, lead us through the village so we may gather clues. We shall determine whether to accept this commission after further inquiry. As the two exited the village chief's door, a group of watchful village women and children immediately averted their gazes like startled rabbits, clumsily pretending to be occupied. Is this case truly so troublesome, Resso, that even you hesitate to take it on? Roy observed the hunter's serious demeanor, sensing that this commission was likely quite challenging. Young one, have I not advised you against involving yourself in matters beyond your capabilities, especially someone like you who has merely scratched the surface of knowledge? The Witcher solemnly emphasized the need to ascertain the level of one's adversary. Otherwise, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. Under the guidance of the village chief, they arrived at the abode of the recently deceased Brady family, where a modestly dressed woman, her complexion flushed, awaited at the threshold. After the Witcher disclosed his identity, he directly inquired about her husband's standing within the village. The woman, her eyes laden with sorrow, pondered momentarily before vacantly shaking her head. The village chief, Cassili, interjected, affirming her husband's good reputation among the villagers. The three young men who perished may have had some disputes with certain villagers, yet Brady was known for his gentle temperament and never engaged in quarrels. He was universally esteemed. Upon hearing this, the village woman appeared to recall her husband's virtues, and with a sudden wave of grief, she covered her face and wept. Amid her cries, two chubby little figures burst forth from behind the door, rushing to embrace the woman's legs, their small lips quivering as they joined her in lamentation. Oh, poor Tina and Jim, only 5 years old and already bereft of their father. How shall they navigate the days to come? The village chief could not restrain himself from gently stroking the boy's hair. The child suddenly lifted his dirty little face, wiping away the traces of tears with his grimy hands, and with misty eyes, he looked at Roy and asked, "Will you catch the murderer?" At the same moment, the mother and daughter turned their gaze toward him. Roy cast a glance at the Witcher, whose expression revealed no discernible change. He could only take a deep breath to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, choosing not to look at the child's face, which resembled that of a little calico cat. Village chief, let us visit the homes of the other deceased. Only Brady is so resolute. He wishes to gather some funds to send Jim to the school in Edsburg. Thus, the subsequent visits unfolded without any unforeseen incidents. The remaining 3 young victims possessed uncomplicated relationships, and even though there were minor skirmishes with the villagers, the notion of murder seemed entirely distant. The monster hunter did not even employ the Yaxi seal. Roy also harbored a strong conviction that the perpetrator was not human. Now, let us proceed to the most recent crime scene. Chapter 37. The beast that drives. The location of Brady's demise lay a mere 2 miles from Spansol. The trio traversed the village's narrow paths for half an hour, eventually catching sight of a lush and thriving pine forest. Most of the trees had withstood the test of centuries, towering over 40 feet. Gazing upward, the expansive, dense, umbrella-like canopies intertwined, creating a verdant shelter that obscured the sunlight. The ground beneath was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen branches and leaves, and the air was thick with the scent of fermenting soil and plant debris. Occasionally, a small creature would peek out from the woods, only to retreat in fright deeper into the forest. Gentlemen, just ahead lies the scene of the crime, with remnants of dried blood still visible. I trust you will recognize it at a glance. I shall await you here and will not accompany you further. According to Chief Casselai, places where death has occurred are deemed inauspicious and can bring misfortune. He had visited the site once before and was reluctant to approach it again. The 2 did not press him further. At a significant distance, on the edge of the forest, amidst a meticulously arranged row of pine trees, several notably elongated branches bent inward, forming a pointed tower that exceeded a person's height. Beneath them, the ground, blanketed in fallen leaves, had been stained a rich reddish brown, while scattered fragments of flesh and bone lay beneath a swarm of buzzing flies. Fortunately, the absence of rain over the past 3 days had preserved the traces of the crime scene. As 2 individuals approached the site, they discerned the chaotic scattering of human footprints, presumably left by villagers. Moreover, a faint, acrid odor lingered in the nearby air. Venturing further into the serene woods, a sudden, gentle hum of buzzing interrupted the silence, startling Roy, who instinctively recoiled, arching his back like a frightened cat, and took a few steps back behind the monster hunter. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic retreat. With a towering figure ahead, it was prudent for his smaller frame to refrain from recklessness. Stay calm, little one, reassured Resso, as he gently stroked the serpent pendant on his chest, silencing its vibrations. The magical fluctuations were too subtle. This was not an impending attack by a creature, but merely a resonance of lingering energy at the scene. He closed his eyes to attune to the remnants, and despite the passage of 3 days, he could still perceive faint elemental waves. Was the perpetrator indeed not an ordinary human? Roy crouched down, extending his palm to touch the point where the tower of branches met the ground, blowing away the dirt from his fingers. This assemblage of twigs was not a product of nature nor a mere human construction, but rather the result of supernatural sorcery. I can vividly envision the scene, an unsuspecting Brady, suddenly pierced by the branches that erupted from the ground, suspended in midair, his body disemboweled. Is this indeed the initial site of Brady's demise? I cannot fathom anyone going to such lengths to employ destructive magic on a lifeless corpse. As for the monster hunter, Roy had no doubts. After taking a thorough tour of the crime scene, he made an astonishing discovery. Unusual scratches adorned the pine tree. After observing, the hunter pondered for a moment and cast a look of approval towards him. These were marks left by vines. The perpetrator had employed the vines to ensnare Brady, hoisting him off the ground before delivering a fatal blow with magic. In a nearby thicket, the 2 indeed found a severed vine, controlling the vine with earthspike spells. A shadow of a certain creature flickered in Roy's mind, leading him to a tentative conclusion. At that moment, the hunter crouched down, unperturbed by the filth, to examine a foul-smelling object closely. Roy's nose twitched slightly, registering the stench of decaying flesh and the excrement of birds and beasts. More specifically, it contained droppings from birds and wolves, along with desiccated urine. However, the quantity was quite abnormal. The mottled ground, aside from the crimson hue of blood, was strewn with clumps of sticky, shriveled feces. Lesso continued his analysis, and Roy pondered the implications. Were those wild beasts deliberately leaving such filth behind? The monster hunter nodded, affirming that it was highly likely they were utilizing animal droppings to obscure and obliterate the evidence left by the culprit. Moreover, they have achieved their objectives. The footprints and scent of the killer have been thoroughly obscured. The monster hunter rubbed his nose, lamenting that he could barely discern the trail. Roy's expression reflected a dawning realization, suggesting that the murderer had the ability to manipulate wildlife. He promptly recapitulated the information he had gathered. The individual could control vines, employ thorn-based spells, command wild animals, and resided within the mountainous woods. A tall, monstrous figure began to crystallize in his mind. If the perpetrator were indeed such a being, the commission from Spansol would undoubtedly be perilous. Yet, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. Hunting the creature within its lair would pose an immensely formidable challenge. Alone, given his current frailty, he would surely flee at the first sign of danger. However, with the formidable presence of Resso by his side, anything became conceivable. Roy exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that all these arrangements were directed against a specific group, the monster hunters. The hunter nodded solemnly, stating that the creature had recently migrated to the nearby woods, committing for heinous acts, and was evidently aware that its actions would attract professionals. This was a rather cunning, experienced adversary, a powerful old beast. The weight of the final words underscored his palpable trepidation. Upon hearing this, Roy's breath quickened slightly. Thus far, the most formidable foe he had faced remained the Tomb Witch. If a Tomb Witch could be vanquished by the combined efforts of monster hunters and yet yield a mere 100 experience points, then the monstrous entity before them, which instilled such fear in the hunters, would undoubtedly offer even greater rewards and experience. Currently, at LV3, 1500, if given the opportunity. He certainly does not wish to miss it. Why are you so excited, little one? Shouldn't you be afraid? The target is evidently a creature far beyond your capabilities. Resso wiped the filth from his palms and stood up, apologizing. So sorry, you were just excited for nothing. I do not intend to accept this commission. Roy sighed inwardly. He had sensed this outcome. A person as cautious as Resso would likely refrain from taking on this task. But how to explain this to the people of Spansol? He could envision the disappointed faces of those women and children, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Explain what? Remember, we have neither accepted remuneration nor made any promises. We owe them nothing. Are you suggesting that out of pity for them, you should risk your life against that monstrosity? The Witcher coldly retorted, when you are so weak, you have no right to feel sympathy for others. Roy's lips moved, taken aback by the sharp tongue of this bald giant, yet he refrained from retorting. When one is weak, it is prudent to focus on steady development. Making empty threats serves no purpose. The Witcher's keen gaze shifted forward, where, upon several odd branches, a black raven had appeared unbeknownst to them. It perched upon the limb, spreading its wings, with a beak like a hook, its dark, gleaming eyes glinting with a hint of anthropomorphic cruelty and cunning. The duo's gaze seemed to startle it, and a flash of red light flickered in the raven's eyes before it suddenly took flight into the forest. Resso murmured to himself, as his loyal servant hurried to notify his master. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, causing the raven to tremble violently before plummeting to the ground like a severed kite, devoid of life. Little demon, who permitted you to shoot it? Apologies. It seems I misconstrued your intent. Roy shrugged, expressing his resignation. Shall I amend my actions next time? Chapter 38. The dwarven outpost. After the two had thoroughly inspected the scene, they proceeded to bid farewell to Casselai, the village chief of Spansol, whose face was flushed with anxiety. After much anticipation for the arrival of the monster hunters, the thought of their departure left the village's future in jeopardy. Master Resso, did we not agree beforehand? If you find yourself in a predicament, I am willing to increase the offer. The monster hunter crossed his arms and retorted bluntly. Think it over carefully. I distinctly stated that a decision would be made after the on-site investigation. Now, I have decided to decline this commission. It is not merely a matter of price. No amount of money can be spent if one is not alive. The pursuit of monsters is inherently a business, governed by fundamental principles of trade. You have the right to propose a commission, and we possess the right to refuse it. Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Tina and Jim, along with that widow, the young victim's family, how pitiful they are. Casselai implored with a furrowed brow. Could you not lend them a hand and apprehend the murderer? Regrettably, he could discern not a trace of compassion upon the cold visage of the monster hunter, leading his pleas to dissipate entirely, replaced by a flicker of resentment in his eyes. His demeanor swiftly transformed into one of extreme hostility. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, monster hunters were creatures of a frigid nature, devoid of human emotions. Begone, do not return to Spansol, for you are not welcome here." Resso remained unfazed by his scorn. Previously, in the village of K, once the villagers had liberated themselves from the threat of the tomb witch, they promptly engaged in gossip. And now, facing this individual, was it truly necessary to resort to such blatant hostility over mere dissatisfaction? The harshness of his words was quite unbecoming. Had he been a more volatile cat-like monster hunter, he might have unleashed a massacre upon these common folk. Roy shook his head, the last vestiges of sympathy and regret vanishing from his heart. He began to comprehend why most monster hunters wore such impassive expressions. Frequent encounters with such circumstances had rendered them numb. The two disregarded the village chief's furious glare and turned to ascend the mountain path toward Mahakam. "Resso, if I were as formidable as you, would you still decline this commission? Do not dwell on it, young one. You shall have your chance to battle it in due time. For now, focus on preparing for the trial of the grass," the monster hunter advised. "By the way, you just dispatched that fellow's messenger, so pray that he does not seek retribution." However, upon leaving Spansol, they encountered no attacks along the way. Soon after, they officially embarked upon the narrow mountain trail leading deep into Mahakam, flanked by towering cliffs that seemed to stretch endlessly. The path was paved with stone slabs. And after walking for about an hour, their surroundings suddenly opened up, and faint voices could be discerned in the distance. Before their eyes stood 2 rows of colossal roadblocks crafted from pointed timber, obstructing the path leading into the heart of the forest. Behind these barriers, a dwarf clad in gleaming chainmail and shouldering a hefty black hammer engaged in conversation with 2 fully armed companions. Meanwhile, another dwarven crossbowman vigilantly scanned the surroundings from atop a lofty wooden watchtower, his crossbow far more formidable and weighty than the one Gabriel had concealed in his possession. The disparity between the two was akin to that of a mere model and a tangible reality. Roy felt a surge of emotion, his mouth opening to speak. When the sentry dwarf caught sight of them, "Outsiders, Mahakam is no place for you. Leave at once." As he spoke, the crossbowman atop the tower stealthily took aim at them, rousing the lethargic hammer-wielding dwarf, who grimaced and swung his weapon to his side. Mahakam does not welcome strangers. If you wish to reach Eldon, take the long route through Livonia and up to Sodden. The dwarf who spoke brandished a hammer longer than his own stature, its head larger than his head, rendering his squat figure almost comical. Yet, the hammer's formidable inertia could easily shatter human bones, reducing bodies to mere pulp. Was this what Seville referred to as travel troubles? They were outright barred from passage. A chill ran down Roy's spine. If they were indeed compelled to take the route through Livonia as the dwarf suggested, their journey would at least double in length. The Witcher behind him cast a knowing glance, seemingly delegating the task of negotiation to him. It appeared the Witcher understood that his fearsome appearance and demeanor were ill-suited for diplomacy. Roy had prepared himself mentally and stepped forward, attempting to speak as calmly as possible. "Brothers of the dwarves, who among you is truly a sibling?" However, the guard with a lisp interrupted him, spewing saliva as he shouted, "Step back." He then lunged forward, his chestnut braids swinging violently, releasing a foul mixture of alcohol and sweat that wafted through the air. Roy instinctively took a step back. "We are not enemies, brave warrior. I have Sev." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden jolt coursed through his eyelids, a sharp instinct warning him of impending danger. Yet, his body failed to respond in time, rendering him motionless. In the next moment, a glinting arrow struck the stone slab beside his feet, ricocheting off the rock wall, its intent unmistakably threatening. Roy's muscles involuntarily tensed, causing him to retreat another step. The Witcher beside him acted with remarkable swiftness, his right hand deftly tracing an inverted triangle in the air, conjuring a swirling shield of pale yellow light that enveloped him entirely. With the Quin's sign activated, the Witcher felt emboldened. He unsheathed his gleaming steel sword from his back, gripping the hilt with both hands, positioning the blade threateningly towards the dwarf's throat, his stance reminiscent of a bull displaying its formidable horns. The atmosphere became palpably tense, the air thick with suppressed breaths from the onlookers. "What a pile of foul and unyielding stones!" Roy exclaimed, spreading his arms in a gesture of retreat. "Rice, let's not be hasty. We should step back for a moment." He had witnessed the merciless side of this butcher, capable of tolerating threats from unarmed civilians, yet ready to unleash fury upon those who dared to brandish weapons in his presence. Their attitude was appallingly atrocious, yet was it necessary to annihilate them? Moreover, this is the domain of the dwarves. Slaying them would only forge an irreparable enmity, jeopardizing our passage through Mahakam. The Witcher pondered for a moment, his amber eyes brimming with lethal intent as they scanned each dwarf. Suddenly, he thrust his steel sword downward, and the onlookers were momentarily blinded as the elongated blade effortlessly pierced the cobblestone ground as though it were mere tofu. This left the four dwarves astounded. Quickly retreat. The stout dwarf involuntarily set down his heavy hammer, uttering weakly. He then turned to his motionless companions. Several exchanged glances, their earlier bravado deflating like a punctured balloon. Seizing the opportunity, Roy swiftly produced an envelope, proclaiming, "We are friends of Lord Seville Hawk. This letter is pinned in his own hand. Please peruse it." Upon hearing these words, the dwarves behind the barricade exhaled deeply, as if granted clemency. The wooden-faced witcher had instilled immense psychological pressure upon them. "You there, bald head. Stop. Don't move." Moments later, the stout dwarf extended a finger, as thick as a carrot, to accept the envelope, staring at it with his bulging eyes for a while. Then, with a swift slap to his own head, he turned away, snorting in indignation. "Fool, can you read? Apologies to you both for the embarrassment." Although dwarves are a commendable race, they sometimes produce a few dim-witted individuals. Unbeknownst to them, a dwarf crossbowman had descended from the watchtower, disregarding the stout dwarf's furious glare, and snatched the envelope to begin reading. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. It was Regan and the three brothers who acted rashly. "Please forgive our impetuosity." As he spoke, it appeared that he had completely cast aside any previous animosity, bowing deeply before the two men without regard for his dignity. The other dwarves, flustered, also hurriedly offered their apologies. "Not at all. I have long been aware of your forthright temperaments. However, it is your steadfast dedication and noble character that truly astound me," Roy complimented, and as the dwarves exchanged glances of faint pride, he reached into his garment and produced a corked bottle with a resounding pop. A rich, aromatic wine materialized before the dwarves, instantly causing them to lean forward like cats catching a whiff of fish, their mouths watering profusely. "Where did you procure such a small bottle?" stammered one dwarf, bewildered and wide-eyed as he tugged at his beard. "Your inquiry is of little consequence. This exquisite wine was a gift from Lord Seville for our journey, a 50-year-old Mahakam spirit that rivals even the finest dwarven brews," Roy replied, glancing at his companion, the Witcher, who stood with arms crossed, seemingly entertained, yet made no attempt to intervene. "Nevertheless, I wish to share it with you all, as a gesture of friendship. What say you?" "Well, a friend of Lord Seville is indeed a friend to all of us Mahakam dwarves, and sharing fine wine with friends is only natural. Alas, we are bound by duty and cannot indulge in a hearty toast at this moment." The dwarf named Regan Dahlberg declined, burdened by his crossbow. Roy shook the bottle vigorously, allowing the aroma of the liquor to permeate the air, while his gaze scrutinized the four dwarves from head to toe. Having heard that dwarves are connoisseurs of spirits, he surmised that these four, with their remarkable demeanor, must possess a matching capacity for drinking. A mere small bottle of Mahakam spirits would hardly suffice to quench their thirst, let alone impede their daily endeavors. Indeed, the stout dwarf with a thick tongue nodded vigorously in agreement, his approval unmistakable, while the two others, wielding hefty axes, appeared similarly intrigued. However, the crossbowman remained indecisive. After a brief interlude of half an hour, the guards paid the price for their overconfidence. The four bearded dwarves, overwhelmed by the enhanced Mahakam spirits, collapsed behind the barricade, succumbing to a deep slumber. Under the meticulous arrangement of the Witcher apprentice, they were paired and positioned in intimate embraces, mouths facing each other. Roy, enamored with a small ring he had pilfered from the crossbowman, examined a finely crafted crossbow, its body in string fashioned from exquisite materials, feeling its weighty presence in his hands. Inscribed upon the bow was a clear dedication, "To my dear brother, Regan Dahlberg." A smile illuminated Roy's face. He had long sought to replace Gabriel, and now his wish had come to fruition. This was undoubtedly in accordance with the principles of fair trade upheld by Witchers. Wouldn't you agree, Letho? Roy suddenly felt that the earlier frustration, scorned by the village elder of Spykrug, had dissipated entirely. The path of a monster hunter is fraught with challenges, and one must occasionally seek out moments of levity. Letho shook his head, continuing his ascent along the mountain path. Chapter 39, Carbon Mountain Mahakam, the ancestral home of the dwarves. Carbon Mountain is a miraculous fortress nestled within a deep valley. Sunlight illuminates its dome, while clouds and snow gently caress its windows. Steel and flame forge its formidable walls, and the air is suffused with the aroma of mead and pine resin. Why such misfortune? The beastmaster they awaited did not arrive. Instead, a fully armed contingent of dwarven guards appeared. Roy and Rice, having departed from the dwarven outpost, found their progress thwarted by the ever-present dwarves. Awaiting them this time were throngs of dwarven crossbowmen, their overwhelming numbers rendering resistance futile. Moreover, Civilhog's letter proved ineffective, or perhaps it was counterproductive. With a sigh, Roy was compelled to follow the dwarves deeper into the unknown mountain woods for over 2 hours. As they journeyed, the temperature plummeted, frost and snow enveloping the branches of trees, while the pines donned a silvery cloak. Esteemed Witcher Masters, allow me to present to you the capital of Mahakam, the fortress of the dwarves, a sanctuary of an ancient race, Carbon Mountain. Standing before this grand and imposing edifice, Roy was struck with awe, unable to shake the profound impact it had on him. Deeply embedded within the valley's rocky walls, Carbon Mountain comprises a central bastion shaped like a cauldron, 16 smaller fortresses, and countless towers. The exterior walls are a striking gray-white, and in addition to the concrete core, the fortress is sheathed in a layer of jet-black steel over 100 feet high, exuding an aura of ruggedness and indestructibility. From a distance, it resembles a beast lying in wait within the shadows, ready to awaken and shake the very earth. In Roy's memory, there was no fortress belonging to the dwarves, yet it undeniably existed. As he gazed upon the scene, he noticed through the crevices of the stronghold, the surrounding cliffs were artificially carved into countless dwelling-like caves, with innumerable dwarves bustling in and out of these entrances. They resembled a well-organized colony of worker ants, tirelessly supplying nourishment and provisions to Carbon Mountain. To witness such a sight made the journey worthwhile. Civilhog, we shall momentarily overlook your previous transgressions against us. That letter serves as both a passport and a letter of introduction. The two managed to evade the initial wave of several befuddled guards. Yet they could not escape the multitude of dwarves scattered throughout Mahakam. Due to the enthusiastic praise in the merchant's correspondence, they were warmly invited to tour Carbon Mountain and, in turn, address the dwarves' concerns. A flicker of intrigue crossed the face of the Witcher, as it was evident that in his extensive life, he had seldom encountered such magnificent architecture. Behind the Witcher, dozens of dwarves still aimed their crossbows at him. Although the Witcher was highly skilled, facing an innumerable array of crossbows would inevitably turn him into a pincushion. Moreover, on either side of the grand entrance to Carbon Mountain stood several imposing siege engines. Not merely for show. Gentlemen, we hope you can forgive our rather crude offense, spoke a young dwarf, Kelvin Hogg, the nephew of the ruling elder, Brovar Hogg, and the commander of over 30 dwarven crossbowmen responsible for maintaining order in part of the Carbon Mountain mines. His slate-gray armor was slightly dusted with snow, yet it paled in comparison to his naturally frosty hair, which rendered him appearing significantly older than his actual years. His visage bore a resolute firmness, his speech infused with a rare sense of superiority among dwarves, tinged with a hint of arrogance. The beard cascading to his chest was not braided like those of most dwarves, but rather secured at the end with a silver-gray ribbon, imparting to him an air of carefree defiance, or perhaps a rebellious spirit. Roy keenly perceived that Kelvin's first glance at him conveyed an unmistakable hostility, whether directed at the human race as a whole or solely towards him personally. Please, follow me, he beckoned. Inside the fortress, through a door adorned with sharp steel spikes, a wave of scorching wind greeted him. Roy felt as if he had abruptly transitioned from a frigid winter landscape to the sweltering embrace of summer, beads of sweat instantly emerging from his pores. His pupils constricted amidst the cacophony of countless metallic strikes. Hundreds of bare-chested dwarves donned in tattered blacksmith aprons occupied both sides of the grand hall. Their heavily furred arms swung hammers with fervent determination, delivering resounding blows upon various metal forms laid upon the anvil. As light and shadow danced, the figures of sweating dwarven blacksmiths were cast upon the towering walls, momentarily resembling a legion of black giants wielding their arms in labor. After a few steps, Roy's attention was swiftly captivated by a scene beside him. Within a roaring furnace, molten steel surged and flowed fiercely. A sword blank, 4 feet in length and glowing red-hot, lay quietly within. The stern-faced dwarven blacksmith gradually extracted the sword blank from the furnace, inch by inch. As it emerged, a series of sizzles erupted, accompanied by a billowing cloud of white smoke, the air itself lamenting under its intense heat. As the crimson blade blank fully revealed itself, its surface, bearing the faint traces of countless forges, displayed layers of overlapping patterns, albeit with a hint of primal roughness in contrast to the finished product. The blacksmith, with tongs in hand, drew the blade blank closer, murmuring to it softly, akin to sweet nothings exchanged between lovers. Moments later, one hand secured the blade blank onto the anvil, while the other grasped the forging hammer, inhaling deeply. With a resounding clang, the hammer was raised high before it came crashing down, sending a shower of radiant sparks cascading onto the blacksmith's sweat-drenched form. In an instant, he appeared clad in a fiery red mantle, resembling a deity amidst flames. As the smoke dissipated, the dwarves resumed their rhythmic cycle of smelting and forging. Their motions, though monotonous, were imbued with an indescribable cadence, as the lifeless weapons seemed to be infused with vitality, emanating a peculiar brilliance. I can empathize with your sentiments. As a dwarf myself, I too found myself entranced upon my first glimpse of this scene. The furnace hall stands as a testament to dwarf pride. A confluence of Mahakam's finest smiths, producing the most exquisite weapons in the entirety of the North. The blacksmiths rotated their shifts with iron or continuously transported from nearby mines, and the flames of the furnace blazed incessantly. Weapons crafted here were dispatched across the land, be it Aedirn, Temeria, Kedwin, or Redania. The dwarves of Mahakam neither favored nor oppressed any race or faction. Kelvin proclaimed with a hint of pride, as the dwarven crossbowmen stood tall and dignified. Roy was truly taken aback, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the blacksmiths laboring day and night. How many weapons could they produce each day? How many elite soldiers could they arm? If the dwarves possessed a sufficient population base, the entire northern realm might well have fallen into their grasp. Below the forge hall lay the wine cellar of Carbon Mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that if all the barrels in the cellar were to burst, the flowing fine wine would converge into an underground river. However, the hour was growing late, and Elder Broval awaited the two, thus postponing their tour of the cellar. He gestured forward. At the end of the forge hall, spiraled staircases ascended on either side, while a grand entrance had been hewn into the mountain wall directly ahead. After dismissing the cohort of crossbowmen with a wave, Kelvin pushed open the gilded doors and relieved the two of their weapons. Intricately patterned marble columns flanked the palace, and a vibrant crimson carpet stretched across the central floor, extending to the far end. Upon the four-tiered steps stood a dwarf adorned with a golden crown, casting his gaze upon the newcomers. Chapter 40. The Elder's bargain. Behind the throne forged of black iron loomed a colossal statue of blue stone, level with the ceiling. Upon the throne sat the golden-crowned, white-haired dwarf, his right elbow resting on the gilded edge, palm cradling his chin. Clad in a resplendent crimson satin robe that clung to his robust frame, his snow-white eyebrows knitted together in a frown, and his weathered visage emanated an aura of authority even in repose. As his gaze swept, a trace of anxiety and fatigue flickered in his profound eyes. Flanking him on either side stood two attendants draped in white robes, who, upon noticing the arrivals, whispered a greeting to him. The Grand Elder. I have brought the person you requested. Kelvin bowed before the man. This is Resso, the demon hunter of the Viper clan, and his apprentice, Roy. It is rare for my dear nephew, Seville, to hold you in such high regard. Surely, you possess genuine skill and will not disappoint me. The Grand Elder's physique was as robust as a lion's, yet it could not conceal the weariness that enveloped him, for he was indeed advanced in age. Even among the long-lived dwarfs. Broval Hog age, 198 years. Gender, male. Health points, 120, with racial trait toughness 20. Title, Grand Elder of the Carbon Mountain. His position is recognized by the vast majority of dwarves, as he oversees all affairs of Mahakam. Attributes, strength, 10, robust 1, agility, 6, short and stout -1, constitution, 10, robust 1, perception, 7, willpower, 8, spirit, 6, charisma, 6, short and stout -1, skills. Any equipment he customizes is worthy of being passed down as heirlooms among knights, soldiers, mercenaries, and other combat elites. He can forge ancient artifacts as long as he is provided with blueprints and materials. Two-handed weapon mastery, LV10. Years of training and bloodshed have enabled him to master two-handed weapons such as great axes, polearms, halberds, and heavy hammers. When attacking with two-handed weapons, his destructive power receives a 50% enhancement. Toughness. Passive trait. Dwarves possess a long lifespan and robust vitality, granting adult dwarves an additional 20 health points compared to humans. Strength. Passive solidification. Dwarves possess a remarkable proficiency in wielding dual-handed weapons, complemented by their robust physicality. Adult dwarves inherently exhibit one additional point of strength and constitution compared to humans. Stoutness. Passive solidification, their short stature and pot-bellied appearance render dwarves somewhat sluggish in movement relative to ordinary humans. And their physical characteristics often fail to attract admiration from other races, sometimes even inciting disdain. Agility -1, Charisma -1. Crisis Awareness LV5. Years of life and death experiences and extensive combat knowledge have endowed him with an exceptionally keen sense of impending danger. The attributes of this elder dwarf are significantly higher than those of an average individual, yet this is hardly surprising to Roy, who has been through numerous trials. The ancient forging skills, however, caught his attention. Resso has long been in search of a suitable silver sword, and perhaps it will soon come into the possession of this esteemed elder. The monster hunter cast a glance at Kelvin, who remained kneeling on one knee, and spoke with a tone of respectful assertiveness. Elder Broval, we have come to pay our respects as you requested. However, with all due respect, given your esteemed reputation and influence in Mahakam, a mere word from you would suffice for both Roy and me to comply willingly. There is no need to escort us like common criminals. Kelvin, what have I previously instructed you? The calm inquiry caused the once haughty white-haired dwarf to lower his head in silence, seemingly acquiescing to the hunter's rebuke. Enough. I understand your aversion to dealings with humans. But allowing personal sentiments to interfere with official matters is a grave misstep. Now, you shall apologize to our distinguished guests at once. The white-haired Kelvin took a deep breath, clenched his fists in reluctant submission, and bowed to the two individuals before him. It is entirely my fault for indulging my nephew too much. However, he is still under 60, which, in human terms, is merely the cusp of adulthood. I hope you can find it in your hearts to understand. While he spoke words of reproach, his tone was imbued with unmistakable affection. Roy's gaze flitted between the two, noting the striking resemblance between Elder Broval and his nephew Kelvin. Both had hair and beard as white as snow, their features remarkably alike, especially the proud gleam in their eyes, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. Resso then seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Esteemed Elder, let us address the matter at hand. You summoned us in haste to Carbon Mountain. What pressing issue warrants such urgency? You must understand that demon hunters excel in dealing with malevolent creatures. Your domain of Carbon Mountain is heavily fortified. Not even a fly could penetrate its defenses, which hardly suggests an infestation of dark beings. You are mistaken, demon hunter, Broval replied solemnly. While you are indeed safe within the confines of your fortress, outside, in the mountain mines, workers have been dying consistently over the past few months. I have summoned you in the hopes of apprehending the culprit, regardless of their fate. The two men exchanged glances, both taken aback. Was this not a matter entrusted to them by the villagers of Spansol? Truly, one may evade the misfortune of the new year. Yet the inevitable arrival of the winter solstice cannot be escaped. Roy still harbored questions. Why would a dignified dwarf elder go to such lengths to personally summon demon hunters for the sake of a mere handful of humans? A disparate tribe residing below the mountains? Broval discerned their confusion. A flicker of anger crossed his aged, sagging cheeks as he provided an answer. The audacious murderer had not only slain human miners, but had also extended his malevolent grasp toward my kin. This was undoubtedly a provocation against me and against all Mahakam dwarves. The murderer must perish. Thus, Roy came to a sudden realization. It seemed the villagers at the foot of the mountain were unaware of the truth. In fact, it was not merely 4 human miners who had perished, but also the esteemed figure referred to as the Lord in the Mountains had met a grim fate. Monster Hunter Lesh, if you can apprehend the killer for the people of Carbon Mountain, I shall bestow upon you a grand reward. And what if I fail to capture him? Roy bared his teeth, and the monster hunter's countenance turned ashen. Broval abruptly rose from his throne, steadying himself on the armrest, and proclaimed, "Let me be precise. As the saying goes, a sword is gifted to a hero. I have forged an abundance of weapons with my own hands, many of which remain without owners. Should you capture the murderer, I shall promptly present to you one of my rarest swords, ensuring that the esteemed name of the Serpent Guild's master hunter is upheld." Lesh's expression brightened. Any adept swordsman had undoubtedly heard of the legendary weapons of Mahakam. Crafted by the Grand Elder himself, they were assuredly masterpieces of unparalleled quality. To acquire even one of these would be a tremendous advantage in future battles. Grand Elder, though I am but an apprentice, my synergy with Lesh is exceptional, and I am certain I can contribute significantly. Upon hearing of this reward, Roy felt his resolve waver, yet the others did not seem to share his enthusiasm. You? Brewer shook his head, his expression laden with significance. My young brother, it would be wise for you to remain in Carbon Mountain, where fine wine and roasted meat abound. Roy sighed inwardly. It was not only the Witchers who deemed him weak, but the dwarves looked down upon him as well. Yet, he believed he had some utility. Although he could not engage in close combat like the witchers or monsters, he could at least assist by tossing alchemical bombs and loosing cold arrows. He turned to the hesitant witcher and winked, but received no acknowledgement in return. Browar, the elder, has entrusted me with this task. This little one shall remain in Carbon Mountain. I implore you all to look after him diligently. Browar nodded and addressed the white-haired dwarf, Kelvin. I hereby command you to follow Master Reso's directives from this day forth, and to assist him wholeheartedly in tracking down the culprit. Any negligence will not be tolerated. Understood. Chapter 41. Special Mission. Kelvin accepted the order and led the two away from the resplendent palace towards another level of guest quarters. Reso, are you planning to leave me once again as a mere bystander? Roy attempted to persuade the witcher. Do you not realize that battling such monsters presents a rare opportunity for invaluable experience? Even if I lack the ability to participate directly, observing from the sidelines would enrich my knowledge. Trust me, I will not be a burden. Previously, they had declined a commission in Spanzer, yet they ultimately could not escape. Do you not see this as a sign of fate? Noticing the witcher's indifference, he invoked the notion of destiny, knowing it appealed to him. Fate beckons us to embrace this challenge together. Do not harbor any illusions. The witcher deliberately raised his voice, advising you to remain in Carbon Mountain, treating it as a leisurely excursion. Strolling around the vicinity is quite enjoyable. Not everyone has the opportunity to witness this wondrous fortress. You have been diligently honing your crossbow skills, and the dwarven archers of Carbon Mountain are experts in this domain. It would be wise to seek their guidance. If you find yourself utterly bored, you might peruse the notes I left for you. Seeing the witcher's resolute demeanor, Roy ceased his insistence. However, the witcher made a valid point. He was indeed eager to engage with the dwarven archers. After all, having recently acquired a brand new crossbow, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of anticipation. The two followed Kelvin as he ascended the spiral staircase at the end of the forge hall. Arriving at the second floor, Kelvin seemed to have undergone a transformation. Ever since the reprimand from Elder Brawlver, he had become quite obedient, like a diligent servant, leading them into the upper chambers of Brawlver Hog's palace, which was similarly carved into the hollowed mountain. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the second floor, they were greeted by the glow of oilcloth torches illuminating the orderly rows of display rooms and storerooms on either side. Looking up, Roy noticed a series of iron doors with rectangular observation holes at the far end of the corridor. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind accompanied by a chilling draft emanating from the observation holes, causing him to shiver. Could it be that the mountain had windows for ventilation? As he approached the iron door, he could not resist peering inside, only to be taken aback by what he saw. Were the dwarves of this mountain truly so playful? The room behind that iron door was merely the size of an ordinary bedroom, utterly devoid of furnishings. Strangely, the back of the room lacked a wall, leaving it completely exposed to the elements. The howling cold wind, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, invaded the space, coating the ceiling, side walls, and floor with a delicate layer of crystalline frost. Is this what they refer to as a semi-open snowview room? The occupant need only take a few steps forward to behold the majestic vistas of Carbon Mountain up close, immersing themselves in the raw allure of the icy wilderness. Through the barren walls, one could admire the countless pines, adorned in silvery white, dotting the expansive snowy landscape, while the setting sun hung precariously on the horizon. Of course, this experience was contingent upon the occupant's resilience against the biting cold, for the room offered neither blankets nor a hearth. Only a select few, akin to dwarves with their dense fur and robust physique, could truly relish such an experience. A few more steps forward, and one would bid farewell to this world. What do you think, little one? A mere mistake in Mahakam could grant you a week's experience here. Should I assist you in arranging this? Kelvin had unexpectedly sidled up beside him, speaking in a sly tone. Roy suddenly turned, narrowing his eyes as he looked down upon the dwarf's head resting on his chest. Lord Kelvin, are you referring to me? The dwarf's expression shifted, but recalling the elder's admonition, he merely grunted. As the three of them navigated several twists in the corridor, arriving at the guest room deep within, the dwarf tossed down 2 keys, stating that a servant would deliver meals in the evening. Lights out after 10. Stay put in your room and do not wander aimlessly. Should you inadvertently trespass into forbidden territory, even the elder cannot save you. Furthermore, Master Rezer, I shall come to summon you in the morning. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Roy stretched languidly. Overwhelmed by the multitude of events that had unfolded that day, his eyes struggled to keep pace, and his mind yearned for respite. The monster hunter gestured for silence, stealthily approaching the observation hole to monitor the activity outside, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of any presence before beckoning with a finger. Do you understand why I opted to keep you out of this? I feared you would hinder my progress. Indeed, that is the primary reason. Master Hunter, speak plainly. Roy inhaled deeply. I noticed you deliberately raised your voice on the way here, attempting to mislead Kelvin Hogg. Well done. The frigid air of Carbon Mountain has not dulled your wits. I have indeed kept you here for a specific task. Oh, Roy straightened, realizing that though might often prevails in this world, intellect must occasionally take the helm. As he spoke, his fingers traced a peculiar symbol on the ground, intertwining a spider's web with antlers. Remember this mark. Any dwarf bearing such an emblem on their arm, thigh, or any other part of their body must be reported to me immediately. Do not allow them to notice. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. In the dead of winter, everyone is bundled up like bears. How am I to inspect their bodies? What if the mark is hidden beneath a bushy beard? I cannot simply tug down their trousers. That will necessitate a more ingenious approach on your part. The hunter's broad hand clapped firmly on his shoulder. You have performed admirably at the Kader house. Continue to leverage your strengths. Roy sat down on the bed, his eyes darting as a sudden idea formed in his mind. With the combination of observational skills and keen eyesight, he might just be able to catch the mark's parasite. He needed to ensure that no one else suspected anything. The monster hunter, with a grave expression, cautioned him that if they could locate a few trustworthy dwarves, confirmed to be free of the mark's parasite, their assistance would be invaluable. I have another question, Roy hesitated to ask. What if the target is a woman? The most likely individuals to venture into the forest and encounter the deer-headed spirit would be male miners and hunters. They were your primary targets. The monster hunter paused, contemplating. If none are found, your youthful appearance is more delicate than that of dwarf children. Even if something were to arise, women tend not to hold grudges. Roy's mind conjured an image of a woman with a full beard and abundant body hair, and he shuddered, fervently wishing that the parasite was not a woman. What does the mark truly signify? He pondered, recalling that his notes contained no information on this matter. The monster hunter licked his cracked lips. You must understand that the more powerful the creature, the broader its territory. Its hunting grounds stretch from the base of Spansol to the deep valleys near Carbon Mountain. The years it has endured and the power it has amassed are surely unparalleled in my lifetime. I must prepare for the worst. It may have awakened a secret art closely tied to the mark. If we cannot identify the mark's parasite, even if I slay the culprit, it could siphon the parasite's life force and resurrect itself instantly. The marked parasite has long submitted to it, akin to a half-slave. Thus it remains oblivious to its presence. At these words, Roy's figure trembled, and an abrupt vision of a towering silhouette emerged in his mind, a skull adorned with antlers, encrusted with moss, and limbs twisted like gnarled branches. Indeed, it was the deer-headed spirit. Chapter 42. Commencing action. The deer-headed spirit, a product of the celestial convergence, dwells within the depths of ancient forests. It commands an unwavering bond with wild beasts, capable of summoning them at will, while also manipulating flora to aid its endeavors. Due to its unique appearance, it is often revered by the ignorant villagers of the mountains as a center of worship, to whom they offer sacrifices. In numerous folktales, I recall the deer-headed spirit is depicted as a benevolent figure, guiding lost travelers and rescuing victims from bandits. The knowledge Roy gleaned from the pages, however, lacked the vividness imparted by a seasoned monster hunter, prompting him to inquire as much as possible. Little one, do you truly believe in such absurd tales? In truth, the deer-headed spirit gradually siphons the vitality of the beings congregating within its territory, ultimately reducing them to mere husks. Yet, does this creature not typically refrain from attacking ordinary humans? In this world, every entity has its duality, alongside the deer-headed spirits that coexist peacefully with humanity. There are those that regard humans as mortal foes. The monster hunter spoke with caution. For the deer-headed spirits ravaging Mahakam are deserving of the title ancient. It is highly likely that they have established altars within the forest to amplify their power. Beginning tomorrow, I shall dismantle these altars one by one to diminish its strength. Roy felt a subtle concern creeping in. That entity appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Do you have confidence? Ordinary steel weapons likely have little effect on the Stag Lord, do they not? Roy's breath hitched, as though he were delivering a final testament. Should we not consider retreating from Mahakam and circumventing through Livia and Upper Sodden? Do you believe Carbon Mountain is akin to a tavern where one can come and go at will? The Witcher shook his head, without confronting the Stag Lord. Elder Brovar would never permit our departure. As evening descended, a servant brought forth the meal. Although the Carbon Mountain fortress was impressively grand, the living conditions within were inferior to those of the distant estate of Edsburg, Seville Hawk. The bedroom contained only 2 beds, a kerosene lamp, and an antiquated clock, devoid of any other furnishings. Fortunately, the place retained the characteristics of a cave dwelling, remaining warm in winter and cool in summer, thus sparing one from discomfort. Moreover, dinner was quite delightful. 2 portions of dark roasted meat, crusty bread laced with ice shards, congealed fruit, nuts, and honey mead, presenting a unique flavor. Roy divided his share of roasted meat, offering half to the Witcher. Eat a bit more. Resso, what if this is your last bite? The Witcher's chewing suddenly ceased, only to resume moments later with an air of nonchalance. The following morning, as Roy emerged from his meditation, he found the Witcher applying sword oil to a steel sword and 2 short swords, his gaze revealing an uncommon tenderness, as if beholding a beloved. The robust arms moved with a precision akin to that of a machine, their motions simple yet powerful. A gray-white cloth, stained with a yellowish-brown grease, was deftly used to wipe the gleaming blade of the sword, exuding an inexplicable tension that captivated Roy, who found himself absorbed in the entire process. Before the demon hunter lay a meticulously arranged array of tools, potions, brewing supplies, sword oil, and alchemical bombs. As per tradition, this is for you, just in case. Take good care of it, said Rizzo, handing over a small blue jar wrapped in yellow rubber bands. A surge of excitement coursed through Roy. What kind of bomb was this? Memories of the last explosive's devastating power flooded back to him. It was an anti-magic metal bomb, capable of thwarting the magical abilities of the stag-headed creature. Effective against both demon hunters and sorcerers alike. Is there anything else? Roy inquired, as the demon hunter pointed to another object and patiently elaborated. This bottle contains a translucent solution of residue oil, which inflicts additional damage on the stag-headed creature. It's the same sword oil I just applied to the blade. He gestured toward a green vial. That is demon dust. It will cause it some trouble. Shortly thereafter, Kelvin arrived to escort the demon hunter away, though he still wore a scowl directed at the 2 of them. Meanwhile, Roy was taken on a tour of the entire Carbon Mountain by another dwarf, Sanchez. In Carbon Mountain, idleness was anathema. Every dwarf had their duties. Blacksmiths and brewers were responsible for production. The hunting party managed the hunts, supervisors oversaw the mines, and others attended to the daily lives of all residents. If Carbon Mountain were a nation, then Elder Broval would be its king, while the other elders served as the kingdom's ministers. Sanchez, in turn, was one of those tasked with attending to the elders' and guests' needs, dutifully following the king's commands. He donned a soft, white robe, his beard and hair meticulously tied back, his visage impeccably groomed. His posture and demeanor set him apart from other dwarves, exuding an air of subtle elegance that surpassed the typical ruggedness associated with his kin. Roy trailed closely behind, his gaze inevitably wandering to the lower half of the figure. The beard remained lush. Surely, this dwarf eunuch could not have been subjected to the same fate as those in another realm. Yesterday, Lord Kelvin graciously showed you around the forge hall. Today, I shall escort you to the wine cellar on the lower level, where we can indulge in the exquisite wines of Carbon Mountain, Sanchez suggested. Let us not rush into the matter of fine wines just yet, Roy replied with a shrug. Could you provide me with an overview of Carbon Mountain and its inhabitants? Sanchez nodded gently, speaking in a soothing tone as they walked. The first and lower levels of the main fortress require no elaboration. The second level comprises the residences of the blacksmiths, warehouses, and the prison for the incarcerated. The third level houses the elders, while the outer fortifications accommodate the guards and overseers of the mines. And where do the ordinary miners and their families reside? Roy inquired. You must have observed them upon your arrival. They dwell in the caves on the mountainside outside the fortress, Sanchez replied. And how many residents inhabit Carbon Mountain? Roy continued. Are the brothers working in the nearby mines and the valiant hunters also living in proximity? Though Sanchez found the inquiry peculiar, he nonetheless provided an affirmative response. Roy contemplated that it would be impractical to search every dwarf. Narrowing the scope of his investigation seemed a sensible approach. Having the opportunity to venture into the forests and encounter the majestic stag closely. The dwarves marked in this way are most likely to originate from hunting parties or those laboring in nearby mines. The group that has remained within the confines of Carbon Mountain, such as the dwarf women, blacksmiths, and brewers, are rather unlikely to have such an experience. Thus, his initial search targets these individuals. Setting aside the matter of the wine cellar, the frigid climate in the valley renders me unable to acclimate. Might it be possible to first visit the bathhouse? I yearn for a hot soak to warm my body. Though Sanders found it peculiar that this young guest desired a bath so early in the morning, he refrained from inquiries. Of course, not a problem. Please, follow me. Chapter 43. A reunion at the bathhouse. Ah, how delightful. Amidst the swirling steam, Roy reclined against the marble edge of the bath, his upper body bare. Eyes closed in a state of relaxed reverie. Despite the chill of Carbon Mountain, there was no shortage of coal and timber for kindling. Nor was there a scarcity of water, allowing the bathhouse to operate throughout the night. The blacksmiths, guards, and miners of Carbon Mountain typically indulged in a hot bath after a day's labor, washing away grime and sweat, alleviating their fatigue. At this hour, around 8 or 9 in the morning, the bathhouse, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds, held only a few dwarves who had just completed their night shifts, apart from Roy. The outsider, wrapped in towels, they bore prominent bellies, robust arms, and chests adorned with dense black body hair, if one disregarded their faces. They bore a striking resemblance to gorillas. In contrast, Roy stood as an anomaly, his skin smooth, with scarcely any body hair, and his complexion significantly fairer than the typically dark-hued dwarves. This led the few dwarves bathing nearby to occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. Had he not been aware of the dwarves' inherent disposition as resolute and straightforward beings, Roy might have retreated in embarrassment. Yet, he instinctively tightened his towel and perked up his ears. 2 dwarves seated across from him pointed and whispered to one another, speculating about whether this youth was truly human. He lacks chest hair. There's no sign of a distinguished beard on his chin, and not a trace of masculine vigor. He's rather unappealing. He took a moment to smugly stroke the delicate whiskers that floated upon the water's surface. Aren't human men all like featherless chickens? Women like us would never find them attractive. However, the brothers must remain vigilant. Their desire for dwarven women's affections had never waned, and they could not allow such aspirations to flourish. Enough. Show some respect. A bunch of fools. Do you wish to visit the jail for a breath of fresh air? He is a distinguished guest of the Grand Elder. Roy's expression grew peculiar at this. As a human male with a normal aesthetic sense, how could he possibly be interested in stout, bearded dwarven women? Perhaps a female sorceress would pique his interest instead. It seemed the rumors held some truth. Dwarven males were afflicted with an inexplicable paranoia, constantly fearing that their women might be abducted by evil outsiders. This likely related to their exceedingly low birth rates. The dwarven females who could bear offspring were considered a precious resource by the ancient races of Carbon Mountain. Lost in such thoughts, Roy occasionally stole sidelong glances at the dwarves, wary of staring too intently lest he be misconstrued. The dwarves across the way possess robust posteriors, stout physiques, elephantine legs, and powerful shoulders, with a towel precariously perched upon a central rod. Although their stature is diminutive, their wealth is quite substantial. To whom, one wonders, will the stag's spirit bestow the mark? He cast a sidelong glance for several minutes, shaking his head in discomfort, continuing to observe would surely lead to blindness. I must take a respite. If admiring beauty is a pleasure, then gazing upon a group of burly dwarven men in a bathhouse is a torment to the soul. After soaking for nearly an hour, Roy felt a gust of wind rush in from the entrance, accompanied by a relentless patter of footsteps. The ensuing scene was one he could hardly bear to witness. Babinet, you foolish donkey, how have you grown even fatter? You'll soon resemble a swine. The dim-witted Bernie had the audacity to provoke the great shield of Carbon Mountain. Did he dare to challenge him to a fair duel? Bold indeed. Even if Bernie were to be foolish, only our band of brothers may insult him. What gives you the right? Seeking death, are we? With a whoosh, the towels slipped away, and the 2 robust dwarves collided, their pectorals crashing against one another, foreheads pressed together, as a rod emerged from the small aperture of a squirrel's rear. Each night, they would venture to the livestock pen, satiating their thirst upon the reindeer. What utter fools! Breathing heavily, Bernie cursed as he wiped the sweat from his brow, and upon turning his head, his pupils constricted to mere slits. The figure of the old chief appeared strikingly familiar to Roy, and as he listened to the stuttering voice, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How unfortunate it was to find himself cornered in the bathroom. Suddenly, he squeezed his eyes shut and plunged beneath the surface of the water, pressing his back against the edge of the bathtub. The footsteps behind him came to a halt, and he felt the ripples of water above him. With a splash, a robust figure entered the bath. The excitable Bernie, with his tongue flapping, eagerly pulled him out of the water, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "It's you." Surely you have mistaken me. Brother, Roy replied, attempting to deflect the attention. Bernie, flushed with excitement, stammered, struggling to find his words. All right, enough of the teasing, Bernie. Came a peculiar tone as Reg Dahlberg, the crossbowman from whom Roy had pilfered weapons, entered the bath alongside two companions. In an instant, four dwarves surrounded him tightly. Their pairs of strikingly contrasting eyes fixed on him, their nostrils flaring as they breathed heavily. Are you scared, softy? I can't be bothered with you. The four dwarfs, upon awakening, were startled to discover they had unwittingly become entangled with their companions, leading to a swift examination of their bodies. What a disgrace. They set aside their playful bickering. Roy, that's your name, isn't it? We considered you friends. Shouldn't you provide an explanation regarding yesterday's events? The young man forced a smile, diverting the conversation. The performance of the four of you was truly commendable. The ragtag group across from you was no match for your prowess. If you don't flee soon, you might very well be overwhelmed by their insults. Humph. At least you have some understanding. Little brother, do not presume that your status as a favored guest of the elder grants you the liberty to act as you please. Reagan waved his hand to quell the restless brethren. Brother Reagan, it is unfortunate that you have misplaced a precious gift, but it is not in my possession. If you doubt my word, feel free to search. Even the bedroom is open for inspection. Reagan fell silent. Old chief, I cannot swallow this indignity. Perhaps we should simply apprehend him and give him a good thrashing. Roy's lips moved thoughtfully, contemplating whether to return the weapon. Reagan's words carried a weight that stirred within him a twinge of remorse. Little brother, it seems you are resolute in your intent to purloin my beloved treasure. Reagan scooped a handful of warm water and splashed it upon his furry arm. Then let us adhere to the old customs of Carbon Mountain, shall we? The old customs of Carbon Mountain? Roy inquired. Weapons, fine wine, and the cherished delights of the Carbon Mountain folk. Whenever dialogue fails to resolve an issue, we engage in 3 contests. Reagan declared. Best 2 out of 3 shall determine the fate of the crossbow. Are you suggesting a duel? Roy's perspective shifted. These fellows bore no marks and were undoubtedly innocent. Their rapport was amicable. Guarding the bathhouse alone was inefficient. Enlisting a few allies would be most advantageous. However, a glance at the 4 slick little dwarves made him feel somewhat apprehensive. So, the item is indeed in your possession. Reagan chuckled heartily. Fear not. You shall not face 4 opponents alone. The Carbon Mountain folk disdain bullying outsiders. We shall send forth 1 contender per round, totaling 3 rounds. If you do not mind, we can commence this very moment in the warm bathhouse, which is quite suitable for a game. Smack. A delicate deck of cards was tossed onto the marble edge of the bath, and Roy smiled, his expression brimming with excitement. With the opportunity presented to him, there was no need for hesitation. I have never feared anyone in Gwent. Let them come. Reagan exchanged a glance with his dwarf brother, both wearing an odd expression. Chapter 44. Guidance, yes. Exert a bit more force. Ah, delightful. Roy reclined in the bath, while the dwarf, stuttering Bernie, kneaded his shoulder with a hand covered in coarse black hair, his rough, reddened face adorned with a serval grin. How does it feel now? Quite well, with such skill. You could open a professional massage parlor in Carbon Mountain. And what of the debt I owe? We shall discuss that later. In any case, you cannot escape it. The dwarf, his tongue lolling, wiped the virtual sweat from his brow. He swore he had never encountered a man who played Gwent so peculiarly, consistently revealing unexpected cards that left his opponents defenseless. The renowned player, Deef, who ranked in the top 10 of Carbon Mountain, was felled in 10 consecutive rounds, losing immediately in the first match. The remaining 3, unwilling to concede defeat, faced him in a few rounds, all ending in crushing losses, costing them a considerable sum. Yet Bernie, stubborn as he was, refused to yield. This single-minded, loquacious dwarf continued to battle on, stripped of even his undergarments, and accruing an additional debt of 30 crowns, equivalent to a month's wages. In the bath beside Bernie, Reagan twitched his backside, as if affronted. You must never tarnish a dwarf's reputation. Bernie would never default. Though we may possess a tempestuous temperament, we also embody virtues often lacking in humanity. Not only do we exude a formidable and robust exterior, brimming with masculinity, but the dwarves who hail from the Carbon Mountains place immense value on reputation and loyalty. Woe betide anyone who dares to renege on a bet in the realm of quint and gambling. They shall find no refuge in the Carbon Mountains thereafter. Roy nodded in acknowledgement of this esteemed principle. He had long been aware that while the Mahakam dwarves are avaricious, they remain steadfastly loyal to their friends and scrupulously uphold their promises. A quintessential figure among them is Drolton Ziva, who risks his very life to assist his comrades. Furthermore, the dwarves thrive in the business world, buoyed by their impeccable reputation. The Zianvanili, Giancardi, and Vivaldi dwarf families are luminaries in the banking sector, with branches established in nearly every major city of the north, from Vijayma to Bayakilan, and from Vangbeo to Novigrad, even extending to the Dragon Mountains and Blue Mountains. It is this understanding that led him to acquiesce to the dwarven tradition of the Carbon Mountains, where the opponents may be humans or elves, thus increasing the likelihood of default in a 1-to-4 scenario. Roy, even if you triumph in the first round, do you dare to accompany us to the shooting range for the second? What is there to fear? The time is still ample. He had long wished to witness the prowess of the dwarven crossbowmen. The group swiftly changed into their attire, but before departing, Roy called out to the stuttering brother, Bernie, "If you agree to assist me with a small task, I shall absolve you of this debt. Speak freely," the dwarf exclaimed, his face flushed and neck thickening as if invigorated. "You shall remain in the bathhouse. Should a patron arrive, send them to the shooting range to seek me. And do not miss anyone." Though the dwarf was curious about the other's intentions, he refrained from prying and readily acquiesced. The group exited the bathing house, traversed Carbon Mountain Square, and made their way to the training grounds behind the main fortress. Along the way, Roy furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual feeling emanating from behind him. A furtive glance revealed nothing amiss. Not all dwarves are adorned with beards, while the majority of men sport thick facial hair. A smaller proportion of women possess body hair that rivals their male counterparts, and some even possess delicate features, yet none escape the fate of being short and stout. Vastly differing from Roy's aesthetic preferences, Reagan, the elder, it seems, finds the income in Carbon Mountain rather modest. He had assumed that the dwarves of Mahakam were affluent, sitting atop mountains of gold, but the recent game of Gwent had revealed the contrary. "You are not mistaken," the dwarf replied nonchalantly. "Our monthly earnings are only around 50 to 60 crowns. After deducting expenses for ale and weapon maintenance, little remains." "Are houses in Carbon Mountain expensive?" he inquired, glancing at the densely clustered burrows. "How long does one have to save to afford one?" "My young friend, you may not be aware," the dwarf said with a sense of pride, "the people of Carbon Mountain do not need to purchase homes. The elders bestow housing upon all adults." Roy felt a tinge of envy. The elder of Carbon Mountain truly exerted great effort to retain the populace. Are there many dwarves who leave Carbon Mountain to seek their fortunes elsewhere? Not many, but there are always a few each year. As they conversed, they arrived at the training grounds. The expansive enclosure was surrounded by a fence and divided into several sections. At the end of the training ground stood a row of lifelike dummies, a weapons training arena adorned with racks of armaments, and a wooden fenced platform designated for close combat and sparring. Within one of the training areas, approximately 20 robust dwarf guards were engaged in their daily drills. Clad in dull gray chain mail, with an additional layer of padded armor beneath, they followed the instructor's commands with precision, wielding their weapons with meticulous care. The heavy-handed armaments moved effortlessly in their grasp. Despite their short and stout stature, their techniques displayed remarkable agility and considerable force. My own frontline combat capabilities, however, were woefully inadequate. Unless I struck an enemy in the face, I posed little threat to armored foes. Moreover, my effective range was another concern under normal circumstances. I could maintain accuracy within 100 paces, approximately 30 meters, but beyond that distance, the influence of wind direction and strength became increasingly pronounced. Before me stood Reagan, a dwarf specializing in crossbows at level 5, clearly an excellent subject for study. The shooting range was dotted with humanoid targets set at varying distances. As the four of us entered the arena, Reagan extended his furry hand, momentarily suspended in the air, as if to gauge the conditions. Roy was taken aback. Could this fellow possibly utilize the hair on his hand to assess wind direction and speed? Days devoid of wind or with merely a gentle breeze were the most suitable for firing a few arrows. "Come now, little brother. Allow me to witness your prowess in this round. Let us see if your crossbow skills rival the finesse of a demon hunter's swordplay." Reagan borrowed 2 identical crossbows, tossing one to Roy while he steadied the other in his grasp. "You may be young, and your calluses are not yet pronounced, indicating limited training time. Thus, I shall not resort to a timed competition to gain an advantage over you." Reagan stood tall and confident, exuding an unprecedented self-assurance as he began shooting at a target set 30 paces, approximately 9 meters, away, gradually increasing the distance to the right. After firing 10 arrows, the one with the fewest misses would be declared the victor. How about that? Roy hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll go first. As you wish, Reagan replied, handing him a crossbow and arrows specially crafted to the standards of dwarfs. The bow's arms featured a diameter of 4 paces, significantly larger and heavier than the Gabriel he had initially acquired. The repeated usage had soaked the pine bough, turning it a deep brown. The draw weight of the bowstring was approximately 60 pounds, making it somewhat challenging for Roy to pull back the string and knock the arrow with his strength. He opted for the nearest 30-pace target, cradling the bow with his left hand while his right index finger hovered over the trigger in a standing stance. Taking a deep breath, the bow rose slightly, and with his right eye fixed on the target, he exhaled slowly. In that brief moment of exhalation, the bow descended to a horizontal position, and he swiftly pulled the trigger. A sharp whoosh echoed through the air as the humanoid target at 30 paces trembled violently. The powerful energy of the crossbow propelling the arrow with remarkable precision into the bullseye. Reagan's gaze remained unchanged, while Roy let out a sigh of relief, shaking his slightly numb arm as he prepared for his second shot. In the presence of onlookers, he continued to strike the bullseye at 60, 90, and 120 paces. However, after a short while of continuous shooting, Roy's forearms and legs began to ache. After all, this crossbow weighed considerably more than the braille he was accustomed to training with, and he was still getting used to it. In the course of his routine, aside from the monotonous crossbow training, he seldom had the opportunity to engage in matches with others, particularly when his opponent was the exceptional marksman, Reagan. Naturally, this ignited a fervent desire to win. However, the subsequent results on the target served as a sobering jolt. At 150 feet, he estimated a score of 9, at 180 feet, 7, at 210 feet, 5, and at 240 feet, 72 meters. A mere 1. At 270 feet, he completely missed the mark. The second arrow also fell short. As the 10 arrows concluded, beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead to his chin, his expression dimmed by the string of misses. Well, your accuracy is acceptable, and your standing posture is quite standard. It is evident that you have undergone systematic training, but the duration has been too brief. I have a few suggestions. Would you be inclined to hear them? Just as he was about to seek Reagan's guidance, the latter transformed entirely upon gripping the crossbow. With a slight bend in his back and a subtle flex in his knees, his gaze turned cold and piercing. With a swift flick of his fingers, he deftly retrieved a lightweight bolt from the quiver, rapidly nocked it, raised the crossbow, and engaged the trigger in a series of movements that were both elegant and devoid of any excess. Roy noted that the time taken to knock the bolt was less than half of his own. Pay attention to the position of the crossbow. Reagan lowered his head to aim. Roy took a step back, observing the dwarf and the crossbow's stance. 3/4 of the way up, the crossbow was positioned approximately at the dwarf's midsection, just below the neck and between the collarbones. This differed slightly from his own shooting posture. The standard standing shooting stance had been adapted by the dwarf to better suit his physique. Yet, given Roy's level of skill, he was unable to make such adjustments. The dwarf's actions were swift and steady, effortlessly releasing 3 arrows that struck the bullseye. Do you possess a favorite crossbow? Indeed. Why is it not always at your side? A hint of dissatisfaction laced his tone as his right hand stealthily pulled the trigger. The target, situated 210 paces away, trembled in response. An exemplary archer understands that their crossbow must never be far from reach, accompanying them even during meals and slumber. The dwarf's dark eyes softened momentarily, reminiscent of a beloved. Yet his actions remained unperturbed. One must cultivate an intimate bond with the crossbow, comprehending every inch of its structure, to the extent that one could navigate its intricacies with eyes closed. The greater the familiarity, the swifter one can respond during combat. Reagan spoke softly, demonstrating an impressive shooting speed, releasing arrow after arrow without a discernible aiming pause, effortlessly hitting the targets 5 times at distances ranging from 240 to 300 feet, securing victory without doubt. Roy was left in awe. Although both shared a perceptual attribute of 7 points, the dwarf's mastery over the crossbow far surpassed his own. One must nurture and maintain it as tenderly as one would an arm. A durable weapon is the lifeblood of an archer, deserving utmost reverence. The dwarf retrieved a finely crafted long-necked oil bottle, meticulously applying grease to the arrow path, bow limbs, and trigger. Under normal circumstances, a Mahakam-style crossbow could serve for several years, provided that it undergoes maintenance after 100 consecutive shots, avoiding dry firing and excessive string tension, lest accumulated damage significantly diminish its lifespan. Should one neglect proper care, a crossbow's malfunction on the battlefield could exact a fatal toll. Roy wholeheartedly agreed. No wonder that after every battle, Lesso meticulously cleans and oils his weapons. I had never given it much thought. The words exchanged indeed proved beneficial. If the crossbow proficiency skill also accumulated experience, a multitude of plus signs would appear. Roy recalled the hand crossbow he had brought from Kay, which had never been maintained. He promptly requested a bottle of maintenance oil from his companion. Now we are even. Reagan chuckled heartily, shaking off the gloom from the brutal Gwent match. I can hardly wait to see who can outdrink whom. Did the elder promise you an endless supply of food and drink? Roy nodded, amused to discover that the fellow had been scheming for free libations all along. Duru and Div, their eyes gleaming with desire, approached, as the fine wine was their Achilles heel. How about we hold the third match tomorrow morning? This afternoon until dawn, the four of us must take turns standing guard. As you wish. Let us meet in the bathhouse, Roy agreed readily, considering it perfectly reasonable to forge friendships over complimentary drinks. Chapter 45, Flames Thud. Thud, the heavy footsteps pressed deep impressions into the snow-covered ground. The Witcher gently brushed off the snow and pine needles from his shoulders and glanced up at the startled sparrows in the trees. How far was the destination? No more than half an hour. Behind him, the short, white-haired dwarf gasped for breath, his face flushed as he hurried to the Witcher's side. It was under the oldest pine tree ahead that we discovered the body. The dwarf anxiously looked around, his expression tense. Master Lesso, it's just the two of us. Are we certain there won't be any issues? Shouldn't we call for more people? Too many will only complicate matters. Now let us discuss the identity of the deceased. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. Your pace is remarkably swift. Almost as if that little imp could keep up. The dwarf rested momentarily, leaning on his knees. In their private exchange, Kelvin's demeanor was markedly more respectful than his previous harshness towards Roy. The deceased, named Adria, was 80 years of age, a laborer at the mine, and a parent to a son and a daughter in the Carbon Mountains. Lessutu absently stroked the rough bark of a nearby tree. Reflecting on the effective secrecy surrounding the situation, the villagers of Sponso believed the deceased to be merely 4 individuals. The dwarf sighed in resignation, remarking that should they learn of the tragedy that befell the Mahakam Guard, their ability to work would be severely compromised, resulting in significant losses for the mine. To prevent widespread panic, it was imperative to keep the news contained, though such concealment could not last indefinitely. A band of vampires, Lessutu murmured, shaking his head. But who has been spreading the rumors that the culprits are mere monsters? I am uncertain, he replied. I would rather the rumors were true. At least the monsters would not be too formidable to confront. As they rounded the hillside, the entrance to the forest became obscured. Master Lessutu, do you harbor sympathy for those villagers? The monster hunter remained silent. Kelvin continued, from what I understand, monster hunters endure considerable verbal discrimination and scorn within human society. Regardless of how many creatures you eradicate or lives you save, you are regarded as a monster yourself. What distinguishes you from a dog that can be summoned and dismissed at will? The dwarf emphasized his words, glancing up to gauge the hunter's expression, only to be met with disappointment as the other's countenance remained impassive. Share your thoughts directly with me, without beating around the bush. Very well. Kelvin shrugged and quickened his pace. I believe that the monster hunters and the ancient races stand united, regarded as outcasts in the eyes of humanity. Have you ever considered settling down in one place after wandering and accepting various commissions? Like where? Perhaps in Caranther. The dwarf exhaled deeply, revealing his innermost thoughts. With your skills and vast knowledge, Caranther would offer you a position that would be quite satisfactory. Are you trying to recruit me? The monster hunter abruptly halted, turning to fix his amber gaze upon the dwarf. Mahakam is too cold and dreary for my disposition. Moreover, I have significant responsibilities that prevent me from lingering in Caranther for too long. With that, the monster hunter resumed his journey. A flicker of irritation crossed the dwarf's face, only to be quickly replaced by composure. As soon as the dwarf's words fell silent, the monster hunter stopped once more, gesturing for silence as he slightly crouched, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. They had just entered the forest, and the snow-laden pines had become more numerous. Yet, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. The sounds of small creatures had vanished, and even the rustle of the wind was absent, creating a silence akin to a stagnant pool, sending chills down their spines. The dwarf swiftly brandished his war hammer, gripped by an unsettling sensation as the surrounding pines morphed into rigid-faced men, coldly observing them. His hands trembled slightly, yet a fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. Beleth bit off the cork of the potion with a fierce snap, the muscles in his throat undulating as he gulped down the liquid within the vial. A writhing, Purplish-black veins snaked down from his chin, sprawling across his cheek. The brawny monster hunter's muscles surged, resembling a furious beast ready to pounce. He drew closer to my back, providing mutual protection. In a low voice, the hunter spoke. And our backs instinctively aligned. His right hand swiftly traced a triangular rune in the air. A faint green light emanated along the transparent lines, illuminating the surroundings. To the astonishment of the dwarves, a circular magical array with a radius of approximately 20 feet materialized from the snow-covered ground. Almost simultaneously, a golden light swirled, enveloping the hunter in a protective Quinn shield. In the midst of an unending howl, countless wolves emerged from the gaps in the surrounding forest. Their grayish-white fur and emerald eyes glinted ominously, their crimson jaws exhaling clouds of steam. The wolf pack crouched low, emitting deep growls as they advanced step by step towards the two of us. What on earth is happening in Mahakam? It was never this dire when we ventured into the forest for reconnaissance. We have provoked it, the hunter stated gravely, unsheathing his steel sword from his back. Opting for this formidable weapon instead of a short blade. As the sword, coated in oil, was drawn, it gleamed ominously against the white snow, radiating an aura of malevolence. The hunter's sinewy hands lowered, positioning the hilt at his waist, the blade angled upward like a plow ready to till the earth. Come forth. Please your master and attack me. The hunter's face remained impassive, yet his words dripped with scorn. The prowling wolf seemed suddenly enraged, surging madly into the Aedirn magical array. The magical array shimmered with a green light, and the binding force took effect, ensnaring the advancing wolf pack in enchanted shackles. Their forms suddenly sank, and their agility diminished by a third. Bang! The white-haired dwarf swung his hammer, bringing down a wolf that lunged at him, staining the snow-covered ground with a crimson hue. The wolf's body instantly reduced to a pulp beneath the hammer's surface. What a thrilling sensation! He roared, striding forward, his warhammer carving a slanted arc through the air, simultaneously sending the beast on either side hurtling away. Behind him stood the demon hunter, exuding a different aura. His body slightly bent, the steel sword poised at his side. Left foot forward and right foot back, he assumed a stance brimming with explosive potential, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Entrails spilled across the ground. The gleaming blade in his grasp transformed into the scythe of death, each swing claiming a life. The beasts dared not approach within 3 paces of him. Falling lifeless in the snow, blood splattered upon the demon hunter's cheek, the twisted black veins on his face appearing increasingly sinister. In the blink of an eye, the number of wolves slain by the duo surpassed 5, yet this was merely a fraction compared to the hundreds of beasts that surged forth. The scent of their kin's blood roused their ferocity, their howls quickening the pace of their assault, as they descended upon them like a tide from all directions. Their primary target was the visibly weaker Kelvin. Damn, there were more of them than the rats in the wine cellar. The dwarf's white hair whipped back in the fierce wind as he wielded his warhammer horizontally, knocking one away. He took a breath, retreating a step with slight disarray, only to find another lurking creature seizing the opportunity to bite into his left leg. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared as a throwing knife pierced the wolf's flank. Mate, can you still hold on? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. The dwarf's fingers trembled as he firmly gripped his warhammer once more, delivering another crushing blow to a beast. The Witcher's amber eyes swiftly scanned the densely packed creatures before him, a throng of 20 to 30 beasts clustered together. The density had reached his anticipated threshold, prompting him to seize a clay pot from his waist and hurl it into the pack of wolves. The rotund alchemical bomb detonated 20 paces beyond the two, the explosion reverberating through the forest, flames instantly engulfing dozens of wolves. Blood, wails of agony, and the scent of charred meat permeated the air, as the once formidable pack of wolves before them was reduced by more than half. Charred wolf corpses lay strewn across the vast expanse of snow, with a few fortunate survivors, singed and aflame, fleeing in panic back to their ranks. Truly, with Mahakam at the helm, it was a flawless detonation. The dwarf momentarily forgot his anxiety, replaced entirely by admiration. But the battle was far from over. As the Witcher pivoted, his fingers deftly traced the air, conjuring another sign of Ard, sending the approaching wolves hurtling backward, clearing the space around him. He cast forth a second alchemical bomb. This time, it did not explode immediately. Instead, the shattering of the porcelain vessel heralded a rapid expansion of thick white smoke, enveloping a large group of beasts, more than 30 in number. The Witcher pulled the dwarf closer, plunging his sword into the snow, his fingers swiftly weaving a phantom arc in the air before forcefully thrusting forward. An orange, conical tongue of flame erupted, igniting the white smoke that surrounded them. The noxious gas ignited in a chain reaction, fire clouds surging from near to far, culminating in a series of explosive detonations. In an instant, the forest was filled with the frenzied cries of anguish and the deafening roar of explosions reverberating through the pines. 15 seconds later, the wailing ceased intermittently, as over 100 wolves were completely scattered by the explosion. A small fraction fled with their tails tucked, while many lay lifeless on the ground, and a few remained, gasping for breath. In the vast expanse of the snowy forest, only a tall figure stood proudly, as he dispelled the magical seal. The pale yellow Quinn shield shattered like a bubble. Chapter 46, Totem. Having dealt with the pack of wolves, the two continued on their journey. Along the way, Kelvin remained as silent as a frightened quail until they were near their destination, when he could no longer contain his curiosity. Master Lyso, are all demon hunters this formidable? The giant remained silent, only deepening the dwarf's reverence. They climbed over another hill and arrived at the Adriatic Death Point, which bore an almost identical resemblance to the site discovered at the foot of Mahakam Mountain. The same conical piles of branches stood, buried beneath a blanket of white snow, and the faint odor of wild beasts and birds lingered in the air. Lyso squinted his eyes. Kelvin explained, there are 8 deceased in total, all cruelly impaled into the air by branches, their bodies disemboweled. I fail to comprehend the perpetrator's motive. What could the unique manner of death signify? The dwarf inquired, puzzled. Lyso responded obliquely, according to your accounts, 3 months have elapsed since the incidents involving the 4 deceased from Spanzer, alongside the 4 from Carbon Mountain, totaling 8. No. In fact, it has been over 4 months since the first victim, a dwarf from Mahakam. Are you suggesting that amounts to 1 death every half-month? The dwarf stroked his beard, calculating. The frequency of death indeed seems to approximate that interval. Lyso exhaled deeply, pondering that perhaps each month following the full moon over the past 4 months had yielded a new corpse. Indeed, it seemed plausible. The dwarf, now filled with uncertainty, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lyso's tone grew somber as he articulated his earlier suspicions. This was an ancient ritual, a sacrificial rite originating from foreign lands, where the perpetrator employed flesh and blood as bait to awaken the primal forces that lay dormant within the wilderness. Among the 8 deceased, the blood and flesh of the victim from the full moon night formed a magical cycle with another's, allowing the killer to construct enduring totems, thereby amplifying their power. Are you suggesting, the dwarf inquired, that there now exist 4 sets of totems? A flicker of astonishment crossed the dwarf's eyes upon hearing this revelation. So, the killer's strength has been augmented 4-fold? That poses quite a dilemma. The demon hunter's gaze darkened. Thus, we must systematically dismantle each of his totems, severing his limbs and testing his endurance. The dwarf lamented, the mountainous forests surrounding Carbon Mountain stretch for hundreds of miles. Locating 4 totems would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Did I not just mention the cycle? Lyso countered. The totems established by the murderer must reside between the 2 corpses. Therefore, I require your guidance to the nearest point of death. The dwarf nodded, a glimmer of reverence crossing his face. Truly, he was a master, uncovering information that had eluded them for 4 months in mere moments of investigation. The 2 swiftly departed from their location, setting forth towards another destination. As they journeyed along the path, Kelvin, filled with curiosity, inquired about the rich biodiversity of the Mahakam forest, teeming with various beasts and birds. He wondered why the perpetrator, despite the abundant choices for sacrificial flesh, chose to slay humans, including ancient races. The monster hunter, however, displayed no trace of impatience regarding knowledge of the fiendish creatures. Although humanity often engages in internal strife and self-destruction, exhibiting numerous despicable traits, it must be acknowledged that humans are indeed far superior to the primitive, uncivilized beasts inhabiting the forest, at least when compared to ordinary wildlife. In other words, the essence of human flesh is imbued with a higher concentration of power, rendering it more desirable to malevolent spirits, demons, and ethereal beings. The dwarf could not resist pressing further, expressing concern that the entity currently possessed 4 totems and was at the peak of its strength. He argued that approaching the totem would be akin to a direct affront, and should it reveal itself, the situation could become exceedingly perilous. He appeared to feel a twinge of cowardice, seeking to maintain his dignity, and rationalized that a larger group would provide greater safety. Given that they had already obtained a lead, he believed it unnecessary to rush and incur greater risks. Reassured by the monster hunter's words, he paused and offered comfort, stating that should the perpetrator reveal itself and he prove unable to contend with it, Escaping would remain a viable option. He asserted that if it dared to manifest before him, no matter how expansive the Mahakam forest might be, there would be no sanctuary left for it. He added, I forgot to mention, this is a cunning and experienced adversary. It is unlikely to reveal itself so easily. The dwarf conceded, well then, should any unexpected circumstances arise, please inform me in advance so that I may prepare myself mentally. The two individuals continued their journey for nearly an hour as the afternoon unfolded. The snowy ground bore witness to 2 rows of footprints, varying in depth, resembling a long serpentine trail. Within the vast and boundless mountain forest, a biting cold wind howled past, causing an involuntary shiver to course through them. A faint buzzing sound, akin to the hum of a hummingbird's wings, emanated from the hunter's chest, prompting him to press a pendant to silence the vibration. The dwarf, startled, raised his warhammer, bending slightly as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. Where could it be? Where was the totem? Before them lay an unremarkable stretch of woodland, devoid of any peculiar artifacts resembling a totem. Riso, lost in thought, approached a towering snow-covered cedar and discovered a peculiar symbol etched into the trunk, which was wide enough for both to embrace. Antlers? A spider's web? What could this signify? The dwarf murmured, leaning closer, only to see the hunter swiftly move to pat another pine tree. Then came the third and the fourth. Upon inspecting 4 pine trees, the dwarf discerned 4 distinct marks, arranged in a manner that subtly formed a square area spanning 20 paces. A chill ran down his spine as he shrugged his shoulders. What strange magic circle were they ensnared in? We have found it, Riso declared, turning his back to the dwarf as he raised his head, his muscular arms pointing skyward. The dwarf followed his gaze, his mouth agape in astonishment. By Mahakam, what on earth is this? Above them, at a height of 50 paces. For massive pine trees with sprawling fan-like branches were tightly clustered together, their clusters of needle-like leaves heavy with snow, casting a shroud over the sunlight. However, amidst the lofty heights, at the intersection of 4 pine trees, there hung a spindle-shaped, yellowish-brown wooden post, resembling a colossal beehive from a distance. Yet it appeared even more ancient and decayed. The surface of the post was riddled with innumerable holes, akin to a termite-infested anthill, ready to shatter and weather at the slightest touch. At the pinnacle, among a row of holes, extended a twisted, spiraled antler. The antler bore a string of diminutive biological skeletal remains, forming an ancient adornment. The totemic monster hunter, during the dwarf's moment of stupor, swiftly approached beneath the totem and measured the distance with his hand. He then exhaled into his palm, gripping his steel sword tightly, and began to excavate the snow-laden ground. The blade danced like the wind, scattering snow and earth, until a colossal deer antler symbol emerged on the barren surface, resembling a scar etched upon flesh, radiant in an ominous crimson hue, emanating a faint warmth. The hunter's palm glided over the surface of the symbol as he softly uttered, "The runes are the essence of the totem." Subsequently, his right hand deftly traced the Igni sign in the air, unleashing a conical, radiating flame that relentlessly scorched the enigmatic mark. Meanwhile, the dwarf stammered, caught between words, holding his warhammer in a state of confusion as he gazed around him. He was astonished to discover that as the burning continued, for semi-transparent tendrils bizarrely extended from the ground sigil at the center where the Witcher stood. These tendrils seemed to possess a life of their own, twisting and writhing as they slowly connected to the trunks of 4 marked pine trees. The pines used dark red droplets, which accumulated increasingly, coalescing into grotesque pools of blood. After approximately 30 seconds of intense heat, the Witcher, fatigued, dissipated the magical seal. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the enormous totem suspended in midair plummeted to the ground. The dwarf approached to examine it closely, only to find that the once yellow-brown totem had transformed into a charred, blackened mass, appearing as fine powder. The issue was resolved. The Witcher exhaled deeply and, with a swift strike of his sword, cleaved the totem, releasing a vast cloud of powder and smoke that ascended into the air. Within moments, the totem was entirely reduced to dust, vanishing into the atmosphere. Chapter 47. Hidden Forces. The moon hung high in the sky. With no one else frequenting the bathing house, Roy departed with his skin flushed red. Beneath the night sky, Carbon Mountain loomed ominously, its formidable fortress resembling a demon lurking in the shadows. However, the entrance to the valley was brightly illuminated. Along the path leading into the gorge, 2 groups of archers and crossbowmen vigilantly surveyed their surroundings from atop tall watchtowers. Within the valley, every building's entrance between the square and the main fortress was adorned with torches, ensuring excellent visibility. The frequency was decidedly excessive. Imp, what bounties did your first day at Carbon Mountain yield? I met a few dwarves, but beyond that, my skin has developed wrinkles, and my vision is nearly gone. Roy let out a sigh, leaping onto the bed with fervor, his hands clasped behind his neck, legs crossed as he lamented. You should try it yourself, staring at a bunch of slick, plush men all day. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Rez's mouth, a rare display of amusement. Abandoning me during the day, what great discovery could you possibly have made in the forest? Rezer promptly exchanged information with him, recounting how he had obliterated dozens of wolves, which left the youth with a sense of regret as hundreds of experience points slipped through his fingers. Yet, he could vividly imagine the peril of the moment. With his lackluster close combat skills, he would likely be devoured by the wolf pack long before the monster hunter could showcase his prowess. A flicker of dissatisfaction and confusion lingered within him. Why must he covertly seek out the marked parasite? If the elder had ordered the immediate sealing of Carbon Mountain and summoned all residents for a thorough investigation, they would have unearthed it within half a day's time. He simply could not comprehend the rationale. Roy turned to glance at the burly man, who remained quietly seated in a meditative posture, his stern face betraying no discernible shift in expression. Yesterday, I spoke with you about how some of the humans residing in the mountains revere the stag-headed spirit as a deity. Can you truly assert that within the vast expanse of Carbon Mountain, aside from the marked parasite, there are no other dwarves who have been brainwashed? No matter how stringent Elder Brovel's lockdown, it was implausible to conceal the truth from everyone. Once a sweeping search was initiated, the followers of the stag-headed spirit would inevitably be alerted and slip away. At that point, truly eradicating the stag-headed spirit would become a formidable challenge. Roy remained silent for a moment before inquiring, what if the marked parasite is one of the villagers from Spansol? I cannot reach that area. Tomorrow, I shall take the opportunity to investigate this matter. However, my hopes are rather dim. The deer-headed spirit prefers residing deep within the woods and seldom strays far from its host. Compared to the heart of Carbon Mountain, Spansol is somewhat distant. Upon finishing his words, the monster hunter picked up a charcoal pencil and began sketching on the ground. Allow me to show you something else. Today, aside from eliminating a totem, I acquired the precise locations of the deaths of 8 individuals from Kelvin. This is the Mahakam mountain range, and this marks the location of Carbon Mountain. The monster hunter swiftly delineated a vast mountain range, with a hazy fortress situated within a snow-laden valley. Here lies the approximate locations of the 8 deceased, and he subsequently marked 8 prominent black dots within the mountains. Do you notice anything peculiar? Roy stared for a moment. Feeling perplexed, the positions of the 8 deceased were scattered in various directions around Mahakam, appearing chaotic at first glance, lacking any apparent significance. The monster hunter remarked that the death sites were certainly not arbitrarily chosen by the deer-headed spirit. As he spoke, Lesso connected the 8 points in pairs according to some discernible pattern, forming 4 straight lines, from one of which he extracted a midpoint. This signifies the location of the totem destroyed today. Roy suddenly realized that the remaining 3 totems' locations could also be roughly determined. The monster hunter continued to connect the points following a specific pattern. Gradually, a distinct image emerged, a web being woven and expanded, accompanied by a pair of indistinct antlers. This symbol was both familiar and chilling. From the base of the mountain to the carbon fortress of Mahakam, the deer-headed spirit gradually extends its influence over the totemic realm. Does it aspire to completely dominate this territory? The demon hunter nodded, remarking on the unprecedented ambition of the deer-headed spirit. Typically, regardless of its age and power, it could only exert control over a single human settlement. Now, it dares to covet the Carbon Mountain, encompassing this grand fortress with its thousands of inhabitants. Given the ancient wisdom of the deer-headed spirits, such a foolish move should not be expected. The strength of an individual pales in comparison to that of the mountain. Unless, Roy speculated, it possesses other means of support, beyond mere parasites and followers. The demon hunter brushed off the soot from his hands, uncertainly suggesting that perhaps the dwarves of Carbon Mountain are not as united as they appear. Besides the small faction of the deer-headed spirit, there may exist other forces capable of causing trouble for Elder Brovel, secretly aiding the spirit in its schemes. They must be hidden within the mountain, collaborating with the deer-headed spirit to execute the slaying of so many dwarves without leaving a trace. Should we report this discovery to the elder? A preliminary conjecture. Lacking evidence and a clear target, how could we inform him? The demon hunter dismissed the idea, asserting that one must simply remain vigilant regarding the situation within Carbon Mountain, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Our primary focus should remain on tracking down the marked parasites. As our sole purpose in Carbon Mountain is to eradicate the deer-headed spirit, other matters should be approached with caution. And above all, be sure to prioritize safety. Understood. After offering his reminders, the monster hunter sank into a meditative state. The battles of the day had drained much of his magical energy and physical strength, compelling him to seize the opportunity to recuperate. Roy reclined on his bed, contemplating for a moment to organize his thoughts. He retrieved the crossbow belonging to the dwarf Regan, along with his trusty Gabriel, preparing to oil and maintain them. Suddenly, he pondered the significance of the dwarf's attachment to this weapon. Was there something extraordinary about it? Attempting to initiate observation, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover the weapon's details. Bloodline brother, a coming-of-age gift from Polly Dahlberg to his younger brother Regan Dahlberg before departing Carbon Mountain to follow Yalpan. Type, crossbow. Material, pine, steel, tendon, hemp. Features, weight 15 pounds, bow length 4 feet, draw weight 50 pounds. Effective range, 200 yards, 60 meters. Gabriel, type, pocket crossbow. Material, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp. Features, weight 5 pounds, bow length 2 feet, draw weight 20 pounds. It appeared that Regan held this crossbow in high regard solely due to its unique significance, as the forging materials were not markedly superior to those of the Mahawken standard crossbow. Roy began to imitate the dwarf's actions from earlier, meticulously applying oil to the arrow path, bow limbs, and trigger. After tending to both crossbows, he stored Bloodline brother in his spatial pocket, while Gabriel was cradled close to his chest as he commenced his meditation. Was it foolish to keep the crossbow so close? Perhaps, yet he hoped it would prove beneficial. Chapter 48, the 5th Mining District. The following morning, after locating the Regan brothers in the bathhouse, Roy requested a barrel of Mahawken spirits from the attendant Sanchez. In the unfamiliar territory of Carbon Mountain, he seized the opportunity of complimentary libations to forge closer ties with the locals and extract valuable information. Regan Dahlberg, whose beloved crossbow had been taken from him, displayed remarkable composure and grace, making him a worthy ally. The group soon arrived at the lair of their leader, Regan. The abode of this archery champion was strikingly austere. Apart from a bed, a few chairs, and a kerosene lamp, there was not even an iron pot in sight, indicating that he had never kindled a fire to prepare a meal. Roy discerned a universal truth. In any realm, men without romantic partners often present themselves in a disheveled and despondent manner. The dwarf rudely wiped the thick layer of dust off the crude table with his sleeve, setting down a dozen wooden cups, each measuring 2 ounces and filled to the brim with wine. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the 4 dwarf brothers twitched their noses, their gazes becoming intoxicated, not much different from that of Faye's inebriated father. The youth remained perplexed, unable to fathom the enchanting allure concealed within the cups, which seemed to enrapture all who partook. "Brother, I challenge you to a contest," Regan Dahlberg said, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips as he beheld the fine wine. The rules of drinking were straightforward and devoid of trickery. We shall both drink simultaneously, and the one who imbibes the most before succumbing to inebriation shall be declared the victor. Leader, you competed yesterday. You ought to rest around, Bernie interjected, seizing his arm, his dark eyes brimming with anticipation. Allow me to drink in your stead. Fool. What revelry is there in attempting to match a wine tolerance that collapses after merely 3 cups? Dura pressed his bare paw against Bernie's rugged face, pushing him aside, his eyes gleaming as he rubbed his hands together. The boss and Deef have had their turns. Surely it's my time now. Deef, unwilling to concede, declared, when it comes to Gwent's skills and drinking capacity, who among us brothers can rival me? Enough. Regan's expression darkened as he reprimanded the group. Take a look in the mirror and see how foolish you appear. Can you even discern your own names in the haze of alcohol? Once you're intoxicated, who will remember winning or losing? Before I finish my drink with Roy, not a single drop of alcohol shall touch your lips. The 3 brothers ceased their competitive banter. Though their faces still bore traces of discontent, their necks craned longingly towards the array of beverages on the table. Roy gazed at the multitude of glasses, his head spinning. In terms of actual drinking capacity, he would likely be down after just 2 cups. However, dwarves are never hesitant when it comes to drinking. Regan, seated comfortably, stretched out his furry hand and upended his cup, sending the liquid cascading down his thick beard, resembling a miniature waterfall that drenched the heavy padding of his belly, with the remnants splattering his trousers. Roy winced slightly at the sight. Was this fellow drinking or merely spilling? At least a third of the drink was wasted. Yet, He possessed a superior method of cheating. Any object he could control in size could be absorbed into his storage space through physical contact. And the liquid in his mouth was no exception. Roy mimicked the dwarf's burly demeanor, propping his legs up, raising his glass high, tilting his chin, and allowing the cup to meet his lips at an angle as he gulped audibly. Moments later, he raised his wine glass before the dwarf, shaking it to reveal it was completely empty. The dwarf, his bearded face registering surprise and admiration, was unaware that what appeared to be consumed had been discreetly transported to his storage space. Having finished the drink, he remained unflustered, his complexion unchanged and his breath steady. With only a hint of wine lingering on his tongue and palate, feeling even more at ease than after drinking plain water. "My dear brother, I must extend my apologies," Reagan remarked sincerely, wiping the wine from his beard. "Given your slender limbs and delicate skin, I assumed you would be a lightweight, but to my surprise, your capacity for alcohol is commendable. You indeed are a good fellow. Is there a correlation between one's drinking ability and character?" He pretentiously dabbed at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and continued, "Reagan, I actually have a request." However, before he could finish, the dwarf's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he firmly rejected the notion. "Brother, a barrel of wine cannot sway me. This is a matter of principle. Carbon Mountain forbids women from marrying outside our kin. We cannot, in good conscience, introduce our women to you. Abandon that thought." Nearby, the stuttering dwarf raised an eyebrow in agreement, adding, "It's impossible. We are all without girlfriends. We cannot let you take advantage. Are all of you bachelors?" Roy seemed to strike a nerve, plunging the four dwarves into silence. "Who said that?" Bernie protested. "I know a wonderful girl." If he had the courage to confess his feelings, we would have had nephews and nieces by now. Yet, they remained single. At the ages of 56, 57, 58, and 59, the four dwarves were of similar age, having only recently reached adulthood. "Previously, at the shooting range, I was truly enriched by your discourse. Do you wish to train with me?" The dwarf was momentarily taken aback by this request. The shortest among them, Durlu, eagerly inquired, "Where did you hear such things? What's the matter? Are there issues? You have a keen eye, lad." Durla cast a significant glance at Diff, who immediately brightened and solemnly gestured towards Reagan. The leader is not merely a three-time champion of the Carbon Mountain Archery Tournament. He is also the younger brother of Lord Polly Dahlberg. Lord Polly once joined the Dragon Hunters under the guidance of Yalpan Ziglin, slaying the Dragon Oquista of Quartz Mountain. Its treasure is adorned with resplendent sapphires and diamonds as large as cherries. As he spoke, a profound pride illuminated the faces of the dwarfs. While Roy felt a jolt of surprise, entirely unprepared for the remarkable heritage of the individual he had casually ensnared. Although he had no particular impression of Polly Dahlberg, he was familiar with Yalpan Ziglin. Many years ago, Yalpan Ziglin fought alongside Geralt and Yennefer, hunting a green dragon. Though the endeavor ended in failure with the gold dragon Veletratrams rescuing the green dragon and her offspring, Yalpan and his team managed to retreat unscathed. A testament to their capabilities. "The answer I owe you resides within the wine," Reagan suddenly grinned. "One must drink sufficiently to uncover the truth." With that, he downed another cup with gusto. Roy turned to survey the somewhat inebriated dwarves, sensing that the prospect of success in this endeavor was exceedingly high. Feigning to take a sip, he casually inquired, "Have you heard about the 4 cases that have transpired around Carbon Mountain in recent months?" The dwarf momentarily appeared dazed. Then his expression darkened with fury. "Who among the Carbon Mountain folk is unaware? That vile murderer has shattered 4 families. Should I ever lay my hands on him, I would pierce his skull with a single arrow." He then addressed him in a formulaic manner, "By the way, this matter must not be disclosed to the villagers beyond Carbon Mountain." Roy shrugged his shoulders. "Rest assured, I fully comprehend. However, do you happen to know if there was anything peculiar about the 4 victims? Or perhaps a commonality?" Commonality? How would I know? The Grand Elder forbids idle gossip." Reagan wiped the liquor from his beard, at a loss for words. He then glanced at Drew and Deef, both equally bewildered, when suddenly stuttering Bernie clapped his hands. "I've got it." The 2 deceased from Adriarifos were both employees of the 5th Mining District, overseen by Kelvin Hogg. So, among the 4 deceased, 2 were workers from the 5th Mining District? Roy's heart stirred. There are still 2 remaining? How many mining districts are there in total in Carbon Mountain? 15. With such a multitude of mining districts, how curious that the stag-headed creature chose 2 targets from the 5th district. Roy was slightly taken aback. Was it merely coincidence? The demise of 2 individuals from Kelvin's district must be considered a grave oversight. Is he not held accountable for that? On the other side, the rotund Diff took over the conversation, a trace of disdain evident on his face as he lowered his voice. It's not surprising. That fellow possesses mediocre abilities but excels in flattery. He constantly revolves around the elder, seeking to curry favor. Through mere words, he has managed to secure the position of captain of the mining guard. The elder, being soft-hearted, has also entrusted him with the task of assisting in the pursuit of the murderer. That fellow has just come of age, lacking both experience and competence. How can he possibly qualify as a captain? The killer evidently targets the weak, having already claimed 2 lives. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Roy, wearing a conspiratorial expression. In fact, there is a rumor among the guards at the Mahakam outpost that Kelvin Hogg is not merely the elder's common nephew or grandnephew, but rather his biological son. An illegitimate child. Keep this confidential. Enough, Diff. Have you lost your senses before even having a drink? Keep babbling like that, and I shall expel you from Mahakam. In the 5th mining sector, Kelvin. Roy pondered, recalling the unpleasant demeanor the man had exhibited upon their first encounter. Did Kelvin harbor a dislike for humans? Did he possess a prejudice against them? The 4 dwarves shook their heads, indicating their ignorance on the matter. Chapter 49. The Squirrel Party after imbibing a few more drinks. A hint of inebriation appeared on the dwarves' faces. Roy's inquiries grew increasingly casual, seemingly disconnected. He had previously heard that Mahakam was not solely inhabited by dwarves, but also by a considerable number of goblins. Yet since entering the Carbon Mountains, he had not encountered a single goblin. What could be the reason for this? The goblins are indeed the most ancient race in the world, their stature even smaller than that of dwarves, yet their craftsmanship surpasses that of the latter. The youth mused regretfully, wishing for an opportunity to encounter the legendary beings once more. By the way, Reagan, Bernie, Duru, Diff, have any of you ventured beyond Carbon Mountain? Have you gazed upon the world outside Mahakam? What treasures lie beyond the mountains? Diff shook his head, disdain etched upon his furry visage. He asserted that ale, weaponry, and women could not compare to what Carbon Mountain offered, so why endure the hardships of the outside world? Furthermore, departing from Carbon Mountain would mean relinquishing one's home. How could one court a wife without a dwelling? As for me, I have no intentions of leaving. Dura nodded vigorously, his gaze reflecting the image of a woman rather than the wine glass. The stuttering dwarf, Bernie, frowned and countered. Danger lurks beyond. Cunning bandits and the treacherous squirrel gang reside in the woods. Suddenly, Reagan clamped a hand over his mouth, and both Duru and Diff's expressions shifted. This was the second time Roy had heard mention of this organization, first from Seville Hogg and now from Bernie. The former, being the nephew of the Grand Elder of Carbon Mountain and a well-informed agent for Edsburg Beverages, was not surprising. However, how did Bernie, a mere footnote in Carbon Mountain's hierarchy, come to know of the Squirrel Gang? Contemplating this, he took a swig of strong liquor, this time without guile, and a flush crept across his face. Following Bernie's lead, he inquired, "Have you encountered the Squirrel Gang?" "What Squirrel Gang?" The dwarf shook his head. "You've misheard. Young brother. Come, let us continue our drinking. Who cares about the Squirrel Gang? What of the Rat Gang?" The originally disorganized extremist faction of elves gradually coalesced into an organization under the leadership of a sorceress, distinguished by their penchant for adorning themselves with squirrel tails and tattoos. And thus they became known as the Squirrel Party. The ultimate ambition of the Squirrel Party is to utterly vanquish the humans of the North and establish their own realm, free from the torment and humiliation inflicted by humanity. In truth, the majority of non-human races in the Northern realms, particularly elves and half-elves, have endured degradation in impoverished districts, facing relentless discrimination and oppression. Consequently, an increasing number chose to join the Squirrel Party in a spirited uprising. In addition to elves, some dwarves were also drawn into their ranks. At such a young age, how could one possibly know so much? Reagan abruptly released Bernie's mouth, who immediately gasped for air, his tongue flailing wildly. "A demon hunter possesses a deeper understanding than the average person," Roy remarked with a smile. "In a sense, demon hunters are also considered non-human, so we need not be circumspect. Anyone associated with the Squirrel Party can only be sent away in disgrace." Roy mused. "So, does this imply that the Grand Elder favors humans over the elves of the Squirrel Party?" he inquired with curiosity. "The Grand Elder is impartial," came the reply. "It is merely that humans are capable of communication, while the Squirrel Party is excessively dogmatic, seeking to indoctrinate the dwarves of Carbon Scale, which is why they are prohibited." The dwarf belched. "That is all I know. Let us continue drinking." The other party was reluctant to elaborate further, and Roy did not press them. After 20 cups, Regan Dahlberg collapsed onto the table, snoring, yet his eyes remained bright and devoid of any signs of inebriation. All right, the boss has met with unexpected misfortune, underestimating you. Dife gazed in astonishment at his abdomen. After consuming 20 cups, there was not the slightest sign of disturbance, which defied all logic. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "Could it be that you have a space bag in your belly?" Roy's heart skipped a beat, fearing that his secret had been uncovered. "Just kidding." The dwarf suddenly shook his head. "The Carbon Mountain folk keep their word. The boss's crossbow now belongs to you. It seems you haven't had your fill. Do you continue to match drinking prowess? This time, it's my turn, and I guarantee you a trip to the restroom." Roy surveyed the three dwarfs. Their faces gleamed with eager anticipation. "Why not? Do you not know that a mutated witcher can drink 10 times more? Allow me to demonstrate today." An hour later, 3 inebriated souls lay sprawled in slumber within the cavern. The only ones still upright were Roy and the half-dazed, flush-faced, stuttering dwarf, Bernie, who had been branded a fool and slurred his words, yet was evidently the most astute among the 4 brothers. "Huh, you have an eye for talent." This stuttering drunk, upon intoxication, miraculously found his tongue. "The boss Regan has never encountered the squirrel party." "You certainly have," Roy inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Never seen them." "Not in the past year," replied the dwarf, his cheeks flushed with inebriation. "In the past, they roamed the deep woods alongside miners and beasts. A group the Carbon Mountain folk vigilantly guarded against." "Roaming the deep woods? Are you referring to the forests of Mahakam?" Roy's tone trembled, recalling his discussion with the Witcher the day before. The dwarf flashed a toothy grin, revealing 2 prominent front teeth, and promptly fell asleep. Roy cast his gaze over the 4 inebriated souls, shook his head, and retrieved the crossbow, a relic of his bloodline, placing it before Regan Dahlberg before departing the cave. This bow held greater significance for Regan, especially since he had rendered Roy considerable assistance that day, warranting a gesture of goodwill rather than seizing what was cherished. Chapter 50. Reporting meanwhile, the demon hunter escorted Kelvin to Span Sol for an investigation. The biting cold winds of the north pierced through the air as the village chief of Span Sol stood at the village entrance, shivering uncontrollably. Upon spotting the white-haired dwarf, he immediately hunched his back at a 45-degree angle, his face creasing into a smile as if welcoming a master. "Lord Kelvin, welcome to Span Sol. Our entire village is indeed honored by your presence." The demon hunter then observed the dwarf disdainfully wiping his attire. Castellite let out an awkward chuckle, his tone brimming with flattery laced with a hint of anxiety. "My lord, have you come to deliver good news? Has the culprit from the mountains been apprehended? Are you questioning our capabilities?" Kelvin lifted his chin, glaring at him with fierce intensity, despite standing only to the chief's chest. His demeanor exuded the air of a towering giant, filled with contempt. "Of course, we shall dutifully fulfill your task." Castellite turned his face, catching sight of the demon hunter emerging from the ranks of dwarfs, his expression shifting to one of peculiar recognition. He remembered this man, who had coldly rejected his previous entreaties. This man had once been so ruthlessly indifferent to his pleas. Currently, a smirk danced at the corner of Castellite's mouth, and a faint glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes, as if to convey that those who once rejected us are now obediently accepting this commission. The Witcher is merely a dog to the dwarves. He straightened his back slightly, feeling an air of superiority over the Witcher's status. The dwarves scorn the villagers. The villagers disdain the Witchers, yet the dwarves, in turn, hold the Witchers in respect, a peculiar cycle indeed. Resso paid no heed to these dynamics and casually inquired whether the villagers were at home. Upon hearing this, Castellite glanced at the dwarf for confirmation, who nodded in response. Aside from a few brothers working in the mines, everyone else remained indoors, paralyzed by fear of the demons, or rather, that vile creature, daring not to venture outside. "Now you accompany Kelvin, while I take a stroll, and will seek you out if necessary." The Witcher surveyed the wooden and stone structures of the village, beginning to circle the outer perimeter, peering through windows to observe the women, children, and elderly within. Roy and the Witcher each tended to their duties, and the day quietly slipped away. In the dead of night, within their quarters, the two began to recount their findings. "Did you uncover anything in Span Sol?" "I have checked thoroughly. The mark bearers are not present in the village." The Witcher displayed no surprise at this revelation. "Have we overlooked any villagers working in the mines?" "If Castellite is not lying, then I have encountered all the villagers today, and none have made contact with the fawn-headed spirit. Moreover, today, Kelvin and I dismantled the second totem." At this point, the demon hunter stroked his chin, his expression one of astonishment. This time, the stag-headed spirit did not even dispatch beasts to impede my destructive actions, allowing my havoc to unfold unchecked. This defies logic, by all accounts. It should have intensified its counterattacks. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous news. For every fraction the stag-headed spirit weakens, our chances of victory increase correspondingly. The young man recalled the events of the day, a smile gracing his lips. I too made a discovery. Oh, pray tell, have you unearthed a clue regarding the parasite? The demon hunter's expression shifted. No, that cunning fiend is well concealed, leaving no trace. Roy paused. I have found a peculiar detail related to the case. From a dwarf friend, I learned that among the 4 deceased from the Carbon Mountain, 2 hailed from the 5th Mining District. And the captain of the guard for the 5th Mining District is none other than Kelvin Hogg, who is assisting you in the investigation. Do you suspect him of foul play? The demon hunter closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. The mark of the parasite is not upon him. Moreover, he participated in the destruction of both totems of the stag-headed spirit. If he were a believer, he would be utterly incapable of desecrating the totems. However, since you have brought this to my attention, I shall investigate it further. Young lad, you are remarkably swift in your actions. A glint of surprise flickered in the demon hunter's amber eyes. From whose lips did you glean this information? Do you recall the 4 drunkards we encountered on the first day we arrived in Mahakam? Through the past couple of days of interaction, I have discerned that they are not the cunning individuals I initially presumed. Rather, they are trustworthy. Roy recalled the comical sight of a dwarf inebriated, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Fine wine is their Achilles heel, and the elder has assured me an ample supply of it, which I intend to exploit. Lacking the ability to perform the arcane seal, I can only resort to such devious tactics. After indulging in drink, they inadvertently let slip a mention of the squirrel party. And his voice grew somber. Lesso, are you familiar with this organization? The Witcher's sparse brows furrowed slightly. I have spent most of my time in the South and have never heard of such a group. Has it been established recently? Not long ago, Roy mused and elaborated. In essence, the Squirrel Party is an organization that harbors a profound hatred for humanity, primarily comprised of elves and half-elves. They seek to rally support from other ancient races, including dwarves, halflings, and gnomes, as long as they share their animosity towards humans. Currently, they are predominantly active in Blossom Valley and other gathering places of ancient races. By your account, Carbon Mountain is inhabited by countless dwarves, all potential recruits, the Witcher pondered aloud. It is highly likely that the Squirrel Party will target them. Indeed, Roy affirmed. Moreover, the Elder of Carbon Mountain, Brovar Hogg, has maintained a stance of neutrality throughout his long reign, coexisting peacefully with humanity. He would never permit an extremist organization like the Squirrel Party to take root in Mahakam. The relationship between the two is as antagonistic as oil and water. The youth recalled Edsburg, the lifeless body of Vernon Ryan concealed within a barrel. During the examination of the corpse, he had discerned the tail-like tattoo on the man's heel, indicating that this revolutionary leader was undoubtedly a member of the Squirrel Party. Given that the city of Edsburg, nestled beneath Mount Mahakam, harbored the Squirrel Party, it was highly likely that Carbon Mountain was similarly afflicted. The deer spirit sought dominion over Carbon Mountain, similarly opposing the elder. A glimmer of insight flashed in Roy's eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, he mused. The Squirrel Party was covertly aiding the deer spirit, granting this ancient creature the audacity to scheme against Carbon Mountain. Perhaps it was indeed the Squirrel Party that had ushered the deer spirit into Mahakam. The deer spirit, also known as the forest spirit, serves, in a sense, as the guardian of the woods, targeting those humans who wreak havoc upon the forest and environment. Among the elves, there also exist extraordinary beings attuned to nature, such as the Field Queen, Dana Meadby. The Squirrel Party could potentially leverage their powers to communicate and collaborate with the deer spirit. This possibility cannot be dismissed. The Witcher concurred with his thoughts, however, without irrefutable evidence to substantiate the presence of the Squirrel Party in Mahakam or their collusion with the deer spirit. Convincing anyone would be futile. One must always prepare for the worst-case scenario, Roy insisted, asserting that they should inform the elder. Should any complications arise in the future, they would have fulfilled their duty of caution. After contemplating for a moment, the Witcher replied, "Very well, as you suggest. Tomorrow morning, you shall meet with the elder to report this matter. I will proceed with my original plan to avoid arousing suspicion." The following morning, in the innermost depths of the Forge Hall, upon the throne forged from black iron, the elder of Carbon Mountain, Brovar Hogg, stroked his frost-colored beard, his imposing gaze fixed upon the youth before him. The grand palace was ablaze with light, yet the guards had been dismissed, leaving only 2. Young man, from whence did you hear of the squirrel party? Brovel's voice rasped like gravel, his slack skin quivering as he spoke, his tone laden with displeasure. Did those 4 inebriated fools divulge it to you? I have issued a decree of silence throughout Carbon Mountain, and should anyone dare to leak secrets, they shall not go unpunished. No, Elder, it is not related to them, the youth hastily clarified, eager to absolve the 4 dwarves of any blame. In truth, I had heard of the squirrel party long before my arrival at Carbon Mountain. You may inquire with your nephew, Seville. I mentioned this organization to him back in Edsborg. Roy reiterated his account regarding the 4 dwarfs. Otherwise, I would have known sooner. Brovel waved his hand, his white beard billowing against the crimson satin of his chest. Your speculation is merely the fruit of excessive worry. Do not speak of it again. Since the perpetrator is the stag-headed spirit, seek him out and eliminate him, bringing the spoils to me. This is the sole objective for you and the demon hunters. However, your intention to inform me is commendable and warrants reward. The elder's tone softened. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. Roy clenched his fingers, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. What was the true intent of this elder of Mahakam? If he doubted his deductions, why then permit him to make requests? He unreservedly put forth his demands. Esteemed elder, I wish to have the right to freely enter and exit Carbon Mountain, along with several adept guards, preferably elderly individuals whom you trust. If there were members of the squirrel party hidden within Carbon Mountain, his investigation would undoubtedly provoke them. Leisu had to seek alternative protection, as he would be lurking in the distant forest by day. As you wish, the elder readily consented. I shall issue instructions shortly. Apart from a few restricted areas within the fortress, you may roam freely in other locations, including various mining sites. As for the individuals you require, the elder pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Those 4 simpletons, I shall temporarily reassign them from the guard team to follow your command. Roy's breath hitched. Accompanying him on the investigation bore certain risks, and he did not wish to jeopardize those with whom he had good relations. Can we select different individuals, elder? Do they not yearn to drink with you? Broval shook his head in refusal. Consider it a favor to them. Chapter 51. Interrogation within the bathhouse. The people of Carbon Mountain were willing to bet and accept their losses. Boss Reagan, since I have won the competition, the Bloodline brothers belong to me. Roy maintained a stern expression, earnestly articulating his rationale. Thus, I have the right to bestow it upon someone more deserving. You wish to give it to me? The dwarf, with fingers as thick as carrots, pointed at him, his mouth seemingly sealed, unable to articulate a response. After a considerable pause, he sighed. Ah, my good fellow, it is really unnecessary. Having shared your drink, consider it a gift to a friend. In any case, the elder has issued orders, and for the next few days, you shall have their company. Is there any wine left? Dee flicked his lips. If there's a chance, I shall ensure you all indulge. Roy, from this day forth, we shall be sworn brothers. The dwarf excitedly patted him a few times, his eyes misting and skin flushing from the enthusiastic gestures. Now, let's get down to business. The elder has dispatched you to assist me in investigating the murder case in Carbon Mountain. Roy lowered his voice and gathered the group into a circle. Since he had chosen to trust them, certain truths need not remain concealed. I require your assistance. Think carefully. Have you recently encountered anyone with an unusual tattoo? What sort of tattoo? Keep your voice down. The young man revealed the pre-drawn web and antler mark to the 4 dwarfs, swiftly scanning their faces for recognition. To his disappointment, they appeared completely bewildered, evidently unfamiliar with the symbol. Roy, what does this design signify? Why is it necessary to identify it? Reagan inquired, shaking his head. The elder believes that a beard and chest hair sufficiently embody masculinity, rendering such outlandish tattoos unnecessary. Thus, tattoos have never been popular in Carbon Mountain. As far as I know, the tattooed populace is less than 1%. However, our compatriots who venture beyond Carbon Mountain tend to favor these vibrant designs. I have seen nearly every male's backside in Carbon Mountain, yet I have never encountered this tattoo. Deef, Dolu, and Bernie shared the same lack of recognition. Please keep an eye out for it, and above all, maintain utmost confidentiality. Rest assured, if I let this slip, I shall never drink wine again. Me too. And I as well. As 4 dwarves fervently swore an oath, an elderly dwarf with a grizzled beard and sinewy muscles entered the bathhouse. He leaned back against the edge of the pool at the opposite end, wearily splashing water as he wiped his body. The old man's skin sagged, revealing prominent age spots, while deep nasolabial folds framed his nose, and his forehead was similarly etched with creases, resembling a human elder in his 50s or 60s. The youthful gaze of his companion grew profound. Vincent Wagner, 150 years old, was in normal condition, attributes, and skills. Was that venerable gentleman a minor? Bernie, with a hint of pride, remarked, I may stutter, but my memory serves me well. It was in the bathhouse that I first recognized you. Keep it brief, my friend. Roy replied. Bernie's gaze shifted toward the man in the pool, exuding respect. Uncle Vincent Wagner is a century and a half old, a contemporary of the great elder. Yet, he possesses a gentle temperament and treats others with kindness, devoid of any airs of superiority, making him beloved among the miners. Though dwarves are naturally long-lived. In this era of frequent turmoil, those who survive past 120 are exceedingly rare. Why is he still working in the mines instead of enjoying his twilight years? Roy inquired curiously. Bernie proudly responded, as long as we dwarves can move. We must continue to work. Without labor, how would we earn our bread? Roy's eyes sparkled with curiosity once more. What responsibilities does he undertake? He serves as the scheduler for the 5th Mining District, Bernie answered. The 5th Mining Area, under the stewardship of Kelvin. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, when suddenly, a man in the bathhouse exhibited an unusual disturbance. The most sensitive of hearts, Bernie, felt a sudden sting in his nose, suppressing a slight sob. Why was the old man crying? Could it be that among the 4 fallen dwarves was a beloved kin? Reagan seized the faltering thread of conversation, asserting that Uncle Benson's family was thriving. Just recently, he had welcomed a grandchild into the world, his words laced with envy. Alas, young Wagner, who was evidently less capable than I, managed to find a cherished partner and fathered 2 robust children. To honor their contributions, the elder personally cleansed the bodies of those 2 little ones. The reproductive capacity of the dwarven race is considerably inferior to that of humans. And to bear 2 offspring undoubtedly represents a significant boon to their lineage. It is indeed a tremendous honor. Yet, mere months have passed since that joyous occasion. And it is perplexing how Uncle Benson could be so deeply distressed. Could it be that some misfortune befell the children? The dwarf furrowed his brow in confusion. Meanwhile, Roy felt a stirring in his heart. After spending several days observing in the bathhouse, he had finally encountered an individual who was not entirely ordinary. This race, generally endowed with an optimistic disposition, would only be driven to tears by extraordinary circumstances. He deemed it necessary to inquire further. Bernie, seeing an elder so sorrowful, why do you not offer some comfort? The dwarf paused, taken aback by the youth's words, and scratched his head, seemingly grasping the underlying truth yet unable to counter it. Remember, be a bit more casual. Why must I always engage in such peculiar tasks? Bernie's face was a portrait of reluctance. Uncle Benson has watched you grow up. Has he not? As his junior, what harm is there in spending a few words with the elder? Very well, I concede to your reasoning. Shortly thereafter, Roy managed to glean some information from Bernie, who was assisting with the bathing. A few of you, take me to his residence, the Black Iron Tavern. Being the sole establishment in Carbon Mountain to possess a license from the Grand Elder, is usually bustling with patrons. However, the tavern's business had momentarily dwindled. On this particular night, under the bright lights of the Black Iron Tavern, only a handful of figures could be seen, among them an elderly dwarf. His hair and beard gray, clad in a shabby, yellowed bathrobe, seated in a corner, indulging in solitary libations. Occasionally, he would abruptly raise his head, his bleary eyes regaining clarity, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant, yet somewhat neurotic demeanor, as if apprehensive about something. On the opposite side of the tavern, seated by the window, the Witcher remarked, "Little imp, you didn't summon me out here in the dead of night just for a drink, did you? I have urgent matters to discuss with you." With deft fingers, the Witcher manipulated a flying dagger, scraping against the stubble on his chin. "Based on the intelligence you provided yesterday, I have uncovered a significant secret concerning Kelvin. We shall discuss the secret shortly." Roy, feeling reassured, patted the Witcher's fan-like palm and instructed him to manage the situation at hand, while keeping an eye on the dwarf. Feigning nonchalance, Roy cast a glance at the target and leaned closer to the Witcher, whispering, "Do not allow him to detect your gaze. Is there anything suspicious about him?" The Witcher took a hearty swig of the dwarf's potent liquor, the strength of the drink causing his eyes to narrow. "His name is Vincent Wagner, the clerk of the 5th Mining District, primarily responsible for scheduling work hours in the area. During the day, I observed his behavior in the bathhouse to be exceedingly peculiar. As he inexplicably burst into tears, he is the only suspicious individual I have encountered in recent days," the youth lamented. "There may be clues on him worth investigating." The Witcher set down his goblet, a hint of admiration in his gaze, commending, You have done well. We must not overlook any anomalous traces. Who knows? We might be able to catch a big fish. The clock in the tavern struck midnight with a resonant chime. Vincent Wagner abruptly rose from the table, wiping the drool from the corners of his mouth, shaking his groggy head before exiting the tavern. The temperature in Carbon Mountain fell below freezing, and as the cold wind swept through, the liquor clinging to his beard froze into icy shards, causing his nose to turn crimson. Yet, he remained oblivious, dragging his weary body like an empty marionette towards the staircase leading to the cavern in the mountainside. He wandered into the dim, narrow alley behind the tavern, lifting his gaze to behold the moon, which was missing a small segment, heralding the approach of a full moon. Old Benson could not help but inhale deeply, his pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks as he stared into the moonlight. The beard at the corners of his lips began to tremble slightly, as though he beheld something profoundly terrifying. Succumbing to a trance, the moon transformed into a deep crimson hue, and the echoes of human screams and horrific howls lingered in the air. A strange man stood before him, his smooth bald head contrasting sharply with his chiseled features. His jawline was pronounced, his eye sockets sunken, and his tightly pursed lips bore a cold expression. Behind his imposing figure, the hilt of a sword protruded ominously. "Who might you be?" he inquired. Benson staggered backward, struggling to maintain his composure. "I'm sorry." The words reached the dwarf's ears, sending a chill through his heart. However, his inebriated state rendered him sluggish, leaving him unable to react in time. Many fingers danced in the moonlit alley as the Witcher whispered to a vacant-eyed dwarf. "Benson Fagner, you often find yourself alone in the bathhouse, weeping silently, seeking solace in taverns. I know this is due to the secret you harbor within. You conceal it so deeply that even your family remains unaware. Yet as time passes, this secret increasingly corrodes your spirit. You are overwhelmed with guilt, aching to the point of wishing for death, and even alcohol fails to numb your senses and alleviate your suffering." As the Witcher's ethereal words lingered in the air, a flicker of anguish crossed the old dwarf's face. Before you stands an ideal confidant, a mere traveler who will not linger in the Carbon Mountains. He is bound by his promise to share your burdens without fear of exposure. Confide in him. Reveal the secret that weighs upon your heart. As the voice trailed off, Roy, standing behind the Witcher, held his breath, his gaze unwavering upon the old dwarf. The dwarf grimaced, his expression shifting from pain to struggle, clearly torn within. After a moment of turmoil, he found the strength to refuse, uttering, "I cannot say." Roy's face reflected astonishment. He never anticipated that anyone could withstand the potency of the Mark of Yharnam. This revelation indirectly confirmed that the old dwarf's sorrowful demeanor was not merely a reflection of nostalgia for lost friends. Benson Wagner, having lived for over 150 years, possessed profound experiences and an indomitable will that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, reaching a level of 6. As the monster hunters noted his resistance, their tones softened, with one inquiring whether his personal safety was being threatened. The aged dwarf, his visage contorted in fury, raised his head defiantly, his lips tightly sealed as if he intended to grind his teeth to dust. At that moment, Roy stepped forward with sudden intensity, asking if someone was using the safety of his 2 grandsons as leverage against him. Upon hearing this, the old dwarf's eyelids shot open, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Roy. The individual threatening him was likely the traitor in question. A silent understanding passed between them. The old dwarf harbored a profound aversion to certain matters, rendering the effects of the seal of Yak insufficiently effective. The monster hunter signaled Roy to continue his line of questioning. Did he inadvertently uncover someone's secret in the 5th mine? Was that individual coercing him into servitude by threatening his family? Was he in league with the murderers? Were the 2 deceased in the 5th mine killed at his behest? Would new victims arise on the morrow of the full moon, outside the 5th mine? With each query, their breaths became heavier, and upon articulating the final question, the monster hunter snapped his fingers, dispelling the magical seal, and swiftly departed with Roy. Approximately half a minute later, the old dwarf stirred from his stupor, clutching himself in fear as he scanned his surroundings, sensing he had forgotten something significant, yet unable to recall what it was. Chapter 52. The Exorcism. It was truly astonishing. Roy could hardly contain his excitement as he declared, "Tomorrow, we shall confront it together." However, the demon hunter poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Young one, have you forgotten? We have yet to capture the Mark's host. Even if we slay it, it would be in vain. Yet, your reminder yesterday was indeed invaluable." The demon hunter's robust hand clapped on his shoulder. "Kelvin is neither a host nor a devotee of the stag-headed spirit. Yet 2 corpses have mysteriously appeared at the mining site, and he harbors inexplicable animosity towards you. It is indeed peculiar. During the day, I employed the arcane seal to extract information from him regarding the Squirrel Gang. As it turns out, he has been aiding the Squirrel Gang all along. From him, I learned that there are currently 4 members of the Squirrel Gang hiding near Carbon Mountain. Only 4? The youth furrowed his brow, having anticipated at least dozens. I see. Roy realized. Moreover, one of the 4 members is a host of the Mark. The demon hunter revealed that tomorrow night, the stag-headed spirit's next hunt would commence, and Kelvin was to rendezvous with them at their hideout outside Carbon Mountain. The Squirrel Gang is indeed ruthless, leaving a mark on one of their own. Roy couldn't help but exclaim, that is tantamount to offering one's life to the stag-headed spirit. No wonder I couldn't locate the target after spending days in the bathhouse. The young man took a deep breath, his face a mask of confusion. But why would Kelvin collaborate with the Squirrel Gang? It seems Elder Brawlver holds him in such high regard. Regrettably, the Archfiend has divulged so much. Further interrogation would only prompt him to break free. The Witcher paused, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. At 60 years of age, still in his youth among dwarfs, perhaps his rebellious spirit compelled him to secretly betray his own uncle, opting instead to ally with the Squirrel faction and the Deer Spirit. This matter ought to reach its conclusion. Tomorrow night, I shall take responsibility for dealing with the Deer Spirit. The Witcher had evidently made arrangements. You and 4 dwarf brethren are to follow Kelvin Hogg and locate the Squirrel faction. Upon sighting the parasite, eliminate him without hesitation. The Deer Spirit will resurrect approximately an hour after his demise, utilizing the parasite's essence. A stern expression crossed the Witcher's face as he spoke gravely. Time is of the essence. Do not show mercy. Leave no squirrel alive. As for Kelvin Hogg, if possible, attempt to capture him alive. Roy nodded. Although this man had betrayed the Elder, there was no certainty the Elder would execute him. Under the premise of self-preservation, he would also strive to spare him. Should our actions be disclosed and reach Kelvin's ears, he might retaliate, for Carbon Mountain is, after all, his domain. Therefore, aside from us and those 4 dwarfs, no one else must be informed, including the Elder. Indeed, the Witcher faced the Deer Spirit alone, fully aware of the inherent dangers, yet he showed no fear. With the assistance of 4 dwarf brothers, he would confront Kelvin and 4 members of the Squirrel faction. What is there to hesitate about? Very well, let us proceed with this plan. A resplendent full moon emerged from the snow-laden branches, illuminating the sky above. Along the forest path leading from the 5th mine to Carbon Mountain, the pitch-black woods loomed ominously, evoking a sense of dread that something terrifying might suddenly emerge from the shadows. Suddenly, a rapid cadence of footsteps approached, and a short figure bundled in a thick cotton coat hurriedly sprinted with an oil lamp, his face etched with urgency. Buzz Rich, a seasoned laborer at the 5th mine, had diligently toiled there for over a decade. Yet, plans are often upended by unforeseen circumstances. A guard had brought him news of a family matter. His pregnant wife was on the brink of childbirth, and he could no longer afford to linger. The journey from the 5th mine to Carbon Mountain typically required a mere half-hour on foot. While patrols occasionally traversed these paths, today was eerily quiet. The snow-covered ground bore a series of shallow footprints, each imprint marked by the hurried steps of Buzz, whose body swayed slightly as he breathed heavily, the frosty air crystallizing upon his beard. He had ventured far beyond the mine. In merely 10 minutes, he would enter the deep valley, his mind consumed solely by the image of his wife, leaving no room for other thoughts. Without warning, as if signaled by some unseen force, Buzz stumbled unexpectedly, collapsing into the snow. The oil lamp tumbled aside as a searing pain shot through his calf. In that moment, the tranquil forest path was filled with his anguished cries. A hand to his leg revealed blood staining his palm, the crimson liquid seeping out and transforming the surrounding snow into a vivid scarlet. Who? Which bastard? He looked around in desperation and fear, shouting, "The Carbon Mountain will not spare you." He roared in madness. Yet the fear in his eyes deepened until a fleeting figure crossed his line of sight, leaping down from the tall tree trunks by the roadside. The moonlight, along with the fallen oil lamp, illuminated her visage. Beneath her chestnut locks, her striking features were accentuated by pointed ears and chin, high cheekbones, and a gleaming smile revealing perfectly aligned white teeth, devoid of any sharp canines. Buzz's trembling gaze swept down her tall, slender form, eventually freezing upon a yellow squirrel pelt adorning her waist. A sprite. You are a sprite of the squirrel party. Was it you who orchestrated the events of the past? Yet, since more than a year ago, when all associates of the Squirrel Party were expelled from Mahakam, the Grand Elder had imposed a silence on the matter. The events were thoroughly suppressed, leading Buzz to believe that the squirrel party had vanished. Unbeknownst to him that it was merely an illusion. In response to his inquiry, the elf, standing 10 paces away, remained silent. Once more drawing her crescent-shaped bow from her back, slowly nocking an arrow and aiming it at the dwarf. Meanwhile, the latter struggled to rise, his features contorted in agony, filled with a grotesque mixture of pain and fear. He had no doubt about the elf's archery skills at such a close range as an unarmed and injured minor. His chances of survival were bleak. "Dear Akali, I fear this time I may not escape death. Alas, I will not see you or our child one last time." The bitterness and resentment in his heart drove him to shout, "Cursed squirrel party, I condemn you to an untimely end. Wait and see. For if you seek to ignite the flames of war, the Grand Elder and the Carbon Mountain Brethren will surely avenge me. The death of a solitary individual shall be avenged with the blood of 10 squirrels." With this fierce declaration, he trembled slightly, closing his eyes in anticipation of death's embrace. However, after a brief moment, the expected arrows did not arrive. Surprised, he glanced over to see the silent female elf turning her head to the left, offering him a subtle signal. What does it mean? Should I proceed to the left? Yet, after only a few steps, an iron arrow grazed his left leg, breaking the skin. What do you truly desire? Anger surged within him as he felt the elf was toying with him, yet the expressionless elf continued to gesture for him to move left. Very well. I shall endure this moment of humiliation as long as I may live to behold my treasure. With a clenched jaw, Buzz resolutely chose to follow the elf's guidance. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, he could endure any indignity. A trickle of blood flowed down his pant leg, leaving a vivid scarlet trail upon the ground with each agonizing step. Exquisite pain clung to his right leg like a festering maggot, and he dared not touch the arrow embedded within his bone, merely groaning in torment as numbness began to creep into his thigh. Entering the vast, empty woods, a heavy darkness surged towards him like a tidal wave, igniting an unprecedented terror within his heart, as if he were being watched by some unfathomable horror. Yet behind him, the female elf, holding a lantern, scrutinized him with unwavering diligence, instilling in him a fear to move recklessly. Where are we truly headed? Uncertain of how far he had traversed within the boundless forest, Busey felt his complexion grow increasingly pallid as his blood ebbed and the night breeze gnawed at him. His body became ever colder, his limbs stiffened, and his vision began to blur. Just as he was about to feel a glimmer of relief, a mournful and elongated sigh echoed from all directions, sending shivers down his spine. He felt utterly despondent. Dear readers, at noon today, this book shall be officially launched. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our editor from the fantasy team, Jiang Cha, for granting me this opportunity to publish, and for even placing it on the Sanjung platform. I am truly humbled by this experience. I must also thank all of you, my cherished readers. It is your unwavering support that has enabled me to persevere until this moment. Whether through subscriptions, rewards, monthly votes, recommendations, or comments, I am deeply appreciative of your kindness and love. Now, as my circumstances are already quite dire, I shall refrain from further lamentation and humbly request your initial support for my work, as the first subscriptions appear to hold great significance for the book. It seems that this work might reach approximately 200,000 words, so dear readers who have yet to delve into it should take heed. Today, I guarantee a minimum of 5 updates. If the initial subscriptions exceed 500, I shall add an additional chapter for every extra 100 subscriptions. And for every 10,000 in rewards, another chapter will be added, capped at 10 additional updates. Thank you, and I bow in gratitude. Chapter 53, Blood Battle Thud. Thud. The ground beneath Busey trembled like a pulsing heart, and the snow accumulated atop the branches cascaded down. The tree trunks before him bowed, as if welcoming their master, parting to reveal a dark, winding path. In a state of trepidation, the dwarves beheld 2 gnarled, bark-like hands pressing against the twisted trunk of a tree. Rather than being mere hands, they appeared as elongated forms intertwined by numerous colossal vines. With a backward thrust, an enormous creature maintained a crouched position, emerging from the path along the trunk. This creature, resembling a deer, had a head beneath which its limbs and torso were woven from the very tree and vines, their surfaces cloaked in a verdant layer of moss and ferns. As it stepped forward, its pallid cheeks loomed closer, its massive form of 10 meters entirely obscuring the dwarf's view of all light. Its figure melded seamlessly into the darkness, as if emanating an intangible wave that transmitted shadows, fear, and death. Buzz's scalp prickled, His lips trembled as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, making it exceedingly difficult to utter a sound. "What on earth are you?" he stammered. The creature's bony mouth emitted a rasping, grating voice akin to the sound of a rasp, yet before the dwarf could utter another word, a colossal hand descended upon him like a mountain. It was the end. The dwarf sighed in despair and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from behind, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of a shattering leather. This figure, in stark contrast to the deer-headed creature, appeared diminutive yet exuded an unyielding sense of solidity. "Master Ryseth," Buzz exclaimed in ecstatic relief, tears streaming down his face. This brush with death had been thrilling beyond measure. "Silence!" commanded the monster hunter, none other than Ryseth himself, who stood steadfastly before the dwarf. The visage of the face was marred by grotesque veins induced by the potion, while the hands crossed a short sword, smeared with a pale yellow oil, across the chest, the spine of the blade stained with vivid crimson blood, remnants of a previous encounter with the female squirrel clan. The distance between the deer-headed creature and the monster hunter was scarcely 20 paces, allowing the latter to detect the earthy, vegetal aroma intermingled with a faint yet persistent metallic scent of blood emanating from the other. They seemed to exist upon the very tongues of beasts. Suddenly, a serpentine vine erupted from the snow-laden ground, whipping forth with a gust of foul wind, causing the dwarf to cry out in alarm. While the hunter's short sword traced a graceful arc through the air, the vine was severed in a single stroke. Greenish sap sprayed forth as the two severed segments fell to the ground, writhing stubbornly like cut earthworms. "Fool, do not merely shout. Take action." Buzz fumbled to retrieve the flying dagger discarded by the hunter, offering a rueful smile. "You expect a cripple like me to wield a palm-sized dagger against those dreadful creatures?" Yet, his opportunity for further complaints was swiftly eclipsed. With the eerie calls of the deer-headed creature echoing, a multitude of vines, second, third, came crashing down upon them, resembling a tidal wave, enveloping the two in a cascading curtain. The hunter yanked the dwarf aside, rolling to evade the onslaught, but the vines continued to swarm relentlessly, ensnaring them both. From the ground, a massive, rotund cocoon materialized ominously. With a resigned sigh, the deer-headed creature stepped forward, approaching the colossal chrysalis, extending its thin, elongated hand. Covered in wrinkles, it closed its grip, tightening its hold. The vast cocoon, or rather a sphere entwined by countless serpentine vines, began to writhe violently in response to the movements of the stag-headed creature, tightening its grip as it contracted inward. A series of disconcerting friction sounds echoed from within, accompanied by a crisp crack reminiscent of an eggshell shattering, causing the enormous body of the stag-headed being to instinctively recoil. If it still possessed a living visage, one could surely discern an expression of horror etched upon its features. A succession of peculiar sounds followed, until abruptly, the colossal cocoon ceased its contraction. The surface vines trembled violently, quaking as a low, mournful wail resonated through the long night, akin to the terrified shivering of serpents and insects in the presence of a predator. Amidst the deep gaze of the stag-headed creature, a glimmer of light burst forth from the cocoon, accompanied by tendrils that seemed to be stripped away by an unseen hand, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of vitality. One could still observe the vines, parched and crisped, emitting wisps of heat. With arms outstretched, the stag-headed entity transformed the tips into two sharp wooden spikes, thrusting them toward the sphere. Yet, they were met with a surging tongue of flame, a blinding flash cutting through the cold, dark night, prompting the stag-headed being to retreat with a shriek, its arms ablaze with sparks. Meanwhile, the demon hunter knelt on one knee, propping himself with his short sword, breathless and crimson-stained. Though he had escaped the strangulation, he too suffered greatly. Ghastly blood streaks marred his face, and his leather armor bore countless wounds, seeping with blood. The dwarf, Buzz, lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to keep his eyes open. As the hunter took a moment to catch his breath, the deer spirit, known as Lu Shou-Jing, began to chant incantations once more. From a distance, a hauntingly prolonged wolf howl resonated, harmonizing with the spell. Anticipating this, the hunter swiftly inscribed a magical seal in midair, sending forth a beam of green light that pierced the deer spirit's eyes, momentarily stunning it and interrupting its spell casting. Seizing the opportunity, the hunter hurled an alchemical bomb at its feet. The crisp sound of shattering glass was intermingled with white smoke laced with dark fragments, enveloping the deer spirit's form and sealing its magical power, severing its connection with the earth and the forest. Startled, the deer spirit let out a cry and hastily retreated from the smoke. With short swords crossed in the air, It created a spark-filled cross, just as the hunter lunged forward. Buzz, lying incapacitated on the ground, could hardly fathom that he was witnessing a climactic confrontation between the hunter and the fiend from such proximity. Once the anti-magic metal bomb detonated, the deer spirit's ability to cast spells was entirely suppressed, leaving it no choice but to engage the hunter in close combat. The disparity in size between the two adversaries was akin to that of a giant and a dwarf, truly absurd, yet perilously serious. The former possessed immense strength, impervious to blades, leaving deep craters in the ground with each assault of its arms and thighs. However, stripped of its magical prowess, the very forest that had once ensnared them had now become its prison. It was as if a giant had donned a snug, small-sized suit. For the cramped surroundings utterly constrained the deer spirit's capabilities. Each swing of its fists and feet, if careless, would collide with the snow-laden pines, wasting effort and rendering it particularly sluggish. In contrast to the dwarf's perception of the hulking monster hunter, he possessed a speed entirely unbefitting his stature, as if he were endowed with wings. His movements were extraordinarily nimble, allowing him to narrowly evade the claws of the beast on several occasions. Whenever the stag-headed creature attempted to bypass the hunter to assault the dwarves, it was repelled by a searing blast of the igni. The hunter was exceedingly cunning, refraining from greedily pursuing attacks. Each time his short sword made contact, he would swiftly withdraw, never granting the creature an opportunity to counter. Like a serpent in the hunt, his two short swords resembled the fangs of a viper, striking with lightning speed during the creature's moments of vulnerability, injecting venom before retreating into the thicket. The serpent possessed a lethal toxin, and the hunter's own poison was derived from the residual sword oil and specially crafted venom he applied to his blades, though the monster's tough hide and iron-like bones rendered the short sword's thrust less damaging. Any breach of its exterior allowed the verdant blood to mingle with the sword oil and poison, which then infiltrated the stag-headed creature's body, wreaking havoc and accumulating toxicity. From a distance, a giant roared amidst the forest, while a ghostly figure danced around it, evading its wrath. After 2 intense minutes of close-quarters combat, the stag-headed creature's exterior was riddled with countless wounds, its body soaked in green blood. The hunter too bore the marks of battle, having been struck twice. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his right arm twisted grotesquely at his side. Yet his gaze remained composed and calm. With one final thrust of the igni sign directed at the colossal beast, he took a deep breath and lowered his short sword. Instantly, a torrent of green blood erupted from the stag-headed creature, cascading forth like a fountain, reminiscent of a sinking ship taking on water. Two figures faced each other. The massive form of the stag-headed creature gradually slumped to the ground, limbs sprawled wide, its chest rising and falling slowly, the depths of its eyes now bereft of light. The hunter bit open a vial of emerald green essence and consumed it in one swift motion. Moments later, the ghastly wounds upon his body ceased to bleed. He remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the beast, while his left hand gently explored and manipulated his right arm. With a series of disconcerting crackles, the bones of his right arm reluctantly regained their normal shape. The hunter then helped the severely injured dwarf to his feet, administering a potion of marigold, the bitter herbal taste causing the dwarf to grimace as he regained consciousness. Has the master monster fallen? Have we survived? In the dwarf's line of sight, the stag-headed creature was half immersed in its grave, yet it still awaited the fatal blow. Dust to dust, earth to earth, born of the forest. Destined to die in the forest, this was its rightful fate, yet it needed to linger a while longer. Upon uttering these words, the hunter's expression darkened, and suddenly, the formidable body of the stag-headed creature transformed unnaturally into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. Chapter 54. The ambush time rewinds to outside the entrance of the fifth mine. 5 figures, cloaked in secrecy, crouched behind a colossal tree in the icy wilderness, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the narrow path ahead. 2 bore crossbows, while 3 wielded 2-handed weapons. Roy, we've been on watch for half an hour. Are you certain Kelvin will emerge? Reagan, stroking his beard laden with frost, wore a look of exasperation, while the other 3 dwarves perked up their ears in anticipation. Roy exhaled warm breath into his palm, seeking to alleviate the chill that gripped him. Let us ambush the squirrel gang, Dulu declared in a low voice. Capture Kelvin alive. Bernie clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. Dife, momentarily taken aback, scratched the back of his head, uncertain of what to exclaim. Although the Witcher had mentioned that there were only 4 members of the squirrel faction, and that the enemy was visible while they remained concealed, thus possessing the advantage. One could never predict the occurrence of unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, we are all aware of this. Reagan's face flushed with anger. He had long harbored disdain for that well-connected individual, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, the group held their breath as a figure entered their line of sight, a white-haired, white-bearded dwarf, shouldering a war hammer and carrying a lantern, emerged from the mine's entrance. Here he comes. They felt a surge of energy. Under the cloak of night, the white-haired dwarf traversed the rutted road for 10 minutes before abruptly veering off into the nearby woods. Roy and the 4 dwarves exchanged glances of surprise and swiftly followed him. A full moon hung in the sky, its flawless light illuminating the ground, revealing footprints of varying depths in the snow, leading into the woods and extending far into uninhabited territory. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a secluded cave. The dim, flickering firelight vaguely revealed their features, pointed ears, defined jaws, and elongated forms, exuding an air of remarkable agility. On the left, a male elf donned a deep green canvas coat over light leather armor, his feet clad in worn deerskin boots. A short bow and a quiver of arrows rested on his back, while a sword was sheathed at his waist. On the right, a female elf possessed delicate features and fair skin, her form lacking any visible weaponry, save for a diamond-shaped amulet adorning her neck, her figure more slender and graceful. They affixed torches to the walls outside the cave and engaged in hushed conversation with Kelvin Hogg, their words rendered indistinct by the distance, concealed among the trunks and underbrush. For dwarves observed with eager expressions, Bernie even covered his gaping mouth, trembling with excitement. Where had half of the 2 elves gone? Were they remaining inside the cave? Even with Kelvin added to their number, he felt confident they could manage the situation without incident. Roy sighed with relief, his gaze sweeping over the 2 elves. Toss age, 70 gender, male affiliation, member of the Squirrel Party health points, 60, infected, attributes, strength, 5, agility, 7, constitution, 6, perception, 7, will, 5, charm, 6, spirit, 5 skills, bow mastery LV5, one-handed sword mastery LV5, grace of the wind. Passive elves possess an elegant appearance and nimble movements akin to a leopard, granting them 1 to charm and 1 to agility. Tilia age, 60 gender, female affiliation, member of the Squirrel Party, sorceress health, 50 magic, 150 attributes, strength, 4, agility, 6, constitution, 5, perception, 5, will, 6, charm, 7, spirit, 15 skills, source of magic, passive as self-aware individual, sensitive to chaotic energy, favored by the elements of earth, fire, water, and air. Her body continuously absorbs magic. After undergoing systematic and professional training, she is capable of manipulating magical energy to cast spells, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Magic Trick LV5. This represents the most gentle and subtle application of magical elements, requiring only a meager amount of magical energy to manage daily trivialities through a series of spells, including cleaning spell, sweeping spell, transcription spell, illumination spell, and makeup spell. Fireball LV3, a basic fire element magic, requiring no casting materials. It summons a sphere of fire to strike the target through gestures and incantations, with its power influenced by skill level and mental attributes. Lightning Strike LV4, an elementary air element magic that also does not require casting materials. It unleashes a bolt of lightning to strike the target through gestures and incantations. Portal LV3 Protective Spell LV4 Elegance of Wind, passive solidification. What a surprise to encounter an elven sorceress. Roy gasped, astonished by the unexpected formidable foe. This sorceress was far more powerful than the girl, Toya, who had been grotesquely twisted by magical energies. Examining the list of spells, he realized that if she had been prepared in advance, hiding behind a meat shield and transforming into a human cannon, his chances of survival would have been slim. Fortunately, he had discovered her unguarded, as her survival skills were inferior to that of an ordinary person. As for the other elf, was he parasitized? The boy's heart stirred, and he suddenly recognized that this male elf was indeed the primary target he sought, the resurrection vial of the stag-headed spirit. Do not show mercy. Shoot him upon meeting. The admonitions of the monster hunter echoed in his mind as he pointed his index finger at the male elf on the left, indicating his own chest. Then, he pointed to the elven sorceress on the right, directing his gaze towards Reagan, who carried the bloodline brother. He held up 3 fingers. The 2 swiftly drew their bows. taking aim at the vital points of their target from a kneeling position. In an instant, Roy activated his crossbow mastery, focusing on the heart, while Regan targeted the neck. The observing dwarf instinctively held his breath, the air thick with the almost inaudible countdown. 3, 2, 1. Two silvery streaks shot through the night sky almost simultaneously. In the distance, a male elf engaged in conversation with the dwarf seemed to be struck by a heavy blow to the chest. His face contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground, an arrow piercing through him, stained with a trace of blood. However, the youth's expression turned ashen, for he clearly saw that the moment the arrow struck, the elf had shifted slightly to the side, preventing the arrowhead from penetrating the heart and claiming his life. The situation was even more dire for the female elf. The instant the bolt approached, a flash of white light enveloped her, miraculously deflecting the attack. Garin! Garin! The elven woman screamed in terror, dashing into the shadowy cave without hesitation, seeking refuge behind the walls and shadows as she began to chant a spell. The eerie, ethereal incantations hung in the air like a sword poised overhead, suffocating in their intensity. Kelvin Hogg turned towards the hiding place of the five, swinging his war hammer with a flourish, the gust of wind sending his white hair billowing. Drew, Div, you handle him. Regan Dahlberg, while drawing your bow, commanded loudly, Roy. Go finish off the squirrel clan. Bernie and I will deal with the elven sorceress. At this, the youth grasped his crossbow in one hand while retrieving the bomb entrusted to him by the demon hunter from the void with the other. There was no time to waste. He needed to confront the sorceress first. The parasite was just a blade's length away. In the ever-shifting tides of battle, the situation evolved in mere seconds. Two diminutive figures brandished a warhammer and a two-handed axe towards the silver-haired dwarf. Kelvin, gripping the warhammer with both hands, made a desperate sweep to deflect the incoming weapon, his frame shuddering as he turned and fled into the woods. Behind him, Roy, in a swift motion, hurled an anti-magic bomb into the cavern. The blackened smoke enveloped the sorceress, and she let out a piercing scream as the arcane flames flickering in her palm extinguished abruptly. Her slender form shattered like porcelain amidst a halo of white light, blood seeping from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Arcane backlash. Without hesitation, Roy pulled the trigger, and an arrow pierced her eye socket. The arrow, stained with flesh, shattered bone, and brain matter, erupted from the back of her head. The sorceress collapsed, breathless, pitifully unable to cast a single spell before her demise. Killing Tilia granted him 100 experience points, 110, 1500. The sorceress's experience rewards astonishingly surpassing that of an ordinary individual by several folds. Before he could ponder further, a shrill whistle echoed from the cave as the third member of the squirrel gang emerged, brandishing a colossal broadsword. His pointed ears revealed his elven lineage. Yet his physique was far from the delicate frame of a female elf. Instead, his well-developed muscles strained against the dark gray chain mail, causing it to bulge prominently. A glimpse of his neck and left shoulder bore vibrant tattoos of lush green leaves, branches, and vines. His face twisted in anguish and fury, witnessing the sorceress's demise. He surged forth from the shadows like a tempest, his gleaming blade arcing viciously towards the boy's chest. The force of the wind struck Roy, causing him to gasp for breath as he desperately rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. But another dark warhammer narrowly blocked the longsword. If you wish to harm my brother, you must first pass through me. Stuttering Bernie, his face flushed and his eyes blazing with fury, delivered a powerful kick to the elf's chest, sending him into the shadows as the warhammer swung toward his skull. I will assist. There may still be others inside. Regan Dahlberg, wielding the bloodied weapon of his kin, followed him into the cave. Outside, a mere 10 seconds had elapsed since the onset of battle, leaving only Roy and the parasitic elf, who lay half dead on the ground, having been pierced through the chest at the outset. Blood foamed at the corners of his mouth. His expression twisted in agony, his green eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, baring his teeth in a grimace, longing to feast upon the flesh and drink the blood of the human before him. Roy, however, could not fathom the squirrel party's animosity towards humanity. Equally, he felt no pity for these individuals. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned a crossbow bolt from the air. Before he could make another move, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 55. The final strike, a hand resembling a gnarled root burst through the elf's chest, seizing Roy's outstretched right hand with lightning speed. The dim firelight illuminated the vivid crimson blood, the tender moss, and the rough bark-like exterior. At the sight, The young man felt a jolt of fear. He drew an arrow with his left hand, aiming for the elf's ear. To his dismay, the monstrous hand retaliated, striking his chest and sending him sprawling like a rag doll. He rolled on the ground, his chest aching painfully, as if his internal organs had shifted positions. Struggling to rise, he beheld the grotesque hand that had torn open the elf's torso, propping itself against the ground, allowing the elf to sit up in an exceedingly bizarre posture. The pale moonlight cascades through the gaps in the forest. The elf's mouth gapes open towards him, revealing a dark cavity from which a pair of ghostly eyes emerge. Cold and numb, devoid of any trace of life. In the next moment, the upright elf splits apart like a blossoming flower, revealing the full form of a gaunt creature with the body of a deer and the visage of a monster. Its form, diminished to merely 5 chi 5 meters, is a stark contrast to its earlier stature during the battle with the demon hunter. Delicate antlers sprout from its head. While its elongated face is obscured by a white bone mask, its eyes resembling a pair of green lanterns, sending chills down one's spine. Beneath its head, its limbs and torso are woven from tree trunks and vines, smeared with blood and mucus, akin to an infant freshly emerged from amniotic fluid. Ancient deer-headed spirit age, 272 life, 80, weakened, magic power, 120 attributes, strength, 12 agility. For constitution, 8 perception, 5 will, 7 charm, 12 spirit, 12 skills. Vine manipulation LV6. Consumes a minuscule amount of magic power to rapidly sprout plant seeds, summoning resilient, swift, and powerful vines to ensnare foes. Earth Spikes LV6. A basic earth elemental spell that consumes a small amount of magic power to summon spikes from the ground to assault enemies. Beast Summoning LV7. The deer-headed spirit, through its extraordinary charm, bewitches the forest's creatures, calling upon them to serve at any moment. Concealment LV7. Nestled within the forest, the deer-headed spirit can merge with the surrounding flora, rendering itself utterly invisible. Parasitic Mark LV6. The stag-headed spirit bestows a mark upon those humans who submit to it. After its demise, it will absorb the life force of the host to be reborn. Secret Totem LV6. An ancient and blood-soaked ritual that constructs a totem enhancing power through the sacrifice of flesh and blood. Whispers in the Woods LV7. The stag-headed spirit occasionally ensnares lost travelers in the forest, employing its extraordinary charm to implant illusions in their minds, brainwashing them into fervent devotees. Roy felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss, his complexion pallid. Is this the ancient stag-headed spirit? Even in its weakened form, it remains grotesquely powerful, arguably the most formidable creature he has ever encountered. What can he possibly contend with? Just as he was about to retrieve the anti-magic metal bomb, he suddenly recalled that it had already been expended against the elven sorceress. Damn. Cursing silently, Roy hastily loosed an arrow at the stag-headed spirit, and predictably, the projectile lodged itself in its resilient hide, drawing forth a trickle of green blood but inflicting minimal damage. The stag-headed spirit's vulnerability lies in flames. The hunter's admonition echoed in his mind. He swiftly hurled a flask of oil, drenching the spirit's body in the viscous liquid. Having just been reborn, the creature's mind was still in a state of disarray, allowing Roy to act unimpeded momentarily. However, as he dashed towards the torch affixed to the cave wall, the spirit's lantern-like green eyes widened in sudden realization. Its root-like hands swiftly clasped together, chanting an incantation. In an instant, a robust vine surged from the snow, akin to a constricting serpent, ensnaring his right ankle with a fierce grip. Suspended in midair, utterly defenseless, the sudden inversion caused a rush of blood to Roy's head, leaving him momentarily disoriented and dizzy. To his growing horror, within a single breath, Vine slithered from his feet to ensnare his head, binding him into a grotesque figure. With only his wide, fearful eyes exposed, his neck was constricted, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, and he was abruptly reminded of the suffocating nightmare he had experienced upon arriving in Mahakon. Was it this day he had foreseen? Not far away, a creature with a deer's head and a human form rose stiffly from its bloody flesh, lumbering toward him on legs resembling wooden stumps. In that critical moment, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the forest behind the creature. Duru and Devi, who had been pursuing the white-haired dwarf, each grasping Kelvin's arm, dragging him like a lifeless dog. Upon spotting the fearsome silhouette outside the cave, they were seized by alarm and drew their weapons. However, upon their second glance at the suspended figure, their expressions shifted to fury, abandoning their captive to brandish their hammers and axes, charging at the deer-headed creature like two rampaging rhinoceroses. The creature, preoccupied with its intentions toward the boy, was entirely unprepared for the ambush from behind. It was caught off guard, receiving a heavy axe blow to its back, followed by a hammer strike. Amidst its eerie cries, its diminutive form lurched forward, nearly collapsing as its bark-like, resilient body was brutally dinted, oozing vivid green blood. In pain, the deer-headed creature's wails morphed into a chilling low growl, and it began to whirl its body like a windmill, swinging its entangled arms to strike at the two dwarfs. The diminutive figure, stout and swathed in voluminous cotton armor and chain mail, moved with the grace of a feline, skillfully evading the oncoming assault. It circled around the similarly sized stag-headed creature, waiting for its strength to wane before raising its dual weapons to block, successfully absorbing the blow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In an instant, the stag-headed creature, its moss-covered surface, split open, revealing two vast gashes, from which emerald blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roy, who had been tightly bound and helplessly observing, noted with alarm that its life force had plummeted by nearly half, now standing at a mere 60 points. He shouted desperately, but his voice was stifled by the vines constricting his mouth. Infuriated, the stag-headed creature once again began to chant a strange and obscure incantation. Its casting time was alarmingly brief compared to that of ordinary sorcerers. A mere hurried utterance sufficed to unleash its magic, making it exceedingly difficult for an average person to find an opening to counterattack. The two dwarves had discerned the creature's vulnerability, despite its formidable strength. Its reactions and movement speed were astonishingly sluggish. Thus, they circled it, wielding their axes and warhammers, their figures illuminated by flickering flames that danced upon the ground. They resembled cunning hyenas on the savannah, poised to seize any opportunity to strike with ferocity. However, they were utterly unprepared for the two vines that stealthily emerged from the snowy ground, launching a silent ambush. With a swift lunge and constriction, the unsuspecting dwarves, along with Roy, found themselves ensnared, their feet bound and lifted into the air, transforming them into writhing cocoons of flesh. Yet this time, the stag-headed creature was determined not to let the one responsible for its green blood escape easily. Its eyes glinted with cold malice as its withered hands rose and fell with sudden intent. Two dwarves were suddenly lifted by vines, and then plummeted down, their heads colliding intimately with the ground. After a resounding thud, the vines quickly retreated, leaving the dwarf brothers sprawled on the ground, plunged into a deep stupor. Deef, Duru. Roy silently cried out, a wave of bitterness swelling in his eyes. How infuriating. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the cave entrance, striking him squarely in the face and embedding itself deeply into the intricately carved bone mask. The torch illuminated the figure of Rage-In, the crossbowman, with his disheveled black hair cascading down his back, blood staining his right thigh, evidence of a battle with the elves. Yet his expression remained calm as he released an arrow, fluidly preparing for a second shot. Behind him, the flickering flames cast the silhouette of a frenzied figure against the cave wall. Bernie, the dwarf, with his hair and beard bristling, charged forward, swinging his warhammer in the air with tremendous force, the rush of wind accompanying his strike aimed at the wailing stag-headed creature. With only 40 hit points remaining, the stag-headed creature covered its injured face with one hand and began to chant a malevolent spell in advance of the assailant. In an instant, a pungent earthy aroma filled the air, dust and gravel swirling upward as a conical spike of earth erupted from the ground, forming a slanted barrier before the stag-headed creature, effectively obstructing the charging dwarf. The dwarf, unable to halt his momentum, crashed violently into it. The ground shook under the impact, and amidst the thunderous noise, the dwarf was knocked unconscious by the force of the recoil, his weapon falling motionless to the ground. With a swift motion, the stag-headed creature once again deflected the crossbow bolts, summoning vines that ensnared the dwarf marksman, hoisting him up in a tight grip. In that moment, the battle reached its conclusion. The plain outside the cave was strewn with the wounded and the lifeless, leaving only the diminutive figure, drenched in lang of crimson and verdant blood, adorned with antlers atop its head. Its pallid cheeks were pierced by an arrow, and its chest heaved like a bellows, breaths labored and weary. It approached Roy step by step, fixing its gaze upon him, the warm breath brushing against his face. Imbued with the sense of foliage, blood, and earth. Was this the essence of the tomb? Roy abruptly shut his eyes, instinctively shuddering, his body trembling uncontrollably, every finger and the prominent veins upon his neck quivering in response. He awaited the final decree of the stag-headed creature. Yet in the next moment, thoughts of the fate of the dwarves surged within him, igniting a torrent of rage, as if to engulf him in flames. The whites of his eyes reddening as he struggled fiercely against the vines. The struggle persisted for 10 seconds. To his astonishment, the vines that enveloped his body receded like a receding tide. However, the creature's cold, rigid hands gripped his spine and head, exerting an insurmountable force that compelled him to bend low, prostrating himself upon the ground. His cheek pressed firmly against the snow-laden earth. He sank into the humility of the soil. The stag-headed being crouched down, lifting his face to meet the gaze hidden beneath the skeletal mask. Those eyes, imbued with profound compassion, resembled a vortex, drawing Roy's very essence into their depths. Bow before me. Submit to me. Believe in me. A peculiar amalgamation of voices, composed of countless men and women, echoed eerily in his ears. Simultaneously, the environment before him underwent a sudden transformation. He was engulfed in a vivid hallucination where the world morphed, and time slipped away like sand through fingers. In an instant, he found himself far removed from Tanshan and Mahakan, transported to an idyllic little village, serene and picturesque. Here, he became a humble farmer, rising with the sun and resting with its descent. After toiling diligently each day, he would reverently kneel before a deity, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a deer, worshipped by the villagers. Under its benevolent protection, the crops flourished annually, ensuring the community's sustenance. In due course, he married and sired children, leading a fulfilling, simple, and unpretentious life filled with happiness. His wife, children, and grandchildren all came to embrace this deity, venerating it through generations until death claimed them. No, it was all a fabrication, a mere illusion. Roy bit sharply into the tip of his tongue. The piercing pain and the metallic taste of blood jolted him back to reality. The words of the monster hunter flashed through his mind. The deer-headed spirit would mark its followers, awaiting their rebirth after death. It seeks to mark me? A wave of absurdity washed over him, and Roy's struggles intensified. Yet, the weight of the deer-headed spirit's power bore down upon him with relentless force, persistently pressing him to the ground. After a moment of resistance, he surrendered, his gaze vacant, as if he had fully succumbed, allowing the spirit to dictate his fate. Sensing his change, the entity finally relented, easing its grip just enough for him to raise his body slightly. Then, with one hand pinning his shoulder, it extended a sharp wooden splinter, slicing through the fabric and skin of his back, slowly tracing the patterns of a web and deer antlers with his own blood. What shall I do? Yield to it? No, absolutely not. To submit to a monstrous being, to become its slave, its mere resource? How could a demon hunter ever bow before such a creature? A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Roy's eyes, quickly transforming into unwavering resolve. At that instant, he recalled an item long forgotten in his storage space. I still have a chance to turn the tide. A pale yellow, cheese-like sphere abruptly materialized in his palm. It was the regurgitation of the child hunter, possessing properties akin to anti-magic metals, which left demon hunters in awe. With fingers clenched tightly around the sphere, Roy lifted his gaze to the pallid visage of the deer-headed spirit, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he broke free from his constraints, rising to his feet, and forcefully pressed the sphere against the spirit's cheek, driving the arrow deep within, willing to risk everything. It was as if he sought to meld it into its very being, to pulverize it into minuscule fragments. The spirit halted its insidious markings, emitting a desperate wail as it stumbled backward, its face seemingly corroded by acid, issuing plumes of white smoke. Its withered form quivered like a branch caught in a tempest. Finally liberated from his oppression, Roy stood upright, swiftly retrieving a torch from the cave wall and hurling it toward the deer-headed spirit. In an instant, flames ignited the oil upon its body. It transformed into a fiery effigy, arms outstretched, blazing furiously, shrieking as it darted across the snow. A cold ruthlessness glimmered in Roy's obsidian eyes as he readied his crossbow, an arrow clenched between his teeth, repeatedly drawing the string, knocking an arrow, and pulling the trigger. Shifting his position. With its magical powers constrained and in a state of profound weakness, the deer-headed spirit could no longer escape the flames, even the most ordinary of fires. 1 minute passed. In a clearing within the forest, outside a cave, a creature, its body pierced with arrows and shrouded in darkness, lay lifeless on the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. Roy gazed at the charred remains before him, retracting his crossbow, his eyes inexplicably moistening. The notification of having slain the deer-headed demon flashed before him. 200 experience points gained, and a new template unlocked, transform into elbow. As he contemplated the words inscribed within the template, a profound sense of impending danger surged within him. His muscles tensed like a cat's, bristling in alarm. As his body instinctively twisted backward, he conjured an arrow from thin air, thrusting it sharply backward with the force of his movement, feeling the satisfying rupture of a water skin. The white-haired dwarf clutched at the blood gushing from his neck, his pale beard stained crimson, draining him of all vitality. He staggered back 2 steps, fixating on the young human before him, a face he loathed, with narrow eyes etched with hatred and fury. What caused his body to lose control at the final moment? What was the sanguine light swirling behind his adversary? "Curse you!" Kelvin Hogg, his bloodied lips trembling, uttered his final words in a slurred voice. The short sword he held fell to the ground, his expression, once complex, now frozen in a grimace, as he toppled backward, lifeless, his eyes forever closed. Having slain Kelvin Hogg, Roy received 20 experience points. He sank despondently into the snow, an overwhelming fatigue and pain resurfacing in both spirit and body, followed by a sudden tightening of his expression. "Bernie, Dev, Dulu, Boss Reagan, are you all right?" He could not help but lower his head, choking back a sob. "Rest assured, we are resilient and not so easily dispatched." The dwarf crossbowman gasped for breath, barely managing to support himself. "Help me lift them up." 2 individuals swiftly examined the 3 dwarves lying on the ground, and a wave of relief washed over them. They were alive, merely unconscious. However, the death of Kelvin Hogg might pose a significant problem. Reagan helped Bernie to his feet, his thumb, as thick as a carrot, pressed firmly between his nose and lips. A trace of concern etched on his face. "I killed him myself, even if he pushed me," Roy asserted confidently. "In any case, I am not a Carbon Mountain dweller. Once I leave, the Elder has no authority over me." Chapter 56, Vocational Templates. On December 5, 1260, Carbon Mountain was graced with a rare bout of fine weather. The gentle sunlight pierced through the ice and snow, banishing the gloom that had shrouded the city for days, revealing dwarves with cheerful smiles in the streets. In the square, several residents of Carbon Mountain gathered around a high wooden frame displaying the heads of the squirrel party and a deer-headed creature, animatedly discussing their fate. That night, I happened to be on watch and witnessed the Witcher and his companions dragging the small monstrosity into the valley. Its demise was indeed a gruesome sight, its body charred and riddled with arrows. By Mahakam, in my lifetime, I have never encountered such an unsightly and terrifying creature. Had it been alive, I would have fled at first glance. How could you even dare to compare yourself to a Master Witcher? The Master truly lives up to his title. Having eradicated the monster that had plagued Carbon Mountain for several months in less than a week, and not even the 4 shadowy rodents escaped. This evening at the banquet, I shall certainly toast him. Let us not forget the young human assistant of the Master, barely in his teenage years, akin to our 27 or 28-year-old youth, who remarkably participated in the hunting of the stag spirit. He has proven himself a young man of valor, deserving of a toast. Our archery champion, Reagan Dahlberg, along with his foolish brother, also partook in this endeavor and will tonight receive accolades from the Elder. The dwarves were expressions of envy, for it seems these 4 bachelors will soon become the objects of desire among the maidens of Carbon Mountain. They appear either forgetful or entirely oblivious, for they have not uttered a word regarding Kelvin. In the demon hunter's chamber, a dwarf crossbowman, with pristine bandages wrapped around his thigh and forehead, explains the situation to the youth, occasionally glancing at the other bed where the demon hunter sits in deep meditation. Their concussions are mild and shall leave no lingering effects. Presently, they rest in the infirmary, assuredly fit to join the festivities by nightfall. That is a relief. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, his expression one of gratitude. Had any misfortune befallen them, I would be at a loss. Reagan, however, took it in stride, offering comfort. If those fools do not pull through, it is the will of the holy mountain of Mahakam, and none can be blamed but themselves. To perish in battle against the squirrel party and the monsters, to be laid to rest in the mountains of Mahakam, is indeed a form of glory. Consider the havoc this rabble has wreaked upon so many brothers. Had we not intervened, their destructive actions would have shattered countless happy families in Carbon Mountain. Eradicating them is undoubtedly a significant service to our entire race and to Mahakam itself. Their souls shall surely ascend to the holy mountain. Roy's perception of the dwarves underwent a profound transformation. Outwardly perceived as gluttonous and obtuse, they were, in reality, steadfast in their beliefs, valiant and loyal. This time, he couldn't help but be taken aback. his mouth agape in astonishment, utterly foolish. Now, everyone in Carbon Mountain is aware that we, the four brothers, in collaboration with the monster hunter, vanquished the squirrel party and the deerhead spirit. We are the heroes of Carbon Mountain, in the presence of all. The only ones who stood tall were you, Master Lesso, and I. I can easily envision my imposing figure, undoubtedly captivating. Reagan couldn't suppress a laugh. Several young ladies had their eyes gleaming at that moment. You and Master Lesso do not align with their aesthetic. They must have been gazing at me. To speak candidly, Roy, my springtime has arrived. Were it not for my impending journey to join Brother Polly, I would have undoubtedly secured one of them. Dwarves are truly optimistic. The youth gazed at the effusive Reagan, and the heaviness and nausea in his heart began to dissipate slowly. In recent days, he often recalled the squirrel party's eyes filled with hatred before their demise, as well as the idyllic yet illusory life painted for him by the deerhead spirit. He frequently found himself lost in thought. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations. May you soon embrace your beloved. He flashed a grin, curious. However, Reagan, are you certain about leaving Carbon Mountain? Why not simply find a maiden and bear 10 or 8 children? In a year, when I turn 60, I shall go to Codwin to seek out my elder brother. The dwarf shook his head, his expression resolute. The battle against the deerhead spirit and the squirrel party only intensified his yearning for the outside world. Stuck in Carbon Mountain, the wonders he could experience were indeed limited. What of the other 3? The ever-enthusiastic Bernie will undoubtedly join us, though the same cannot be said for Drew and Diff. Reagan, momentarily loosening his grip on his beard, expressed a hint of regret in his tone, lamenting that not all dwarves harbor grand ambitions. They often prefer a life of comfort and stability. Perhaps I shall encounter you in Codwin in the future. A strong premonition surged within Roy, prompting him to exclaim, "Ha ha, we shall eagerly await your esteemed presence." The dwarf extended his calloused hand for a hearty shake, playfully nudging Roy's shoulder. By the way, when will you take me to the infirmary to visit those 3 fellows? Don't be hasty. Focus on preparing for tonight's grand gathering. The Elder Council will personally commend you in front of all the Carbon Mountain residents. Such an opportunity is rare, occurring only once in a decade. So do not let it slip away. While advising him, the dwarf retrieved a small, dusty notebook from his pocket. Its cover inscribed with the words, presented to Roy by Reagan Dahlberg. Last time, you mentioned your desire to learn the art of crossbow shooting. This contains my decades of experience with the crossbow. Take a look. I shall not be polite about it. Roy accepted the notebook with both hands, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He then watched as the dwarf departed the room, tucking the notebook away into his space while his mind delved into the rapidly shifting patterns of change. Roy age, 13 years and 11 months status, commoner. Apprentice demon hunter health, 45-55, lightly injured, attributes, strength, 5 agility, 5, 1 constitution, 5 perception, 7 willpower, 6 charisma, 5 spirit, 6. 5 skills, slaughter LV3 LV4, bloodthirsty aura. Enemies within a radius of 0.6 meters around you have a 10 to 15 chance of being intimidated by the aura of slaughter. If their willpower is lower than yours, they will temporarily lose control of their bodies for up to 12 seconds. Your damage to hunted creatures is permanently increased by 10 to 15. New active skill, intimidation. Actively release the aura of slaughter to intimidate a target within a radius of 2 meters, forcing them to make a willpower check. If their willpower is lower than yours, they will lose control for up to 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, this skill will level up with the types and quantities of creatures you slay. Observation LV2 Meditation LV2 Crossbow Mastery LV1 Personal Level LV3 330 1500 Storage Space 1 cubic meter. In the battle a few days prior, defeating the Squirrel Gang, the Sorcerer, and the Stag Lord granted him over 300 experience points. It appears that magical creatures are particularly unique, and it is possible that the Stag Lord was exceptionally powerful, directly causing his slaughter skill to elevate to LV4. It was this newly acquired active skill, intimidation, that allowed him to turn the tables on Kelvin Hogg. Yet, these were not his most significant gains. As his gaze continued to scroll down, a brand new template emerged following the skill template, the profession template. You have slain 5 magical beings, the Tomb Witch, the Water Ghost, the Child Hunter, the Elven Sorcerer, and the Deer-Headed Spirit. You have learned the art of meditation under the tutelage of a demon hunter. You have acquired foundational knowledge in alchemy and monster lore. You have unlocked the profession of demon hunter through herb mutation and surviving the green grass trial. You possess extraordinary speed, strength, reflexes, coordination, vitality, and recovery abilities, dedicating your life to accepting commissions to hunt monsters. Confirm your profession? Note, currently, you may possess only one profession. Only one profession? A thought stirred in Roy's mind. Does this imply that he could acquire other professions in the future? He reined in his swirling thoughts, focusing on the present, as there were no better options available. Confirm profession. Your personal level is converted into professional level. You have attained the profession of Demon Hunter LV3-330-1500. School, Viper, Pending, has yet to consume the Viper Grass Potion. Profession traits, to be unlocked. At this moment, a wave of exhilaration surged through Roy. After being weak for so long and narrowly escaping death while slaying the deer-headed spirit, he finally experienced a modicum of breakthrough. Just by virtue of the comprehensive recovery trait within this profession template, it was already worth it. Several potential applications sprang to mind. He resolved to accumulate experience points without immediate advancement, always ready to safeguard his life. Then, in the midst of battle, when all seemed lost, this sudden turn of events could lead to a complete reversal. It could even be utilized in the green grass trial. Roy could hardly contain his satisfaction. The weapon of growth is also tailored to his unique characteristics. He had initially intended to discard the trusty crossbow, Gabriel. However, with the acquisition of this new ability, by binding it, the crossbow would evolve alongside him. To maximize benefits, he must find the highest quality crossbow for binding. Yet, given the option, he was reluctant to easily forsake something so familiar. Old comrade, continue to accompany me on this journey. Roy sat at the edge of his bed, his fingers gently caressing the diminutive Gabriel. Binding the crossbow, Gabriel? Gabriel type, pocket crossbow material, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp characteristics, weight 5 pounds, bow length 2 feet. Draw weight 20 pounds. Effective range 100 feet. Confirm binding. As the thought emerged, he instantly felt an indescribable connection, or perhaps a bond, between himself and the weapon. An imprint of sorts. Grasping the crossbow once more, he experienced an intimate sensation of kinship, as if it had become an extension of his own body. Every component of its structure was etched in his mind. The crossbow served as a coordinate, distinctly suspended in the void and darkness, guiding him regardless of the distance. Even with his eyes closed, he could effortlessly locate the weapon by this innate sensation. Roy had a premonition that this ability would prove invaluable in the future. As for the binding of the silver sword and steel sword, he had yet to secure them. He planned to examine the weapon bestowed upon Resso by Elder Broval. At this thought, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Surely, even if he secretly bound that weapon, Resso would still be able to wield it, right? Ultimately, he hesitated over the choice of primary attributes. Should he enhance his strongest attribute, perception? The enhancement of physical constitution and willpower is paramount, as it significantly increases the likelihood of overcoming the verdant trials. The attribute of perception enables one to gaze further, allowing for the observation of more specific information regarding the target, and facilitates the cunning use of a crossbow for ambushes. Physical constitution equates to vitality, and its importance is indisputable. Coupled with the newly acquired active skill, intimidation, the willpower attribute becomes a formidable asset in close combat. Should one's willpower be lower than his, proximity renders foes immobilized, with life and death hinging on a mere moment. Among the remaining attributes, strength and agility profoundly influence melee combat. Without practical swordsmanship, how could one be deemed a demon hunter? Currently, mental acuity holds limited utility, yet it is intricately linked to the core ability of the demon hunter, the arcane seal. Surviving the verdant trials to unlock magical prowess will unleash tremendous power, akin to attributes that become crucial in the late game, equally challenging to forego. The only attribute he perceives as of little use is charm. Roy could not help but touch his youthful, resilient, and smooth visage, feeling the solid biceps on his arms. Today, he had transformed from a frail, scrawny figure into a robust and spirited young man. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Will it grant him an extra second in combat, allowing his adversary to show mercy? Perhaps not. On the contrary, charm, when elevated to a certain level, can indeed facilitate combat. The extraordinary charm of the stag-headed spirit could compel beasts to serve him and indoctrinate strangers as followers. However, he harbors no desire to become a combatant reliant on charm. For the moment, he finds himself unable to select a primary attribute, yet there is no rush. He still requires over 1,000 experience points to level up, and he will decide once clarity dawns upon him. Chapter 57. Sudden development. As they delved into the mine, Lyso remarked, "It seems the leshy has not spared you from hardship." Roy expressed concern, for despite having recuperated for several days, the Witcher still bore a pallid countenance, evidently struggling to recover from his injuries. Though the wounds were not severe, an overindulgence in potions had left him with a mild case of indigestion. "When you become a Witcher, you shall encounter similar tribulations," Lyso patiently advised, before adding, "Furthermore, after this affair, refrain from meddling in the disputes between the Squirrel faction and the dwarves. Attend the banquet tonight and depart from Can Mountain at dawn." Roy nodded, recalling that Mahakam had never been besieged, even if they chose not to intervene. The Squirrel faction's schemes would surely falter. Yet, the thought of this extremist organization lurking in Edsburg and Can Mountain cast a shadow of unease over him. Gaining clarity on the matter, Roy resolved not to dwell on it further, recognizing his current inability to engage. The Witcher then posed another query. "Have you forgotten to explain to me how you and your dwarven brethren managed to slay the resurrected Leshy? A sorcerer, along with it, constitutes 2 spellcasters. And the anti-magic metal bomb I provided you is only sufficient to counter one of them. Do you recall the vile substance expelled by the Child of the Woods? The very thing you have been concealing in your dimensional pouch?" "What dimensional pouch?" Roy stammered, turning his face in an attempt to evade the matter. "Child, do you take me for blind? Your equipment and belongings frequently vanish without a trace, only to reappear unexpectedly. Even a fool could deduce that something is amiss." The Witcher's expression was one of utter confusion. However, there was something I could not comprehend. How could you utilize a spatial pouch when you were clearly unable to manipulate the elements? I have never witnessed anyone beyond a sorcerer possessing such an ability. Roy stood tall, his demeanor serious as he declared, "I should have known I couldn't keep this from you. Today, I shall reveal the truth. Not only can I foresee the future in my dreams, but I can also summon nearby objects and store them in an unknown realm, available for my use. There is no need to lie if I do not wish to divulge the truth." The Witcher responded gravely, "You must guard this secret fiercely. Yet, remember your identity. Refrain from any actions that could jeopardize the resurgence of the Viper School. Of course, I assure you, sometimes, the truth can serve as the most exquisite deception." Before long, a dwarven attendant delivered 2 sets of evening attire, prompting Resso to meticulously instruct Roy on how to conduct himself with the poise befitting the upper echelons of society. He adjusted the collar, smoothed the creases at the back, his movements gentle, his gaze softening. As Roy donned the billowing blue and white striped jacket and the snug beige leather trousers, he felt as though a rat was concealed beneath the fabric, gnawing at him, causing both itchiness and discomfort. From his perspective, these garments were utterly hideous. Why would dwarves emulate the detritus of humanity? Resso reprimanded him without hesitation. "Steady yourself. Do not twist about like a monkey." Roy's expression stiffened, while the Witcher lamented, "I recall my own first experience in formal attire was hardly superior to yours. Over the years, I have come to understand a profound truth. For an institution to truly thrive in this era, the backing of influential figures is indispensable. The common folk perceive us as aberrations, as outsiders, as savages, harboring deep-seated prejudices against us. Yet, paradoxically, they harbor an extreme reverence for authority. If a person of high power were to emerge and advocate for us, to vindicate the demon hunters, the populace would, in time, accept us." Roy was taken aback by the notion emanating from the seasoned demon hunter before him. To seek assistance from those at the pinnacle of power? Is this why you would accept the employment of Anshel Inris to assassinate the Emperor of the North? But such endeavors are ultimately futile. The elite and the demon hunters exist on entirely different planes. Their status is so disparate that it is implausible for those in power to genuinely comprehend or value the thoughts of demon hunters. They are merely used and discarded when no longer needed. The number of demon hunters is exceedingly scarce, and the various factions are rife with discord and internal strife. Only by uniting as one can the demon hunters endure, evolve, and flourish. A flurry of thoughts raced through Roy's mind. Yet he maintained an outward demeanor of rapt attention as he listened to the words of the demon hunter, Master Rezer, who imparted his wisdom with earnestness. Unexpectedly, a most unwelcome guest made his entrance. A rotund dwarf merchant, adorned in shimmering jewels, squeezed through the doorway. With a flourish of his beard, he greeted them, "Master Rezer. Brother Roy, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you fared lately?" "Quite well indeed," the young man replied, crossing his arms and glinting with cold light. "Thanks to your recommendation, we have been enjoying a week of picturesque snow in the Carbon Mountains." The Witcher gently patted his shoulder, halting his complaints, and inquired with curiosity, The wine merchant from Edsburg, Seville Hogg, solemnly closed the door behind him, having heard that two friends were about to face dire straits. He specifically came to offer his assistance. Dire straits? Are you referring to the stag-headed beast? Roy scoffed. You are too late. We have already slain the beast and even acquired 4 squirrel companions. No, the dwarf shook his head, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. The crisis I speak of pertains to the impending banquet. Come with me. The elder is preparing to deal with you during the feast. What? Exiting the guest room and entering Carbon Mountain Square, the two, guided by Seville, observed the peculiar arrangement throughout Carbon Mountain. Rows of crossbowmen and archers stood at vantage points, their sharp gazes meticulously scanning the surroundings, evidently on high alert for something. The patrolling dwarf soldiers had not only increased in number, but also greeted the two with feigned friendliness as they passed by. This instilled within the Witcher a sense of foreboding, as if they were guarding against an adversary far more terrifying than the stag-headed beast. Do you see? Seville remarked. The elder has laid an intricate snare to prevent your escape. If you attempt to force your way through, prepare to be riddled with arrows. Excellent. Roy's countenance darkened. After enduring great hardships to rid him of the stag-headed beast, he sets a trap for us instead, waiting for us to walk right into it? Blovarl, the backstabber. I shall remember this. Beside him, the Witcher maintained a calm demeanor. However, the tension in his clenched fist suggested he was a volcano on the verge of awakening from slumber, ready to erupt. The leader was openly ridiculed, leaving Seville in an excruciatingly awkward position. He forced a smile and remarked, in truth, I too believe the elder's actions this time were excessive. He cautiously observed the expressions of both individuals before shifting his tone. However, if we set aside this incident, the elder can be regarded as a just and equitable leader from any perspective. The dwarf swallowed hard under the murderous glares exchanged between the two. The elder had no intention of breaking his word. He had prepared a reward for you, an exquisite treasure, a sword crafted by gnomes who had departed from Mahakam years ago, the ancient GWI Charwai. At the banquet, this sword would be bestowed, and upon the completion of the task regarding the Stag Lord, all debts would be settled. The elder would then be free to engage in rightful dealings with you. He had once chanced upon a secret that revealed GWI Charwai as one of the finest swords in the world, a pinnacle of ancient gnome smithing. Capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay, its value astronomical. Presently, it seemed only the remarkable gnomes could forge such a blade. Yet they had retreated to Turl Tosha, living in seclusion. I find myself in need of a weapon to bind. If only I could acquire at Seville's side, interrupting his reverie. You must not, under any circumstances, have taken the life of Kelvin. Even if he conspired with the Stag Lord to slay our kin, he is the elder's sole heir, the bloodline successor. Was Kelvin Hogg truly the elder's illegitimate son? Roy recalled the rumors he had heard from the rotund Deef, initially believing it to be mere jest. Indeed, a genuine illegitimate child. The Grand Elder has never publicly acknowledged him out of concern for his reputation, yet the people of Tanshan are well aware of the truth. Seville stroked his beard and remarked, have you not noticed how strikingly similar they appear? They seem to have been cast from the same mold. In recent years, the Grand Elder has been waning in vitality, and while he may wish to father more offspring, his intentions are thwarted by his own limitations. Your actions have left him without heirs. How could he not harbor resentment? Come with me. We can delay no longer. But where is there to go? Roy glanced at the tight security surrounding them and sighed. Where can we possibly escape? The more dire the situation, the greater the need for composure. Following Seville's lead, they boldly approached the Tanshan wine cellar, and their passage was remarkably unimpeded, almost incredulous in its ease. Regardless, having eliminated the deerhead spirit, you have indeed rendered a significant service to Tanshan. Who could possibly trouble us with me, an expert in wines, by your side to savor the exquisite brews of Mahakam? The wine cellar of Seville's estate had already left them in awe, but the cellar of Tanshan was like a boundless ocean, beyond their ability to articulate. Under the gentle glow of flickering candles lay an unfathomable darkness and an infinite array of wine barrels. The barrels, towering like small mountains, were meticulously organized and labeled, each boasting a minimum of 10 years of aging. The rich aromas of wine and wood enveloped them, and with just a single breath, Roy felt a lightheadedness take hold, as if he were treading upon clouds, his heart beginning to flutter. Meanwhile, the Witcher occasionally caressed the barrels, his expression revealing a deep yearning. His thirst for wine far surpassed that of a mere youth. Ah, my friends, there will be ample opportunities to indulge in fine wine later. For now, our priority must be to escape. Seville roused the two individuals and dispatched a guard. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the end of the wine cellar, before a dark, foreboding brick wall. With curious glances exchanged between them, Seville, stout and diminutive, clambered onto a nearby wine barrel and began to fumble around. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed around them as the tightly sealed wall shifted and parted, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. Roy peered into the passage, and his heightened senses allowed him to maintain a clear vision even amidst the enveloping darkness. The tunnel's grayish-blue walls were uneven, adorned with extinguished oil lamps every few paces, while the ground sloped gently downward into an abyss where visibility ceased to exist. This corridor appeared to have been forsaken for many years, bearing the marks of dust and spider webs, a testament to the absence of visitors. Roy pondered aloud why there existed a mine beneath the wine cellar. "We refer to it as Smirk," Seville replied, his voice filled with emotion. Before the Carbon Mountain Fortress was constructed, Smirk was the richest mine of Carbon Mountain's resources, pivotal in establishing the foundations of the Mahakam dwarfs. Its contribution to our community's development is monumental. Seville continued, sighing. Regrettably, it was depleted many years ago, now reduced to a mere abandoned vein. You only need to traverse Smirk, through the heart of Mahakam, and within less than a week, you shall enter the realm of Temeria. A few days westward from there, and you shall reach Aedirn. Roy scrutinized the dwarven wine merchant with suspicion. "My old friend, how long has this mine been abandoned? Are there any dangers we should be wary of?" "Abandoned for nearly 50 years, it is possible that some perilous entities have made their nest within." Seville candidly remarked that. "Of course, if you are reluctant to venture into Smirk, you may await the banquet and confront the Grand Elder. Perhaps he could be swayed?" The mention of the Grand Elder elicited a profound sense of awe and trepidation among the dwarves. Roy turned to the demon hunter, his expression brimming with eagerness. "What is your opinion? Should we delve into the mines to face the unknown dangers, or attend the banquet to unveil Broval's true nature?" Resso's gaze penetrated the darkness, his tone laced with an uncontainable bloodlust. "Since that fellow is unwelcoming, why subject ourselves to needless suffering? Are you prepared, little one? This time, we may need to stand shoulder to shoulder." "Damn it!" Roy clenched his fist and waved it, causing the slumbering crossbow in the space to quiver in response to his intent. The only regret he harbored was not having the opportunity to bid farewell to the four dwarves in person. "Seville, please convey my regards to Reagan and the others at the banquet, and say goodbye." "No problem. Gentlemen, I have already prepared food and water for you." Seville stealthily dragged out a large burlap sack from the shadows. "I believe such a small amount of provisions would pose no issue for Roy." "Hold on." The demon hunter turned to Seville, his tone curious. "Before we enter the mine, I have one matter I would like to verify with you." "Ah." Seville felt an overwhelming aura of dread wash over him, akin to being targeted by a ferocious beast, prompting him to instinctively take a few steps back. "Master Resso, I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. Do you truly believe that a few casual words could lure us into the depths of the mine? Come now, reveal the truth." Seville watched as the silhouettes of the two individuals vanished into the dark recesses of the tunnel, feeling a surge of frustration as he rubbed his temples, his mind feeling as if it had been thoroughly scrubbed. Certain matters eluded his recollection. "Never mind, the Grand Elder awaits my report." After pondering for a moment, he disengaged the mechanism and departed from the wine cellar.